Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3443 to Chapter 3494. Before long, all the seeds were planted. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that they were in an area eroded by the destructive force, then they wouldn't need to go through this trouble. They would just need to throw them on the ground and activate them with natural energy. However, this place was different. This was an area eroded by the destructive force, so they needed to be careful. Because of this, they planted the seeds and also watered them in order to keep them in a relatively good environment. After all of this was done, Xianxia led everyone to activate the seeds. Unsurprisingly, most of the seeds died. Only the 4 seeds that Xianxia tested in the space survived. When everyone saw that the seeds were still alive, they couldn't help but feel happy. At the same time, they sent energy to the 4 plants. The 4 plants immediately matured. The grass seeds were quickly planted. However, the persimmon trees were already dead. As for the fungi and beans, they also matured. Upon seeing this situation, Xianxia immediately had everyone collect the seeds. As for the fungi, their spores were too small. Collecting the spores wasn't an easy task. Fortunately, plants had their own methods, so they were able to quickly collect the seeds. However, when the seeds were collected, everyone discovered that besides the fungus spores, the other seeds couldn't be used. The seeds of the grass had turned gray, they looked like stones. They didn't have any vitality at all. On the contrary, their destructive power had become even stronger. Not to mention planting them, even if they used nature energy to activate them, they wouldn't be able to do so. Although they collected a lot of beans, they weren't useful at all. This was because although the beans had a trace of natural energy, they couldn't be activated with natural energy. Xianxia was already aware of this situation. He immediately arranged for everyone to pick out the seeds from the bags and plant them separately. He wanted to see how fast they absorbed natural energy. At the same time, he also wanted to pay attention to the soil. After a day of experimenting, everyone had already grasped some data. The data they had was similar to what Xianxia had. However, they still didn't reach that level. At this point, they only knew that these 4 seeds could grow on the soil eroded by the destructive force. Other than that, they didn't have any other data. However, even so, Hu Yulong and the others were very happy. In the evening, everyone gathered together and ate while talking about today's experiments. Xianxia naturally sat with everyone. Hu Yulong looked at Xianxia and said, "Little Hai, I'll just call you Little Hai. I don't want to make a mistake in the future. Little Hai, there's a problem. Besides the fungi, the other plants can't be planted. What should we do?" Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Isn't this good?" Hu Yulong stared, the others were also puzzled as they looked at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at everyone and smiled, "Of course it's good. Hee, since these plants can't be planted, then we need to provide them with seeds. Even if the price of these seeds isn't high, it would still bring a considerable amount of income to the Hu family. What's wrong with this?" Everyone stared, then their expressions changed. They finally understood what Xianxia meant. If others can't plant their seeds, then it would be good for the Hu family. The Hu family can sell the seeds to them. This way, the Hu family would have a stable source of income. Moreover, if news of this were to spread, then other countries that were eroded by the destructive force would also want to buy these seeds. This would greatly increase the Hu family's income. Hu Yulong frowned and said, "But this way, wouldn't others be jealous of us? If that's the case, then it wouldn't be good for our Hu family." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Isn't there still the fungus? We don't have to force them to sell our seeds. They can plant the fungus. This way, as long as they buy it once, the fungus can continue to grow. Isn't this a good thing? Other than the fungus, the other seeds need special refining methods. And these refining methods are secrets to any family. Naturally, our Hu family can't reveal our methods. It's just like how you can't force a craftsman to reveal their forging methods. This is an industry secret. If you don't want to use it, then you can use the fungus. If you want to use our seeds, then you have to buy them." When Hu Yulong and the others heard Xianxia, they stared for a moment before they all laughed. Xianxia was right, it wasn't that there was nothing that could improve the soil. If you want to improve the soil, then you can use fungus. If you don't want to use fungus, then you can just sell them. Hu Chao looked at Zhao Hai and said, but what if people don't sell our seeds? Then wouldn't we have no other way? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that won't happen. I think that the 4 types of plants will have their own differences. As long as we pay attention, we will certainly be able to find out. When the time comes, there will certainly be people who will be interested in these seeds. Everyone nodded. They were all plant masters, so they were very clear that even the same type of plant would have subtle differences. Not to mention that there were 4 completely different types of seeds. It was impossible to say that there were no differences between them. Hu Yulong frowned and said, but little Hai, you're the only one in the family who can refine these seeds. If they really want to sell a lot of our seeds, then wouldn't you be the one to refine them? Do you have that much time? Even if you have the time, you can't just refine them. Don't you want to cultivate? Right now, the family needs you to improve your strength, not to make money for the family. The family doesn't lack money, what we lack is a strong person. Zhao Hai smiled and said, 8th uncle, rest assured, I understand. Actually, you don't know, but the family has already begun to study how to use the magic formation to make these seeds. I believe that it won't take long before they succeed. As long as the family succeeds, I can improve the magic formation and make these seeds. I don't need to do anything, so you don't need to worry. Zhao Hai smiled and said, 8th uncle, I understand. When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, his frown couldn't help but loosen. Then he laughed and said, good, very good. Let's drink some water and have a toast. Let's continue with the experiments yesterday. We must produce decent results in the shortest time possible. Good luck. Everyone shouted, good luck. After eating, everyone went to rest. However, Zhao Hai didn't rest. He took a pile of things that he harvested today and returned to his room. Then he continued to study them. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was because he wanted to understand the differences between the seeds that they collected today and the ones that he studied in the space. Secondly, he wanted Hu Yulong to know that he had already done his research. Moreover, Zhao Hai also wanted to know more about these seeds. Although he did experiments in the space for 10 days, 10 days was too short for 4 new species. The data that he had now needed to be improved, so he did this. The next morning, everyone woke up early. Zhao Hai also woke up. When Hu Yulong saw Zhao Hai, he quickly went over and said, little Zhao Hai, why didn't you sleep for a while? I saw the light in your room last night. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's fine, as long as I continue to study the seeds that we collected. 8th uncle, you might not know, but the things that we collected are extraordinary. Take the seeds of the grass for example. The seeds can be said to be the crystallization of the destructive force. Those seeds can no longer be called seeds, they should be called the crystallization of the destructive force. However, I still don't know what these things are used for, but I've already studied the fungi and the persimmon trees. The fungi and the leaves of the persimmon trees that we collected all contain poison. This poison has the power of destruction. If a person accidentally eats it, then it wouldn't take long before their vitality would be cut off and they would die. When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, how do you know that those 2 things are poisonous? Zhao Hai replied, I've already eaten the fungi. I've also chewed the leaves and branches of the persimmon trees. They're really poisonous, very poisonous. Hu Yulong's expression changed, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, kid, you're crazy. How can you eat those things? What if you have an accident? How can I explain this to 3rd uncle? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's fine, 8th uncle, you can rest assured. I haven't lived long enough, I wouldn't play around with my life. I know that those 2 things are poisonous, but I'm not afraid of the destructive force. Therefore, you don't need to worry about me. Right, I'm still studying the beans. I ate some yesterday, but the beans and the seeds of the grass have the same destructive force. We can't digest them, so they can't poison us. I still need to study the uses of these 2 things. When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, you can study them, but don't eat them. What if they really poison you? Do you think that it's easy for the Hu clan to produce an expert like you? So you need to pay attention to the beans, understand? Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, all right, I understand. Eighth uncle, you can rest assured that I won't mess around. Is that all right? Hu Yulong nodded and said, all right, you can keep it in mind. Let's go and eat something. Then we'll go outside and experiment. It's best if we can quickly record the data, it'll be good for us. Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Hu Yulong to eat. After eating, everyone was busy. They were still recording data today. The data recorded today was much more detailed compared to yesterday. Fortunately, everyone in the Hu clan had done experiments before. They also observed plants in the wild. So they weren't unfamiliar with recording data. Therefore, they knew how to do it and didn't make any mistakes. After the experiment on the second day, Zhao Hai once again slept very late that night. It was the same on the third day, and on the morning of the fourth day, Zhao Hai said excitedly to Hu Yulong, eighth uncle, I've made a huge discovery. Hu Yulong looked at Zhao Hai and said curiously, huge discovery? What huge discovery? Zhao Hai said solemnly, eighth uncle, it's really a huge discovery. Do you know what the beans we collected can be used for? Hu Yulong looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, what's the use? Little brat, tell me. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's a huge use. Those beans can be used to create bean soldiers using the mutated seeds method. I prefer to call them explosive bean soldiers. Hu Yulong looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, bean soldiers? What's that? Zhao Hai smiled and said, explosive bean soldiers. These bean soldiers will explode, and after they explode, they will release a large amount of destructive energy that will invade a person's body. Most ordinary consolidating equipment stage experts, if they are not prepared, will not be able to withstand the destructive energy. Even if they are prepared, if a few hundred of them explode at the same time, they will still be able to injure a consolidating equipment stage expert. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Hu Yulong's eyes lit up as he said, really? So powerful? Zhao Hai nodded, it's very formidable. When I first saw these beans, I didn't think of this point. But later on, I refined them using the same method that I used to refine the seeds. I didn't think that they would have this kind of effect, I really didn't. Think of it. Zhao Hai nodded. Hu Yulong's eyes lit up as he said, that is to say, if we have enough of these bean soldiers, any one of our Hu family members will be able to threaten a consolidating equipment stage expert? Zhao Hai smiled and said, in theory, yes. However, if a consolidating equipment stage expert is too far away, or if they are prepared, these bean soldiers will not be much of a threat to them. However, their offensive power is not weak. Hu Yulong didn't have time to eat. He immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, do you have any more bean soldiers? Let's go and test it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's go. After saying that, they stood up and walked out. The other members of the Hu clan followed behind them and walked out together. Before long, the group left the fort and arrived at an open space outside. Then Zhao Hai's hand moved as a handful of beans appeared in his hand. Then he threw the beans out, causing them to fly out. Along with a burst of explosive sounds, Hu Yulong and the others felt a powerful force overflowing in front of them. This force contained a strong destructive power, causing Hu Yulong and the others to feel uncomfortable. However, it also surprised them. They had not expected the beans to be so powerful. After all, when Zhao Hai threw the beans out, they had flown at least 1,000 meters. Even from such a distance, they could still feel the force. It was clear how powerful the beans were. Zhao Hai continued, these beans have another use, and that is to roll them over to attack enemies. Look. After saying that, he took out a handful of soybeans and threw them onto the ground. The soybeans started rolling forward on their own, all the way until they were 1,000 meters away before exploding, creating a row of large holes in the ground. Hu Yulong and the others' eyes lit up. Naturally, they knew how important the beans' ability to attack was for them. If they were to attack enemies in the forest, then they could just throw the beans on the ground and let them roll on their own. The beans themselves weren't very big, so if they rolled on their own, then most people wouldn't notice. This was equal to attacking the enemy without them noticing. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Yulong and the others, a smile flashed in his eyes. Then he said, besides being able to attack enemies on the ground, these peas and beans can also fly. After he said that, Zhao Hai took out 2 more peas and beans. Then the peas and beans flew a kilometer away. When they reached a kilometer away, they immediately discovered the explosion. The power of the explosion was very big. This time, Hu Yulong and the others were even more surprised. They never thought that these beans could actually fly. This was really important to them. It meant that they could just stand there and command the beans to fly out and attack the enemy. It was even more awesome than an archer. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, however, these attacks are limited by distance. An ordinary level 5 or level 6 plant master can only make these beans roll on their own or fly for about 500 meters. Any further and they won't be able to do it. If you want to reach a kilometer attack range, you'll need to be a level 9 plant master. If you're a consolidated equipment plant master, then the attack range will be even further. Hu Yulong let out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, he laughed out loud and said, "Good, this is really good. The heavens have blessed my Hu family. With this weapon, who in the Soul World's botanist world can be a match for my Hu family?" The others also cheered, their expressions were extremely excited. They really didn't expect that Zhao Hai would succeed when he said that he wanted to turn the destruction energy into an attack. This was really great. Suddenly, Hu Yulong stopped, then he turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "He Chao, this attack is an attack of the destruction energy. When the destruction energy spreads in all directions, will it affect the surrounding environment?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There will certainly be some impact, but it won't be too big. These destructive forces have already been subdued by us, so they aren't as violent as before. After they explode, the surrounding plants might be affected, but the impact won't be too big. This is because they will dissipate very quickly." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "But it won't be too big." Hu Yulong said with a happy face, "Good, this is really good." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "In addition to the beans, I also found out that although the fungus crops are poisonous, their roots are not. Not only are they not poisonous, they can also detoxify. The roots of these 4 plants can detoxify. However, the roots of the fungus crops have the best detoxification effect. In fact, the roots of the persimmon trees and the roots of the bean plants have the worst detoxification effect. The roots of the grass plants have the worst detoxification effect." Hu Yulong nodded and said, "Good. I didn't expect that these crops would be so poisonous, but their roots can detoxify them. This is really surprising." "Right, Zhao Hai, what do you plan to do with these 4 crops?" When Zhao Hai heard Hu Yulong, he understood what Hu Yulong meant. He smiled faintly and said, "Eighth uncle, I'm thinking about this. Let's just say that we have discovered fungi and grasses that can absorb destructive power. Persimmon trees and beans can be used as weapons. As for persimmon trees, eighth uncle, I want to plant persimmon trees in Demon Island and turn the island into a land of destruction. Then we can plant beans there. As for the seeds of grasses and fungi, this is even easier. We can recover some of the seeds. I believe that this way, people from other countries would certainly plant seeds of grasses and grasses. Also, the seeds of grasses can be used in magic formations to launch weapons. We can also bury them underground and let them slowly turn the land into a land of destruction. What do you think, eighth uncle?" Hu Yulong thought for a moment, then he said, "All right, the grass seeds are very good." "All right, then it's decided." Zhao smiled faintly. "I think we still need to discuss this matter with our family. But don't tell anyone about the persimmon trees and beans. The data that we have recorded over the past few days is not particularly complete. We will record as much as possible in a few days, then we can go back." Zhao smiled faintly and said, Okay. Hu Yulong nodded and said, "All right, then it's decided. We can say that the grass seeds will take some time to refine. As for the fungus spores, they can use them now." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, the Bao Soul country's losses aren't small this time. Let's give them the spores, they should be able to control the situation for now. This way, we can take action and investigate where the destructive force came from. Originally, there wasn't any destructive force here, but now, although there's a small amount of it, it's still coming in an endless stream. There must be a source. Let's block it first, then find the source of the destructive force and destroy it. This way, we can thoroughly solve this matter." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, the Bao Soul country's losses aren't small. Hu Yulong nodded and said, "Alright, we'll listen to you." Ha ha ha, this is great. This time, our Hu family's harvest is really big. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned to Hu Yulong and said, "Eighth uncle, let's go. After we finish recording the data, we can leave. To be honest, it's a bit uncomfortable to stay here." Everyone laughed as they followed Zhao Hai to the place where they were experimenting. When they arrived at the place where they were experimenting, everyone began their daily work. They planted the seeds and used the force of nature to make the crops grow faster. After that, they recorded the data. After 5 days, Zhao Hai and the others finally finished recording the data. Everyone packed up their things and prepared to leave. After putting everything on the back of the horses, the group led the horses away from the stone castle. They slowly walked out. When the sky was about to turn dark, they finally saw Shooting Sun City. Before they could leave the land that was eroded by the destructive force, Shooting Sun City was already in an uproar. Then a figure ran towards the city. Before long, a large group of people rushed out of the city. The one in the lead was Managerin. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others were about to leave the land that was eroded by the destructive force. When Zhao Hai and the others came out, Managerin immediately walked over with a hopeful expression. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, how was it? Did you find the method?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Fortunately, I didn't fail. I found the method. Let's go in and talk." When Managerin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be excited as he said, "Mister, are you serious?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'm serious. Let's go in and talk." Managerin immediately nodded and said, "Alright, mister, please." Then he led Zhao Hai and the others into the city. When the others heard Zhao Hai's words, they were in an uproar. They didn't think that Zhao Hai and the others would actually succeed. For so many years, no one had been able to do it. How was this possible? Everyone returned to the city lord's mansion. To Zhao Hai's surprise, a middle-aged man in his 40s was standing in front of the mansion, waiting for Zhao Hai and the others. This man wasn't tall and was only wearing ordinary clothes. However, his bearing was extraordinary. One could see at a glance that he was a person of high status. On top of his head was a longbow spirit. Managerin turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this is the city lord of Shooting Sun City. He was in the capital a few days ago, distributing supplies and organizing manpower for us. Therefore, he wasn't here before. I hope Mister can forgive us." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Managerin, you're too polite. Alright, let's go." Managerin nodded. Then the group quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion. The city lord of Shooting Sun City took the initiative to greet them. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Gong Ruolei greets all of you. I'm very grateful to all of you for coming here to support Shooting Sun City. I was busy before, so I didn't come here to greet all of you. Please forgive me." Hu Yulong smiled and said, "City Lord Gong is too polite. The force of destruction is the enemy of everyone in the Soul Realm. It's only right for us to come here. City Lord doesn't need to be so polite." Gong Ruolei said, "This must be Mr. Hu Yulong. I've heard of Mister's name. I have some friendship with the Hu family's fifth lord, Hu Yutao. Everyone here is not an outsider. Please come in. I've already prepared food and wine to welcome everyone." Then he made a gesture to invite Zhao Hai and the others into the mansion. Zhao Hai and the others weren't polite. They handed the horses over to the servants of the city lord's mansion. At the same time, Zhao Hai said to Managerin, "Managerin, take care of these horses. The seeds on their backs are very useful." As soon as Managerin heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He immediately organized people to take care of the seeds. Nobody was allowed to get close to them. After the group entered the city lord's mansion, they went to the living room first. Hu Yulong and Zhao Hai were the representatives of the Hu family. As for the city lord's mansion, Gong Ruolei and Managerin accompanied them. As soon as they sat down, Gong Ruolei immediately said to Hu Yulong, "I heard from Xu Fei that you have found a way to deal with the force of destruction. Can you tell me about it?" Hu Yulong knew that Xu Fei might be Managerin's name, so he didn't ask. He just nodded and said, "Fortunately, we didn't disappoint you. We found two crops that can absorb the force of destruction. One is grass, and the other is fungus. The seeds of these two crops have been refined by our Hu family using a special refining method. They can grow on the soil eroded by the force of destruction. Moreover, they can absorb the force of destruction and improve the quality of the soil. Although there are still some problems with the effect of improving the quality of the soil, it's already the most effective method we can find. Gong Ruoliai said excitedly, "Good, that's great. Thank you, everyone. I, Gong Ruoliai, will definitely remember the great kindness of the Hu family to my shooting sun city." Hu Yulong smiled and said, "The city lord is too polite. However, there are some problems that I need to clarify with the city lord. These two crops are different, so the city lord needs to decide which one to use." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The city lord is very polite. However, there are some problems that I need to clarify with the city lord." When Gong Ruoliai heard Hu Yulong, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Mr. Hu, please explain." Hu Yulong nodded and said, "It's like this, the seeds of the grass and the spores of the fungus can absorb the power of destruction. However, the speed at which the grass absorbs the power of destruction is slower. Moreover, the effect of the grass on improving the soil isn't very obvious. If you plant the seeds of the grass, then after absorbing the power of destruction, it would take at least 5 years for the soil to return to normal. However, the fertility of the soil would be greatly reduced. It would take a few more years for the soil to return to normal." The reason why Hu Yulong and the others said that it would take 5 years and not 10 years like Zhao Hai's conclusion was because they discovered that the roots of the grass would be able to speed up the restoration of the soil. This was a new discovery that was different from what Zhao Hai discovered. Gong Ruoliai nodded. Gong Ruoliai nodded and didn't say anything. Hu Yulong continued, "Moreover, the seeds of the grass contain too much destructive power, so you can't use them anymore. You can only sell the seeds once again. But there's one point, this grass has very low environmental requirements. In other words, the seeds can be directly planted underground. Even if you don't use natural energy to activate them, they'll still grow naturally. Moreover, they'll grow very well. As long as the seeds are harvested, the rest can be plowed into the soil and used as fertilizer. Our Hu family needs these seeds to do some experiments, so we can take them away. But City Lord, please pay attention, these seeds must not be allowed to fall to the ground. Otherwise, it will further pollute the soil, making it even more troublesome to manage." Gong Ruoliai nodded, then he said, "What about the seeds of the fungus?" Hu Yulong replied, "Fungus seeds are special, they're called spores. After being planted, they must be activated with natural energy in order to grow. Moreover, these spores need to be moist, their requirements for the environment are much higher compared to the seeds of grass. It's best if you have a botanist stationed there for a long time. Moreover, after growing these fungus, they're highly toxic. If a person eats them, their vitality will be cut off and they will die. Therefore, after harvesting these fungus, you must immediately dispose of them and burn them with fire. The destructive force absorbed by the fungus will disappear after being burned by the fire. Another advantage of the fungus is that you only need to prepare a batch of fungus spores. Their spores can grow again, but when you harvest them, you must harvest them cleanly. Otherwise, they will pollute the soil. But fungus also has a special characteristic, as long as you plant them for 2 years, the soil can be planted with other crops. But just like the grass, the soil's fertility will be affected. It's best to plant crops for several years in order to restore the soil's fertility." At this point, Hu Yulong paused for a moment before he continued, "Therefore, the seeds of the grass and the fungi have their own characteristics. The seeds of the grass are refined by our Hu family's secret method. If you want to plant them, then you must buy them from the Hu family. Of course, the seeds of the grass will be recovered by the Hu family, but the price won't be too high. As for the fungi, although you only need to buy spores once, it will be troublesome to take care of them. You will need a lot of botanists. But if you buy spores, then you don't need to buy spores anymore. When the fungi matures, the spores will fall to the ground. You just need to collect the mature fungi and pour water on the ground to make the spores grow. It won't be too troublesome." Gong Ruoliai understood what Hu Yulong meant. He looked at Hu Yulong and said, "Mr. Hu, please forgive me for speaking bluntly. Grass is fine, but for fungus, if the Hu clan takes it out, then it's the same as sharing it with everyone. Can the Hu clan still rely on it for profit? Doesn't the Hu clan need to suffer a loss after developing this thing? Hu Yulong replied, to be honest, with the fungus, it's impossible for the Hu clan to gain anything from this matter. But this matter is related to the entire Soul Realm. Right now, the Soul Realm has a lot of land eroded by the force of destruction. If someone can really use this method to turn those lands into fertile land, then it's a great thing for the Hu clan. The Hu clan has a lot of income in other aspects, but in this matter, the Hu clan really doesn't want to make any money. Gongruolei looked at Hu Yulong and saw that Hu Yulong's eyes were very calm. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he stood up and gave Hu Yulong a salute. I admire Mr. Hu's breadth of mind. I don't think anyone will forget what the Hu clan has done for the Soul Realm. I'll discuss this matter with the others before making a decision. I hope Mr. Hu can forgive me. Hu Yulong smiled and said, it's nothing, it's what I should do. There's one more thing that I want to tell you. The appearance of the force of destruction in Gonghun country is really strange. The force of destruction has never appeared here before. During the invasion of the destroyers, there was also no war. Therefore, the force of destruction shouldn't have appeared here. But now, it has appeared. This matter is very strange. Although the force of destruction is weak, it's still coming in an endless stream. This shows that there must be a source. Therefore, I hope that the city lord can plant some herbs or fungus to control the situation. After that, our countries can form an alliance and go deep into the land eroded by the force of destruction and carefully investigate it. Only by cutting off the source of the force of destruction can this matter be considered completely solved. When Gongruolei heard Hu Yulong's words, he stared blankly. Then his eyes flashed as he nodded and said, Mr. Hu is right. This time's matter is really strange. Mr. Hu, let's go have a meal first. Then Mr. Hu can have a good rest. This matter isn't a small matter. I'll have to report it first before making a decision. Hu Yulong nodded and said, naturally, I'll leave it to the city lord to decide. Before this, we had some herbs and fungus spores on our horses. The city lord can use them, there's no need to be polite. Gongruolei nodded and said, then I'll have to thank Mr. Hu. Hu Yulong repeatedly said that he wouldn't dare. Then Gongruolei invited Zhao Hai and the other members of the Hu family to the dining hall. After everyone had a good meal, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the Hu family's courtyard and returned to their rooms to rest. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, he saw that there wasn't any dust in the room. It looked very clean. However, his wooden box wasn't touched by anyone. It seems like Stewardin had specifically instructed them to do so. Zhao Hai opened the wooden box and looked inside. When he saw that no one had touched it, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. It seems like Stewardin was a very conscientious person. Zhao Hai didn't rest on his bed. Instead, he flashed into the space and found a place to sleep. Just like in the outside world, Zhao Hai preferred to rest in the space. This was because the space gave him a sense of security. Whether it was in the outside world or the soul realm, Zhao Hai lacked a sense of security. Zhao couldn't be blamed for this. If he didn't have the space, he wouldn't know how many times he would have died. It was precisely because of this that the space gave Zhao a sense of security, while other places didn't have it. Zhao Hai had a good dream today. He dreamt of Laura and the others. Although they could only look at each other, he could now see Laura and the others more clearly. This feeling was very good. After waking up, Zhao Hai left his room and went downstairs to the living room. Hu Yulong, Hu Chao, and Hu Jia were all sitting in the living room. When they saw Zhao Hai come out, Hu Yulong immediately waved his hand to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also sat down. Hu Yulong looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, I've already told the family about the situation here as well as Do Bing's matter. Do you think there's anything else that needs to be prepared? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, There's no need for that. But I think there might be people coming to visit us in the next 2 days. We should prepare to welcome them. When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Hu Yulong smiled and said, All right, I think they will also come. For many years, many plant masters have been having headaches because of the power of destruction. Now that we finally have a solution, it would be strange if they didn't come. Zhao Hai sighed and said, it's a pity that this method of plant absorption can only treat the symptoms, not the root. If we can't find the source of the destructive force and destroy it, then it would be useless to plant more things. But eighth uncle, you should tell the family to bring antidotes made from mycorrhiza with them in case of emergency. Those guys might really use those fungi to poison us. Zhao Hai sighed and said, that's right. But eighth uncle, you should tell the family to bring antidotes made from mycorrhiza with them in case of emergency. Those guys might really use those fungi to poison us. Hu Yulong nodded and said, don't worry, I've already told them. Moreover, I'll have the family send the great demon blade as soon as possible to transport some spores. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and then said, I'll use the next few days to draw a formation diagram. I'll have the family make a seed formation according to the diagram. At the same time, I'll take some of the seeds that have absorbed the destruction energy back to the family. I'll have the family make a small field and try to plant them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, all right. Hu Yulong nodded and said, all right, don't worry, I'll take care of it. It's best to put the field in Demon Island. Other places aren't safe. Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's best to place them in Demon Island. Other places aren't safe. Now that we have these grasses and fungi, I'm afraid that the other countries would make a move. At the very least, the Sword Spirit country would certainly make a move. They might even send people to the desolate desert. Fortunately, I've already made arrangements there, so we don't need to worry. At this point, the desolate desert doesn't have any destructive forces. Even if they get their hands on the spores and seeds, they wouldn't be able to use them. On the 5th day after Zhao Hai and the others returned from the Shooting Sun City, the Hu family sent people over. Taking advantage of the night, they sent a giant demon sword. Zhao Hai immediately flew to the giant demon sword. On the giant demon sword was Hu Chen. After arriving at the giant demon blade, Zhao Hai discovered that in addition to Hu Chen, there were also 10 Hu clan elites. Zhao Hai didn't act polite as he directly said, 10th uncle, these are the spores that 8th uncle mentioned in his letter. These are the seeds of the spirit grasses. However, these seeds contain destructive power. Take them back and add them to the mutant seeds. Also, these trees and leaves are from the persimmon tree. Take them back and find a piece of land and place them there. Once the land contains destructive power, you can plant those 4 plants. These are the notes that we've been working on these past few days. There's also this book, it's used to refine the mutant seeds. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the great demon blade, he took out a lot of things. Hu Chen knew that time was tight, so he didn't argue and just quietly listened. When Zhao Hai finished, Hu Chen opened his mouth and said, 8th brother said that if you want to trace the source of the destruction force, you have to be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, 8th brother said that if you want to trace the source of the destruction force, you have to be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, 10th uncle, rest assured. I'll be fine. There aren't many people in the soul realm who can hurt me. You don't need to worry. Hu Chen nodded and said, if this operation is dangerous, don't let 8th uncle and the others go. If they die here, 3rd uncle will be sad. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, 10th uncle, rest assured. I won't let 8th uncle and the others go back in a few days. I'll stay here. It's better for them not to participate in this kind of thing. Hu Chen nodded and said in a deep voice, be careful. Zhao Hai nodded. Then his figure moved as the giant demon sword turned around and flew away. When Zhao Hai returned to the Hu family's courtyard, Hu Yulong and the others were still waiting for him. Zhao Hai went over and gave Hu Yulong a salute, 8th uncle, it's done. 10th uncle and the others have already gone back. You don't need to worry. You should rest early. Hu Yulong nodded, then he sighed and said, I found that it's really easy to work with you. We don't need to do anything, you can do it yourself. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not as good as 8th uncle said. 8th uncle, let's go and rest. In the past few days, the plant masters from the other countries have come to visit us. The city lord's mansion also sent some experts. I'm afraid that we're going to look for the source of the destructive force. 10th uncle just said that grandfather said that you can't go. Hu Yulong nodded and said, if you don't want to go, then don't go. I know that our strength is far inferior compared to you. We won't go, you can go by yourself. After 2 days, I'll inform City Lord Gong and take everyone back. Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, before you go back, send a letter to 10th Uncle and the others. Tell them to bring the giant demon sword to pick you up. This time, almost all the plant master forces in the Soul Realm have come to visit us. Only the Sword Spirit Country didn't come. Those guys from the Sword Spirit Country aren't good people, they might be planning something. Therefore, 8th Uncle, you might be in danger when you go back. If they really capture you and force you to ask about the 4 crops, then it would be troublesome. Even if you don't say anything, I'm afraid that your life will be in danger. Moreover, the people who came this time are all the elites of the family. Hu Yulong nodded and said, all right, then I'll have 10th Uncle come and pick us up. Us old fellows will be fine, but we can't let anything happen to the children. But once we leave, you'll be the only one left here. You need to be careful. Jiao Hai smiled and said, 8th Uncle, you can rest assured. I'll be fine. Hu Yulong was also aware of Jiao Hai's strength, so he didn't ask anything. He just nodded and returned to his room to rest. Jiao Hai also returned to his room, but he didn't rest there. Instead, he went to the space. At the same time, he wanted to find a weapon that he could use outside. His previous weapons were too famous. If he were to take them out, then his identity would be exposed. Because of this, he needed a new weapon. After going around the space a few times, Jiao Hai finally chose a plant to be his weapon. This plant was called Iron Pineapple. It looked just like Earth's pineapple. However, this only referred to its appearance. This iron pineapple couldn't be eaten. The iron pineapple tree was also very strange. This tree wasn't very tall, and it didn't grow very big. It was entirely green, and each tree only had 2 iron pineapples. The height of the tree was at most 5 meters. Iron pineapple trees were generally used by people to make long weapons. This was because the tree was very straight, and not only was its trunk very strong, it was also very tough. It was an excellent weapon material. As for the iron pineapple, it was generally picked by people and used as a weapon on the city walls. This was because it was very heavy and had thorns on it. However, the iron pineapple under normal circumstances wouldn't turn into a demonic plant. Moreover, this thing was too heavy. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to use it as a weapon. But Jiao Hai happened to have this thing in the space. Now that it had turned into a demonic plant, Jiao Hai could naturally use it as a weapon. In fact, besides being a weapon, the iron pineapple could also be eaten. As long as the skin of the iron pineapple was broken, it would be very tasty. However, the iron pineapple's skin wasn't that easy to break. Not only was it hard, it was also very thick. Even if it was thrown onto a rock from a height of 10 meters, it wouldn't be broken. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to break the iron pineapple's skin even if they used a knife. The people of the Soul Realm knew that the iron pineapple could be eaten. But because it was too hard to break open, no one would eat it. Jiao decided to use the iron pineapple as a weapon. Although its appearance had changed, its strength was still there. Jiao also liked to use this kind of heavy weapon, because it was too hard to use. The iron pineapple tree that Jiao Hai chose was also very strange. The tree was 3 meters tall and had 2 iron pineapples growing on it. Because it was a magic plant, it didn't have any form. It only had 2 branches at the top of the tree. On each branch was an iron pineapple. At the end of these 2 iron pineapples were 2 vines. These 2 vines weren't very long, only about 20 meters long. However, these 2 iron pineapples were very big. Each of them was about 1 meter long and half a meter thick. They looked like 2 long lanterns on a wooden pole. But if one looked at them as a weapon, they could be considered as a deformed flail, a large flail. After choosing his weapon, Jiao Hai rested inside the space. The next morning, he woke up on time. After eating downstairs, he went to the room with Hu Yulong and the others to discuss their future plans. Hu Yulong and the others wanted to leave, but they would have to wait for some time. In any case, the Gonghun country had already obtained some spores of grass and fungi. They should be trying to plant them outside Shooting Sun City. Hu Yulong and the others should be helping them. After they finished planting these seeds, they should be leaving. However, Jiao Hai didn't plan to leave. He planned to have Gong Ruoliai and the people of the Gong Hun country enter the area that had been eroded by the destructive power. They wanted to see if they could find the source of the destructive power. Zhao Hai was very curious about the source of the destructive power in Shooting Sun City. While the group was discussing these matters, a knock was suddenly heard on the door. A disciple of the Hu clan went to open the door. Then the disciple who opened the door said, "So it's Steward and 8th uncle, it's Steward and Hu Yulong," and the others quickly stood up and went out to welcome him. When they arrived at the door of the living room, they saw Steward and followed by the disciple of the Hu clan. When Steward and saw Hu Yulong and the others, he quickly went forward and said, "Mr. Hu, how could I trouble you to welcome me? You're too polite. Let's talk inside." Hu Yulong smiled and said, "Steward in, please." Then Hu Yulong invited Steward in. After inviting Steward in to sit down, Hu Yulong looked at Steward in and said, "Steward in, did you come here today for the matter of the grass and fungi?" Steward in smiled and said, "That's right. The city lord has already reported it to His Majesty. His Majesty ordered the Hu clan to order a large amount of seeds and spores of fungi. The more the better. Money isn't a problem." When he heard Steward in, Hu Yulong stared blankly. Then he looked at Steward in and said, "Steward in, why is that so? To be honest, if you do this, you'll suffer a loss. Why don't you wait? You should know that fungi have a lot of spores, so it's easy for them to reproduce." Steward in smiled and said, "His Majesty said that the Hu clan being able to discover these two crops is a great favor to the entire soul world. We can't let the Hu clan suffer a loss. Moreover, His Majesty wants the north of Shooting Sun City to recover as soon as possible." Zhao Hai immediately understood what Steward in meant. The king of Gong Hun country intended to report to the Hu clan, so he made such a decision. However, the Hu clan couldn't agree to it. Because Hu Chao and Hu Yuan had already ordered the Hu clan to try their best to maintain a good relationship with Gong Hun country, so they must help Gong Hun country as much as possible. It was because of this that Hu Yulong's face turned serious. He looked at Steward in and said, "Steward in, you must be surprised. Gong Hun country is in trouble. Our Hu clan has always had a good relationship with Gong Hun country, so how can we earn money from Gong Hun country at this time? I've already sent a letter to the clan 2 days ago, asking the clan to hurry up and refine grass seeds and fungi spores. The Hu clan is willing to provide 10,000 gene of grass seeds and fungi spores to Gong Hun country. Because fungi spores are very small, it's difficult to collect them, so we can't provide too much for the time being. But this time, the Hu clan will provide the seeds for free. This is the order of the patriarch." When he heard what Hu Yulong said, Steward in's face couldn't help but show an excited expression. He looked at Hu Yulong and cupped his fist and said, "I will definitely report to the city lord and let the city lord report to His Majesty. I will let the entire Gong Hun country know about the Hu clan's great kindness to Gong Hun country." After sending off manager in, Hu Yulong turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "It seems like our relationship with the Bao Soul Nation has been established. Later on, even if the Blade Soul Nation wants to deal with us, the Bao Soul Nation would surely help us in the dark. Hee. After 2 days, I'll tell them that you'll participate in the search for the source of destruction." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to hurry. I think they'll let me go with them. Since I have some understanding of the destructive force and they don't, I'm sure they'll take me with them." Hu Yulong nodded and said, "Right, they should be bringing you along. I think we should go outside and take a look. Steward in has already arranged for some plants to be planted in the northern part of the city. However, because we don't have enough seeds, the situation hasn't been completely controlled." Zhao Hai nodded and said. "Did the family say how long it would take to get the seeds?" Hu Yulong replied, "It should be soon. Let's go out and take a look." Zhao Hai nodded. Then the group left the courtyard and headed towards the north of the city. When they arrived outside the city lord's mansion, Zhao Hai discovered that the population of Shooting Sun City seemed to have recovered compared to when he first arrived. Moreover, he could see something on the faces of the people. This thing was called hope. Hu Yulong saw Zhao Hai looking at the people around him. He also looked around before he smiled faintly and said, "The population of the city has recovered a lot in the past few days. To be honest, looking at the hopeful faces of these people, I feel that everything we've done before wasn't in vain. Zhao Hai smiled and said, how could it be in vain? Although we are a bit selfish, the things that we took out are real. Moreover, the threat of destruction to the human race is too great. In any case, controlling the power of destruction is a good thing for the soul realm. Zhao Hai smiled and said, how could it be in vain? Hu Yulong nodded his head and sighed, let's not talk about other places. Let's talk about the desert of destruction. How big is the area of that place? It's almost as big as a country. Apart from you, no one else can transform that place. To the soul world, it's a huge loss. I also heard that although the desert of destruction won't expand too quickly, it will still expand a little every year. Especially when there's a strong wind, the people living around the desert of destruction will all have their production reduced or even stopped. This is all because of the force of destruction in the desert of destruction. Fortunately, you've now controlled the desert of destruction. Unfortunately, you can't let others know about this, otherwise, they will definitely be grateful to you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, forget it, there's no need to talk about this. Making a fortune is the most important thing. Hee. Hu Yulong was really surprised by Zhao Hai's breadth of mind. One must know that if they told the public that the desert of destruction had been improved by Zhao Hai, and that the success of these crops was all thanks to Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai's name would certainly go down in history. However, Zhao Hai didn't do this. It seems like he didn't care about his reputation at all. This was really rare. One must know that there were a lot of plant masters in the soul realm. They didn't live for money, they lived for fame. They wanted their names to be written in the history books. What Zhao Hai did was enough for his name to be written in the history books. However, it seems like he didn't care about it at all. While thinking about this, they had already left the city. As soon as they arrived outside the city, Zhao Hai and the others stared. This was because they discovered that there were more people outside the city compared to inside the city. Especially at the edge of the land that was eroded by the power of destruction, there were more people there. Moreover, many of them seemed to be the people of Shooting Sun City. They were all standing there, looking at the land that was eroded by the power of destruction with excitement. Zhao Hai and the others followed the gaze of the people and saw that there were a lot of herbs and fungi planted on the land. Moreover, there were quite a lot of them. Most importantly, there were a lot of people who were busy in the field. Some of them were carrying water and watering the fungi while others were harvesting the mature fungi. Besides these people, there were also a lot of plant masters. These plant masters were also busy in the field. However, they were using their own natural energy to germinate the spores of the fungi. Busy, whether it was the people or the plant masters, they were all busy. One could see the hope on the faces of the people while the plant masters were excited. Zhao Hai looked at them and knew that these plant masters were all from the Gonghan country. Although there were still some plant masters from other countries here, most of them had already returned to their countries. Only the Hu clan hadn't left yet. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived outside the city, the plant masters of the Gonghan country immediately recognized them. The plant masters of the Gonghan country immediately greeted them. The plant master in the lead gave Hu Yulong a salute and said, Mr. Hu, you're here. Hu Yulong smiled and said, Old Zhang, there's no need to be so polite with me. I can see that this place is very busy. It just so happens that I have nothing to do these days, so I came to help. Zhao Hai also knew the plant master called Old Zhang. He had visited the Hu clan's courtyard before. His name was Zhang Mingliang, and he had a good relationship with Hu Yulong. When Zhang Mingliang heard Hu Yulong, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, Old Hu, I really don't know how to thank you. If it weren't for your help, Shooting Sun City would have been finished. Thank you. Hu Yulong smiled and said, Alright, you don't need to be so polite. Kids, go and get this place done as soon as possible. The other members of the Hu clan nodded and then went to help. Only Zhao Hai didn't go. However, Zhang Mingliang also knew Zhao Hai. Although Hu Yulong didn't say it explicitly, Zhang Mingliang could see that Zhao Hai's status in the Hu clan wasn't ordinary. Hu Yulong had to listen to Zhao Hai's opinion. Because of this, Zhang Mingliang didn't help Zhao Hai. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was a very promising disciple of the Hu clan. Zhao Hai looked at the people who were busy. He could feel that the destructive force that was rushing towards Shooting Sun City had already been absorbed by the grasses and fungi on the ground. Shooting Sun City was now safe. At this time, a group of people came out of Shooting Sun City. The leader of this group was Gong Ruoliai. Beside him were several people. These people had a calm demeanor. There were soul soldiers, soul beasts, craftsmen, and plant masters. However, each of them wasn't weak. Naturally, Stewardin was also with Gong Ruoliai. Gong Ruoliai arrived beside Hu Yulong. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Mr. Hu, you're here. Why did you come here today? What's the matter?" Hu Yulong smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. We just came here to see if there's anything we can help with. The city lord doesn't need to worry about us." Gong Ruoliai nodded. Then he looked at the busy Hu family disciples and said, 3 days later, we'll be organizing people to enter the north of Shooting Sun City and find the source of the destructive force. I want to invite Mr. Hu Hai to participate. What does Mr. Hu think?" When Hu Yulong heard Gong Ruoliai, he nodded and said, "Of course. Little Hai understands the power of destruction very well, so it's best for him to follow us." "City Lord, I was just about to tell you something. After Little Hai goes with us, we will return to the Hu family. This time, our Hu family has promised to provide a lot of seeds for Shooting Sun City. Most of the people in the family are involved in the process of making these seeds. If we stay here, we can only help with the farming. Therefore, we want to return home and help the family refine more seeds as soon as possible." When Gong Ruoliai heard Hu Yulong's words, he nodded and said, "Of course. After all, the variant seed is the key. Mister, when you go back, please send my regards to the Hu Chao clan and express my gratitude." Hu Yulong smiled and said, "The city lord is too polite. This is what we should do. Little Hai, you stay and see where the source of the destructive force is. You must do your best." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, 8th uncle can rest assured. I'll do my best." Hu Yulong nodded, then he turned to Gong Ruoliai and said, "City lord, then we'll go back and prepare. Tomorrow, we'll return to the Hu family. Rest assured, the Hu family's seeds will be delivered in the shortest time possible. This time, we'll mainly focus on the seeds of the herbs. Seeds of the herbs are easy to manage and will be more useful for the current Shooting Sun City. As for the spores, we'll have to wait for some time. Please forgive us." Gong Ruoliai smiled and said, "Mr. Hu, what are you talking about? We can't thank the Hu family enough for helping us. We wouldn't dare to blame them. Mr. Hu, please leave this place to them." Hu Yulong nodded and greeted the other members of the Hu family. Then the group returned to the city. Seeing Hu Yulong and the others leave, Gong Ruoliai turned to Managerin and said, "How was it? What do you think about these people from the Hu family?" Managerin replied, "My lord, the Hu family was originally led by Hu Yulong. But since Hu Hai came, I feel that the leader has been replaced by Hu Hai. Although Hu Yulong is still the one handling things, I have a feeling that Hu Yulong and the others are now serving Hu Hai. This shows that Hu Hai's position in the Hu family is very high. But what makes me feel strange is that I've never heard of such a person in the Hu family. I've never even heard of anyone from the Hu family going to the desolate desert. But recently, there's news that the people of the Sword Spirit Country believe that the Hu family's giant demon Cranegrass stole the Sword Spirit Country's giant sword. Moreover, there's evidence, but Cranegrass went to the desolate desert. I don't know if this matter has anything to do with what they said about Hu Hai going to the desolate desert." Gong Ruoliai said in a deep voice, "You mean to say that the Hu clan has been researching the Desert of Destruction for a long time? And this Hu Hai, it's very likely that he was involved in such research?" Managerin nodded and said, "That's a possibility. The Hu family is a family of botanists, and they have been keeping a low profile all these years. However, it is undeniable that the Hu family's botanical research has been very successful. However, these are just our guesses. Furthermore, my lord, I think we shouldn't continue investigating this matter. If the Hu family finds out, it won't do us any good." Gong Ruoliai nodded, then turned to the Bao spirit user beside him and said, "Ben Lei, what do you think?" "I'm talking about that Hu Hai. What do you think of his power?" The person that Gong Ruoliai called Ben Lei was actually his younger brother. His younger brother's talent in cultivation was much better than his own, and he was already a consolidating equipment stage powerhouse. This time, Gong Ruoliai was preparing for Gong Ben Lei to lead his men into the area that had been corroded by the destruction energy, to search for the source of the destruction energy. Gong Ben Lei said solemnly, "He's very strong. I have a feeling that he might have already reached the consolidating equipment stage. However, his aura is vague, and I can't be sure. However, he gives off a very dangerous feeling." Gong Ruoliai nodded and said, "Looks like we can bring him along. Alright, let's go back. You guys get ready, we'll set off in 3 days. This time, you must find out where the desolate desert came from. If it's natural, then it's fine, but if it's man-made, then this matter won't be simple." The few of them nodded in agreement, and followed Gong Ruoliai back to the city to prepare for the trip 3 days later. The next day, Hu Yulong and the others left the Shooting Sun City. As soon as they left the city, they immediately entered the dense forest. That night, they were picked up by the Hu family with the giant demonic blade. The next morning, the camp that Hu Yulong and the others stayed at last night was surrounded by a group of men in black. However, the other party could not find Hu Yulong and the others, so they could only retreat. However, this situation was found out by Zhao Hai. How could Zhao Hai let Hu Yulong and the others leave just like that? He was afraid that the other party would be impatient and attack Hu Yulong and the others. If that happened, Hu Yulong and the others would be in danger. Therefore, Zhao Hai deliberately let a small insect follow Hu Yulong and the others. When Hu Yulong and the others entered the giant demonic blade, the insect stayed behind and waited for them. Zhao Hai wanted to see if anyone would want to deal with Hu Yulong and the others, and he guessed right. Zhao Hai was not surprised by this result. All the countries in the Soul world wanted to obtain the method to govern the land of destruction. All the countries were researching it. Now that the Hu family had researched it, it was impossible for them to not want to snatch it and know what was going on. However, the Hu family was not easy to deal with. It was obviously unrealistic to want to attack the Hu family's botanical fort and snatch the method from them. The only way was to kidnap the Hu family and ask them about the method. This was the simplest and fastest way to know the answer. Zhao Hai was very clear that although the spores could be stored, the greed of the people was endless. After getting the spores, people would still want the method to refine the seeds. And this was because they didn't know that the beans and persimmon trees could also absorb destructive power. If they knew, they would certainly go crazy. Because of this, the Hu family would be in the most dangerous period of time. All of the Hu family's members outside might be in danger. Zhao Hai didn't know that the spores could be used to refine the seeds, but he didn't know that the spores could also absorb destructive power. Zhao Hai wanted to trace the origin of these black-robed men, but he couldn't. These black-robed men were all experts. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that these black-robed men didn't have any soul objects on their heads. Moreover, the power that they exuded was different from the other professions that Zhao Hai was familiar with. It was more similar to the power of destruction. Although Zhao Hai only sent a small insect, Zhao Hai was able to observe these people through the insect's eyes. At the same time, he could also determine the aura of these black-robed men through the insect's senses. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the aura of these people was very similar to the power of destruction. The insect was still some distance away from these black-robed men, but its vitality was draining at a speed several times faster than before. Only the power of destruction had this ability. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. As far as he knew, he was the only one in the soul realm who could control the power of destruction. So where did these people come from? Why would they have the power of destruction on them? Zhao Hai wanted to follow these people, but in the end, he didn't succeed. There was no other way, the vitality of the insect was too low. Not long after these black-robed men appeared, the insect's vitality was exhausted. Zhao Hai wanted to go out and find these black-robed men, but by the time he got there, the black-robed men had already disappeared. Zhao Hai impatiently returned to Shooting Sun City. However, he remembered this matter in his heart. Zhao Hai was very clear that this matter wouldn't just end like this. He would continue to investigate in the future. Because the Hu clan had left, Zhao Hai had steward and changed his room to a smaller one. He didn't want to live alone in such a big courtyard, it was really unreasonable. After resting for 2 days, it was finally time to depart. Zhao Hai carried his wooden box and walked out of his room. Just as he came out, he saw Stewardin walking over. Zhao Hai cupped his fist and said, "Stewardin, I'm ready. When do we depart?" Stewardin hurriedly said, "I was just about to inform you that we are about to set off." "Oh right, sir, are you really going to carry this wooden box?" "If I remember correctly, the wooden box will be corroded by the destructive force and can no longer be used." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any problems. I have natural energy protecting me, so the wooden box won't be damaged. I'm used to using a wooden box, so I won't be able to change it." Stewardin didn't say anything else, he just nodded and said, "All right, then come with me first." Zhao Hai nodded, then he followed Stewardin towards the city lord's mansion. Before long, they arrived at the city lord's mansion's hall. There were already 9 people in the hall, including the city lord, Gong Ruoliai. When Gong Ruoliai saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, he quickly cupped his fist and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, come. Let me introduce you to someone. This is my younger brother, Gong Ruoliai. He's the commander of this operation. I'll have to trouble Mr. during this operation." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Any team must have a commander. Otherwise, they would become scattered sand." After he said that, Zhao Hai turned to Gong Ruoliai and said, "I've seen Mr. Ben Lei. I'm Hu Hai." Gong Ruoliai saw Zhao Hai outside shooting Crystal City before, so he had some understanding of Zhao Hai's situation. Therefore, he opened his mouth and said, "Mr. is too polite. With Mr. accompanying us, we'll have a greater chance of success. Mr. is very experienced with the destructive force, so I hope that Mr. can give us some advice." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Mr. Ben Lei is too polite." Gong Ruoliai looked at the group and said, "Everyone, I'll have to trouble you this time. This operation is of great importance. I hope that you can find out the results. I'll leave it to you." Everyone said that they wouldn't dare. Gong Ruoliai spoke a few more words before leading the group to the city lord's mansion. Outside the mansion, there were several camel beasts. These camel beasts looked like camels, but they were bigger than camels. They were usually used by people who lived in the desert. Who would have thought that Gong Ruoliai would bring some camels this time? Gong Ruoliai looked at everyone and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you, but we've done some experiments in the City of Destruction. Ordinary oxen and horses wouldn't be able to survive for a long time. At most, they would be able to survive for 5 days before dying. However, camel beasts are different, they can survive for a month in the land of destruction. Because of this, I prepared some camel beasts for you. I hope that you can understand." Gong Ruoliai nodded and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you." Everyone nodded. This was what they should do. The camel beasts could live for a longer time in the land of destruction. To them, it was a good thing. Naturally, they wouldn't object. Gong Ruoliai pointed at the bags on the hunchbacked beast's back and said, "I've already prepared food and necessities for everyone. They're all in those bags. Everyone only has 1 month. If you still haven't found anything, then you can come back and replenish your supplies. Everyone, remember, this 1 month's time refers to the time it takes to come and go. Don't use up all of your time to come back. If you do, then I'm afraid that you won't be able to come back." Everyone nodded with a heavy expression. The people that Gong Ruoliai sent out this time were all consolidated equipment experts. They didn't want to die in the land of destruction. It would be best if they could come back alive. Gong Ruoliai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I'll leave the Shooting Sun City in your hands. I'll prepare some celebratory wine here and wait for your triumphant return." Everyone cupped their fists at Gong Ruoliai and left the Shooting Sun City with their camel beasts. When they reached the edge of the land of destruction north of the Shooting Sun City, Zhao Hai and the others got on the camel beasts and went straight into the land of destruction. They headed north. Although Gong Ruoliai was in charge of their operation this time, Gong Ruoliai was very clear that he couldn't ignore Zhao Hai's opinion. This was because among them only Zhao Hai understood the destructive force. Therefore, not long after they entered the land of destruction, Gong Ruoliai said to Zhao Hai, "Mister, can you feel where the destructive force is the strongest? I think that if there is a source for the power of destruction, the place with the strongest concentration should be the source of the power of destruction. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Mr. Benlei, you don't have to be polite. Just call me Little Hai. I still haven't felt the source of this destruction force. This destruction force is very weak, but it's continuous. This is very strange. I've been to the desolate desert before, and if the destruction force there is weak to this degree, then it wouldn't be able to expand. One must know that the reason why the desolate desert became like this was because the destruction force was too strong. But this place is different. I can't feel the destruction force here, but this weak destruction force is constantly expanding. This is what I find the most strange. Benlei smiled and said, you don't need to be polite. Gong Ruolei couldn't help but frown when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He said, Mister, do you mean that the destructive force doesn't have a source? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, the destructive force definitely has a source. But the source might be very far away from here. Moreover, the source might be guarded by something powerful. We might not be its opponent. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. When Gong Benlei heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, Mister, what do you mean by that? Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, I went to the Desolation Desert before because I wanted to study it. To be honest, I was very confident in myself at that time. But after entering the Desolation Desert, I realized how terrifying it was. Not only does the Desolation Desert have destruction force, there is also a very violent force that suppresses your strength. Moreover, the demonic beasts and plants in the Desolation Desert are very powerful. The deeper you go, the more powerful they become. But my innate sixth sense is very accurate, so after entering the Desolation Desert, I was able to avoid a lot of demonic beasts and plants. In the end, I was able to find a place where the destruction force was very strong. It was a sand dune the size of a small mountain. At that time, I wanted to go up the sand dune and see what was there. However, I felt that there was danger there, so I couldn't help but stop. But at that time, the sand dune suddenly moved and a huge lizard drilled out of the sand dune. No, it shouldn't be said that it drilled out of the sand dune, it should be said that it shook off the sand on its body. The sand dune was actually a huge lizard. I was startled and immediately retreated. But at this time, the lizard spat in my direction, and then a large amount of sand rolled towards me. Moreover, the force of the sand was even more powerful. To be honest, if it wasn't for my special plant soldier, then I would have died in the Desolation Desert. Even so, I was still seriously injured. In the end, I managed to escape the Desolation Desert and returned home, saving my little life. If I didn't have the Hu clan's secret medicine and a plant soldier, then I'm afraid that even if I managed to escape the desert, I would still be dead. Zhao Hai sighed and said, but at this time, the lizard spat in my direction, then a large amount of sand rolled towards me. Moreover, the force of the sand was very strong. To be honest, if it wasn't for my special plant soldier, then I would have died in the Desolation Desert. Even so, I was seriously injured. Gong Benlei and the others stared blankly at Zhao Hai's words. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such an experience. They can imagine how embarrassed Zhao Hai was at that time. This made their hearts heavy. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and couldn't help but laugh. He had no choice but to say this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to match his identity. Most importantly, he wanted to use Gong Benlei and the others to spread the news about the lizard. This way, when the people of the Sword Spirit Country enter the desolate desert and meet the lizard, they wouldn't doubt his identity. They would only think that what he said was true, that he was really Hu Hai and not Crane Field. After some time, Gong Benlei let out a long breath. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, because of this, Mr. thinks that there might be something watching over the source of the destructive force? Zhao Hai nodded and said, it's the same in the Desolation Desert. The demonic beasts and plants in the Desolation Desert all live in places with the densest destruction force. Because of this, I came to this conclusion. In short, everyone needs to be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Gong Benlei and the others nodded. At the same time, their hearts felt even heavier. Only now did they realize that this operation was much more difficult than they had imagined. However, what Gong Benlei and the others didn't expect was that after walking for 3 days, they didn't encounter any danger. This made them feel somewhat surprised. On the night of the third day, while they were resting, Gong Benlei couldn't help but ask Zhao Hai, what do you think is going on? We've already been in the land of destruction for 3 days, why hasn't there been any reaction? This isn't normal. Don't forget, although this place is called the land of destruction, it wasn't a land of destruction before. It used to be a fertile land, but after being invaded by the power of destruction, it became a land of destruction. Although it can be said that there would be some demonized animals and plants in the land of destruction, they were formed a long time ago. Some of these animals and plants adapted to the power of destruction and slowly absorbed it, turning them into demonized animals and plants. But here, the land of destruction has just been formed not long ago. I'm afraid that those demonized animals and plants haven't fully adapted to the power of destruction yet. Because of this, the probability of demonized animals and plants appearing here wouldn't be too high. Although there might be some, there wouldn't be a lot of them. Therefore, it's normal that we haven't seen them in a few days. Zhao Hai smiled and said, yes, the land of destruction has been formed for a long time. I'm afraid that those demonized animals and plants haven't fully adapted to the power of destruction. So it's normal that we wouldn't encounter them for a few days. Gong Benlei nodded, then he looked around and sighed, I know about this place. In the past, this place was famous for producing grains. The grains produced here were very famous in the Gonghan country. I didn't expect this place to become like this. What a pity, what a pity. Zhao Hai said, this is the reason why plant masters don't like the power of destruction. It's because the power of destruction destroys all life. This is what plant masters don't want to see the most. Gong Benlei sighed and didn't say anything else. His mood became even worse. Zhao Hai's words were from the perspective of a plant master, but he was speaking from the perspective of a citizen of Gonghan country. This was Gonghan country, for it to become like this, the ones who felt the most pain would be them. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly stared, then he snorted. Gong Benlei noticed Zhao Hai's expression. He looked at Zhao Hai and asked, what's wrong? Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, look up at the sky, the moon is very bright today. You should be able to see a black dot in the sky. If I'm not wrong, it should be a demonized animal, a demonized eagle or something like that. I'm afraid it has its eyes on us. Gong Benlei stared, then his expression changed as he looked towards the sky. Sure enough, it didn't take long before he saw a black dot hovering in the sky. This caused Gong Benlei's expression to change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, is there any way to take it down? Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Gong Benlei and said, is there any way to take it down? Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, it won't be that easy. Let's watch here first and see what it wants to do. It seems that we need to leave someone to keep watch tonight. This demonic beast shouldn't be that strong. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have attacked us by now. Gong Benlei nodded, then he immediately arranged the order of the night watch. Then everyone went to rest. But what they didn't expect was that they didn't encounter any attacks during the night. The hawk didn't attack them, and when dawn came, the hawk had already disappeared. But Gong Benlei didn't let his guard down. He was still cautious. At the same time, everyone's nerves were tense. Their speed of advancement had even slowed down. After walking for another day, Zhao Hai suddenly saw a black line in the distance. As soon as he saw the black line, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. Then he turned his head to Gong Benlei and said, Mr. Benlei, what's that black line in front of us? Is it a mountain? Gong Benlei looked ahead, then shook his head and said proudly, no, that's not a mountain. That's the city wall of our Gonghan country. Part of our country is in contact with the grasslands. In the past, when the people of the Wolf Spirit Kingdom weren't in chaos, they sometimes attacked our Gonghan country. Our Gonghan country spent more than 10 years to build this long city wall. The total length of this city wall is more than 1,000 miles. It's definitely the longest city wall in the Soul World. Since the construction of this city wall, our Gonghan country has never been attacked by the Wolf Spirit Kingdom. Zhao Hai listened to Gong Benlei's words in a daze. His heart was churning non-stop. 1,000 miles long city wall, this made him involuntarily think of the Great Wall. The pride of all the people, the thing that was hidden in the depths of his memory. Unfortunately, when Zhao Hai was on Earth, he was an otaku, so he didn't go to the Great Wall. But this didn't stop him from being proud of the Great Wall. He didn't think that he would see another Great Wall in the Soul World. Although it wasn't as long as the Great Wall of China, it was still enough to move Zhao Hai. He wanted to go and see it. This was a kind of complex, a kind of plot that was imprinted in the bones of the people. Thousands of years of foundation had caused the people to have a kind of complex in their bones, a trace of arrogance. If this kind of arrogance was lost, then he didn't deserve to be a China person. He only deserved to be a servant, a dog. If it was in the outside world, even if there was a great wall that was hundreds of thousands of miles long, Zhao Hai wouldn't care. This was because there were too many powerful people there. If they wanted to build a great wall that was hundreds of thousands of miles long, it wouldn't be very difficult. However, this was the Soul World. The strongest person in the Soul World was only at the Broken River stage. It was impossible for such a master to come forward to build a great wall. Even consolidated equipment stage masters wouldn't participate in the construction. It was still relying on ordinary people, and this was the greatness of the Great Wall. When Gong Benlei saw Zhao Hai's surprised look, he couldn't help but feel proud of himself. This Great Wall is the pride of our Gong Hun country. This Great Wall is not like the Great Sword of the Sword Spirit country, it's just a decoration. This Great Wall can really protect the people of our Gong Hun country, it's an existence that can block the disaster of war. Compared to the Great Sword of the Sword Spirit country, it's naturally much stronger. Zhao Hai nodded his head and said in a deep voice, I've seen an introduction of this Great Wall in a travel book at home. The travel book said that this Great Wall is the greatest existence in the Soul World. This time, when I go over, I want to take a good look at it. Gong Benlei laughed out loud and said, after we've dealt with the destruction energy, I'll invite Mr. over to take a good look. Let's go. After saying that, he patted the hunchbacked beast and ran forward. The others quickly followed. When the sky was completely dark, they finally arrived at the bottom of the Great Wall. After that, they found a place to climb up the Great Wall. However, once they were on the Great Wall, Zhao Hai didn't have the mood to admire the Great Wall. This was because the moment he was on the Great Wall, he could feel the destruction energy surging from outside the Great Wall. Inside the city, the destruction energy was very weak. However, it was different outside the city. The destruction energy outside the city was very strong. If the destruction energy inside the Great Wall was a gentle stream, then the destruction energy outside the Great Wall was an ocean. Moreover, it was a stormy ocean. Even Gong Benlei and the others, who didn't feel anything about the destruction energy, could feel the destruction energy outside the Great Wall. Their complexion changed. Gong Benlei turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, this is. Zhao Hai replied, the power of destruction, this is the true power of destruction. Mr. Benlei, I now understand why the Gong Hun nation's power of destruction was so weak, but it was still continuous. It's all because of the city walls. The city walls were like a dam, blocking the power of destruction. Although a trace of it was exposed, it didn't allow the power of destruction to reach the Gong Hun nation in a short period of time. The city walls have contributed a lot. Benlei nodded, then he said, it's because of the city walls. When Gong Benlei heard Zhao Hai, his complexion couldn't help but change. Then he looked at the Great Wall and said, Mister, is this true? Is the Great Wall really that useful? If it's really that useful, then why didn't the other countries use it? Didn't they also block the destruction energy? This pride, in my opinion, is also a kind of power, the power of faith. Just like how we plant masters believe in the God of nature, we can communicate with plants. Moreover, the more devout we believe in the God of nature, the easier it is for us to communicate with plants. This is actually a kind of power of faith. The people of the Bao Soul Nation are very proud of their city walls. Because of this power of faith, the city walls were able to withstand the destructive force. Otherwise, the destructive force would have engulfed the entire Bao Soul Nation. At that time, even if we wanted to save you, we wouldn't be able to. It can be said that the reason why the Bao Soul Nation was able to survive for so many days in Shooting Sun City was all thanks to the city walls. This is a precious treasure that the Bao Soul Nation has accumulated over the years. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, the Bao Soul Nation's people are very proud of their city walls. Because of this, the city walls were able to withstand the destructive force. Otherwise, the destructive force would have engulfed the entire Bao Soul nation. When that time comes, even if we wanted to save you, we wouldn't be able to. It can be said that the reason why the Bao Soul nation was able to survive for so many days in Shooting Sun City was all thanks to the city walls. Gong Benlei stared blankly. This was the first time he heard what Zhao Hai said. He had never heard about the power of faith, but looking at Zhao Hai's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. This made him not know how to react. Zhao Hai looked outside the city wall and said, Mr. Benlei, once we leave the city wall, we can find the source of the destruction force. In other words, our real challenge will begin tomorrow. However, I hope that Mr. Benlei can send someone back tomorrow to inform City Lord Gong about the situation here. I hope that City Lord Gong can immediately send some plant masters to bring some seeds and spores and plant them here. First, the city wall can absorb some of the destruction force. Second, these seeds can be used to create a vacuum of the destruction force. This way, the seeds can be planted all around the city wall so that there wouldn't be any destruction force. In that area, we can store some supplies and form a transit point. This way, we can set up a supply point here, allowing us to scout further outside the city. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Mr. Benlei, if we leave the city wall, then we can find the source of the destruction force. Gong Benlei didn't hesitate. He immediately said, all right, I'll send someone back tomorrow morning. This matter will be completed in the shortest time possible. You can rest assured. The night was silent, but there were a lot of people who couldn't sleep. This included Zhao Hai and Gong Benlei. Zhao Hai couldn't sleep because he was puzzled. He didn't understand why the Gong Hun country would have such a strong destructive force. The destructive force here wasn't any worse than the Desolation Desert. This was simply unimaginable. Even if this destructive force was buried deep underground, the outside world would still be able to sense it. It wouldn't be like this, where it suddenly appeared. This matter was too strange. On the other hand, Gong Benlei was thinking about Zhao Hai's words. He didn't think that the thing that would save them would be the city walls that the Gong Hun country was proud of. He also didn't think that the destructive force outside the city walls would be this strong. Even if he wasn't as sensitive as Zhao Hai, he could still feel the surging destructive force. This made him very surprised. The next morning, Gong Benlei immediately sent 2 people back to Shooting Sun City to inform Gong Ruolei about the situation here. At the same time, he also told the people in the city to quickly send people over and establish a transit station here. After sending the 2 people away, Gong Benlei and Zhao Hai directly left the city walls and entered the land that was being ravaged by the destructive force. This time, they didn't ride the camel beasts. This was because they knew that the camel beasts wouldn't be able to survive for a long time in the environment outside the city. After the group left the city, they immediately headed north. As Zhao Hai walked, he asked Gong Benlei, Mr. Benlei, what's behind us? Gong Benlei replied, it's the prairie. Then to the north is the ice field. The distance between here and the ice field is very short, only about 1,000 li. After that, we'll enter the ice field. You should know that it's a forbidden zone for life. It's too cold, so no one from the Ice Hun country has been there. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, I think that this destructive force couldn't have come from the prairie. It's very likely that it came from the ice field. It seems like we'll have to go to the ice field this time. When Gong Benlei heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, will the ice field affect you? When Zhao Hai heard Gong Benlei, he couldn't help but stare. He understood what Gong Benlei meant. When plant masters fight, they would be greatly affected by the environment. Therefore, Gong Benlei asked this question. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, it's fine. Although there will be some impact, it won't be too big. I had a fortuitous encounter in the Desert of Destruction and learned a fist technique. It's quite powerful. Even if I don't use plant soldiers, I'll still be able to fight. Gong Benlei nodded and said, that's good. But if we go forward, the environment will become worse. What do you think, mister? Zhao Hai said, I'll take care of the food. What we need to do now is to go to the depths of the ice field. Let's go. Gong Benlei turned his head to Zhao Hai and gave him a salute, thank you mister for your righteousness. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, there's no need to thank me. This isn't for Shooting Sun City, nor is it for the Gonghan country. It's for the entire human race, the entire soul realm. Your city wall has the blessing of faith power, but sooner or later, the power of faith will run out. Unless the people of the Gonghan country can still bless it with faith power. Otherwise, in less than 2 months, the city wall will collapse. Once the city wall collapses, the Gonghan country won't be the only one affected. Gong Benlei said solemnly, so that's how it is. It seems like we need to inform the people in our country about this situation, so that everyone can still be proud of the city wall. Only then will the city wall be able to hold on for a longer period of time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's also a way. It's best if we can do it. Gong Benlei didn't say anything else. He just followed Zhao Hai and walked forward. After a while, Zhao Hai had already activated his natural energy and ran forward quickly. Gong Benlei and the others quickly followed behind. They didn't say anything because they wanted to save some energy for the journey. A distance of over 1,000 li was really nothing to them. They were all consolidated equipment stage experts, and their speed was very fast. In about 5 hours, they had already crossed 1,000 li of grassland and entered the ice plains. As soon as they reached the edge of the ice plains, Zhao Hai stopped. He looked at the ice plains and said, I didn't guess wrongly. The source of the destructive energy is indeed in the ice plains. It seems like we have to go deeper into the ice plains. Mr. Benlei, I think it's best for us to go back first and make some preparations before going deeper into the ice plains. Otherwise, with our current situation, even if we go deeper into the ice plains, I'm afraid we won't be able to go far. Gong Benlei looked at the ice plains, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. In truth, the people of the Gonghan country had a natural fear of the ice plains. They were truly afraid of the ice plains. After all, the ice plains could devour their lives. From the founding of the Gonghan country till now, there were records of more than 100 explorations of the ice plains. Amongst them, there were more than 70 consolidated equipment stage experts who had explored the ice plains. Of these 70 explorations, without exception, all of them had failed. The scariest thing was that in these 70 explorations, the number of consolidated equipment stage experts who had died in the ice plains was as high as 56. Only 14 of them had returned alive to the Gonghan country. As for those consolidated equipment stage experts who had returned alive, they all had different degrees of frostbite. Some even had their fingers or toes frozen off, and some even had their ears and noses frozen off. It was precisely because of these statistics that the people of the Gonghan country had a natural fear of the ice plains. As such, in the past few decades, no one from the Gonghan country had dared to explore the ice plains. Gong Benlei nodded and said, Mr. is right. It's best for us to go back and prepare. Then we'll send 2 people back to deliver a letter and have them prepare warm clothes. Otherwise, with our current clothes, we won't be able to walk far in the ice field. Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then said solemnly, how about this, I'll stay here and keep an eye on the situation. If there are any changes, I'll immediately send a letter back. You guys go back and prepare some warm clothes. As soon as Gong Benlei heard Zhao Hai's words, his face changed, and he immediately said, no, definitely not. That's too dangerous. Zhao Hai shook his head, then he said, trust me, you should go back. I have some understanding of the power of destruction. You can go back, there's no need to worry about me. Gong Benlei shook his head and said, no. It's precisely because of Mr.'s understanding of the power of destruction that we can't let Mr. stay here. If something happens to you, then we wouldn't be able to find anyone who understands the power of destruction. Therefore, Mr. must return with us. You absolutely cannot stay here, absolutely cannot. Gong Benlei shook his head and said, all right. Zhao Hai looked at Gong Benlei's resolute expression, then he could only nod helplessly. Actually, he didn't stay here to observe the environment. He wanted to wait for Gong Benlei and the others to return to the ice plains. But now, it seems like his plan was impossible. When Gong Benlei saw Zhao Hai nod, he relaxed. He was now afraid that something would happen to Zhao Hai. This was because he could see from Zhao Hai's performance that Zhao Hai's position in the Hu clan wasn't ordinary. If something happened to Zhao Hai, then they wouldn't be able to explain it to the Hu clan. Therefore, he couldn't let Zhao Hai stay here. Everyone turned around and returned. When they returned, it only took them 4 hours. This was also the mentality of most people. Going back was always faster than going forward. When they returned to the city wall, they were relieved. To be honest, being in a place full of destruction energy made them feel very uncomfortable. No matter what profession they were, they couldn't use the power of destruction. Because of this, they felt uncomfortable all over. Moreover, their strength was being drained very quickly, but they couldn't replenish it. This was the most terrible thing. Zhao Hai and the others didn't know what to do next. After returning to the city wall, the sky was already dark. However, Gong Banlei didn't have time to rest. He immediately sent 2 people to Shooting Sun City. He wanted the city to prepare some clothes to resist the cold. The team had a total of 11 people. Now that 4 of them were sent away, only 7 were left. The 7 of them rested behind the city wall. Although there was also the power of destruction here, it wasn't very strong. They could still recover some of their strength. For them, this was very important. The next morning, after everyone got up, the first thing they did was to go to the city wall and look at the situation outside. Fortunately, although the power of destruction was still very strong, it wasn't any different from yesterday. It didn't get stronger or weaker. For them, this wasn't good news, but it wasn't bad news either. Everyone came down from the city wall and ate some dried meat and drank some water. Then they recovered their strength. In this place, they felt that the power they absorbed couldn't compare to the power they consumed. Because of this, they were able to recover as much as they could. In the next few days, they had been waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Soon, reinforcements arrived. It only took 3 days for a 100-man team to arrive. This 100-man team had a total of 300 hunchbacked beasts. On the backs of these hunchbacked beasts, there were many things piled on top of the heavy shelves. Zhao Hai didn't know who the leader of this team was. However, when Gong Banlei saw this person, he couldn't help but be startled. This was because he knew who this person was. This person was a famous expert of the Gonghan country. He was a void realm expert called Lei Zhenbua. When Gong Banlei saw Lei Zhenbua, he immediately went to greet him and said, "Sir, why did you come personally? You can have them send us some supplies." Lei Zhenbua smiled faintly and said, "If you can come, then why can't I? Not only did I come this time, I'm also going to enter the ice field with you. I brought everything you need. Let's have them prepare everything. 1 day should be enough. Let's rest for a while before we enter the ice field." Gong Banlei nodded, then he turned to Lei Zhenbua and said, "Sir Lei, let me introduce you. This is the Hu clan's Hu Hai. He's here to help us. Mr. Hu Hai is very knowledgeable about the power of destruction." Lei Zhenbua turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. He carefully sized up Zhao Hai before he said, "I've heard about Mr.'s matter." "Great, very great. I want to thank Mr. here. On behalf of the Gonghan country, I want to thank Mr." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Mr. Lei is too polite. This is what I should do." Upon hearing how Zhao Hai addressed Lei Zhenbua, Gong Banlei couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. Although he respected Zhao Hai, he still felt that Zhao Hai was wrong this time. Although Zhao Hai was a great help to the Gonghan country, Lei Zhenbua was a void realm expert. In front of such an expert, Gong Banlei should at least address him as Sir and not Mr. This was clearly a mistake. This was something that wasn't allowed in the continent. Just as Gong Banlei was about to remind Zhao Hai, Lei Zhenbua laughed and said, "I think Mr. Hu Hai is too polite. With Mr.'s strength, you actually came to support my Gonghan country. Moreover, you didn't hesitate to come to the front lines. This Lei admires you." Boom. Lei Zhenbua's words were like a clap of thunder, exploding in the ears of Gong Banlei and the others. They knew what Lei Zhenbua's words meant. Lei Zhenbua's words meant that Zhao Hai had the same strength as him. This was too shocking. Lei Zhenbua was a void realm expert. In other words, Zhao Hai was also a void realm expert? How is this possible? Gong Banlei and the others stared at Zhao Hai with their mouths agape. They could not tell that Zhao Hai was a void realm expert. This was just too shocking. Lei Zhenbua looked at Gong Banlei and the others. He understood why they were so surprised, but he did not say anything. It was not that Gong Ben Lei and the others could not be blamed for their poor eyesight. It was just that Zhao Hai had hidden his strength too well. If not for the fact that Zhao Hai was so calm and confident right in front of him, he would not have believed that Zhao Hai was actually a Void Realm expert. After all, every Void Realm expert had a powerful aura about them. Even if they did not intentionally release their aura, it would still affect others. This was especially so for those ordinary professionals who had yet to reach the consolidating equipment stage. For Zhao Hai to be so calm after seeing him, there was only one explanation. Zhao Hai was a Void Realm expert of the same level as him. After that, Lei Zhenbo discovered that although on the surface Zhao Hai did not seem to have reached the consolidating equipment stage, but his strength always gave him a feeling that he could not see through. It was as if what he saw was just an illusion, and behind this illusion, there were many things hidden. It was because of this discovery that Lei Zhenbo believed that Zhao Hai was a Void Realm expert of the same level as him. When Zhao Hai heard Lei Zhenbo's words, he knew that Lei Zhenbo had discovered his strength. He did not stand on ceremony and just smiled faintly. "Mister, you are too polite. This time, this matter concerns the entire soul world. How could I not come?" This was no doubt admitting that Lei Zhenbo's words were correct. He was indeed a Void Realm expert. With Zhao Hai's admission, Gong Ben Lei and the others shuddered. At the same time, they broke out in cold sweat. They kept thinking if they had offended Zhao Hai in some way. If that was the case, then they would be in big trouble. Luckily, after thinking for a long time, they did not think that they had been rude to Zhao Hai. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Then Zhao Hai and Lei Zhenbo exchanged pleasantries for a while before the two found a place to chat. On the other hand, Lei Zhenbo and the others didn't dare to disturb the two. Among the people present, only Zhao Hai and Lei Zhenbo were the strongest. How would they dare to disturb the two? Among the people who came with Lei Zhenbo, there were a lot of plant masters. The number of plant masters alone reached 50 people. When they dismounted from the camel beast, they immediately took out some seeds and planted them everywhere. Then they used nature energy to stimulate the growth of the plants. Before long, the plants grew. These plants were grass and fungi. They planted these plants in a circular shape. After the plants grew, Zhao Hai and the others who were in the center of the circle could no longer feel the destructive force. On the contrary, nature energy appeared, making everyone's strength recover faster. Lei Zhenbo looked at the situation and said, "Mister's method is very useful. Now that we have a base here, how about we go to the city and take a look at it?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." Then he led Lei Zhenbo and their figures flashed as they appeared on the city wall. Lei Zhenbo was a weapon soul, but he wasn't a Bao soul. His soul weapon was a spear. Lei Zhenbo was a sky dance expert, his perception towards energy was very keen. Therefore, when he felt the destructive force outside the city, his expression couldn't help but change. After some time, Lei Zhenbo let out a long breath and said, "I didn't expect the situation to be this serious. It seems like if we can't destroy the source of the destructive force, then we'll be in trouble." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This is the best time to destroy the source of the destructive force. If magic beasts and plants appear after some time, then it would be even more difficult to deal with." Lei Zhenbo nodded and said, "Mister is right, now is the best time." Zhao Hai replied, "I'll be heading to the ice field tomorrow. I want to see where this destructive force came from and why it suddenly appeared. This matter is too strange." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll be heading to the ice field tomorrow. I want to see where this destructive force came from." Lei Zhenbo nodded, "It's true. Not only Mr., but many people from the Gonghan nation also feel that this matter is very strange. Therefore, this old man came here. Now that the old fellows of the Gonghan nation have started to move, I'm afraid it won't be long before they arrive here. When the time comes, it will be even more lively." Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "That's for the best. I always had a feeling that things wouldn't go smoothly this time. If the destructive force was really man-made, then the other party must have been prepared for it. Our situation would be even more difficult." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Lei Zhenbo stared blankly, then his complexion changed as he said, "Mister, do you think that the sudden eruption of destructive power was caused by someone?" Do you have any evidence? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, there's no evidence, it's just a feeling. Moreover, to be honest, I've seen the destructive force in the Desolation Desert. The destructive force there is similar to the one outside the city. However, the source of the destructive force is buried underground. Although I don't know how deep it is buried, it certainly isn't shallow. In that case, the destructive force in the Desolation Desert was still very strong. This shows that the destructive force's penetrative ability is very strong. Even if it's buried underground, it would still be released. Therefore, the appearance of the destructive force in the Gonghan Nation is very strange. If the destructive force was really buried underground, then why did it suddenly erupt? Moreover, it's on such a large scale, it's too unreasonable. Therefore, I think that someone might be behind this. Of course, this is just my guess, I'm not sure. When Lei Zhenbo heard Zhao Hai, his complexion couldn't help but change. In the end, he opened his mouth and said, it's still too early to say this. Let's find the source of the destructive force first. If this matter is really man-made, then it might be related to the destroyer. Then this matter would be even bigger. Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, I also know what it means if this matter is man-made. Therefore, I also hope that it's not man-made. Lei Zhenbo nodded and didn't say anything. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. The two of them returned to the city. At this time, the things on the hunchbacked beast's back had all been unloaded. There was a lot of food and of course, there were also a lot of things to keep warm. Most of them were beast skins, the best of the best. These beast skins would normally be made into beautiful coats for the nobles to wear. But now, they were made into all kinds of bulky and unattractive clothes and were casually piled on the ground. By the time everyone was ready, it was already very late. After everyone ate something, they went to sleep. The next morning, after everyone woke up, they immediately started to pack their things. Everyone had a set of clothes, and they were all packed in large leather bags. At the same time, they also packed their dry food and water, and even some strong alcohol. In addition to these things, there were also some pills. These pills were all high-grade and were of the fire attribute. Eating them would not only make one feel warm, but it could also restore one's spiritual qi. These things weren't something that ordinary people could get their hands on. In addition to these, there were also some fire attribute plants. These plants were cleverly made into clothes. When worn, not only were they very warm, they were also very light. Many of these clothes were made by the Hu clan. Everyone wore these clothes inside. Suddenly, everyone carried a few big bags and set out. This time, there were a total of 10 people, led by Zhao Hai and Lei Zhenbo. Naturally, Gong Banlei also followed. After the group left the city, they immediately moved forward. This time, because they were carrying a lot of things, it took them about 6 hours to reach the edge of the ice field. After arriving, they didn't rush to enter the ice field. Instead, they rested at the edge of the ice field for a day. The next morning, everyone wore heavy clothes and officially entered the ice field. Zhao Hai felt very strange. The boundary between the ice field and the prairie was too obvious. It was as if one step into the prairie and the next step into the ice field. This was very unusual. However, it was clear that Lei Zhenbo and the others didn't find this strange. They thought that this was very normal because the ice field had always been like this. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, so he followed Lei Zhenbo and the others into the ice field. After entering the ice field, Zhao Hai understood why Gong Banlei's expression changed when he talked about the ice field. This was because the ice field was very terrifying, its degree of terror was beyond their imagination. Upon entering the ice field, one would feel the cold wind blowing against one's face. This cold wind was like a knife, constantly cutting one's face. Moreover, this cold could be said to be pervasive. Even if it was just a needle hole on one's skin, it would be magnified by the cold wind, causing one to feel cold all over. Terrifying, too terrifying. Zhao Hai could feel the extreme cold. However, Zhao Hai didn't feel any fear. On the contrary, he felt that this was an opportunity. Before, when he was in the desolate desert, he experienced the sandstorm. Because of this, he was able to comprehend the sandstorm fist. And now, in this extremely cold environment, Zhao Hai was able to gain some insights. He felt that in the ice field, the cold was the greatest weapon, while the cold light was the greatest support. His speed wasn't very fast. Moreover, it seems like they wouldn't be able to find the source of the destructive force in a short period of time. Because of this, Zhao Hai released his spiritual force. He began to use his spiritual force and thought force to come in contact with the cold light. While moving forward, Zhao Hai was also comprehending the cold. This wasn't the first time he did this, so it was very easy for him to do it. Additionally, his spiritual force was very strong. After obtaining the biological brain, his spiritual force was much stronger than before. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to move forward while comprehending the cold. Time passed by quickly. Zhao Hai didn't know how much time had passed before he finally comprehended the cold force. When he comprehended the cold force, he couldn't feel the cold outside. He even felt very comfortable. If he didn't want to be treated as a madman by Lei Zhenbo and the others, he would have taken off his thick clothes. However, this feeling was suppressed by Zhao Hai. Then he felt the changes in his surroundings. Before long, he discovered that the destructive force in the surroundings had changed. The destructive force here was much stronger compared to the prairie. Zhao Hai looked at Lei Zhenbo and the others. Lei Zhenbo and the others were currently rushing forward with their heads down. From the frost on their faces, it seems like they have been in the ice field for at least 4 hours. Zhao Hai calculated their speed. But in the end, he had to admit that their distance in the ice field wasn't very far. From the time they entered the ice field until now, they had traveled at most 50 li. For people like them, traveling 20 li in 4 hours could be considered as the speed of a tortoise. However, there was no other way. In this environment, they could only travel at this speed. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't. This was because the others weren't able to comprehend the cold force like Zhao Hai. As they walked, they had to use their own strength to resist the cold. To be able to reach this speed was already very good. In this environment, it seems like everyone's brain was numb from the cold. Zhao Hai looked at the others. They seemed to have completely forgotten what they came here for. Perhaps the only thing left in their minds was the word hurry. Even if they forgot, Zhao Hai wouldn't. Zhao Hai looked at the situation around him. At the same time, he felt the destructive force in the surroundings. It seemed like the destructive force here had been strengthened by the cold, making it even more difficult to deal with. However, there was one thing that Zhao Hai was certain about. It was that the destructive force here was much stronger than the one they felt in the prairie. In other words, the destructive force here was even stronger than the one they felt in the Desert of Destruction. In the Desert of Destruction, only the Great Demon Blade had the strongest destructive force. And this place wasn't the source of the destructive force. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He didn't know where this destructive force came from. One must know that the destructive force in the desert came from the giant demon blades. And the giant demon blades had traction crystals. In other words, if the destructive force was stronger than the one in the desert, then one would need to have a traction crystal that exceeded the total amount of the giant demon blades. And such a large piece of traction crystal could be considered a rare treasure. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the giant demon blades would be able to produce such a strong destructive force. The giant demon blades also had traction crystals. However, Zhao Hai also knew that they were still some distance away from the source of the destructive force. At the same time, he was also worried. If this destructive force was really man-made, then the source wouldn't let them destroy it so easily. They would surely find a way to deal with them. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a plop sound. This sound was very muffled, one wouldn't be able to hear it if they didn't pay attention. Zhao Hai stopped, then he shouted, "Be careful, there's a situation." Zhao Hai's shout made the people who were numb from the cold react. Everyone stopped and looked at Zhao Hai in a daze. But then Lei Zhenbo woke up. With his strength, he was the first to wake up. Lei Zhenbo's expression changed. Then he turned his head towards the direction of the sound and said, "It seems like there's a large beast running. Be careful, it might be a snow bear. And from this sound, it might be a pack of snow bears." Gong Ben Lei and the others also woke up at this time. However, their expressions were very bad. Although they woke up, they couldn't help but feel frightened when they thought about the previous situation. They couldn't help but feel frightened. This was because they felt as if they were possessed. They didn't think about anything else, they only thought about moving forward. This was very dangerous. If they couldn't recover, then once their energy was exhausted, they might freeze to death. However, they didn't say anything. They knew that it was useless to say anything right now. Everyone stopped and took out their weapons as they looked towards the direction of the sound. Not long after, a group of white bears appeared in their line of sight. Of course, this wasn't what surprised them. What really surprised them was that there were actually people riding on the backs of these white bears. This was a group of cavalry wearing snow-white armor, snow-white cloaks, and snow-white light tassels on their helmets. They held snow-white spears in their hands, and on their spears were snow-white triangular flags. Because the snow bears and the cavalry were all white, and Xianxia and the others' eyes had been stimulated by the snow-white world of the icefield, they were about to lose their resolution. Therefore, when the snow bear cavalry got close to them, Xianxia and the others noticed them. The snow bear cavalry didn't stop, nor did they say anything. When they appeared in Xianxia's line of sight, they had already leveled their spears. Moreover, all of them were in a charging posture. Upon seeing the other party make a move, everyone's expression changed. However, they were all experienced people, so they immediately spread out. The distance between each other was very big. They also held their weapons as they stared at the cavalry. However, Zhao Hai just stood there and frowned as he looked at the cavalry. Others might not have noticed, but Zhao Hai did. He discovered that the cavalry didn't have any vitality, but they also didn't have any death aura. In other words, these cavalry weren't living creatures, they were more like machines. On the contrary, the snow bears that the cavalry rode were alive. Zhao Hai could feel a strong vitality coming from them. But what's going on with the cavalry? Why did they look like this? Zhao Hai scanned them with his spiritual force. He discovered that these cavalry were indeed people, but their faces were expressionless. Moreover, their eyes were lifeless. They looked more like dead people than living people. But Zhao knew that these cavalry soldiers weren't dead. Dead people would have death chi on their bodies, but these cavalry soldiers didn't. They didn't have death chi on their bodies, so they weren't dead. In other words, they weren't humans at all. Seeing these cavalry, Zhao Hai didn't know why, but he couldn't help but think of the humanoid bodies that were controlled by the little people. These cavalry were very similar. But unfortunately, Zhao Hai's spiritual force couldn't see through their bodies. At this time, the snow bear cavalry were very close to them. Zhao Hai didn't take out his weapon. He knew that any plant would be affected in this environment. He might as well use his new extreme cold fist intent. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai didn't take out his weapon. Instead, he clenched his fist and coldly looked at the cavalry. At this time, Xianxia took out his weapon. It was a long spear. This long spear was about 2 meters long. It had a black shaft and a blood-red tassel. The spearhead was bright and beautiful. After taking out his spear, Xianxia turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. When he saw that Zhao Hai didn't take out his weapon, he couldn't help but stare. Then he remembered that Zhao Hai was a plant master. No matter how strong a plant master was, they would still be affected in this environment. If they took out their plant soldiers, then their plant soldiers might freeze to death. Thinking of this, Xianxia's expression couldn't help but change. He stepped in front of Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, step back. Leave this to us." He smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Lei, you can rest assured. I don't care about these cavalry, but you have to be careful. If you attack their bodies, it might not be very useful. It's best if you attack their heads, and it's best if you break their heads. Of course, you also have to pay attention to the snow bears they're riding on. If you hurt their bodies, don't be complacent, they might attack you later." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I don't care about these cavalry. But you have to be careful." Xianxia stared. At this time, the cavalry had already rushed over. At the same time, Zhao Hai's body flashed as he faced one of the cavalry. When the cavalry saw Zhao Hai, he stopped holding his spear and kept adjusting his angle. However, Zhao Hai wasn't naive enough to think that this was all the cavalry could do. Zhao Hai's figure gently swayed. Every time he swayed, he would change his center of gravity. This was so that the cavalry wouldn't be able to predict his next move. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that the cavalry was actually able to predict his next move. At the same time, the cavalry's spear kept adjusting its angle. Zhao Hai had a feeling that no matter what direction he dodged, the cavalry's spear would still pierce his body. Zhao Hai felt that this was very interesting. One must know that when two people fight, it wasn't just about who had more energy or whose moves were more exquisite. They were also competing on one's brain. If two people fought with the same moves and strength, and one was smart while the other was stupid, then the stupid one wouldn't be able to beat the smart one. This was the use of the brain. On the other hand, although Zhao Hai hadn't fought with the cavalry yet, the adjustments that they made before the fight was a battle of brains. The result was that both sides were evenly matched. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He felt that this was very interesting. Then he stopped moving and lowered his body into a horse stance. At the same time, he let out a loud roar and threw out a simple punch. The target of this punch was the tip of the cavalry's spear. Don't underestimate Zhao's punch. His punch blocked all of the spear's attack routes, forcing the knight's spear to meet him head-on. It can be said that Zhao and the knight's battle of wits was a draw. Now, all that was left was the battle of strength. When the cavalry realized that he couldn't avoid Zhao Hai's punch, he stopped moving his spear and directly thrust it towards Zhao Hai's fist. The tip of the spear flashed with white light. Boom! Zhao Hai's fist and the cavalry's spear collided. One side was a fist and the other side was a spear. Normally, in such a collision, only the fist would be at a disadvantage. However, the reality was different. When Zhao Hai's fist collided with the cavalry's spear, the energy overflowed. Zhao Hai didn't suffer any losses, but he was also pushed back by the spear. He slid back for nearly 100 meters before stopping. Of course, this was also because the ground was very slippery. The cavalry wasn't any better. He, along with his mount, slid back. However, his mount was a snow bear. The snow bear had sharp claws. When it slid back, its claws grabbed the ice, leaving 2 deep ice grooves. In the end, it only slid back for more than 10 meters before stopping. Just as the knight was about to launch another attack and raised his spear, the snow bear and the knight's bodies were covered in ice. The ice grew bigger and bigger until a thick layer of ice appeared on the knight and the snow bear's bodies. The knight and the snow bear were sealed in ice. Zhao Hai looked at the ice sculptures of the man and the bear. He knew that it was impossible for them to break free from the ice and attack him. This was because they were already dead. Zhao Hai's cold fist energy had already invaded their bodies, destroying their vitality. It was impossible for them to come back to life. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the others. When he saw them, Zhao Hai was slightly relieved. Although Gong Benlei and the others were at a disadvantage, they were still able to hold on. On the other hand, Lei Zhenbo was fighting with the cavalry. The cavalry had several injuries on his body, but he still continued to attack Lei Zhenbo. Zhao Hai even saw that the cavalry's chest was pierced by Lei Zhenbo. However, the cavalry's attack didn't stop. Lei Zhenbo was now looking at the cavalry in shock. Normal people wouldn't be able to survive after being injured like the cavalry, let alone being able to attack. However, the cavalry was still attacking. His injuries didn't seem to have any effect on him. Most importantly, there was no blood flowing out of his wounds. Lei Zhenbo recalled Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai said that these cavalrymen weren't easy to deal with. The best way to deal with them was to directly attack their heads. If they attacked other parts of their bodies, then the cavalrymen would still be able to attack them. Facts proved that Zhao Hai was right, these cavalrymen were indeed difficult to kill. Zhao Hai looked at Lei Zhenbo, he knew that Lei Zhenbo would be fine. Although the cavalryman wasn't weak, he still had no chance of winning against Lei Zhenbo. Lei Zhenbo's strength was still very strong, so Zhao Hai decided to help the others. Zhao Hai discovered that his extreme cold fist energy was more effective in this environment. Because of this environment, his fist energy's might was doubled. Because of this, he was able to freeze a cavalryman into a popsicle. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared behind a cavalryman. Then he sent a punch towards the cavalryman. The cavalryman's reaction speed couldn't be described as slow. His hand moved, and the iron plate at the end of his spear struck towards Zhao Hai's fist. However, Zhao Hai didn't dodge. Instead, he struck the iron plate. In an instant, the cavalryman turned into an ice sculpture. Then Zhao Hai rushed towards another cavalryman. At this time, Lei Zhenbo also reacted. Now wasn't the time for him to test these cavalrymen. He roared as his spear pierced the cavalryman's head. However, what surprised Lei Zhenbo was that his spear didn't pierce the cavalryman's head. Instead, the cavalryman's head was shaken by this attack. Then he fell on the back of the snow bear and died. When Lei Zhenbo saw that the cavalryman had died, he thought that everything would be fine. Then he prepared to help the others. But at this time, a shocking scene occurred. Lei Zhenbo saw the cavalryman slowly melting. That's right, Lei Zhenbo saw the cavalryman melting in front of him. Bit by bit, the cavalryman's body slowly disappeared. The cavalryman's spear also slowly disappeared. But at this time, the snow bear suddenly changed. The snow bear issued an earth-shattering roar. Then the knight's armor slowly covered the snow bear's body. The snow bear's eyes also slowly turned red. At the same time, the knight's spear slowly appeared on the snow bear's back. It wasn't pointing towards the sky, but rather towards the snow bear's back. Only half a meter long spearhead could be seen on the snow bear's head. The snow bear's transformation was completely out of Lei Zhenbo's expectations. He really couldn't understand why the snow bear had become like this. While he was in a daze, the snow bear had already started attacking him. Lei Zhenbo's figure flashed, the spear in his hand moved. Like a viper coming out of its hole, it went straight towards the snow bear's head. The spear was as fast as lightning. Lei Zhenbo was very confident in his spear. However, Lei Zhenbo quickly understood that being confident didn't mean that he would succeed. Lei Zhenbo was confident in his spear, but the snow bear's reaction was beyond his expectations. The snow bear lowered its head and its body swayed. The spearhead that was sticking out of its head actually blocked Lei Zhenbo's spear, causing Lei Zhenbo's confident spear to fail. Lei Zhenbo was stunned for a moment. He had not expected that the seemingly clumsy snow bear would be able to react so nimbly at this moment. It had actually been able to block his fatal shot. While Lei Zhenbo was in a daze, the snow bear launched an attack. The snow bear rushed forward and slapped its paw towards Lei Zhenbo. No matter what, Lei Zhenbo was a spatial dance stage powerhouse, and he was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His body flashed, and he dodged the snow bear's attack. The spear in his hands danced, piercing towards the snow bear. When Lei Zhenbo clashed with the snow bear, he realized how difficult it was to deal with. Due to the knight's armor, the snow bear's defense was extremely shocking. Although Lei Zhenbo was able to break through the armor, the snow bear's own defense was extremely strong as well. If he wanted to kill it with a single stab, it would not be an easy task. However, although the snow bear was not weak, it was at most equivalent to a consolidating equipment stage powerhouse. The only difference was that its defense was slightly higher, but it was still far from being able to deal with Lei Zhenbo. Soon, the snow bear was stabbed a few times by Lei Zhenbo's spear, and finally, Lei Zhenbo stabbed it in the head, killing it instantly. After dealing with the snow bear, Lei Zhenbo looked at the battlefield again. This time, Lei Zhenbo couldn't help but stare. This was because there were a lot of ice sculptures on the battlefield. Lei Zhenbo roughly counted more than 20 of them. At this time, Zhao Hai's face was calm, as he continued attacking the remaining cavalry soldiers. This time, the number of cavalry soldiers that had attacked them was not many, only 50. By now, half of them had already been frozen into ice sculptures by Zhao Hai. Lei Zhenbo started for a moment, but he continued attacking with all his might. Soon, the 50 cavalry soldiers were all dealt with. Although the cavalry soldiers were dealt with, Gong Ben Lei and the rest were also injured. In such an environment, being injured was definitely a matter of life and death. In the end, Lei Zhenbo could only order Gong Ben Lei and the rest to leave the ice plains, leaving him and Zhao Hai to continue exploring the ice plains. Originally, Gong Ben Lei wouldn't agree. However, Lei Zhenbo wasn't Zhao Hai. Lei Zhenbo's position in the Gonghan nation was much higher than Gong Ben Lei. Therefore, Gong Ben Lei's words were useless. In the end, he could only leave. After Gong Ben Lei and the others left, Lei Zhenbo went to Zhao Hai's side. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, mister. If it weren't for you, then we would have been in danger. Mister, have you seen these cavalry soldiers? Otherwise, how did you know that they can only attack the head?" Zhao Hai replied, I've seen them in the desert of destruction. However, I've only seen corpses, I haven't seen any living ones. When I saw these cavalry soldiers before, I felt that they were very strange. Look at them, they are very strong. However, they don't have any signs of life. In this world, besides the dead, how could there be no signs of life? Because of this, I thought of a corpse that I saw in the desert of destruction. Alright, I'll let you see the bodies of these cavalry soldiers and you'll understand what's going on. After he said that, Zhao Hai went to the side of an ice cavalry soldier. Then he placed his hand on the ice sculpture. Slowly, the ice on the sculpture disappeared. Then the man and the bear fell to the ground, completely devoid of any signs of life. Then Zhao Hai reached out and grabbed the cavalry soldier on the bear's back. He wanted to pull him down. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, the cavalry soldier seemed to have grown on the bear's back. He seemed to be connected to the bear. When he pulled the cavalry soldier, the bear also moved. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he understood. He took off the cavalry soldier's armor. After taking it off, he discovered that the cavalry soldier didn't have any legs at all. The two legs that looked like legs didn't have anything inside. The cavalry soldier's body actually grew directly on the bear's back. Half of a person's upper body was on the bear's back. No matter how one looked at it, it was very strange. Zhao Hai just glanced at it. Then he touched the cavalry soldier's head. Finally, he extended his hand to the cavalry soldier's eyes and pressed them down. With this, the cavalry soldier's face turned over, revealing a small cabin inside. Inside this cabin was a small humanoid corpse. It was similar to the corpse that Zhao Hai saw in the destroyer. At this time, Lei Zhenbo stared blankly at the corpse. When he saw the small corpse inside the head, Lei Zhenbo was shocked speechless. Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he looked at Lei Zhenbo and said, This is the reason why I said that attacking their bodies is useless. The only way is to attack their heads. When I was in the desert of destruction, I saw a destroyed destroyer battleship. I saw a corpse inside the battleship and discovered this secret. At this time, Lei Zhenbo sobered up. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, So these people are the destroyers? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I don't know if these people are the destroyers or not. But I do know that although there are people in the destroyers' battleships, they are actually the same as the cavalry. They are just shells. The ones who really command the operation of the battle are these little people. Lei Zhenbo nodded, then he said, Who else knows about this secret? Zhao Hai replied, Of course the Hu family knows about it. But other people might not know. I can't tell them. After all, this matter isn't small. Now that these little people are here, it seems like Gong Hun country's matter has a lot to do with the destroyers. What do you think? Do you want to explore the inside? Oh right, I forgot to ask Gong Ben Lei and the rest to bring this news back. Lei Zhenbo thought for a moment, then he said, You stay here first, they haven't gone far. I'll catch up with them and have them bring this news back. Then we'll come back and explore the ice field. This matter isn't just a matter of Gong Hun country, it's related to the entire Soul Realm. We can't underestimate it. Zhao Hai nodded. He understood why Lei Zhenbo sent Gong Ben Lei and the others away. Lei Zhenbo wanted to ask him why he knew so much about the cavalry soldiers. Now that he understood, he found out that the matter was beyond his imagination. Therefore, he needed to make a response. Lei Zhenbo looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. Then his figure moved and immediately went towards the direction where Gong Ben Lei and the others left. It didn't take long before he caught up with them and told them to bring the news back as fast as possible. After that, he immediately returned to the place where the battle took place. Zhao Hai was waiting there. After Lei Zhenbo came back, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, if we continue to go inside, there might be some dangers. Do you agree? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I agree, of course I agree. This matter is related to the entire Soul Realm, how can I not agree? Actually, last time I wanted to explore the ice field, but Mr. Ben Lei and the others didn't agree, so I had to give up. But this time, Mr. Lei is accompanying me, so I'm naturally happy. Lei Zhenbo nodded and said, Alright, then I'll go with Mr. to explore the ice field. I want to see what's in the ice field that can release such a powerful destructive force. After he said that, his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at the ice field. Lei Zhenbo didn't think of this matter as serious before, but now he began to pay attention to it. There was no other way, he couldn't ignore it, this matter was too important. Zhao Hai looked at Lei Zhenbo's appearance and couldn't help but smile. Lei Zhenbo's current appearance was a bit like he was ready to die. This made Zhao Hai think highly of him. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just packed up his things and carried his animal skin bag on his back. Then he walked forward. Lei Zhenbo did the same as Zhao Hai. This time, the two didn't say anything and just walked forward silently. After walking for more than an hour, they suddenly heard footsteps in front of them. Along with these footsteps, the ground began to shake. This made Zhao Hai and Lei Zhenbo tense up. The two put down their bags and looked towards the direction of the sound. Lei Zhenbo listened carefully and then said, "There are at least 500 people coming here. Moreover, there are several large animals among them. These animals are definitely bigger than snow bears. It seems like they're serious this time. Damn, if it weren't for the destructive force here, I would have flown over to see what's going on." Zhao Hai and Lei Zhenbo nodded and said, "There are at least 500 people coming here. Moreover, there are several large animals among them. These animals are definitely larger than snow bears." The reason why Lei Zhenbo said this was because in places where the destructive force was too strong, Skydance realm professionals wouldn't be able to fly. This was because flying would waste a lot of their energy. If they were in other places, then they could directly absorb energy to replenish their energy. But in this place, it was impossible for them to do so. Moreover, if they were to fly in a place with too much destructive force, then it was very likely that they would be affected by the destructive force and fall from the sky. If that happened, then even if they didn't die, they would still be seriously injured. Because of this, Lei Zhenbo didn't dare to fly to see what was going on in front of him. Even when he chased after Gong Ben Lei and the others, he still hurried along, not flying. Zhao Hai said, "If there are too many people coming this time, then we can only retreat. However, it's not like we didn't gain anything. At the very least, we can confirm that this matter is related to the destroyers. Moreover, we can also confirm that their nest is inside the ice field." Lei Zhenbo nodded and didn't say anything. However, his spear had already appeared in his hand. On the other hand, Zhao Hai still didn't take out his weapon. He just stood there and looked towards the direction. He really wanted to see what was going on this time. The other party was still too far away from them. Although Zhao Hai's spiritual force was a lot stronger than before, it still hasn't recovered to its original level. Therefore, the range that his spiritual force can cover was still very limited. However, Zhao Hai believed that he would be able to find them soon because the footsteps were getting louder and louder. Before long, Zhao Hai's spiritual force discovered the other party. Upon discovering them, Zhao Hai's complexion couldn't help but change. However, he didn't make a sound, he just stood there quietly. Before long, the sound of footsteps became louder and louder as a team appeared in the distance. Upon seeing this team, Lei Zhenbo's complexion couldn't help but change. Within this team, there were several particularly tall figures. Upon seeing these figures, Lei Zhenbo immediately thought of something, the Mingma giant elephant. The Mingma giant elephant was a special kind of elephant that lived in the ice field. This kind of elephant was very powerful. Not only were they tall, they also had extraordinary strength. Most importantly, their bodies were covered with long hair. This long hair was like a thick layer of armor that could block an enemy's attack. The Mingma giant elephant was definitely the overlord of the ice field. Even the snow bear didn't dare to provoke the Mingma giant elephant. From this, one could see how powerful the Mingma giant elephant was. And within this team, there were several tall figures, they were the Mingma giant elephant. There was no mistake about it, one could tell from the way they walked and the vibration of the ground. But what made Zhao Hai and Lei Zhenbo's complexion change was that there was a tall figure standing on the back of the Mingma giant elephant. This figure was very tall, it looked like a giant. This figure was also wearing armor, it was similar to the snow bear knight from before. However, its stature was much taller. Zhao Hai felt as if it was a snowman riding on the back of the Mingma giant elephant. Naturally, Zhao Hai also knew that this was impossible. The giant on the back of the Mingma giant elephant must be the same as the snow bear knight, a person who grew on the back of the Mingma giant elephant. The Snow Bear Knight was already very troublesome to deal with. If a Mingma Giant Elephant Knight appeared, then Zhao Hai and Lei Zhenbu's troubles would be even greater. The two looked at each other, then they turned around and flew towards the direction of the Gonghan country. The two sky dance experts actually retreated without fighting. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't need to run. As long as he took out his greatsword, he would be able to kill his opponent. But now that Lei Zhenbu was here, he couldn't take out his greatsword. Therefore, he could only run along with Lei Zhenbu. The two of them increased their speed to the maximum and disappeared from the ice field in the blink of an eye. They could no longer see that group of people. Slowly, even the sound of their footsteps could not be heard. The two didn't know how long they had been running, but as they were running forward, they suddenly saw several figures in front of them. These figures were actually Gong Ben Lei and the others who had left before them. The two of them ran to Gong Ben Lei's side before stopping. Gong Ben Lei and the others stared blankly at the two of them, not knowing what was going on. Lei Zhenbu looked at Gong Ben Lei and said, "Hurry up, we need to leave the ice field as soon as possible." When Gong Ben Lei and the others heard Lei Zhenbu, they didn't understand what was going on. Their complexion changed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai and Lei Zhenbu, these two sky dance experts, would actually escape from the ice field. This made them understand that something terrible must have appeared in the ice field. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't be acting like this. Gong Ben Lei and the others didn't care about their injuries as they followed Zhao Hai and Lei Zhenbu out of the ice field. After running for several hours, they finally left the ice field. However, this wasn't the end of it. When they arrived outside the ice field, Lei Zhenbu and the others immediately took off their thick leather clothes and threw them on the ground. Then they immediately ran towards the Gonghan country. 1,000 miles of prairie, it only took them 3 hours to pass through. After that, they directly entered the city walls and returned to the camp. There were still people watching over the camp, the plant masters were still there. Zhao Hai, Lei Zhenbu, and Gong Ben Lei returned to the camp with ugly expressions. When they arrived at the camp, Gong Ben Lei and the others immediately fell to the ground. They were injured, tired, and scared all the way back. In the end, they were only able to rely on their willpower to support themselves. When they arrived at the camp, they finally couldn't support themselves and fell to the ground. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and Lei Zhenbu didn't rest. When the two returned to the camp, Lei Zhenbu's energy quickly recovered. Then the two entered the tent. Lei Zhenbu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, it seems like the situation is more serious than we thought. Let's go back immediately and report this situation to the king. This time, we must invite all the countries to participate. Invite more Void Realm experts to come out. We must go to the ice field together and solve this problem. Otherwise, the Soul Realm will be in trouble." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, leave this place to me. I'll stay here and watch. You can send people as soon as possible." Lei Zhenbu originally had this intention. Now that he heard what Zhao Hai said, he didn't say anything else. He just gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "Then I'll leave this place to you. I'll be taking my leave." Then his figure moved as he flew towards the direction of Gonghan country. Although he was still in the same place as the destruction force here was too weak and couldn't affect him in the sky. Moreover, this matter was very urgent, so Lei Zhenbu didn't care much about it and directly flew towards the city. After seeing Lei Zhenbu fly away, Zhao Hai came out of the tent. When he came out, he felt that the atmosphere of the camp was very strange. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that the plant masters in the camp had worried expressions on their faces. Looking at the plant masters, Zhao Hai immediately understood what was going on. He looked at the plant masters and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Although we didn't find the source of the destructive force, we did find some things. These things might be related to the destroyer. Because of this, we rushed back. Mr. Lei went back to report this matter. Those related to the destroyer wouldn't come here in a short time, so you don't need to worry." Zhao Hai looked at the plant masters and said, "Don't worry." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, although they were surprised, they still calmed down. After all, Zhao Hai was also a Void Realm expert. With such an expert here, they felt a lot more at ease. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these people. Instead, his figure moved as he flew towards the sky and looked towards the direction of the ice field. Zhao Hai's action made the plant masters calm down. Zhao Hai has been in Shooting Sun City for quite some time, but he didn't show any strength. Although Lei Zhenbua said that Zhao Hai was a Void Realm expert, they didn't see it. Therefore, they were skeptical about this. Now that they saw Zhao Hai flying in the air, they finally believed it. This was because the camp was full of plant masters. Although these plant masters didn't specialize in saving people, they weren't unfamiliar with treating illnesses. Additionally, Gong Benlei and the others had a good foundation. Therefore, they were able to wake up very quickly. Their injuries were also mostly healed. After Gong Benlei woke up, he didn't rest and directly went to look for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai now had his own tent. Therefore, Gong Benlei directly went to Zhao Hai's tent and said, "Mr. Benlei has something to ask of you." Zhao Hai said, "Come in." Gong Benlei entered Zhao Hai's tent and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Mr. Benlei doesn't need to be so polite. If you have something to say, just say it." Gong Benlei replied, "I don't dare to be called Mr. I just want to know what Mr. and Mr. Benlei saw in the ice field. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Zhao Hai looked at Gong Benlei and said, "Mr. Benlei has already gone back to report this matter. You should know about the snow bear cavalry that we encountered in the ice field. Later on, we discovered that the snow bear cavalry was related to the destroyer. Then Mr. Benlei and I went to explore the ice field. At this time, we encountered an army. We thought that the enemy only had 500 people, but later on, we discovered that we had underestimated their numbers. The enemy had 1,000 people, and in this 1,000-people army, there were dozens of Mingma elephants. These Mingma elephants were similar to the snow bear cavalry, they were all related to the destroyer. With Mr. Benlei and my strength, although we couldn't kill all of this 1,000-people army, we should be able to protect ourselves. We could even kill our way out of the encirclement and explore the ice field. But doing so would be meaningless. What we can be sure of now is that the destroyer or someone related to the destroyer has occupied the depths of the ice field. Therefore, what we need to do now is to use our fastest speed to report this news to our superiors and let everyone in the Soul World move to solve this matter together. That's why Mr. Benlei and I retreated. But we were also worried that we would be held back by the enemy, so we could only speed up our departure. As for why we asked you to leave so quickly, there was no other way. If you were to be captured, it would be a huge loss, wouldn't it?" When Gong Benlei heard Zhao Hai, his expression changed. Then he said, "So that's how it is. Mister, do you think that the people in the ice field who are related to the destroyers will come out?" Zhao Hai pondered for a moment before he said, "There is such a possibility. They first released the destroyers because they would be able to display their strength better in the destroyers. On the other hand, we would be suppressed by the destroyers, allowing them to take advantage of us. Therefore, I think that they wouldn't release the destroyers just to turn the northern part of the Bao Soul country into a wasteland. They certainly have other plans. As for when they will act, I don't know." Gong Benlei's expression changed, then he said, "Now that Mr. Lei has returned, we are the only ones left here. If the other party really attacks, how should we resist? After Mr. Lei returns, even if the Bao Soul country can respond quickly and send reinforcements, I'm afraid that it would take a few days. And in a few days, wouldn't the destroyers be able to kill their way out of the ice field?" Zhao Hai looked at Gong Benlei, then he smiled faintly and said, "What? Are you afraid? Hee, don't be afraid. If they really want to come out, then let them. In any case, the entire Soul World will soon know about this news. At that time, the ones who should be worried about this matter won't be us." Gong Benlei was very clear about Zhao Hai's meaning. He knew that Zhao Hai was right. As long as this news was spread out, then the ones who should be worried about this matter would not be them, but those big shots. If things went wrong, it might even attract a Broken River stage master to make a move. After all, this matter was related to the entire Soul World. Gong Benlei looked at Zhao Hai and said, "But mister, you still haven't said. If the reinforcements don't arrive, and the people from the ice plains attack, what should we do?" Zhao Hai looked at Gong Benlei and said solemnly, "Is there a need to say this? Fight to the death, and we can't rely on the city walls. We have to go out and fight. If they destroy the city walls, the destructive power will flood in. Then the Gong Hun country will be finished. Not only the Gong Hun country, the Tiger Hun country, the Blade Hun country, and the Halberd Hun country will all be in trouble. Even the Dark Soldier country will not be spared. At this point, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said solemnly, "Who are we? We are professionals. From the day we were born, our status was higher than that of ordinary people. Those ordinary people grow food, weave cloth, mine, and do all the things we don't like to do to support us. What is the purpose of that? It is for the hope that one day, when disaster befalls them, we professionals can stand up and block this disaster for them. Now is the time for us professionals to stand up. Do we have a reason to retreat?" Gong Benlei listened quietly to Zhao Hai's words. When Zhao Hai finished, Gong Benlei looked deeply at Zhao Hai, then bowed to Zhao Hai and turned to leave. Zhao Hai glanced at Gong Benlei, but did not say anything. He knew that Gong Benlei had been a little afraid earlier. After all, Gong Benlei and the others were all consolidating equipment stage experts, and it was not easy for them to cultivate to such a stage. Talent, luck, hard work, none of these could be lacking. It was precisely because of the difficulty of cultivation that they were more afraid of death than ordinary people. When they met something that could threaten their lives, their first thought would be to leave immediately, not to take the initiative to fight. However, Zhao Hai's words made Gong Benlei sober up. He knew that he wouldn't be able to escape this time. This was because they were facing the destroyer. And the destroyer wasn't just targeting Gong Hun country, it was targeting the entire Soul Realm. No matter where he goes, he would still be a person of the Soul Realm. Therefore, even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to. Zhao Hai did not care about Gong Benlei. He did not think that this matter was caused by the destroyers. Even if it was caused by the destroyers, they were definitely not those who were preparing to invade the soul world. This was because their style of doing things was too different. The destroyers were very strong, and those who were strong often did not like to use such means. They preferred to use their own strength to directly eliminate the other party. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that although the destroyers were also in the form of small people, the cabins of the small people were not as beautiful and exquisite as the cabins of the small people that he saw on the warships. It looked more like something that was crudely made. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai could be sure that the destroyers they dealt with this time were only the descendants of the destroyers left behind in the soul world. They were not the real destroyers. After Gong Benlei left, Zhao Hai sat in the tent and rested. He was already prepared. When night falls, he would take action. He would directly drive the golden jade light sword to the ice field. He wanted to see what was going on in the ice field. If possible, he would first destroy the source of the destroyers. The destroyers were already very strong. Even if he destroyed the source of the destroyers would not disappear immediately. Moreover, God knows what else was in the ice field. If the destroyers were to be allowed to grow stronger, then it wouldn't only be Gong Hun country that would be in trouble. Time passed by little by little. The sky slowly darkened, and the camp also darkened. Because everyone's mood was heavy, no one moved outside and returned to their tents early. Even the night watchers were not left. It was not that they didn't want to stay, but Zhao Hai didn't let them stay. It was useless for them to stay at night. With the strength of these people, it was impossible to resist the attack of the destroyers. Moreover, the night watchers would bring inconvenience to his actions. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't let them stay at night. After everyone had rested, Zhao Hai came out of his tent. Then his figure moved and flew towards the ice field. After leaving the city wall, Zhao Hai released the golden jade light sword and entered it. The golden jade light sword flew straight towards the ice field. Its speed was incomparably fast. In less than an hour, Zhao Hai was already close to the place where he went during the day. But there, Zhao Hai didn't see the 1,000-man team with the Mingma elephant. In other words, the 1,000-man team didn't attack Gong Hun country. It was very likely that they had retreated to the depths of the ice field. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai made the golden jade light sword speed up. This time, he flew for another hour before he finally saw a different place. In fact, it was hard for Zhao Hai to not see it. This was because it turned out to be a city made of ice. This was a very large ice city. The entire ice city could accommodate at least 1 million people. And in the middle of this ice city, there were 5 battleships, 5 destroyer battleships. Zhao Hai had seen destroyer battleships before. However, the battleships he saw were only about a kilometer long. Compared to these 5 battleships, the difference was too big. These 5 battleships were 10,000 meters long. Most importantly, these 5 battleships looked very intact, as if they didn't suffer any damage. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. He really wanted to leave immediately. 5 destroyer battleships weren't a joke. However, Zhao Hai was quickly attracted by something in the city. It was an altar. This altar was about 100 meters high and 5 li wide. In the middle of this altar was something like a magic formation. Zhao Hai hadn't seen this magic formation before. There were 5 blood-red traction crystals. These 5 crystals were about the size of an adult's fist. They were smaller than the first crystal that Zhao Hai obtained, but not by much. There were actually 5 traction crystals. Zhao Hai was really surprised. When he saw these 5 traction crystals, Zhao Hai immediately thought that these 5 traction crystals might be the power source of the 5 battleships. At the same time, Zhao Hai became more and more certain that the battleship he encountered in Demon Island wasn't an ordinary battleship. The destroyers that were on the battleship were certainly not simple. Even among the destroyers, their status wasn't simple. While Zhao Hai was still observing the huge ice city, a large group of snow-white eagles suddenly flew out of the ice field. These eagles were very large, about 5 meters long. When they spread their wings, they were nearly 20 meters long. They had snow-white feathers and looked very handsome. However, what caught Zhao Hai's attention were the people on the backs of these eagles. There were also people like the Snow Bear Knights on the backs of these eagles. They also had bows and arrows in their hands. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted and commanded the golden jade sword to fly towards the city. His target was the altar. Zhao Hai always felt that the altar wasn't that simple. Therefore, his target this time was the altar. He wanted to destroy it first. Zhao Hai's actions alarmed everyone in the ice city. Zhao Hai saw people running out of their rooms. They were all holding weapons. In addition to ordinary people, there were also people like the Snow Bear Knights. They were all growing on the backs of animals. They looked very strange. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. His golden jade sword went straight towards the altar. His target was the altar, he didn't care about the others. Just as Zhao Hai's golden jade sword was about to hit the altar suddenly emitted a red light. Then the red light covered the altar. Zhao Hai's golden jade sword went straight towards the red light. With a bang, the golden jade sword didn't manage to pierce through the red light. Instead, it was rebounded by the red light. This made Zhao Hai startled. He didn't think that the red light would be this strong. Even his golden jade sword was rebounded by it. Then he understood that this was because of the formation on the altar. The formation on the altar absorbed the power of the crystal and strengthened it. This was why it was able to block the golden jade sword's thunderous strike. However, Zhao Hai didn't have the time to think about this. His figure moved as he came out of the golden jade sword. Then he commanded the golden jade sword to collide with the red light once again. With a bang, the red light shook slightly. However, it still managed to block the attack of the golden jade sword. At this time, the people in the city reacted. Some of them flew up. Some of them were half-human creatures like the eagle riders. They all flew up and attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care too much. He already knew that it wouldn't be easy for the golden jade sword to break through the shield. Although it was impossible for those people to cause any damage to the golden jade sword, it wouldn't be easy for him to break through the shield with the golden jade sword. With an intention, Zhao Hai's golden jade sword shrunk to about 10 meters in size. It no longer attacked the shield but stayed by Zhao Hai's side, protecting his safety. The eagle cavalry and the others who were flying towards Zhao Hai were all blocked by the golden jade sword. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had Jade Baby's ghost head saber appear in his hand. Jade Doll's ghost head blade was the strongest weapon in Zhao Hai's arsenal. Don't look at the golden jade sword's size. If it were to face Jade Doll's ghost head blade, then the golden jade sword wouldn't be a match for it. After Zhao Hai took out the ghost head saber, he immediately slashed at the barrier. Boom! A gray blade light slashed at the red shield, and a huge hole was cut in the red shield. Then the red shield shattered. The people in Ice City didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this powerful. He was able to break the shield with just one slash. They stared blankly at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Instead, his figure moved as he directly rushed towards the altar. Then he stretched out his hand and took the 5 traction crystals. At this time, a whistling sound was heard. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw tall figures flying out of the 5 battleships. When these figures appeared, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Then he moved and appeared next to the 5 battleships. Zhao Hai waved his hand and 2 of the 5 battleships disappeared. Then Zhao Hai appeared between the 2 battleships and took them away. Then the last battleship was also taken away by Zhao Hai. After collecting the 5 battleships, Zhao Hai laughed. Then his figure flickered and disappeared from the ice field. In the next moment, the golden jade sword turned bigger and flew towards the sky, disappearing into the distance. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Hai didn't even use half an hour. And in this half an hour, he collected a total of 5 battleships and 5 traction crystals before retreating unscathed. After the golden jade sword left everyone in Ice City behind, Zhao Hai turned his attention to the destroyer battleships inside the space. Upon seeing the battleships, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel ashamed. Then he smiled bitterly. He didn't think that these battleships would actually be in tatters. There were a lot of things inside them that were broken. The 5 battleships simply couldn't be used anymore. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't know that the 5 battleships weren't broken in the beginning. They could still be used. But because of the passage of time, the things inside the 5 battleships couldn't withstand the corrosion of time. In the end, they couldn't be used anymore. They were just used as a place for the destroyers to live. Moreover, these 5 battleships were not really places for people to live in. These 5 battleships were actually in Ice City, but they existed like a museum. They were placed there to let the destroyers know that these were the battleships that their ancestors rode on. As for the tall figures that rushed out of the battleships to attack Zhao Hai, they were people wearing huge armor. The armor on their bodies was similar to mechas. It can help people fight, but it needed people to operate it. The people wearing the armor were just the guards of the museum. When they saw Zhao Hai destroying the altar, they immediately rushed out. Because of this, when Zhao Hai received the 5 battleships, there was no one inside. Moreover, there was nothing useful inside. It can be said that the 5 battleships were just 5 huge lumps of iron for Zhao Hai. Besides increasing the amount of iron inside Zhao Hai's space, they had no other use. Zhao Hai originally thought that there would be something useful inside the 5 battleships. At the very least, there should be a few destroyers inside. This way, he would be able to subdue the destroyers and find out where they came from. But now, he was very disappointed. Fortunately, Zhao Hai also obtained 5 traction crystals. When the destructive power of these crystals entered the space, it was immediately absorbed by Jade Doll. At this time, the 5 crystals had turned into ordinary traction crystals. Zhao Hai looked at the 5 crystals but didn't care. Instead, he waved his hand and inserted the 5 crystals into the formation of the golden jade light sword. At the same time, he poured natural energy into the formation, making the golden jade light sword even more powerful. Besides these things, Zhao Hai's biggest harvest was the formation on the altar. This was a formation that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. However, Zhao Hai was able to completely memorize it during the battle. However, he still didn't know what it was used for. This was because this formation was different from the formations that Zhao Hai had learned before. It was different from magic formations, formations used by cultivators, and also different from curse formations. This was a completely new formation that Zhao Hai had never seen before. This made Zhao Hai very curious. He began to reverse the formation and extract the runes from it. Any formation was made up of symbols, just like how an article was made up of words. Therefore, any formation could be deduced in reverse. And this deduction meant that even if one didn't know anything about the formation, they could still deduce the function of the symbols. This wasn't something that ordinary people could do. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go back and see if there's anything that can be done." In the process of reverse calculation, a lot of calculations and all kinds of data were needed. If an ordinary person wanted to reverse calculate the formation, without the help of a calculator with heaven-defying computing speed, it would be impossible to do it without a few hundred years. However, Zhao Hai was different. Although Zhao Hai didn't have the help of a computer, he had the biological brain. Moreover, this biological brain was still growing. Zhao Hai didn't know how big it would grow. However, there was one thing that Zhao Hai was very clear about. The biological brain's calculation speed wasn't any slower than a computer. It could even do two things at the same time. Zhao Hai immediately began to reverse the formation in his mind. This was because he now understood the function of this formation. This formation was actually a defensive formation. With this knowledge, Zhao Hai can reverse the formation. Zhao Hai was now giving the biological brain the task of reversing the formation. Ever since Zhao Hai absorbed the biological brain, he always felt that it was a waste of resources. However, Zhao Hai also knew that this waste of resources was inevitable. This was because he couldn't even use his own brain, let alone such a big biological brain. The biological brain was much bigger than his own. Now that he had the biological brain reverse the formation, Zhao Hai wanted to know the computational ability of the biological brain. After dealing with this matter, Zhao Hai retracted his attention. He looked around and discovered that he was already out of the ice field. It wouldn't take long for him to return to the Baosol nation. Zhao Hai took a deep breath. He knew that this battle was inevitable. He destroyed the altar and took the traction crystal as well as the 5 battleships. The destroyers would certainly go crazy. However, Zhao Hai didn't regret his actions. Taking away the traction crystal was equivalent to cutting off the source of the destructive force. As long as the source of the destructive force was cut off, although there would still be a lot of destructive force left, it would be like duckweed without a root. Zhao Hai could just plant some herbs and fungi in order to absorb the remaining destructive force. Zhao Hai didn't think that this would be the end of the battle. Zhao Hai didn't regret his actions. Taking away the traction crystal was equivalent to cutting off the source of the destructive force. As long as the source of the destructive force was cut off, although there would still be a lot of destructive force left, it would still be like duckweed without a root. However, the destroyers wouldn't disappear. They would certainly attack them. Moreover, with the scale of the ice field, the attack would certainly be fierce. Zhao Hai noticed that there were no women in the ice field. They were all men. Moreover, even if they looked ordinary, they had a lot of energy. They weren't weak at all. In other words, the ice field that seemed to have a scale of 1,000,000 was actually full of warriors. This meant that there were 1,000,000 soldiers in the ice field. With the addition of the half-beast soldiers, this battle wouldn't be easy to deal with. Besides these, Zhao Hai was also curious about how the destroyers managed to live here for so long. Even if the destroyers had a long lifespan, it was impossible for them to live this long. This was because the destroyers weren't cultivators. The power that they used was closer to the power of science and technology, not that of cultivators. Therefore, it was impossible for them to live this long. Moreover, it had been a long time since the last war of destruction. Therefore, it was impossible for the destroyers to be the survivors of the previous war of destruction. Instead, it was possible for them to be the descendants of the survivors of the war of destruction. However, there were no women in the ice field. How did the destroyers reproduce? How did they build a city with a population of 1,000,000? Looking at the battleships used by the destroyers, Zhao Hai believed that there was another possibility. That was genetic agility. Using the genes of the surviving destroyers, they slowly bred the destroyers and passed it down from generation to generation until now. Now, the destroyers might think that the time had come, so they attacked the Soul Realm. However, they weren't very lucky. The first time they attacked, they encountered the Gonghun country's fortified walls. Their power of destruction wasn't able to destroy the Gonghun country. Moreover, the speed of the power of destruction wasn't as fast as they thought. Therefore, their plan didn't go well from the beginning. Now, their plan was a failure because the source of the power of destruction was cut off by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's mind turned as he thought of this. In the end, he was sure that the destroyers would attack them. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before they arrive. It would only take a few days. After thinking about this, Jiao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. He looked at the golden jade sword. Because of the addition of 5 traction crystals, the sword was now faster and more powerful. Although its appearance didn't change much, its internal space was bigger. Although the golden jade sword wasn't as powerful as Jade Doll, it was still much more powerful than before. Jiao Hai smiled faintly. Then with an intention, he put away the golden jade sword. Because he was about to reach the city wall, he moved and returned to the camp. At this time, the sky was about to turn bright. There was still no sound in the camp. Jiao Hai didn't care about them. After returning to his tent, Jiao Hai immediately paid attention to the space. He discovered that there were no changes. Jade Doll also returned to the yin-yang fish. Everything was back to normal. After recovering his strength, Jiao Hai walked out of the tent and went to the edge of the camp. He looked at the grass and fungi. The fungi were growing very well. These days, the plant masters took good care of them. The grass was also very good. Most importantly, the grass could be used as a passage. This was because the grass wouldn't die easily. Even if you walk on it, it wouldn't die. Jiao Hai was very satisfied with the construction of the camp. Now that the destructive force was still present, this kind of camp was necessary. At this time, the other people in the camp also came out of their tents. It can be seen that these people didn't sleep well last night. Their spirits weren't very good. However, when they saw Jiao Hai, they still gave Jiao Hai a salute. This was because they knew that if they wanted to survive, then they couldn't leave Jiao Hai. At this time, Gong Banlei also came out. He arrived at Jiao Hai's side and gave Jiao Hai a salute. "Mister, why did you wake up so early?" Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing, I just got up to take a look. The construction of this camp is very good. Come, accompany me to the walls. We can't make any mistakes here." Gong Banlei nodded and then followed Jiao Hai to the walls. Before long, the two arrived at the walls. Jiao Hai paid attention to the destructive force outside the city. Upon seeing this, Jiao Hai's face couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. Gong Banlei noticed Jiao Hai's expression. He stared, then he immediately said, "Mister, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Jiao Hai replied, "Something happened, but it's a good thing. Although the destructive force outside the city is still there, it isn't as turbulent as before. If the destructive force in the past was a wave, then the destructive force is now a pool of water. It's not that the destructive force has decreased, it's just that it's dead. Waves have impactful force while a pool of water is just a pool of stagnant water. Now that the destructive force outside the city is no longer impacting the city walls, this is great." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Although the destructive force outside the city is still there, it isn't as violent as before." Upon hearing Jiao Hai, Gong Banlei couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately showed a surprised expression and said, "Mister, you mean that the walls can hold on for a longer time? Does this mean that the soul realm is safer?" Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Correct. Without the impact of the destructive force, the walls can naturally hold on for a longer time. However, this is under the condition that no one attacks it. But if someone attacks it, then the walls wouldn't be able to hold on for a long time. Because the walls have been resisting the destructive force for a long time, even if it has the blessing of faith, it still suffered some damage. If someone attacks it, then I'm afraid it would be destroyed very quickly. But no matter what, this is a good thing. I haven't encountered this situation before, but I can imagine that the reason why the destructive force has changed so much is because the source of the destructive force has been destroyed." Gong Banlei stared, then with a surprised expression, he said, "The source has been destroyed? Mister, is what you said true? The source of the destructive force has really been destroyed? Is it true?" Jiao Hai replied, "I'm just guessing, I can't be sure." Gong Banlei murmured, "It must be, the source must have been destroyed, it must be. But who can destroy the source of the destructive force? Who could it be?" Jiao Hai looked at Gong Banlei's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "No matter who it is, it will only bring us benefits and no harm. But I think that this matter might be done by a Broken River level expert. Although those experts usually don't care about anything, this matter is related to the life and death of the soul realm. Therefore, it's possible for them to take action. However, those experts would only do this much, they wouldn't have the time to help us do everything. Therefore, it's better for us to be careful. Zhao Hai's words were certainly nonsense. These things were done by him, he knew this better than anyone else. But at this time, he couldn't say it out loud. Therefore, he prepared this excuse. In fact, there must be a broken river level expert in the Soul Realm. But those old fellows were busy prolonging their lifespan, they wouldn't have the time to care about other things. Only when the destroyer had arrived at their doorstep and the Soul Realm was in danger would they take action. But now that the destroyer had just been launched, even if those old fellows knew about it, they still wouldn't care. However, nobody knew about this matter. Therefore, Zhao Hai could push this matter to those broken river level experts. In any case, nobody had seen those old fellows, so he could say whatever he wanted. Zhao Hai's statement was the most reasonable explanation for Gong Benlei. Therefore, when he heard Zhao Hai, Gong Benlei's eyes immediately shone as he said, right, it must be like this. There must be a broken river realm expert taking action. They wouldn't just ignore the danger of the Soul Realm. Ha 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 ha, this is great, this is great. Gong Benlei nodded and said, you're right. Zhao Hai looked at Gong Benlei's expression, then he smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He just said in a deep voice, Mr. Benlei, I think it's best for us to report this matter as soon as possible. The destroyer outside has turned into a pool of stagnant water, so the destroyer in the Soul Realm should disappear very soon. When the time comes, you can plant 2 years of grass and fungi here to restore the land. Moreover, this place wouldn't affect people anymore. Naturally, they would be able to send an army to support us. Therefore, this news must be sent out as soon as possible. When Gong Benlei heard Zhao Hai, he sobered up. He nodded and said, right, it's time to send the news out. But mister, will they really attack? Gong Benlei nodded and said, all right, we should send the news out. Zhao Hai nodded and said, they'll definitely come. When Mr. Lei and I entered the ice field, we encountered a 1,000-man army. This army's fighting strength wasn't ordinary, so we had no choice but to retreat. Now, even if we have an expert here to destroy the source of the destructive force, it would still be impossible for us to kill them all. If we can't kill them all, then they might attack us. Therefore, we should station an army here to prevent them from attacking us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Gong Benlei nodded and said, there's a person in the camp. He's one of my subordinates, nicknamed the 1,000-li Windchaser. Not only is his lightness skill good, he's also born with flying legs. His speed is faster than a galloping horse. Moreover, he's best at running long distances. It's best to have him deliver the news, he's much faster than the camel beasts. Zhao Hai said, you go and arrange it. I won't care about these things. I'm here to monitor the enemy. If the enemy comes, then I'll naturally deal with them. But if the enemy doesn't come, then you'll be in charge of the camp. I don't want to get involved. When Gong Benlei heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He nodded and said, yes, mister. Just leave it to us. Mister doesn't need to worry about it. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he and Gong Benlei returned to the camp and entered their tents. Gong Benlei arranged for people to deliver the news as well as tell the others about the good news. Zhao Hai rested in his tent for a while before coming out. The current atmosphere of the camp was completely different compared to yesterday. At this time, the camp was filled with a joyous atmosphere, making the entire camp full of vitality. When these people saw Zhao Hai, they immediately gave him a salute. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just smiled faintly and nodded to them. Then he went to the edge of the camp and used his natural energy to mature the fungi. Then he collected the spores of the fungi and planted them in other places. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was because he wanted to plant more fungi. Only in this way can the destructive force disappear as soon as possible. Because the destructive force has lost its source, it would lose its vitality. Because of this, the destructive force inside the walls would also lose its source. As long as the remaining destructive force is absorbed, then Gonghun country's recovery would be much faster. At the same time, whether it's people or animals, they wouldn't be affected by the destructive force. Even if the soil was affected, it wouldn't be too big. Gonghun country believed that as long as this matter is resolved, then Gonghun country would be able to recover very quickly. Naturally, the problem was to repel the destroyers. The Beastman destroyers weren't easy to deal with. Take the Snow Bear Knights for example. These fellows have the power of the Snow Bear. Moreover, they must be killed along with the Snow Bear. Otherwise, the Snow Bear would go berserk, which would be even more terrifying. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to plant so many fungi was to make the destructive force inside the walls disappear as soon as possible. Only in this way would they be able to gain the upper hand in the battle against the destroyers. The other plant masters also saw Zhao Hai's actions. They also felt that the destructive force was disappearing. Their recovery speed was increasing, and their range of activities was also increasing. The other plant masters immediately understood what Zhao Hai was doing. They also followed along with Zhao Hai. In the morning, everyone was busy with this matter. Gong Benlei and the others didn't know why Zhao Hai was doing this. But soon, they found out that even if they went outside the camp, they would still be able to recover their strength. This made them understand why Zhao Hai was doing this. After eating lunch, Zhao Hai was sitting in his tent to rest. At this time, the sound of wings flapping could be heard. Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. He immediately rushed out of the tent. At this time only he heard this sound. Moreover, he also knew what was coming. Zhao Hai looked outside the walls. Sure enough, from the direction of the icefield, white dots could be seen. These white dots were the Hawk Knights that Zhao Hai saw last night. Upon seeing the Hawk Knights, Zhao Hai couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he said, "Ben Lei, come out for a bit." Ben Lei was resting in his tent. When he heard Zhao Hai call him Ben Lei and not Mr. Ben Lei, he stared. Then he immediately ran out of his tent and went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Mister, do you have any orders?" Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just pointed at the white dots in the sky and said, "Do you see those hawks? Moreover, they're flying from the ice field. It's certainly not a good thing. Tell everyone to be careful. Those hawks might be attacking us. I'll go up and take them down. You should be careful." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure flew up. Then with a wave of his hand, iron pineapple appeared in his hand. When Gong Benlei heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He immediately called everyone in the camp to be on guard. As for the battle in the sky, even if they wanted to participate, they couldn't. They could only watch helplessly. Gong Benlei's expression changed. Zhao Hai's face was calm as he looked at the approaching hawks. These hawks were all Hawk Knights, none of them could fly by themselves. Zhao Hai counted. This time, there were a lot of Hawk Knights, about 500 of them. It would be difficult for him to deal with such a large number. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but coldly snort. Then his body emitted bursts of yellow light. Then with him as the center, a huge whirlwind began to form. This whirlwind was very fast. At the same time, there was sand in the whirlwind. The entire whirlwind looked like an earth dragon. Slowly, the whirlwind got bigger and bigger before it turned into a storm. This was the storm fists concept that Zhao Hai had comprehended. Zhao Hai wasn't a stranger to this concept. Therefore, as long as he comprehended it, he could use it. As for whether he used his fist or a weapon, it was all the same to Zhao Hai. When the storm formed, the speed of the hawks decreased. Then Zhao Hai went up to meet them. With a thought, he threw himself towards the Hawk Knights. At the same time, the iron pineapple in his hand was thrown towards the hawks. A lot of people thought that the hawks were the overlords of the sky. This wasn't wrong, but did the hawks not have any shortcomings? No, the shortcomings of the hawks were very obvious. The bigger the hawk, the more obvious its advantages and disadvantages were. It wasn't that the bigger the hawk, the less agile it was. If an hawk and a swallow were to compete in agility, the swallow would be able to beat the hawk. However, if the swallow were to compete in strength with the hawk, then the swallow would die an ugly death. Needless to say, these Hawk Knights that flew out from the icefield had great strength. However, their agility was far worse than Zhao Hai's. Perhaps if they were to meet other Sky Dance Realm experts, their agility wouldn't be too bad. However, compared to Zhao Hai, they were too weak. Before Zhao Hai entered the Soul Realm, he was already used to flying. His understanding of flying was far better than anyone in the Soul Realm. Therefore, he was also very agile in space. On the other hand, the Hawk Knights couldn't do this. They were limited by their size and their flying style. Compared to Zhao Hai, their agility was much worse. Moreover, Zhao Hai was still in the center of the storm. Therefore, when Zhao Hai rushed over, the hawks were immediately drawn into the storm. Their movements were greatly affected. However, Zhao Hai wasn't affected and could attack them to his heart's content. Bang! Zhao Hai's iron pineapple hit the back of a hawk. Zhao Hai already knew how powerful these Hawk Knights were. Therefore, he used his hidden strength to not only injure the hawk, but also the Hawk Knight and the Hawk Knight. Their vitality was completely cut off by Zhao Hai. This was Zhao Hai's method to deal with the destroyers. He used his hidden strength and the power of vibrations. Although the external injuries weren't very serious, the internal injuries were. They might even die from the vibrations. This was something that Zhao Hai recently discovered. The most useful method to deal with the destroyers was to use vibrations to destroy their internal organs. The destroyers' external bodies were very strong. Because of the protection of the demonic beasts, their external bodies were like tools for them. Therefore, even if their external bodies were destroyed, they wouldn't be harmed. However, their bodies were very weak, very weak. As long as they were shaken, they would be done for. Because of this, Zhao Hai used this method to deal with them. Facts proved that this method was very effective. Soon, the eagles were sucked into the storm created by Zhao. But Zhao's iron pineapple didn't stop there. One by one, the eagles were hit by the iron pineapple. As long as the pineapple hit the eagles, the only thing that awaited them was death. It took Zhao Hai more than 2 hours to deal with 500 Hawk Knights. As for the Hawk Knights that were killed, their corpses were taken into the space by Zhao Hai. He wanted to study them properly. Perhaps one day, he would be able to study the use of these corpses. After dealing with the last Hawk Knight, Zhao Hai stopped. At the same time, he retracted his sandstorm, causing the storm to slowly stop. On the other hand, Gong Ben Lei and the others stared blankly at Zhao Hai, who was slowly descending from the sky. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. He could even control the storm. Zhao Hai landed in the camp and let out a long breath. Then he turned his head to look at Gong Ben Lei and the others. Gong Ben Lei and the others were looking at Zhao Hai with excitement and worship. Zhao Hai looked at them and didn't care. Then he turned to Gong Ben Lei and said, "Mr. Ben Lei, the camp is temporarily safe. However, I'm going to explore the ice field and see how many troops they brought. Guard the camp well and plant more crops. Absorb the destructive force here as soon as possible." Gong Ben Lei immediately bowed and said, "Yes, Mr. Can rest assured. You can leave this place to me." Zhao Hai nodded, then he soared into the sky and headed towards the ice field. Zhao Hai had just flown out of the walls for an hour when he discovered another group of Hawk Knights. Zhao Hai noticed that this was just a group of Hawk Knights, there were no other people cooperating with them. Moreover, their numbers were about the same as the Hawk Knights he dealt with before, there were about 500 of them. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. With a thought, the golden jade light sword flew out and beheaded all of the Hawk Knights. Then Zhao Hai flew towards the ice field. Before long, he encountered another group of Hawk Knights. However, this time, Zhao Hai didn't make a move on them. He was just observing what they wanted to do. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai understood what these Hawk Knights were doing. They were scouting, that's right, they were scouting. Moreover, their target was the Bao Soul country. After discovering this, Zhao Hai didn't make a move on the Hawk Knights. Instead, he returned to the Bao Soul country. He knew that even if the destroyers wanted to attack the Bao Soul country, they wouldn't be able to reach it in a short time. They would have to leave the ice field first and then pass through the prairie in order to reach the Ice Soul country. This would also take time. At this point, they would at most send out some Hawk Knights to scout, it wasn't a big deal. After discovering this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried anymore. He directly returned to the camp. Gong Ben Lei's management of the camp was very good. At this moment, there were more than 100 people in the camp. Half of them were plant masters, and these plant masters were all trying their best to plant fungi and absorb the destructive energy around them. As for the other people who weren't plant masters, they were already on the city walls and were on guard. Upon seeing Zhao Hai return, Gong Ben Lei immediately greeted him. He gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Mister, what's the situation? Are they going to attack us?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "It seems like the destroyers of the ice field are already impatient. These Eagle Knights are just scouts. For them to come here means that they want to attack the Baosul nation. We need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Gong Ben Lei's expression changed, then he said, "Does Mr. know how many people they have?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know. However, I think that their numbers shouldn't be too small. We've already encountered 3 groups of 500 Hawk Knights. That's a total of 1,500 people. And these are just Hawk Knights. Their Hawk Knights shouldn't be as many as their ground troops. Therefore, I can't say for sure how many ground troops they have." Gong Ben Lei nodded, then he said, "Let's hope that they can come a few days later. We've already sent out a letter. I believe that the country will respond soon. Let's hope that they can come after our reinforcements arrive. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for us to stop their army." Gong Ben Lei nodded, then he said, "Let's hope that they can come later." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Gong Ben Lei and said, "I hope that's the case. But if they discover that the destruction force has decreased, then they should be able to get in touch with us." Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, a black dot flew over from the direction of the Baosul country. This black dot's speed was very fast. In a blink of an eye, it was already above the camp. Then it slowly descended. When Zhao Hai saw this black dot, he was surprised. This was because this black dot was none other than Lei Zhenhua. Zhao Hai quickly went forward to greet Lei Zhenhua. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Mr. Lei, why did you come back so quickly? Did you send the message?" Lei Zhenhua nodded, then he returned the greeting to Zhao Hai and said, "I've already sent the message. We also felt that the destruction force had changed, so we rushed over." "What's the situation?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's possible that the source of the destruction force has been destroyed. Although there's still a lot of destruction force outside the city, it has already turned into a dead object. However, we encountered an attack just now. It was 500 winged hawk cavalry. They're the same as the snow bear cavalry, they're half-human half-beast monsters." Lei Zhenhua's expression changed, then he said, "What's the situation? What about the winged hawk cavalry?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've already dealt with them. You don't need to worry about that. I've just scouted the ice field and found that we can now fly. There aren't that strong of destructive energy fluctuations, so it wouldn't affect our flight. But before I reached the ice field, I met 2 teams of Eagle cavalry, each of them about 500 people. I've already dealt with one of them, but I didn't touch the other one. It seems like those fellows in the ice field can't bear it anymore and are ready to rush out." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've already dealt with them." Lei Zhenhua frowned and said, "Strange, how could the source of the destruction force be destroyed? Who could be so powerful?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know about this, but I speculate that it might be the river-breaking level. They discovered the destruction force here and then discovered the situation in the ice field. Therefore, they took action and destroyed the source of the destruction force. However, it's possible that they didn't kill all the destroyers. Now that the destroyer source of the destruction force has been destroyed, they have no choice but to come out of the ice field." Lei Zhenhua thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "It's possible, but the possibility isn't very big. Forget it, let's not talk about this. This is definitely good news for us. Without the destruction force, those guys are just tigers without fangs. There's nothing to be afraid of. We have the support of the entire Soul Realm, we don't need to be afraid of them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I also think so. But there's a problem, time. Right now, there's only us here, there's no one else. And if the Soul Realm's army wants to come here, it would take a lot of time. But what if those guys come out of the ice field at this time? Do we have to retreat from here?" Lei Zhenhua replied, "It's not impossible to retreat. From here to Shooting Sun City, all the cities and supply points along the way have been destroyed by the destruction force. Even if we want to send an army, supplies would be a big problem. If we retreat to the Shooting Sun City, then the pressure on our logistics would be much smaller. On the contrary, the pressure on the destroyers would be much greater. When the time comes, we can deal with those guys and then take back this place. In any case, we can't plant anything here right now, so there's no point in using it to lure the enemy out. Upon hearing Lei Zhenbu's words, Zhao Hai stared for a moment. Then he couldn't help but pat his head. Before this, he only thought of blocking the enemy at the defensive line, but he didn't think of luring the enemy to Shooting Sun City. Luring the enemy to Shooting Sun City would only bring them benefits, so why not do it? Zhao Hai turned to Lei Zhenbu and said, Mr. Lei is right. I was wrong before. Now that we can't plant anything here for a few years, it's still possible to use this land as a strategic buffer. Moreover, it can also buy us some time. Good, I think it's a good idea. Lei Zhenbu smiled faintly and said, let's do it this way. I think we should just retreat and report this news. This time, it's related to the entire Soul Realm. The other countries wouldn't just sit idly by. This way, we might be able to get a lot of support. What do you think, Mr.? Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's for sure. I'm not sure about the other countries, but I think that the Blade Spirit Nation and the Halberd Spirit Nation would certainly send troops to help us. Maybe the Tiger Spirit Nation would also send reinforcements. After all, without the lips, the teeth would feel cold. Lei Zhenbu nodded, then he turned to Gong Benlei and said, Benlei, pack up. We're retreating. Gong Benlei complied and then went to prepare. Zhao Hai and the others retreated all the way back to Shooting Sun City. Before they reached the city, Zhao Hai could already see a sea of people standing in the city. Many people were standing there, and there were also various banners. It was very lively. However, Zhao Hai didn't follow them, he just followed Gong Benlei and the others. Not long after, they saw a group of people approaching. The leader was Gong Ruoliai. When Gong Ruoliai saw Zhao Hai and the others, he immediately jumped down from his horse and walked towards Zhao Hai and Lei Zhenbu. He bowed to the two and said, Gong Ruoliai greets the two sirs. The two sirs have worked hard, please accept Gong Ruoliai's salute. Then he bowed to the two. When Zhao Hai saw this, he quickly waved his hand and said, City Lord Gong doesn't need to be so polite. Our action this time is for the entire Soul World. We don't deserve the City Lord's salute. Lei Zhenbu also nodded and said, Mr. Hu Hai is right. This matter is related to the entire Soul World. It's something that professionals like us should do. We don't deserve your salute. Gong Ruoliai straightened his body and looked at the two of them. If it weren't for the two of you putting in so much effort and disregarding your own safety, we wouldn't have known about the destroyer until now. Please don't worry, the information you sent back has already attracted the attention of the various countries. Now, the various countries have sent their armies to support us. Please come inside and rest. Zhao Hai and Lei Zhenbu nodded, then they walked forward with Gong Ruoliai by their side. Along the way, when they were about to arrive at Shooting Sun City's gate, the people outside the city suddenly burst into cheers. Everyone was elated, it was as if they were welcoming a triumphant return of soldiers. When Zhao Hai saw this situation, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He followed the crowd into the city and directly entered the City Lord's mansion. After arriving at the City Lord's mansion, Zhao Hai and Lei Zhenbu were invited by Gong Ruoliai to attend a banquet. There were a lot of people attending this banquet. All the influential people of the Shooting Sun City were present. In addition to these people, there were also representatives from the Gong Hun country. Of course, they also saw the envoys from other countries. The emissary of the Blade Spirit Nation also came to visit Zhao Hai. Although he was an emissary of the Blade Spirit Nation, but compared to Zhao Hai, he didn't have enough weight. Not to mention Zhao Hai's identity as a member of the Hu clan, the emissary of the Blade Spirit Nation didn't even need to greet the king. Therefore, the emissary of the Blade Spirit Nation didn't dare to neglect him. Zhao Hai also didn't want to make things difficult for an emissary. Moreover, the relationship between the Hu clan and the Dao clan was still quite good. Therefore, he also chatted with the emissary for a while. After the banquet ended, Zhao Hai stayed in the room that Gong Ruoliai had arranged for him. This was the best guest room in the City Lord's mansion. Zhao Hai didn't mind. After entering the room, he wrote a letter to the Hu clan and then asked Fei Ying to send the letter out. In the letter, Zhao Hai wrote in detail what happened this time. At the same time, he said that he had destroyed the source of the destructive power and then pushed the blame to the Broken River Realm expert. This matter could be kept a secret to the outside world, but it wasn't necessary to keep it a secret to the Hu clan. The Hu clan was very clear about his strength. Therefore, Zhao Hai directly told the Hu clan about this matter. After sending the letter out, Zhao Hai took a good rest in his room. He had been out for the past few days and hadn't had a good rest. After all, his body wasn't as good as before. Naturally, he still needed to rest. After resting for a day, Zhao Hai walked out of his room. As soon as he walked out, a servant immediately greeted him. The servant bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings to my lord. What instructions do you have for me?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just want to walk around." "Oh right, accompany me for a walk. Tell me what happened in the Shooting Sun City and the Gonghan Nation recently." When the servant heard Zhao Hai's words, he quickly said, "Yes, my lord. Behind the city lord's mansion, there is a man-made lake. There are many colorful fish there. They are very beautiful. I wonder if my lord would like to take a look." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Lead the way." The servant nodded and then led Zhao Hai to the city lord's mansion's backyard. Zhao Hai looked at the servant and said, "What happened in the Shooting Sun City recently?" The servant immediately replying to my lord, "Nothing has happened in the Shooting Sun City recently. The destructive power outside the city has almost been dealt with. The people who had fled to other places have returned. Therefore, the city is now very lively. However, I heard that the Empire has begun to send more troops to the Shooting Sun City. It seems like a war is about to break out." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that the servant of the city lord's mansion was very well informed. As the saying goes, snakes have snakes and rats have rats. Although the status of these servants was low, they were very well informed. Therefore, the servant's words were absolutely credible. The reaction of the Gonghan Nation was also outside of Zhao Hai's expectations. This time, if the destroyers wanted to attack the Gonghan Nation, they would have to follow the direction of the destructive power. This way, the Shooting Sun City would bear the brunt. Therefore, the Shooting Sun City would soon become a battlefield. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't approve of the ordinary people returning to the Shooting Sun City at this time. Although the destroyers weren't the real destroyers, they were the descendants of the destroyers who stayed in the Soul Realm. However, their strength wasn't weak. The war this time wasn't as easy as imagined. But Zhao also understood why those people came back. Those people were just ordinary people. Living in other places would be a big problem. Even if they could survive, it would be tantamount to starting from scratch. Coupled with the unfamiliar environment, it would make them feel very uncomfortable. It was hard to leave one's homeland, which was why it was so difficult for them to adapt. Now that these people heard that the destructive power was under control and could even be dealt with, they immediately ran back. This was their home, their roots were here. Although the war was coming, for ordinary people, the war was far less terrible than the destructive power. They could accept the war, but in the face of the destructive power, they were even more afraid. While Zhao Hai was thinking about his own matters, the servant led Zhao Hai to the artificial lake in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. This lake wasn't very big, it occupied less than 5 acres. There was a small bridge over the lake that led to the center of the lake. In the center of the lake, there was a small pavilion. This small pavilion also had a very simple name, it was called the Lake Center Pavilion. The servant led Zhao Hai to the Lake Center Pavilion. Zhao Hai stood by the pavilion and looked at the fish swimming in the lake. These fish were somewhat similar to koi, they were very beautiful. The servant stood by Zhao Hai's side and didn't say anything. This servant wasn't an ordinary servant. He had been carefully trained by the city lord's mansion. He was trained to be the future chief steward of the city lord's mansion. Therefore, he was very clear about what he should say at what time. Zhao Hai didn't know his identity. After looking at the fish for a while, he turned to the servant and said, "Go and see what Mr. Lei is doing. If Mr. Lei has nothing to do, please come over. Right, bring me some side dishes as well as some wine." The servant nodded and then quickly left. Zhao Hai sat down in the lake center pavilion and looked at the fish in the lake. Then he muttered, the timing of the destroyer's attack is a bit strange. They shouldn't be naive enough to think that without the help of warships, they can conquer the Soul Realm with just their millions of people and the power of destruction. Could it be that they have other plans? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. He had a headache when it came to the destroyers. This was because it was almost impossible to capture them alive. The destroyers' bodies were too weak. If they didn't have the humanoid bodies outside, then these destroyers wouldn't even be as strong as a mouse. But because of this, the destroyers gave people a headache. This was because it was almost impossible for Zhao Hai to capture them alive. Once the destroyers found out that they were going to be captured, they would immediately commit suicide. And even if Zhao Hai wanted to stop them, it would be difficult for him to do so. Although Zhao Hai has the space, the difference between this space and his original space was too big. In his original space, he could take in centaurs and animals. They simply wouldn't have the chance to commit suicide and would immediately be subdued by the space. But now, even if animals were to be taken in, they would still struggle for a while, let alone humans. The humanoid bodies controlled by the destroyers had a certain degree of defensive capabilities. Especially the small cabin that they were sitting in, it could block Zhao Hai's spiritual force. Even if Zhao Hai wanted to use his spiritual force to control the destroyers, it would be impossible. In this case, it would be very difficult for him to subdue the destroyers alive. If he couldn't subdue the destroyers, then he wouldn't be able to capture them alive. And if he couldn't capture them alive, then he wouldn't be able to get information. And if he couldn't get information, then he wouldn't know what the destroyers were planning. In this way, he would always be in a passive position, which wasn't a good thing. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about these things, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the sound and discovered that it was Lei Zhenbo. Behind Lei Zhenbo was the servant. Lei Zhenbo arrived at the lakeside pavilion and laughed as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, I didn't expect Mr. Hu Hai to be so refined. Although the lake is small, the scenery isn't bad. It's very suitable for a few drinks. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Mr. Lei is too polite. You can call me Little Hai. I'm not used to being called Mr. Hu Hai. Come, Mr. Lei, please sit down. Today is a rare day of leisure, so I'll have a few drinks with Mr. Lei. Lei Zhenbo smiled faintly and said, all right, I'll call you Little Hai. Then you don't need to call me Mr. Lei. Just call me Brother Lei. When Zhao Hai heard Lei Zhenbo, he quickly shook his head and said, how can I do that? With Mr. Lei's age, I should be calling you Uncle Lei. It wasn't strange for Zhao Hai to say this. Although Zhao Hai's current appearance made him look around 30 years old, Lei Zhenbo looked around 60 years old. Naturally, this was only on the surface. His real age was definitely much older. In this case, it would be rude for Zhao Hai to call him Brother Lei. Lei Zhenbo smiled and said, Little Hai, you don't need to say that. Although I'm a few years older than you, we professionals speak with strength. With your strength, calling me Brother Lei is definitely not a problem. And this is because I'm a few years older than you. You can call me Brother Lei. Zhao Hai smiled and said, you can call me Brother Lei. Zhao Hai nodded helplessly. Then he cupped his fist and said, Brother Lei, I invited Brother Lei today because I want to talk to you. There are some things that I can't figure out. I hope Brother Lei can help me take a look. After saying that, Zhao Hai told Lei Zhenbo what he was worried about. When Lei Zhenbo heard Zhao Hai's words, he frowned and said, your worries aren't unreasonable. But these destroyers are probably the descendants of the destroyers who invaded the Soul World. They aren't the real destroyers. Moreover, I don't think there will be any real destroyers invading the Soul World in the near future. Otherwise, the Broken River Realm experts would have sent news. When Zhao Hai heard Lei Zhenbo, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Lei Zhenbo with some confusion and said, what does Brother Lei mean? Those Broken River Realm experts are all elusive. How could they know when the destroyers will attack the Soul World? Lei Zhenbo smiled bitterly and said, they know. Little Hai, do you think that those Broken River Realm experts are really bored and just cultivate every day? No, those Broken River Realm experts also have their own missions. In fact, monitoring the destroyers is one of their important missions. The destroyers have been fighting with the Soul World for so many years. Although we haven't found the destroyer's hometown, we still have some signs before they appear. It's precisely because of these signs that the Broken River Realm experts have an important mission, which is to monitor the destroyers. As for how to monitor them, no one knows. But before the destroyers invade the soul world, those Broken River Realm experts would definitely know and would warn us. But now, we haven't received any warning, which means that the destroyers won't invade the soul world in a short period of time. So we don't have anything to worry about. As for why the destroyers in the ice field would launch their attack at this time, I'm afraid that only they themselves would know. When Zhao Hai heard Lei Zhenbua, he nodded and let out a long sigh. So it's like this. As long as the destroyers don't launch a large-scale invasion, it's fine. How big is the ice field? Their military strength must be limited. Moreover, we have the support of the destroyers, so it's not difficult to deal with them. In fact, their most powerful weapon was the destroyers. Now that the destroyers have been defeated, they have lost their most powerful weapon, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Lei Zhenbua shook his head and said, "No, we still have to be careful. I've seen some information about the destroyers before, but no matter what kind of information it is, there's no mention of a destroyer like the Snow Bear Knights. And the Snow Bears are animals in the soul world. In other words, the destroyers are using the animals in the soul world to deal with us. So it's hard to say how many animals they have turned into destroyers, so we still have to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. This was the first time that Zhao Hai heard that Breaking River level experts actually had such a task. But soon, Zhao Hai felt a little strange. Breaking River level experts had extraordinary strength. In the soul realm, they belonged to the peak of existence. They were like the gods of the soul realm. For people like them, who would give them a task? Wasn't this too unreasonable? Zhao Hai naturally told Lei Zhenbua what he didn't understand. After Lei Zhenbua heard Zhao Hai's words, he sighed and said, "Little Zhao Hai, you shouldn't have entered the sky dance realm for a long time, right? Moreover, you've been hiding your strength, so outsiders don't know that you're a sky dance realm expert. I'm afraid that the Hu family, for various reasons, didn't tell you some secrets. In fact, after reaching the sky dance realm, people like us would get some information. And these information can only be seen by sky dance realm experts and above." Lei Zhenbua said in a deep voice, "The reason why the Hu family didn't let you see these information might be because the time you entered the sky dance realm was too short. They didn't want to distract you, so they prepared to wait a few years before telling you. Unfortunately, they didn't expect such a thing to happen. So I'll tell you about this matter." Speaking up to here, Lei Zhenbua turned his head and looked around. There were only the two of them here. The servant had already left after serving them food and wine. He was very clear that people like Lei Zhenbua and Zhao Hai didn't like to have someone watching them when they were drinking. Therefore, he left. Seeing that there was no one around, Lei Zhenbua said in a deep voice, "A long time ago, the river-breaking level experts in the soul world weren't managed by anyone. They were too strong, so no one could control them. Those river-breaking level experts began to act recklessly. They didn't put anyone in their eyes. They dared to challenge anyone, even some river-breaking level experts directly killed the king of a country and became the king himself. But even though he was an expert, he wasn't necessarily a good king. Because of this, the people of that country were unable to make a living, and the people were angry. And at this time, the destroyer invaded. At that time, because of the actions of those river-breaking level experts, the professionals of various countries were very unpopular and abandoned by the soul world. That battle with the destroyer was also the most tragic battle. Those soul world experts picked up their weapons and attacked the destroyer. Naturally, the professionals also participated in the battle. At this point, Lei Zhenbua calmed down and let out a long sigh, but what people didn't expect was that at this time, a Broken River level expert who ruled a country actually betrayed the entire soul world, surrendering to the destroyer and slaughtering the people of the soul world. His actions shocked the entire soul world and also aroused public anger. The remaining Broken River level experts in the soul world began to desperately hunt him down. In the end, all of the Broken River level experts in the soul world died in battle, and the traitor was also killed. The soul world finally repelled the destroyer at the cost of half of its population. After that battle, many of the cultivation methods in the soul world were lost, and it took countless years for the soul world to slowly recover. These rules were very strict, and they even had specific regulations on what the Broken River level experts had to do. This was because the Broken River level experts understood that although they were now aloof, they still had to rely on the entire soul world, and rely on the ordinary people of the soul world. If they left the ordinary people of the soul world, they would be nothing. Even if they were strong, they would still be alone. On the other hand, if the ordinary people of the soul world left them, they could still survive, and even have the ability to deal with the destroyer. Although the price they had to pay was very high, they could still do it. It was during this period that a lot of body cultivators appeared in the soul world, and almost all of them were ordinary soul bearers. Lei Zhenbo looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, so slowly, this alliance of river-breaking level masters continued. Those masters of river-breaking level were also trapped by various rules. They couldn't care about what happened in the soul world, nor could they lay their hands on the soul world at will. They still had to do things for the soul world. Of course, most of the time, they were free. If they wanted to fight, they could go to places where there was no one. Anyway, they couldn't disturb the lives of ordinary people in the soul world. Otherwise, the whole world would strike them down. Lei Zhenbo said, the whole world would strike them down. When he said these words, his murderous aura couldn't be concealed. Zhao Hai looked at Lei Zhenbo and said in a deep voice, the whole world would strike them down, is it referring to people like us? Lei Zhenbo nodded and said, that's right. It refers to people like us. As long as we haven't reached the Breaking River level, we won't be under the control of the Breaking River level alliance. On the contrary, we have to monitor them. If they act recklessly, we can call upon the world to kill the Breaking River level experts. Similarly, the Breaking River level experts can also monitor us. If we cause a disaster and no one can stop us, then as long as several experts jointly request, the Breaking River level experts will act and kill us. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He now understood what Lei Zhenbo meant. The Broken River experts had a mutual monitoring relationship with the ordinary people of the soul realm. And this relationship was based on the fact that they were ordinary people of the soul realm. The people of the soul world had also realized that the ordinary people of the soul world had their own strength. They couldn't leave these ordinary people. If these ordinary people were forced into a corner, then they would resist. Lei Zhenbo looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, don't think that this is the end. In fact, there are several secret realms in the soul world. In these secret realms, ordinary people live there. But they aren't the ordinary people we see now. They are all body cultivators. They have been passed down from the past to the present. They don't usually appear, but when the destroyer appears, they will appear. Similarly, if a river-breaking level master dares to violate their oath and fight for secular power, then they will appear. But when they don't appear, nobody knows where they are. Even the river-breaking level masters can't find them. Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked at Lei Zhenbo and said, you're saying that there are secret realms in the soul world? Secret realms that we don't know about? Lei Zhenbo nodded and said, yes. Not only are there secret realms, but there are also forces that we don't know about. The place we are currently in is called the Soldier Spirit Continent. This continent includes the continent where we are, the island where the Lion Soul Nation is located, as well as the surrounding islands. But in addition to our continent, there are also the Wenji continent and the Stranger continent. I heard that the Wenji continent is ruled by all kinds of spirits. Some of their spirit objects are books, some are pens, and some are just articles. The people there are very strong. As for the Stranger continent, we know very little about it. The people there rarely come into contact with us. However, we know that the people there don't have any spirit objects, but they are very strong. Ordinary people simply haven't heard about the other two continents. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. This is because the sea is too dangerous for them to go there. Zhao Hai looked at Lei Zhenbo and said, you're saying that besides our continent, there are two other continents that aren't weaker than our continent? Is this true? Can we go? Lei Zhenbo nodded and said, yes, we can go. As long as one's strength reaches the Skydance realm, one can go to the other continents. However, I advise you to be careful because the people of the other continents aren't necessarily friendly to us. If you die in the other continents, nobody would care about you. Zhao Hai nodded. Then Lei Zhenbua opened his mouth and said, "The destroyer belongs to the soul world. Because of this, every time the destroyer appears, the people of the 3 continents would cooperate to deal with it. But aside from dealing with the destroyer, the other continents don't have much contact with each other. This is because the people of the 3 continents have different lifestyles and philosophies. Because of this, they naturally don't want to come in contact with each other." Lei Zhenbua sighed and said, "Although I've been a sky dance realm expert for many years, I still haven't gone to the other 2 continents. My talent is limited. Being able to cultivate to the sky dance realm is already the limit. It's impossible for me to reach the river break realm in this lifetime. Because of this, it's impossible for me to go to the other continents. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can go and take a look." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Lei Zhenbua and said, "Brother Lei, the secret of the soul world, must one reach the sky dance realm to know? Do all the sky dance realm experts know about this?" Lei Zhenbua shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. Little Hai, do you know why the Hu clan didn't tell you about this? It's because I'm afraid that it will affect your practice after you know about it. You're still young, and it's possible for you to become a broken river level expert. After you become a broken river level expert, you won't have any problems if you know about it. However, you haven't become a broken river level expert yet, so knowing about it might not be a good thing for you. If I didn't see that you're mentally tough, I wouldn't have told you about it. But I believe that you're not the kind of person who's afraid of trouble. Telling you about it won't affect you at all, but it will also become your motivation. Am I right?" When Zhao Hai heard Lei Zhenbua's words, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Yes, you're right. Brother Lei, you telling me about this not only won't frighten you, but also make me very interested. Now, I really want to go to the other continents and have a look. If there's a chance, I really want to go to the secret territory and have a look. This world is very wonderful, much more wonderful than I imagined." Lei Zhenbua looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and smiled faintly. He believed that Zhao Hai could do it, he definitely could do it. This was the first time that Zhao Hai heard that there were so many things that he didn't know about the soul realm. In the past, when he was in the Hu family, he read a lot of information, but there was nothing about this. Now that he heard Lei Zhenbua, he felt very happy. This was because he could finally see a place that he hadn't been to before. Lei Zhenbua looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. The reason why he told this to Zhao Hai was because he saw that Zhao Hai was still young. For someone of Zhao Hai's age to become a sky dance realm expert, although it couldn't be said that he was unique, it was still very rare. A person like this had the ability to go to other continents. If he goes one step further and becomes a river-breaking realm expert, then he wouldn't be able to go to other continents. Lei Zhenbua smiled and said, "Zhao Hai, I don't oppose you going to other continents, but you must solve the matter here first." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, of course I'll solve the matter here first. Even if you want me to leave now, I won't." Lei Zhenbua nodded, then glanced at the lake scenery outside and said in a deep voice, "This time, things aren't simple. Although the source of the force of destruction has been destroyed, this has given us a reminder. In the soul world, who knows where the descendants of the destroyers are hidden? If this is the case, then we will have a lot of trouble in the future." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Indeed. Although on the surface, it seems like it only affected the Bao Soul Nation, this was just luck. If the Bao Soul Nation didn't have the city walls, then the losses that the continent would have suffered would be too great. In the face of this destructive force, the plants in the soul realm wouldn't be able to resist at all. This is our biggest crisis." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Lei Zhenbua nodded and said, "Right, what you said makes sense. This time, the biggest threat to us is the destructive power. It's too terrible." Almost in an instant, all the plants in the north of Shooting Sun City died. Then some animals also died. Some people ran very fast, and until now, we haven't found anything wrong. But even so, it's still too terrible. Zhao Hai replied, "It would be very difficult for these 2 plants to block the destructive force. Only the grasses that can release nature's energy are able to resist it. However, this is still far from enough. In the future, I'll study these grasses and try to make them absorb the destructive force and release nature's energy. Then I'll see if other plants can do the same. If they can, then that would be great." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I'll go and study them." Lei Zhenbo looked at Zhao Hai, then he sighed and said, we don't understand this aspect, so we can only rely on you. Right, why is it that only the Hu family's seeds can absorb the destructive power? Why can't the seeds refined by other people do the same? Zhao Hai smiled and said, this is the Hu family's experience in refining these seeds. The Hu family seeds have always been very famous in the continent. Naturally, they had already begun their research on the land of destruction. After many years of research, they were finally able to produce these seeds. However, these seeds were still in the experimental stage. Otherwise, we wouldn't have needed to enter the land of destruction for such a long time. This was because the seeds hadn't been tested in the environment yet. This time, we used the environment here to conduct the final experiment. The results were very good. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's right. Lei Zhenbo nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I'm afraid that shooting Sun City would be in danger. Alas, plant masters are getting worse and worse. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's been peaceful for too long. Many plant masters have become lazy. This can't be helped. Fortunately, our Hu family persevered. The Hu family's disciples' adulthood experiment is definitely the most important part. Although this will cause the Hu family to suffer a great loss, the effect is very good. At the very least, the Hu family's plant masters still maintain the tradition of observing plants in the wild. Lei Zhenbo smiled bitterly, then he said, it's not just plant masters, it's the same for other professions. Perhaps you don't know, but the number of Void Dance Realm experts in the continent has decreased a lot compared to the past. There are even fewer new Void Dance Realm experts. Zhao Hai sighed. He was very clear about why this was the case. In fact, it was the same in any realm. Heroes were born in troubled times, but heroes rarely appeared in troubled times. This was because there was no place for heroes to grow. Lei Zhenbo looked at Zhao Hai and said, forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. I believe that there's still hope for the Soul Realm. After all, there's still a genius like you, right? When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but smile and didn't say anything. Just like what Lei Zhenbo said, the Soul Realm had been attacked by the destroyers many times, but it still hadn't been taken down. This meant that the Soul Realm had its own merits. The two were silent for a while. After drinking a few mouthfuls of wine, Lei Zhenbo looked at Zhao Hai and said, right, Zhao Hai, there's another thing that I'm very curious about. It's the method you used to deal with the Snow Bear Knights. How did you freeze them in an instant? That's too powerful. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's nothing. After going to the ice field and comprehending the power of extreme cold, I was able to use this method. Lei Zhenbo stared, then he asked in confusion, extreme cold? What's that? How come I haven't heard of it? Zhao Hai smiled and said, actually, it's nothing. It's just that in that cold environment, I felt that everything around me was frozen. Therefore, I thought that I can use the power of extreme cold in my attacks. Because of this, I began to slowly experiment to see if I could convert my nature energy into this extreme cold attribute. Before long, I was able to fuse the extreme cold attribute into my nature energy. In the end, I succeeded and formed that attack method. Lei Zhenbo stared, then he said with a shocked expression, you can do that? How is that possible? Integrating the attribute of extreme cold into your attacks? How can you do that? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I don't know if other types of energy can do it, but natural energy can. What is natural energy? Natural energy is all of nature's energy. All of the energy in nature belongs to natural energy. A lot of plant masters think that only the energy produced by plants can be called natural energy. Actually, this is a misunderstanding. A long time ago, some plant masters proposed that natural energy is all of nature's energy. However, at that time, they wanted to absorb all of nature's energy into their bodies and use it for their own use. Actually, this isn't a good method. After some experiments, I discovered that natural energy has a very strong ability to imitate. It can imitate any type of energy in nature, one of which is extreme cold. Lei Zhenbo was surprised as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, so that's how it is. No wonder when I asked Ben Lei and the others, they said that you created a gust of wind. At that time I didn't quite understand what they meant, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, I'm just saying. I still don't quite understand what's going on. It's best to experience it for yourself. Brother Lei, if you have time, let's try it out and you'll understand. Lei Zhenhua smiled faintly and said, there's no time. Let's go outside the city and try it out. When Jiao Hai heard this, he smiled faintly and said, alright, let's go. Let's go out and try it out. Then his figure moved as he flew out of the city. Lei Zhenhua quickly followed. Before long, the two arrived at the land of destruction. After the two arrived outside the city, they were separated by 100 meters. Lei Zhenhua's hand moved as a spear appeared in his hand. Then he pointed his spear at Jiao Hai and said, come, let's see what's going on with your sandstorm. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, then I won't be polite. Then Jiao Hai's hand moved as iron pineapple appeared in his hand. Then he attacked Lei Zhenhua. Just as he moved, a huge whirlwind slowly formed with him as the center. The whirlwind was mixed with sand grains, and it attacked Lei Zhenhua directly. Seeing Jiao Hai's action, Lei Zhenhua's expression couldn't help but change. He said, good. Then he raised his spear and rushed towards Jiao Hai. Upon entering the range of the whirlwind, Lei Zhenhua immediately knew how terrifying it was. Not only did the whirlwind have a strong attacking power, but it also had a very strong and chaotic energy inside. Now that this energy was rushing towards him, he felt as if he was in the middle of a storm. And now, Jiao Hai's position was no longer in the center of the storm. He was able to come and go as he pleased, as if the storm didn't affect him at all. Not only did Lei Zhenhua have to defend against Jiao Hai's attack, but he also had to resist the power of the storm. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Jiao Hai didn't stop, he directly attacked. In this exchange, Lei Zhenhua fell into a disadvantage. This time, the two were only having a competition, it wasn't a life and death battle. Therefore, after 10 rounds, they stopped. In fact, it was Jiao Hai who stopped. This was because Jiao Hai already had the upper hand. Naturally, he could stop whenever he wanted. When Jiao Hai stopped, the storm around them naturally dispersed. Jiao Hai also put away his iron pineapple. Lei Zhenhua also put away his spear. He looked at Jiao Hai and smiled bitterly, my god, this storm's power is really strong. I can only suffer in this storm. If we were to fight to the death, then I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to last more than 50 moves against you. Jiao Hai smiled and said, don't say that. Although the power of this storm will affect you, it's not as big as you think. I know that's impossible. Let's go back and continue drinking. Jiao Hai smiled and said, don't say that. Although the power of this storm will affect you, it's not as big as you think. Lei Zhenhua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he followed Jiao Hai back to the city. However, he was very clear that he wasn't joking. If he were to fight to the death with Jiao Hai, then he wouldn't be able to last more than 50 moves. It wasn't that Lei Zhenhua didn't have confidence in himself. In fact, Lei Zhenhua was considered a genius in the Gonghan country. But compared to Jiao Hai, Lei Zhenhua was still far behind. This time, the two were only probing each other. However, this probing wasn't that simple. Although the two didn't use their strongest moves, Lei Zhenhua was sure that if he were to fight Jiao Hai to the death, he wouldn't be able to last more than 50 moves. Lei Zhenhua admitted that he didn't use his last resort. His spear technique was very strong, but he didn't use his last resort. If he did, then his attack and defense would be greatly increased. But at the same time, Lei Zhenhua also believed that Jiao Hai didn't use his most powerful means. He clearly remembered that in the ice field, he only killed a few snow bear knights, but Jiao Hai killed several times more than him. He had his means, but so did Jiao Hai. Because of this, Lei Zhenhua was sure that he wouldn't be able to last more than 50 moves against Jiao Hai. The two returned to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Lei Zhenhua let out a sigh and said, people have always thought that plant masters have the worst attack power among all professions. But now it seems that it's not the case at all. Plant masters' attack power isn't weak, it's very strong. Their strength is beyond our imagination. Jiao Hai shook his head and said, you can't say that. After all, in the Soul Realm, there's only one plant master called Hu Hai. The others aren't that strong. Lei Zhenbo stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai with some puzzlement and said, "Little Hai, what do you mean? Don't tell me that other plant masters can't use your means?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's true that they can't use my method. This is because they don't know much about natural energy other than plants. Sandstorm force and extreme cold force, these two forces can only be comprehended in extreme environments, and it was only by chance. If it was someone else, they wouldn't necessarily have such good luck." Lei Zhenbo nodded, but then he let out a long breath and said, "What you said sounds very reasonable, but it's not like that. Now, whether it's the soul of beasts, soul of soldiers, or even craftsmen, our strength has reached the limit. In other words, all the potential of these three professions has been dug out, but not plant masters. Plant masters still have a lot of potential to be dug out. Once their potential is dug out, their battle power will immediately increase. You can't deny that, right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I won't deny it. But this is just an idea, it might not necessarily be realized." Lei Zhenbo nodded and didn't say anything. He just drank another glass of wine before he said, "After this matter, your Hu family needs to be careful. There are a lot of countries in the continent that have ruined lands. They wouldn't want the method to grow seeds in the hands of the Hu family. Therefore, they might take action. You need to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We've already thought about it. They can use the fungus spores as they wish. Even your Gonghun country doesn't need to sell the spores to the Hu family. However, our Hu family won't take out the method to refine the seeds. This is because this is related to the lifeline of the Hu family." Lei Zhenbo nodded and said, "Fortunately, we still have the fungus spores. Otherwise, everyone would have to buy seeds from the Hu clan. Then the Hu clan would be doing a unique business. A unique business is very profitable, but at the same time, it's easy to make people jealous." Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Unique businesses make people jealous. Because of this, I want to research a kind of grass that can absorb destructive power and release natural energy. Maybe the seeds of this grass can be used. If I succeed, then the Hu family wouldn't be in any danger." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Unique businesses make people jealous. Because of this, I want to research a type of grass that can absorb destructive power and release natural energy." Lei Zhenbo looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, "You're very confident, but can you really do it? Researching a new type of plant isn't that easy." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing in this world that's difficult for those who have the will to do it. If I want to research it, then I'll succeed one day. Actually, our Hu family doesn't have any selfish motives. If we did, then we wouldn't have revealed the matter of the fungus. Wouldn't we have just said that the grass can absorb the power of destruction? Who else would know that the fungus can do the same? Our Hu family didn't do this because the power of destruction is a common problem for the soul realm. The destroyer is the common enemy of the soul realm. Therefore, we did this." Lei Zhenbo nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "Unfortunately, in this world, not everyone is like your Hu family. The grudge between your Hu family and the Sword Spirit country isn't a secret anymore. I'm afraid that the Sword Spirit country might target your Hu family. Aside from the Sword Spirit country, the relationship between the Tiger Spirit country and your Hu family isn't very good, right? If you take all these things into consideration, the situation that your Hu clan is going to face this time won't be any better." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "So what? Our Hu family has existed in the soul realm for so many years, we're not a soft persimmon that anyone can pinch. Anyone who has ideas about the Hu family will have to pay a price. Also, the crane grass isn't dead yet, he's still in the destruction desert. The destruction desert isn't a place that anyone can enter. Even if we have a plant that can absorb the power of destruction, it's impossible to use this plant to absorb the power of destruction in the destruction desert, because it's simply impossible." Lei Zhenbo looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, "Why do you say that?" Zhao Hai replied, "The destructive force that appeared in the Bao Soul country is completely different from the destructive force in the desolate desert. The destructive force in the desolate desert was left behind after countless years. There are a lot of demonic beasts and plants there. These demonic beasts and plants rely on absorbing destructive force to survive. Anyone who wants to touch the destructive force would be their enemy, they would attack." Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's because the destructive force in the Bao Soul country is different from the desolate desert. Lei Zhenbo nodded, he believed this point. If there were no demonic animals and plants, then the destruction desert wouldn't have become one of the most famous forbidden areas in the continent. Zhao Hai continued, aside from the magic beasts and plants, let's make a comparison. Let's talk about the destruction force of the Bao Soul country. The destruction force is very violent outside the city walls, but because of the city walls, the destruction force inside the city walls is very weak. Because of this, plants can absorb the destruction force to grow. If the destruction force outside the city walls is as violent as it is outside the city walls, then the plants wouldn't be able to grow. In this case, it's almost impossible for grass and fungi to survive in the destruction desert. It's impossible for them to absorb the destruction force. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, the destruction force of the Bao Soul country is very violent. Lei Zhenbo nodded, he felt that Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. He had seen the destructive force outside the city. From the very beginning, Zhao Hai didn't plant any herbs or fungi outside the city. This was because the destructive force outside the city was too strong. Therefore, there was simply no way to plant herbs or fungi. The situation inside the desolate desert was very similar to the situation outside the city, maybe even worse. In this case, herbs and fungi were almost useless to the desolate desert. In other words, there was no way to manage the desolate desert. Moreover, although the Sword Spirit country sealed the desert, the other countries didn't. With Crane Grass's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to leave the desert. Once Crane Grass's strength reaches a certain level, the Sword Spirit country would have to face a formidable enemy. If Crane Grass is defeated, he can just hide in the desert and nobody can do anything to him. Facing such an enemy, the Sword Spirit country would certainly have a headache. Therefore, it would be impossible for the Sword Spirit country to exterminate our Hu clan and force us to submit to them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, the Sword Spirit country's Spirit country would have to face a formidable enemy. If Crane Grass were to be defeated, he could just hide in the desert and nobody would be able to do anything to him. Facing such an enemy, the Sword Spirit country would certainly have a headache. Therefore, it would be impossible for the Sword Spirit country to exterminate our Hu clan and force our Hu clan to submit to them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, the Sword Spirit country's Spirit country would have to face a formidable enemy. If Crane Grass was defeated, he could just hide in the desert and nobody would be able to do anything to him. Facing such an enemy, the Sword Spirit country would certainly have a headache. The reason why Zhao Hai said this to Lei Zhenbo was because he wanted Lei Zhenbo to pass on a message for him. Zhao Hai had already noticed that Lei Zhenbo was trying to probe him. It wasn't hard to guess who asked Lei Zhenbo to probe him. Lei Zhenbo's appearance in the Shooting Sun City showed that his relationship with the royal family of the Gonghun country wasn't ordinary. So this time, Lei Zhenbo was most likely using the royal family's order to probe him. Zhao Hai could also use this opportunity to pass on his message to the royal family of the Gonghun country through Lei Zhenbo's mouth. At the same time, he could also pass on the message to the royal family of the Sword Spirit country so that they would be more honest. The reason why Zhao Hai was so sure that these words would reach the royal family of the Sword Spirit country was because he knew that no matter which country's royal family, it was very difficult to keep secrets. The royal family's ability to keep secrets should be the worst. Therefore, Zhao Hai was sure that his words would definitely reach the ears of the royal family of the Gonghun country and the royal family of the Sword Spirit country. Even if the royal family of the Sword Spirit country didn't believe this, they would still have some scruples when doing things. What Zhao Hai wanted was for them to have scruples. Lei Zhenbo did not understand the meaning behind Zhao Hai's words, and thought that Zhao Hai was just telling him the pros and cons. After listening to Zhao Hai, Lei Zhenbo had no choice but to admit that Zhao Hai was right. He had heard of the name Tian Cranegrass before, a new rising talent of the Hu family. He was extremely powerful, and although he had not reached the consolidating equipment stage yet, he was already able to fight against consolidating equipment stage powerhouses. However, no one knew what happened, but he disappeared for more than a year. It was only recently that there was news that Tian Cranegrass had been captured by the Sword Spirit country and thrown into a huge sword. However, he had broken through to the void stage, and had even stolen the huge sword from the Sword Spirit country. Because of this, the sword spirit country had been chasing him all over the place. Finally, it was rumored that he had entered the desert of destruction, and the sword spirit country had also sent a powerhouse to seal off the entrance to the desert of destruction. As for this Tian Crane Grass, it was said that he was only in his 20s. For a void stage powerhouse in his 20s, how much potential did he have? If he really wanted to take revenge on the sword spirit country, it was hard to say how much damage he would cause to the sword spirit country. A void stage powerhouse, placed in any country, was in existence on equal footing with the emperor. Of course, there were very few void stage powerhouses who dared to do such a thing. However, this also showed the power of a void stage powerhouse. If such a void stage powerhouse were to put down all his pride and focus on revenge, perhaps only a breaking river stage powerhouse would be able to take him down. Otherwise, it would be difficult to rely on any other void stage powerhouse. When Gui Ling and the others entered the desert of destruction and didn't come out, everyone knew about this. However, very few people blamed this on Zhao Hai. This was because in their opinion, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to deal with Gui Ling and the others. The reason why Gui Ling and the others didn't come out of the desert of destruction was mainly because of the demonic beasts and plants in the desert. It wasn't because of Zhao Hai. Void Stage Powerhouse, this title of uncrowned king wasn't for nothing. It was a title that was earned by generations of Void Stage powerhouses. No one would dare to underestimate a Void Stage powerhouse. Even the countries wouldn't dare to underestimate a Void Stage powerhouse. This was because their destructive power was too great. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent these Void Stage powerhouses to monitor the Breaking River Stage powerhouses. The Hu clan was one of the oldest clans in the continent. Although they were very low-key, the Hu clan had encountered a lot of ups and downs over the years. In the end, they were able to survive all of them. This also showed the strength of the Hu clan. Therefore, just like what Zhao Hai said, any force that wanted to eat the Hu clan must be prepared to lose their teeth. Lei Zhenbua sighed and said, I hope that the sword spirit country won't go too far this time. But no matter what, the Bao spirit country will always stand on the side of the Hu clan. This is because the Hu clan has helped the Bao spirit country a lot. If it weren't for the Hu clan, then the Bao spirit country might have turned into something else. When Zhao Hai heard Lei Zhenbua, he just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He didn't agree with Lei Zhenbua's words. This was because whether it was the sword spirit country's king or the Bao spirit country's king, in the end, they were all politicians. Politicians were a group of people who were the most heartless. In their eyes, there were only benefits and no emotions. Hu Yuan took the long letter written by Zhao Hai and read it carefully. This letter was written by Zhao Hai after he returned to shooting Sun City from the land of destruction. The letter was very detailed about the strength of the destroyers in the ice field, as well as their combat strength. To be honest, Hu Yuan was very surprised when he saw the contents of this letter. He didn't expect that there would be such a large city of destroyers hidden in the ice field. This was too shocking. However, the contents of this letter also allowed Hu Yuan to see a lot of things. First of all, this was definitely an opportunity for the Hu family, a huge opportunity. The Hu family had previously supported the Gonghun country, but their relationship with the Gonghun country was not strong enough. Therefore, this was an opportunity for the Hu family to make the relationship between the Gonghun country and the Hu family more solid. In fact, Zhao Hai didn't know that he had thought too much about this matter. In the Soul world, every country would have allies, and no country would easily betray their allies, especially those who had helped them a lot. None of the superiors in the Soul world were idiots. They were very clear that if they betrayed their allies, then they would no longer have any allies. No one would form an alliance with someone who liked to betray their allies. That was tantamount to dancing with a wolf. No one would be such an idiot. Therefore, it was entirely possible for the Hu family to form an alliance with the Gonghun country. The Hu family was an ancient family, and also a family of planters. Everyone knew that it was very important for a force to have a good relationship with a powerful family of planters. The Hu clan had the capital to form an alliance with any faction. Recently, the Hu clan discovered that the king of the Saber Spirit Nation no longer trusted the Hu clan as much as before. In fact, the king was even deliberately distancing himself from the Hu clan. Thus, the Hu clan began to make arrangements to retreat. This time, the Hu family had helped the Gong Hun country a lot. This was tantamount to making the already good relationship between the two sides closer. However, if they wanted to go further, they would need to add fuel to the fire. This time, the battle between the Gong Hun country and the destroyers was an opportunity. The Hu family were all planters. Although their combat strength was good, the Hu family didn't want their family members to die in vain on the battlefield. Therefore, they could only support the Gong Hun country in other aspects. This support wasn't difficult for the Hu family, it was just logistical support. War depended on logistics. Although the Gong Hun country was fighting on their home ground this time, the Gong Hun country wasn't prepared for a war. Although the Wolf Spirit country would attack the Gong Hun country from time to time, those attacks were only on a small scale. There was no large-scale battle at all. It would be very difficult for the Gong Hun country to prepare all the war materials in a short time. The Gong Hun country was not a big country, it was even smaller than the Blade Hun country, and its national strength was not as good as the Blade Hun country. Therefore, it would not be easy for them to face such a large-scale war. If they did not handle it well, their national strength would decline. At that time, the Gong Hun country would really be in trouble. The Hu family didn't have a lot of war materials. However, don't forget that the Hu family was a planter family. Since Zhao Hai made the baobab tree and the bottle tree, planters were equivalent to moving grain warehouses. Naturally, the Hu family was also an expert. Therefore, the Hu family could solve a lot of problems for the Gong Hun country. At the very least, the Hu family could help the Gong Hun country solve a lot of problems. When he thought of this, Hu Yuan immediately sent a letter to Hu Chao. Hu Chao also agreed to this proposal. Moreover, he personally wrote a letter to the Gong Hun country's king. The letter directly said that the Hu family would send 100 planters to participate in this war. However, these 100 planters wouldn't directly go to the city walls to kill the enemy. Instead, they would be responsible for the food of the people in the city. Although 100 planters couldn't solve the problem of the entire army, they could solve a large part of it. Then Hu Chao sent this letter to the Gong Hun country. Naturally, the Gong Hun country's king didn't refuse. To be honest, the king was also worried about the matter of grain. The sudden appearance of the destructive force caused all the crops in the area north of the Shooting Sun City to die. However, the people there didn't die. These people needed to eat, and they encountered a natural disaster. The country couldn't just ignore it. Just settling these people required a lot of money from the Gong Hun country. Although the finances of the Gong Hun country were still fine, the war was imminent. Once the war started, there would be a lot of places to spend money. Moreover, even if the war was over, in the next 2 to 3 years, the large area north of the Shooting Sun City would not be able to grow anything. Only grass and fungi could be grown. However, no one wanted these two things, so there would be no income. Therefore, the finances of the Gong Hun country were still very tight. The Gong Hun country's king was also worried about the Gong Hun country's finances. This was because he was very clear that if the Gong Hun country used all of its resources in this war, then even if they won, the Gong Hun country's treasury would be empty. But at this time, the Hu family said that they would send people to solve the problem of grain. For the Gong Hun country, this was definitely a good thing. This was equivalent to solving their urgent problem. How could the Gong Hun country not agree? It was inconvenient for the Gong Hun country to agree. Moreover, the Gong Hun country would guarantee the safety of the Hu family. After Hu Chao received the Gong Hun country's king's reply, he immediately told Hu Yuan about this matter. Hu Yuan directly divided 100 people from the Devil Island and had them bring enough seeds. Then they directly rode the giant demon blade and went to the Shooting Sun City. Naturally, it was impossible for them to let people know about the existence of the giant demon blade. Therefore, they just sent these people to a place some distance away from the Shooting Sun City. Then they had them ride their horses to the Shooting Sun City. For this operation, the Hu family also got a lot of horses and used the giant demon blade to transport them. Naturally, Hu Yuan also told this news to Zhao Hai. However, he didn't let Zhao Hai command these people. This time, the commander of these people was still Hu Yulong. In any case, Hu Yulong was already familiar with the people in the Shooting Sun City. Therefore, it was best for him to command these people. This time, they brought a lot of seeds. These seeds weren't only from the baobab tree and the bottle tree, but also some other mutated seeds. These things were given to the Shooting Sun City by the Hu family. Hu Yulong and the others each had a big bag on the back of their horses. These bags were filled with all kinds of seeds. Then they rushed all the way to the Shooting Sun City. However, they didn't manage to reach the Shooting Sun City that day. They would only arrive the next day. After receiving Hu Yuan's letter, Zhao Hai immediately went to look for Gong Ruolei. It wasn't until now that Zhao Hai knew that Gong Ruolei was actually a member of the imperial family. He was the younger brother of the Gong Hun country's king. Compared to the two brothers from other countries, Gong Ruolei's relationship with the Gong Hun country's king was very good. Gong Benlei's relationship with the two brothers was also very good. These three brothers were rare in the continent's imperial family. The Shooting Sun City was also very important to the Gong Hun country. Therefore, Gong Ruolei, with his status as a prince, became the city lord of the Shooting Sun City. It was precisely because of this that the Shooting Sun City had such a big reaction from the Gong Hun country. At the same time, after the incident, the Gong Hun country didn't send a representative of the imperial family. This was because Gong Ruolei was the imperial family's biggest representative. When he received this news, Zhao Hai was startled. He didn't think that Gong Benlei would actually be a grand prince. For a grand prince to venture into the land of destruction and the icefield was something that most people wouldn't be able to do. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire Gong Benlei and Gong Ruolei. Gong Ruolei was also very respectful towards Zhao Hai. He already knew about Zhao Hai's strength from Gong Benlei. Therefore, when he heard that Zhao Hai wanted to meet him, he immediately invited Zhao Hai to his study. When Zhao Hai arrived at the study, the two Gong brothers were already waiting for him. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the two and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the city lord and Mr. Benlei." Zhao Hai was just being polite. After all, he was now a sky dance realm expert. He didn't even need to salute an emperor, let alone two princes. However, his relationship with Gong Ruolei and Gong Benlei was very good. Therefore, he still needed to be polite. Gong Ruolei and Gong Benlei naturally didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately cupped their fist and returned the greeting. Then Gong Ruolei turned to Zhao Hai and said, "May I know what Mr. came here for today?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I received a letter from my family today. My family has already reached an agreement with His Majesty to send 100 plant masters to help out in Shooting Sun City. However, these two plant masters won't be participating in the battle. Instead, they will be responsible for supplying food to the city. I think the city lord will receive the letter soon. Today, I came to greet the city lord. The Hu clan might arrive tomorrow. I hope that the city lord can help arrange a place for them to stay." When Gong Ruolei heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but show a happy expression. He quickly replied, no problem at all. Mr. can rest assured. I will immediately arrange a place for them to stay. Tomorrow, I will accompany Mr. to greet the Hu clan. Mr. is righteous, the Hu clan is righteous. I am very grateful. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "The city lord doesn't need to be polite. The relationship between our Hu clan and the Gong Hun country has always been very good. Moreover, we have cooperated a lot. This time, the Gong Hun country is in great trouble. How can our Hu clan just stand by and watch?" Although the Hu clan is an old clan, to be honest, their annual income isn't very high. Therefore, we can't provide too much support to the Gong Hun country. We can only do our best to help the Gong Hun country. I hope that you won't blame us. Gong Ruolei quickly replied, "Mister, please don't say that. The Hu clan has shown great kindness to the Gong Hun country. Nobody in the Gong Hun country will ever forget it. Mister, please don't blame us." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The city lord doesn't need to be polite. If the city lord doesn't have any other instructions, then I will return first. This time, I just wanted to inform the city lord about this matter. If there's nothing else, then I won't disturb the city lord." Gong Ruolei quickly replied, "Mister, please. I will immediately arrange a place for you to stay. I won't let Mister down." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and cupped his fist to the two men before turning around and leaving. Gong Benlei looked at Zhao Hai's departing figure, then he turned to Gong Ruoliai and said, "Second brother, what do you think the Hu family is doing? Although the relationship between our Gong Hun country and the Hu family is good, it's still not good enough. Why are they helping us this time? Is it really because our enemy is the destroyer?" Gong Ruoliai shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. Their relationship with the Gong Hun nation is one reason. Our opponent is the destroyer. However, these aren't the main reasons. The main reason is that the Hu family wants to form an alliance with the Gong Hun nation. They want to establish a relationship with us." Gong Benlei stared, then he asked in confusion, "Alliance with us? Why? Isn't a great family like the Hu family highly valued in that country? Why would they want to form an alliance with us?" Gong Ruoliai replied, "Things aren't that simple. The Hu family has been very low-key these past few years and is highly valued by the imperial family. However, because of the crane grasses, they had a conflict with the Sword Spirit country. The Sword Spirit country is different from our Gong Hun country. Our Gong Hun country and the Sword Spirit country don't border each other. Even if the Sword Spirit country wants to deal with our Gong Hun country, they would have to go through the Saber Spirit country. But the Saber Spirit country is right next to the Sword Spirit country. If the Sword Spirit country wants to deal with the Saber Spirit country, or if they use this matter as an excuse, then the Saber Spirit country would be in a lot of trouble. Therefore, the Saber Spirit country has been neglecting the Hu family for a while. The Hu family can also see this, so they are helping us this time in order to form a good relationship with us. So they're planning to help the Hu family." When Gong Benlei heard Gong Ruoliai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, "Second brother, if you know about this matter, then why are you still in contact with the Hu family? Why are you still accepting their help?" Gong Ruoliai smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong with getting their help? Didn't I say that our Gong Hun country and the Sword Spirit country don't have any territorial contact? Even if the Sword Spirit country wants to deal with us, it would be beyond their reach. Therefore, we aren't afraid of them coming to deal with us. Moreover, this time's matter has exposed a big weakness of our Gong Hun country, that is, we don't have a plant master clan." At this point, Gong Ruoliai sighed and said, "In the past, I thought that the Fan family was pretty good. Their family was very famous in the Plant Master Society, they also had the right to speak. However, after this matter, I discovered that the Fan family is no longer the same as before. Look at the Plant Masters sent by the Fan family, how many of them look like the Hu family? Although the Hu family's Plant Masters have an extraordinary bearing, their skin is very dark and they have calluses on their hands, making them look like old farmers. This might make people laugh at them, but you can't deny that this is what a Plant Master should look like. Look at the people from the Fan family, each and every one of them is white and plump. They talk about a lot of theories, but once they get serious, they are all finished. Compared to the Hu family, the Fan family is really not enough. Therefore, Big Brother and I came in contact with the Hu family and agreed to their help. We aren't afraid of the threat of the Sword Spirit country. If we can pull a powerful Plant Master clan to our Gong Hun country, then for us, there would only be benefits and no harm." When Gong Benlei heard Gong Ruoliai, he couldn't help but nod, then he said, "Not only that, second brother, you haven't come in contact with Hu Hai. This Mr. Hu Hai is really extraordinary. Although Mr. Lei Zhenbua is also a sky dance expert, I'm afraid that if he goes up against Mr. Hu Hai, then I'm afraid that things would not end well for him. If the Hu family really joins our Gong Hun country, then not only would we gain a Plant Master clan, we would also gain a lot of experts." When Gong Ruoliai heard Gong Benlei, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Gong Benlei and said, "Oh, Hu Hai is that strong? Mr. Lei Zhenbua has been a sky dance expert for many years. I heard that he has hopes of becoming a Broken River expert." Gong Benlei said in a deep voice, "He's stronger than you think. Although he's a Plant Master, his attacking style is completely different from an ordinary Plant Master. You don't know, but those 500 Eagle Riders weren't weak. Even so, they were taken care of by Mr. Hu Hai in just 2 hours. His strength is definitely stronger than Mr. Lei's." Gong Ruoliai nodded and said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, then it's a good thing. Forget it, there's no need to think about this matter anymore. Let's prepare for what's next." In a while, you go out and arrange a place for the Hu family to stay. We can't neglect them. The Hu family can provide us with food and fodder, which can save us a lot of money. After this war, we still need to govern the area north of the Shooting Sun City. This time, the foundation of our Gong Hun country will be emptied. Gong Benlei angrily snorted and said, "Destroyers, destroyers again. These destroyers are really hateful. If there's an opportunity in the future, I won't let them off." Gong Ruoliai replied, "Alright, we'll talk about the future later. Go and arrange a place for the Hu family. They'll arrive tomorrow. If we don't prepare well, then it would be wrong." Gong Benlei nodded, then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai returned to his room and sat down quietly. He also knew about the Hu family's plan. The Hu family wanted to form an alliance with the Gong Hun nation. Even if the Hu family retreated to Devil Island in the future, the Hu family would still be able to obtain supplies through the Gong Hun nation. This was a good thing, so Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't oppose it. Moreover, Zhao Hai can also see that the Gong Hun nation was very enthusiastic towards the Hu family. In other words, the Gong Hun nation was very willing to form an alliance with the Hu family. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. At noon the next day, Hu Yulong led the 100 people of the Hu family to Shooting Sun City. Gong Ruoliai and Gong Duolei went out of the city to greet them. Naturally, Zhao Hai also followed. The group entered the city lord's mansion and directly went to the rooms that Gong Benlei had prepared for them. Gong Ruoliai hosted a banquet to entertain Hu Yulong and the others, thanking them for coming. Fortunately, both sides were old friends, so there weren't too many polite words. After the meal, Hu Yulong and the others returned to the Hu family's courtyard. Naturally, Zhao Hai also moved in. After everyone entered the courtyard, Hu Yulong called Zhao Hai to his room. After the two of them sat down, Hu Yulong said to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, you have done very well during this period of time. The family is very satisfied. Third grandfather even praised you. This time, the family wants to form an alliance with the Gong Hun nation. I think you already know about this. What do you think of this matter?" Zhao Hai said in a low voice, "Very good. The family is so anxious to form an alliance with the Gong Hun nation. Is the Dao clan making any moves?" Hu Yulong snorted coldly and said, "They are just a bunch of cowards. After being scared by the Sword Spirit Nation, they don't know what to do. Recently, some of the family's officials in the imperial court have been transferred. Although their positions weren't demoted, they have all been transferred to idle positions. It seems like the Saber Spirit Nation is really prepared to give up on our Hu family." Zhao Hai's expression changed. He snorted coldly and said, "What a heartless Dao clan. All these years, the family has helped the Dao clan a lot. Now, they are actually treating us like this. It is really disappointing." Hu Yulong snorted coldly and said, "The Dao clan's people are getting worse with each generation. Forget it. Anyway, our Hu family has already arranged a way out. We don't have to be afraid of them. If they want to curry favor with the Sword Spirit Nation, let them do so. I want to see what they will do in the future." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Hu Yulong took a deep breath and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the war this time. You have fought with those destroyers. How strong are they? Although they look like knights, they aren't. If they are killed, their bodies would fuse with the bodies of the beasts. The beasts would then go crazy. They would even wear armor on their bodies, increasing their fighting strength. If they don't die, then it wouldn't be easy for us to deal with those beasts. Therefore, the best way to deal with these destroyers is to eliminate them along with the beasts." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Although they look like knights, they aren't. If they are killed, then their bodies would fuse with the bodies of the beasts, causing the beasts to go crazy. They would even wear armor on their bodies, increasing their fighting strength. If they don't die, then it wouldn't be easy for us to deal with those beasts. Therefore, the best way to deal with these destroyers is to eliminate them along with the beasts." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Hu Yulong quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. These things were very important to them. Although they were mainly in charge of logistics this was war. Who knows what would happen? If they really encountered the destroyers, they wouldn't just wait for death. They would definitely fight back. Understanding more about the destroyers would be very beneficial for them. Zhao Hai continued, as for the last type of destroyer, I've only seen it once. These destroyers are wearing huge iron armor. However, it seems like it can increase their fighting strength. I haven't fought with these destroyers, but I can tell that their fighting strength isn't weak. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right. Hu Yulong nodded and said, I've heard about these destroyers before. I've read about them in the family's information. The destroyers that you're talking about are the strongest in terms of individual combat strength. According to the information, these destroyers are comparable to Sky Dance Realm experts. How many of these destroyers have you encountered? Zhao Hai replied, there aren't a lot of them. I also saw 5 destroyers, but it seems like they can't be used anymore. Moreover, I've already destroyed their ships, so there's no need to worry about their ships. Zhao Hai nodded. Hu Yulong nodded and said, alright, it's best that we don't have to worry about their warships. The destroyers' warships aren't easy to deal with. Warships are the most powerful weapons of the destroyers. Generally, only Broken River experts can deal with destroyers' warships. So it's best that we don't have to worry about their warships. Zhao Hai said, it's better to be careful. Although we don't have to worry about their warships, their beast cavalry isn't easy to deal with. Moreover, they have a lot of troops. This time, we'll have to see how serious the Bao Soul nation is. In the following period of time, the Gong Hun country really moved. A large number of military supplies were continuously sent to the Shooting Sun City. Other countries also provided some supplies. There was no other way. This time, the enemy that the Gong Hun country was facing was the destroyer. That was the enemy of the entire Soul world. They would definitely support them. But what the people of the Gong Hun country didn't expect was that the destroyer didn't attack the Gong Hun country for a long time. But then, a shocking news came out. This news shocked the entire continent. The destroyer attacked the Wolf Hun country. They attacked the prairie. As soon as this news came out, the entire continent was shocked. When everyone on the continent thought that the destroyer would attack the Gong Hun country, they suddenly attacked the Wolf Hun country. Although the countries had made some preparations when they received the news of the destroyer, everyone thought that the destroyer would attack the Gong Hun country. But they didn't expect that the destroyer would attack the Wolf Hun country. Not only did the destroyer attack the Wolf Hun country, but they also sent millions of troops. In a short period of time, they cleaned up several tribes of the Wolf Hun country. For a time, the world was shocked. When this news came to the Shooting Sun City, Zhao Hai was also very surprised. He didn't expect that the destroyer would be so treacherous. Almost all their previous actions were directed at the Gong Hun country. But now, they turned around and attacked the Wolf Hun country. Was this a coincidence, or did they send troops because they knew that the Wolf Hun country was in chaos? If they just wanted to make it a coincidence, it would be fine. But if they attacked the Wolf Hun country because they knew that the Wolf Hun country was in chaos, then things would be a bit troublesome. When they heard that the destroyer attacked the Wolf Hun country, the people of the Gong Hun country were relieved. But they were still on full alert because they didn't know if the people of the Gong Hun country would enter the Gong Hun country. At this time, Hu Yulong called Zhao Hai and several core members of the Hu family to the living room. After everyone sat down, Hu Yulong turned to Zhao Hai and the others and said, everyone knows about the situation in the continent. I didn't expect the destroyers to be so cunning. They actually attacked the Wolf Soul Kingdom. What do you think? Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also felt everyone's gaze. He didn't decline and said, I think we should send people to support the Wolf Hun country. First, the destroyer is the enemy of the entire Soul realm. Although we have conflicts with the Wolf Hun country, the people of the Wolf Hun country are still part of the Soul realm. We can't just sit back and watch them get attacked by the destroyer. Secondly, if our Hu family goes to support them, we will have a righteous cause and the entire Soul realm will know about it. In the future, whether it's the Sword Hun country or other people, if they want to attack our Hu family, they will have to think about it carefully. Because if they attack us, the other countries on the continent will attack them. Because in order to deal with the destroyer, our Hu family is willing to put down our hatred and support our enemies. We are wholeheartedly serving the public, we have a righteous cause. When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his eyes flashed as he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted to use this method to make the Hu family famous. The Hu family had always been very low-key, but their reputation in the Soul Realm had always been good. This was because the women of the Hu family were very capable in saving people. The number of people they had saved was not small. Therefore, the Hu family's reputation in the continent had always been very good. However, most of this reputation came from saving people. This wasn't righteousness, but what the Hu family wanted to do this time was righteousness. The Saber Spirit Nation and the Wolf Spirit Nation just had a war. Moreover, the reason why the Wolf Spirit Nation was in such a chaotic state was mostly because of the Saber Spirit Nation and the Hu family. In this case, if the Hu family could still help the Wolf Spirit Nation, then they would gain a reputation for being selfless and righteous. Don't underestimate this reputation. This reputation was equivalent to the Hu family's protection. Anyone who wanted to deal with the Hu family would have to consider this reputation first. It was just like those ancient schemers. Even if they wanted to scheme against the Hu family, they would still need to make a show of respect. Therefore, although this reputation seemed useless, it was actually very important. If someone wanted to deal with the Hu family, then they would have to worry about it. At this time, the Hu family was being targeted by the Saber Spirit Nation. The king of the Saber Spirit Nation was somewhat timid, he actually wanted to give up on the Hu family. At this time, it can be said that the Hu family was in a very difficult situation. However, if the Hu family had a righteous cause, then the situation would be completely different. The Saber Spirit Nation wouldn't dare to force the Hu family anymore. Hu Yulong thought for a moment, then he said, I'll immediately report this matter. If the family agrees, then we'll immediately go to the prairie to provide support. But Little Hai, will the people of the prairie welcome us? Zhao Hai replied, I don't think they will oppose this. Although we have enmity with them, we're still helping them this time. If they don't agree, then we'll be on the right side. Hu Yulong nodded and said, all right, then let's do this. I'll immediately send a letter to the family. Right, Little Hai, do you want to talk to City Lord Gong and the others? Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll go. I don't think City Lord Gong and the others would oppose this. Moreover, the Saber Spirit Nation might also send people to the prairie to support the Wolf Spirit Nation. Who? Yulong nodded and didn't say anything. He immediately had everyone withdraw while he returned to his room to write a letter to the family. After leaving Hu Yulong's room, Zhao Hai went straight to Gong Ruoliai's study. On the way, he met a servant from the city lord's mansion. This servant recognized Zhao Hai. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, the servant immediately came over and gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, Sir, do you have any orders? Zhao Hai looked at the servant and said, I want to see the city lord. I wonder if the city lord is in the study? The servant quickly replied, yes, the city lord is in the study. Sir, please come with me. Zhao Hai nodded and followed the servant towards Gong Ruoliai's study. Before long, the two arrived outside Gong Ruoliai's study. There was a servant standing outside the study. When the servant saw Zhao Hai, he quickly gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, I've seen sir. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I want to see the city lord. I have something to discuss with him. I'll have to trouble you to inform him. The servant immediately complied, then he opened the door and went inside. Before long, Gong Ruoliai came out of the study. He gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, why did you come? Please come in. Zhao Hai wasn't polite. After returning Gong Ruoliai's salute, he entered the study. Gong Ruoliai's study was very big. There was also a sofa for people to rest on. Gong Ruoliai invited Zhao Hai to sit down as a servant served tea. Then Gong Ruoliai turned to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, what did you come here for? Zhao Hai took a sip of tea, then he nodded and said, Yes, I came to see the city lord this time to tell you about the Wolf Spirit country. We didn't expect that the destroyer would attack the Wolf Spirit country. Although our Hu family and the Wolf Spirit country have some conflicts, the Wolf Spirit country is still a part of the Soul Realm. We can't just sit by and watch. Therefore, we are preparing to go to the Wolf Spirit country to support them. Eighth uncle has already contacted the family. As long as the family agrees, we will immediately go to the wolf spirit country. Gongruolei nodded and said, "We understand, of course we understand. Mr. doesn't need to be in a hurry to go. Our Shooting Sun City is also preparing to send some people to support the wolf spirit country. If the Hu family agrees, then I hope that Mr. can go with the people from the Bao spirit country." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "That's for the best. Then I ask the city lord to prepare early. To be honest, it's impossible for the family to oppose this time. After all, this is related to the entire Soul Realm. Even if our Hu family and the wolf spirit country have some enmity, it's nothing in this matter." Gongruolei nodded and said, "Yes, any enmity is nothing in the face of the destroyer. They want the entire Soul Realm, they want all of our lives. Mr., please go back and wait for the news. We are almost ready here. I believe that it won't take long before we can set off." Jiao Hai nodded, then he stood up and said to Gongruolei, "If it's up to you, then I will resign first and wait for the news from the city lord." Then he cupped his fist towards Gongruolei and turned around to leave. Gongruolei looked at Jiao Hai's back thoughtfully. Gongruolei was different from Gong Benlei. Among the three brothers of the Gong family, Gong Benlei had the best cultivation talent. He was also the most enthusiastic about cultivation, so he was the strongest. However, when it came to handling things, he was not as good as Gongruolei. Gongruolei was the military counselor of the three brothers, so he thought more than Gong Benlei. He felt that Jiao Hai's matter of supporting the wolf spirit country was not simply to deal with the destroyer. This time, the destroyer had appeared, but its strength was not very strong. No matter which country it would not be too difficult to deal with the destroyer. The main reason was that the wolf spirit country was too chaotic now, like a plate of loose sand. But once the destroyer appeared, it would be an opportunity to unify the wolf spirit country. As long as the wolf spirit country was unified, they could completely defeat the destroyer and even destroy it. Of course, the other countries would not just stand by and watch. After all, the destroyer was the enemy of the entire Soul Realm. They would definitely deal with the destroyer. In this case, it would not be difficult to eliminate the destroyer. He could see it, but he did not believe that others could not see it. It was even more impossible for the Hu family to not see it. In this case, the Hu family still wanted to support the wolf spirit country. Then this matter would be hard to say. However, after thinking about it, Gongruolei didn't care about it. After all, this was the Hu family's matter, it had nothing to do with him. If the Hu family wanted to support the wolf spirit country, then they could go. He wouldn't care. On the other hand, Jiao Hai returned to his room. At the same time, he entered the space to take a look. Before, he told Lei Zhenbua that he wanted to study the seeds of the grass so that they could be planted. This wasn't nonsense. He was now doing research in the space. But so far, his research wasn't very successful. The grass that he studied could grow in an environment with more destructive force. However, the seeds that it produced were still the crystallization of destructive force. Moreover, the destructive force in the crystallization was getting bigger and bigger, but there was no way to convert it into natural energy. However, Jiao Hai didn't give up. He was still experimenting. He wanted to study the seeds of the grass. Although this would reduce the Hu family's income, compared to the income, the reputation that this matter could bring to the Hu family was the most important. The next evening, Hu Yulong received a letter from his family. This letter was personally written by Hu Chao. Hu Yulong and Jiao Hai agreed to their plan. They wanted Hu Yulong and Jiao Hai to lead the 100 plant masters of the Hu family to support the wolf spirit country. After Hu Yulong read the letter, he immediately invited Jiao Hai and the others. After everyone arrived in the living room, Hu Yulong handed the letter over to Jiao Hai and said, "The patriarch has agreed to our plan, he agreed to support the wolf soul country. Everyone can go and prepare." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Upon hearing Hu Yulong, everyone nodded. Jiao Hai also put down the letter as he turned to Hu Yulong and said, "Eighth uncle, I already told City Lord Gong about this matter yesterday. City Lord Gong also wants to organize a group of people to support the wolf spirit country. He hopes that we can go with them. This way, we can take care of each other. What do you think?" Hu Yulong nodded and said, "All right, let's go with them." Not only can we take care of each other on the road, we can also move together when we arrive at the wolf spirit country. This way, even if the wolf spirit country wants to deal with us, they would have some scruples. Jiao Hai smiled and said, I think that the wolf spirit country won't deal with us. Right now, the wolf spirit country is still in chaos. The appearance of the destroyer is an opportunity. The wolf spirit country might be able to reunite, but its influence has already been formed. Even if this matter is over, the wolf spirit country won't be too stable. Moreover, in the past few years of war, the wolf spirit country's strength has been severely damaged. Even if they reunite, they would still need to recuperate. How could they cause trouble for us? Moreover, the wolf spirit country's people are all bandits. We dealt with them in the past because of the saber spirit country. Now that we're going to support them, they certainly won't deal with us. Bandits are often the most loyal. Hu Yulong nodded and said, I hope so. Now that the family has replied, Jiao Hai, you should send a letter to City Lord Gong. Tell him that we're ready to leave at any time. I hope that they'll be ready to leave as soon as possible. Jiao Hai nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll tell City Lord Gong in a while. I believe that he won't object. After all, dealing with the destroyer is the most important thing right now. We shouldn't waste too much time. Right, 8th uncle, I think we should leave the seeds of the grass spirit country. After all, they still have a lot of land to manage. Hu Yulong nodded and said, All right, leave it for them. Everyone can disperse. Pack your things and prepare to leave at any time. Everyone nodded and then turned around to leave. A group of horses was quietly walking on the grassy plains. There were around 1,000 people in this group, and each person had 2 horses. One was their mount, while the other was carrying something on its back. Because of this, their speed was quite fast. Jiao Hai was in the group. He was riding a yellow horse. Although this horse wasn't very handsome, it was still good as a mount. It was a well-trained military horse. Their group was going to support the wolf spirit country. There were 100 people from the Hu clan as well as the people from the Bao spirit country. This time, the Bao spirit country didn't send a lot of people. However, these people were all professionals. Moreover, the things they were carrying weren't ordinary things like food, but some mutated seeds. Most of these mutated seeds were taken out by the Bao soul country. Some of them were taken out by the Hu clan. This time, they were going to the wolf soul country to fight against the destroyer. Bringing some mutated seeds, not only can they be used as weapons, but they can also be used as logistics when necessary. It can be said that they were killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In fact, they wanted to come to the prairie a few days later because they wanted to prepare more things. However, they didn't expect that the situation in the prairie would be so serious that they couldn't block the destroyer's attack. Originally, everyone in the continent thought that the tribes of the prairie would take this opportunity to reunite and become a new wolf soul country. However, they were all wrong this time. Although the tribes of the prairie showed signs of unification, before they could do so, several tribes betrayed them. They joined the destroyer and became their lackeys. These tribes were still very strong in the prairie. This greatly reduced the strength of the tribes of the prairie. At the same time, the pace of unification was also slowed down. At this time, the destroyer began to attack with full force. This made it difficult for the tribes of the prairie to resist. Now, half of the prairie's land was under the control of the destroyer. To be honest, when they heard this news, the entire continent was shaken. No one thought that such a thing would happen. One must know that in the past battles with the destroyer, there were very few humans who would surrender to the destroyer. This was because the destroyer existed to kill humans. They rarely accepted captives. Humans also knew that the destroyer was born to destroy. Even if they wanted to surrender, the destroyer wouldn't accept them. Even if they surrendered, they wouldn't have a good ending. Therefore, almost no one would surrender to the destroyer. But now, there were tribes in the prairie. Entire tribes surrendered to the destroyer. This had never happened in the continent before. How could the countries of the continent not be shocked? Now, in the Wolf Soul country, the destroyer, under the leadership of the traitor, was continuously attacking the tribes of the prairie. The tribes of the prairie had no choice but to retreat step by step in order to buy time. At the same time, they also called for reinforcements. At this time, there were riots in the various countries of the continent. All of this proved that this was caused by the destroyer. In other words, it wasn't just the Wolf Soul country that had people from other countries who had joined the destroyer. After receiving this result, the various countries of the continent were in an uproar. They immediately began to investigate. At the same time, they also sent people to support the prairie. However, they didn't send too many people. However, all of them were elites. Just like Zhao Hai's 1,000-person team, all of them were professionals. Moreover, their fighting strength wasn't weak. Zhao Hai and the others were also aware of the recent changes in the continent. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was the fact that the destroyers were able to make so many people surrender to them. This matter was very strange, no matter how one looked at it. But now wasn't the time to think about this. It was best for them to eliminate the destroyer who invaded the prairie. Otherwise, the entire continent would be in trouble. Zhao Hai even speculated about how the destroyers were made. If the destroyers were really made using genetic technology, then they might have the ability to make a large number of destroyers in a short period of time. If they could really do this, then it would explain why they suddenly attacked the Wolf Soul country. This also meant that this war would be very difficult to fight. Zhao Hai was a bit surprised by the Wolf Soul country's sudden attack on the Wolf Soul country. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Wolf Soul country would be able to do this. At this time, aside from the Lion Soul country, the Wolf Soul country had the most animals. There were a lot of wild animals in the Lion Soul country, and they also grazed for a living. Therefore, there were a lot of animals there. The Wolf Soul country was the same. They grazed for a living. Cows, sheep, horses, there were a lot of these animals. If the destroyer could really use the genes of other animals to make more destroyers, then the Wolf Soul country was undoubtedly the best choice. If it was really as he thought, then the destroyer would be several times more difficult to deal with than they thought. It was precisely because they heard this news that Gong Ruoliai and the others used the shortest time to prepare some things for them and let them set off. They were all experts. The earlier they arrived at the Wolf Soul country, the earlier they could relieve some of the pressure on the Wolf Soul country. This was very important for the Wolf Soul country. In fact, Zhao Hai and the others were now on the third day after leaving the Gong Hun country. They had already gone deep into the prairie, but they didn't encounter any prairie tribes. The horses galloped all the way. At noon, everyone dismounted and rested a little. They also let the horses have a good rest. Everyone took out some dry food and ate a little. While eating the dry food, Hu Yulong said to Zhao Hai, "Little Hai, the last time you came to the prairie, was it the same here? Why haven't we met anyone for so many days?" Zhao Hai replied, "The last time we came here was for a mission." At that time, the Wolf Soul country was already preparing to attack the Blade Soul country. Therefore, some small tribes had already moved away. But this time, it's different. The place where we are now seems to be under the control of the destroyer. In other words, we are still in the enemy's war zone. We shouldn't be able to meet any prairie tribes here. Even if we do, it's possible that they have already surrendered to the destroyer. Hu Yulong nodded. At this time, Hu Yulong saw Gong Banlei coming over. This time, the leader of the team sent by the Gong Hun country was Gong Banlei. Gong Banlei and Zhao Hai already knew each other. Therefore, he directly arrived in front of Zhao Hai and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, in about 2 days, we will be able to leave the area controlled by the destroyer. However, there's one thing that I don't understand. Why is the grass here still growing so well? Why isn't it like the north of Shooting Sun City, where all the plants have withered?" Zhao Hai replied, "This is simple. The north of Shooting Sun City has been invaded by the destroyer, but there isn't any here. Although the destroyer is attacking the Wolf Soul country, the source of their destroyer has already been destroyed. Therefore, it's impossible for them to use the destroyer to take away all the plants here. They can only rely on the destroyer's offensive ability." Gong Banlei nodded. Then he looked around and said, "It's really strange. Didn't they say that the destroyer has taken control of this place? Why can't we see the destroyer?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It won't be that easy. The destroyer claims to have an army of 1 million. Along with the Wolf Soul country's tribes that surrendered to them, their population should be around 2 million. Although this number seems large, it doesn't seem to be a lot when compared to the prairie. After all, the prairie is very big, so it's normal that we can't see anyone. Gong Benlei nodded, then he said, I didn't expect that there would be people who surrendered to the destroyer. Don't they know how the destroyer treats those who surrendered? What benefits do they get by doing this? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, this matter is very strange. Moreover, the destroyers we're going to face this time are different from the previous ones. The previous destroyers came from the outside. When they came, we already knew that they were enemies and resisted them. But this time, the destroyers are different. They are the descendants of the previous destroyers. They have been living in the Soul Realm for a long time. Therefore, it's not strange for them to use some methods to get people to surrender to them and become their fighters. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, but this time, the destroyers are different. Gong Banlei snorted angrily. I didn't expect that someone from our Gong Hun country would actually surrender to the destroyer. They deserve to die for dragging us down at this time. Otherwise, we would have sent more people to support the Wolf Hun country. Zhao Hai said, this time, the destroyer is very cunning. You still need to leave enough people behind to defend. Otherwise, if the destroyer suddenly comes out of the ice field and goes straight to the Gong Soul country, what will you do? Gong Banlei coldly snorted and didn't speak. He knew that Zhao Hai was telling the truth. If they didn't leave enough people behind to defend against the destroyer, then if the destroyer suddenly appeared and attacked the Gong Soul country, then the situation would be even worse. At this time, there was a sudden burst of smoke in the distance, followed by a rumbling sound. Everyone stared, then their expressions changed. Gong Banlei immediately shouted, everyone, get on your horses and prepare to meet the enemy. Actually, there was no need for him to say this. Everyone consciously looked for their horses and jumped on them. At the same time, they also took out their weapons. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he flew up into the air and looked at the incoming group. After looking at them for a while, Zhao Hai was sure that they were people who surrendered to the destroyer. This was because among these people, there were several shadows of the destroyer. These destroyers were the lowest level that Zhao Hai had seen before. They looked like ordinary humanoid destroyers. Although they were riding on horses and looked no different from the people around them, Zhao Hai was able to recognize them at a glance. This was because these people didn't have any life force, so they must be destroyers. Zhao Hai looked at the number of cavalry soldiers. This group of cavalry soldiers wasn't small, about 10,000 people. Moreover, there was no lack of experts among them. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. He directly descended from the sky. As soon as Zhao Hai landed, he immediately said, let's go, there are 10,000 cavalry. Although he didn't say much, everyone understood what he meant. Although they were 1,000 people, and all of them were experts, they still couldn't clash with 10,000 prairie cavalry. This didn't mean that they were afraid of being annihilated by the other party. In fact, they believed that if they were to attack, they could still repel the enemy. However, even if they could repel the enemy, they would still suffer some losses. Most importantly, they were now in the enemy's territory. If they really clashed with the enemy, they would be the unlucky ones in the end. Therefore, when they heard Zhao Hai's words, everyone didn't say anything as they turned their horses around and left. Their speed was much faster than the prairie cavalry. After all, they had fewer people while the prairie cavalry had more people. If they were to maintain their formation, then the 10,000 people would be scattered. However, although Zhao Hai's group was faster than the 10,000 people, they still couldn't shake them off. They were different from the people of the prairie. The people of the prairie cavalry grew up on horses, they understood horses very well. Their equestrian skills were also first class. Although Zhao Hai's group was stronger than the prairie cavalry, it wasn't easy to shake them off. Moreover, the prairie cavalry generally rode 2 horses, allowing them to travel long distances. Although Zhao Hai's group had 2 horses, the other one was used to carry things. Therefore, they couldn't shake off the prairie cavalry, instead, they were bitten by them. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and knew that they couldn't go on like this. He turned his head to Gong Benlei and Hu Yulong and said, Benlei, 8th uncle, you guys go first. I'll hold them off for a while, then I'll catch up with you later. If it was someone else who said this, then Gong Benlei and Hu Yulong wouldn't believe it. but since it was Zhao Hai who said it, they had no choice but to believe it. Therefore, Gong Benlei and Hu Yulong nodded as they led the group forward. On the other hand, Zhao Hai slowed down. After everyone passed by, he turned his horse around and looked at the prairie cavalry. After looking at the prairie cavalry, Zhao Hai couldn't help but snort. Then he waved his hand as iron pineapple appeared in his hand. Then with him as the center, a whirlwind slowly formed. Then Zhao Hai urged his horse forward, and the whirlwind became bigger and bigger. When the prairie cavalry saw how different Zhao Hai was, they couldn't help but stare. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he directly rushed forward. Before long, the two sides came into contact. A gust of wind rose from the ground and swept the prairie cavalry. Although this gust of wind couldn't sweep up all 10,000 people, it wasn't weak either. It made it impossible for the 10,000 people to advance. At this time, Zhao Hai had already killed his way into the prairie cavalry. The iron pineapple in his hand swung left and right. The prairie cavalry in front of him couldn't open their eyes due to the gust of wind. Although these prairie cavalry weren't weak, the gust of wind affected their senses. They couldn't avoid Zhao Hai's attacks, so naturally, they couldn't block Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's target this time was the destroyers in the prairie cavalry. However, when he faced the destroyers, Zhao Hai discovered that they weren't affected by the gust of wind. It seems like they didn't use their eyes to see the situation around them, nor did they use their ears to hear. However, these destroyers were the weakest among the destroyers. Although they could resist, they couldn't block Zhao Hai's attacks. In a blink of an eye, they were dealt with by Zhao Hai. After dealing with the destroyers, Zhao Hai immediately turned his horse around and ran back. At the same time, he took some horses with him. When the prairie cavalry recovered, Zhao Hai had already led his horse far away. Then the prairie cavalry discovered that the destroyers were all killed. Upon hearing this, the prairie cavalry captain's expression couldn't help but change. Then he clenched his teeth and gave the order to chase. These people have already surrendered to the destroyers. However, the destroyer's status was higher than theirs. The destroyers that followed them were used to monitor them. Now that something happened to the destroyers, if they couldn't catch the culprit, then the other destroyers would punish them when they returned. Therefore, they had no choice but to give chase. Zhao Hai also discovered that the prairie cavalry was chasing him. However, he didn't care. After rushing forward for a while, he turned around and went back. With the gust of wind, the prairie cavalry couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. A lot of people died in vain. After going back and forth for a day, Zhao Hai couldn't get rid of the prairie cavalry. The prairie cavalry also couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai. Instead, a lot of people died. This made the prairie cavalry captain very angry. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He had already sent a letter to the destroyers, but he didn't know when the destroyers' reinforcements would arrive. Therefore, he could only follow Zhao Hai. However, the sky was about to turn dark. If they couldn't deal with Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would take advantage of the night to escape. They wouldn't be able to chase after him. However, Zhao Hai's horse wasn't slow. Moreover, Zhao Hai had a lot of horses that he stole from the prairie cavalry captain. Zhao Hai changed horses as he ran forward. His speed wasn't any slower than the prairie cavalry captain. The captain of the 10,000-man squad also knew that if Zhao Hai wanted to run, then they wouldn't be able to catch up. The reason why Zhao Hai was entangled with them was because he wanted the 1,000-man squad to leave, so that they wouldn't be able to catch up. Although they knew this, they couldn't do anything about it. This was because Zhao Hai's attacks were too annoying. It was impossible for the prairie cavalry captain to go around Zhao Hai. Although the prairie cavalry captain was very anxious, he couldn't do anything about Zhao Hai. As the sky slowly darkened, the prairie cavalry captain had no choice but to order the prairie cavalry captain to set up camp. He didn't dare to travel at night. He already knew how powerful Zhao Hai was. If they chased after Zhao Hai at night, then they really didn't know what the consequences would be. Although the prairie cavalry captain stopped, Zhao Hai didn't. He continued to move forward. However, wherever he went, the grass would grow again, covering all traces of him. At this time, Gong Benlei and Hu Yulong also found a place to settle down. However, they were still worried about Zhao Hai's safety. Although they knew that Zhao Hai was a dance-level expert, they still couldn't help but worry. After all, the other party was a prairie cavalry captain. Everyone didn't set up camp, they just took out a piece of animal skin to rest. Although they were experts, they still cultivated bit by bit. In the past, when they weren't strong enough, they often had to eat and sleep in the open. Therefore, they weren't unfamiliar with this trip. Gong Ben Lei and Hu Yulong were frowning. Gong Ben Lei and Hu Yulong were sitting together, both of them frowned and didn't speak. After some time, Gong Ben Lei let out a long sigh and said, "Mr. Yulong, you don't need to worry. Mr. Hu Hai is a sky dance expert. In this world, there aren't many people who can make him stay." Moreover, back at the city walls, Mr. Hu Hai fought against 500 hawk cavalry. In just 2 hours, he was able to eliminate all 500 of them. From this, one can see how strong Mr. Hu Hai is. Even if they outnumber him, Mr. Hu Hai can fly in the sky. They shouldn't be able to hurt him. Hu Yulong let out a long breath, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I know Zhao Hai's strength, but I still can't help but worry. Mr. Ben Lei doesn't need to worry about me, I'll be fine." Gong Ben Lei looked at Hu Yulong's appearance, then he let out a long breath and said, "I'm also worried about Mr. Hu Hai. Mr. Hu Hai has helped us a lot these days. If something happens, then I'll be worried." Hu Yulong nodded, then he said, "All right, everyone should rest. It's useless to think too much right now. We can't help much. Rest early so that we can get up early tomorrow." Gong Ben Lei smiled bitterly, then he nodded and arranged for everyone to rest. Although everyone rested, a few people stayed behind to keep watch while the others rested. These people were all people who had walked through life and death. Although something happened during the day, they still fell asleep quickly. This was because they knew that if they couldn't maintain their best condition, then they wouldn't be able to deal with any unexpected situations tomorrow. Therefore, they all went to sleep early. The moon was high in the sky, everyone was sleeping soundly when the sound of hooves was suddenly heard. Everyone woke up and listened carefully. When they heard it, they couldn't help but stare. This was because the sound of hooves was very chaotic. However, they could hear that there were at least a few hundred riders. A few hundred riders, it was obvious that it wasn't Zhao Hai. Everyone immediately stood up and jumped on their mounts. They took out their weapons and prepared for battle. At this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, "Ben Lei, 8th uncle, don't be nervous, it's me." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's voice, everyone's hearts couldn't help but loosen up. Then they saw a group of horses running over. However, this group of horses was strange. Besides Zhao Hai, no one else was riding on them. Everyone immediately urged their horses to greet them. Before long, Hu Yulong arrived at Zhao Hai's side and said, "Zhao Hai, how are you? Are you injured? Where did these horses come from?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "8th uncle, don't worry, I'm fine. These horses were all stolen. Now that everyone is on their horses, it's easy to deal with them. Let's pack up and leave immediately." During the day, the group of 10,000 people released a hawk. It seems like they were sending a message to the destroyers. This group of 10,000 people should be one of the people who surrendered to the destroyers. I saw a few of them. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Hu Yulong and Gong Ben Lei's expressions couldn't help but change. Then the two didn't say anything as they immediately ordered the others to pack up and set off in the night. They didn't doubt Zhao Hai's words. After a short while, everyone packed up and got on their horses. Then, they left their current campsite overnight and ran straight into the depths of the grassland. Wherever they passed, the grass grew again, and there was no trace of them at all. After running in the middle of the night, Zhao Hai and the others were already very far away from the 10,000 people. Moreover, they were now even deeper into the prairie. After dawn, everyone looked at the surrounding terrain. Zhao Hai even flew to the sky to take a look. In the end, he discovered that they were almost out of the destroyer's territory. After Zhao Hai descended from the sky, he turned to Gong Ben Lei and Hu Yulong and said, "Ben Lei, 8th uncle, let's speed up a bit and leave this place earlier. After all, this is the destroyer's territory. If we stay here for a long time, I'm afraid that there will be some changes." Gong Ben Lei and Hu Yulong nodded. Then they whipped their horses and ran forward. The number of horses they had now was much more than yesterday. Therefore, they could now ride 2 horses each. Naturally, they wouldn't need to rest while running. After running for more than an hour, Zhao Hai heard the sound of wings flapping in the sky. Zhao Hai quickly looked up and saw white spots in the sky. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's powerful spiritual force and his 6 senses, he wouldn't have been able to discover these white spots so early. As soon as he saw these white spots, Zhao Hai understood. These white spots were the eagle riders that he had seen before. Zhao Hai turned to Gong Benlei and Hu Yulong and said, "Benlei, 8th uncle, lead your people forward. If there are destroyers blocking your way, don't worry about them. Just charge forward with all your strength. If there are eagle riders in the sky, I'll deal with them." Then without waiting for the 2 to reply, Zhao Hai's figure had already soared into the sky. Gong Benlei and Hu Yulong looked at Zhao Hai, but they didn't stop. They whipped their horses and ran forward. At this time, Zhao Hai launched his sandstorm fist and fought with the eagle riders in the sky. This time, there weren't a lot of eagle riders, only 100 of them. It didn't take long before they were dealt with by Zhao Hai. Then Zhao Hai flew forward and before long, he saw Hu Yulong and the others. Hu Yulong and the others didn't encounter any enemies. They were currently running wildly. Zhao Hai's figure flashed, then he landed on a horse and galloped forward. Before long, he arrived at the side of Hu Yulong and Gong Benlei. When Hu Yulong and Gong Benlei saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they couldn't help but feel relieved. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, but he was now the backbone of the team. If something happened to him, then the team would be in danger. No one stopped, and from time to time, someone changed horses. Until noon, they did not encounter any enemies. Only then did Zhao Hai and the others confirm that they had shaken off the destroyers. Although their team was made up of professionals, and all of them were experts, they still felt tired after such a long journey. Therefore, the 3 discussed and found a place to stop and let everyone rest. After everyone stopped, they jumped down from their horses and sat on the grass, gasping for breath. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly as he said, "Everyone, take a good rest and eat something. I think we should rest here today. We should be out of the destroyer's territory. The destroyers shouldn't be coming here." Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled faintly, then he said, "Everyone, take a good rest." Everyone nodded, then they took out their dry food and ate it while drinking water. After eating, everyone lay on the ground and took a good rest. Seeing that everyone had fallen asleep, Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned to Gong Benlei and Hu Yulong and said, "Benlei, 8th uncle, it seems like the wolf spirit country isn't completely powerless." The destroyers had caught the wolf spirit country by surprise. Then they made the wolf spirit country surrender to them, giving them a huge advantage. Now that the wolf spirit country has reacted, they wouldn't let the destroyers take advantage of them. Once the countries of the continent respond and pacify their internal chaos, reinforcements would arrive. When that time comes, the destroyers wouldn't be able to take advantage of them. When the time comes, the destroyers won't be able to take advantage of them. Hu Yulong nodded and said, "I'm afraid that the Wolf Soul country is now in a deadlock with the destroyers. We can go and help them. Let's take a good rest today. Tomorrow, we'll set off and try to find the Wolf Soul country's army as soon as possible." Gong Benlei nodded and said, "All right, then we'll speed up our journey yesterday." Zhao Hai said, "All right, then you can rest. I'll keep watch. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine." Hu Yulong knew about Zhao Hai's ability, so he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll leave this place to you. We'll rest." Then he took his beast skin and laid it on the side. Then he laid down and closed his eyes. Looking at Hu Yulong's appearance, Gong Benlei couldn't help but be startled. However, he was also very tired. In the end, after thanking Hu Yulong, he picked up his beast skin and laid it on the ground. Before long, he fell asleep. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and didn't say anything. Then he sat on the ground and closed his eyes. Zhao Hai wasn't cultivating, he was communicating with the grasses. At the same time, he was exchanging energy with the grasses. By communicating with the grasses, he knew what was happening nearby. Naturally, he wouldn't be tracked by others. Everyone slept until the sky turned dark. When they woke up, they discovered that Zhao Hai had lit a fire and was roasting a horse that he killed. When everyone saw Zhao roast horse meat, they couldn't help but be surprised. They knew that the shredded meat of horse meat was very thick and hard to eat. Now that it was roasted, they feared that it would be even harder to eat. Was it still edible? While they were thinking about this, they suddenly smelled a fragrance. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Before long, they discovered that the fragrance came from the horse meat. At this time, everyone gathered around and looked at the horse meat that Zhao Hai was roasting. When Zhao Hai saw that everyone had woken up, he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone woke up. Just in time, the horse meat is about to be roasted. Let's eat something good today. Don't look down on this roasted horse meat, the meat that I roasted is very fragrant." Hu Yulong looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "You brat, you used to go out all the time. You must have eaten horse meat before. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so familiar with it, right?" Zhao laughed and said, "Eighth uncle, you also know that people like us who run around all year round have eaten things that a lot of people have never eaten before. Now that we have the baobab fruit, it's a bit better. In the past, we really couldn't find anything to eat, so naturally, we would eat whatever we could find. I've even eaten insects." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Eighth uncle, you also know that people like us have been running around all year round." Hu Yulong smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He believed Zhao Hai's words. He knew about Zhao Hai's true identity. Just like what Zhao Hai said, Zhao Hai was a person who went out all the time and rarely stayed in the Hu family. It was precisely because he went out all the time that he had this kind of strength. When Gong Ben Lei and the others heard Zhao Hai, they were startled. They didn't think that a person like Zhao Hai would have suffered this kind of hardship. Before long, the roasted horse meat was ready. Zhao Hai distributed the meat to everyone. Zhao Hai roasted a healthy horse, so the meat was a lot. Everyone was given a piece. Zhao Hai wasn't wrong, the roasted horse meat was very delicious. After eating, they chatted for a while before they all began to cultivate. After cultivating for a while, they went to rest again. The night passed without any words. The next morning, everyone got up and ate something. Then they immediately mounted their horses and ran towards the depths of the prairie. They had contacted the Wolf Soul country before and knew that the Wolf Soul country's army was currently gathered at the Golden Wolf tribe. They also knew the way to the Golden Wolf tribe. After walking for 2 days, they finally met the Wolf Soul country's cavalry. This time, it was the Wolf Soul country's cavalry, not the prairie people who surrendered to the destroyers. This was a 10,000-man team. As soon as they saw the group, they immediately surrounded them. Naturally, before the 10,000-man team got close, they had already discovered them. However, Zhao Hai already knew that they were the Wolf Soul country's cavalry, so he didn't avoid them. After the 10,000-man team surrounded Zhao Hai's group, a person who looked like their leader looked at Zhao Hai's group and said, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Gong Ben Lei cupped his fist and said, "I am Gong Ben Lei from the Bao Soul country. This is Hu Yulong from the Hu clan. We are here to support the Wolf Soul country." This time, the destroyer's attack on the Wolf Soul country was beyond our expectations. Originally, our country wanted to send an army to support, but unfortunately, something happened in our country. Therefore, we were sent here first. Mr. Hu and the others were originally here to support our country. But now that they heard that the Wolf Soul country was attacked by the destroyers, they also brought people from their clans to support us. When the 10,000-man team leader heard Gong Ben Lei, he looked at Hu Yulong and the others. Then he placed his hand on his chest and said, "Hamba thanks everyone for coming. Please follow me." Everyone nodded and followed the 10,000-man team. After walking for more than an hour, they saw a huge camp in front of them. This camp could be called a camp, but it could also be called several camps. It was a huge camp made up of more than a dozen camps. In the middle of the camp, there was a large golden tent with a flag embroidered with a giant golden wolf fluttering in the wind. This was the Golden Wolf tribe's main camp. Zhao Hai had been here before when he led the desert bandits to loot the prairie. But at that time, he didn't enter the Golden Wolf tribe's main camp. This time, it seems like he would have to enter. Sure enough, the 10,000-man team leader led Zhao Hai and the others into the Golden Wolf tribe's main camp. When they arrived outside the golden tent, the man asked them to wait for a moment while he ran inside to report. Zhao Hai and the others weren't in a hurry, they just stood there and waited. Before long, the man came out and said, Mr. Gong, Mr. Hu, His Majesty the Wolf King invites you in. The two nodded, then Gong Ben Lei turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. Then he turned to the man and said, this is Mr. Hu Hai, he's a sky dance expert. I wonder if he can come with us? When the 10,000-man team leader heard Gong Ben Lei, he couldn't help but stare, then he was startled. One must know that a sky dance expert's status was very high. Now that he heard Gong Ben Lei say that Zhao Hai was a sky dance expert, he couldn't help but be startled. Because of this, he immediately gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, I didn't know that Mr. was here, please forgive me. Mister, please wait a moment, I'll immediately go and report. Then he gave another salute to Zhao Hai before he turned around and ran towards the tent. Before long, a group of people came out of the tent. The person in the lead had a small braid on his head. He wore a very gorgeous robe, his whole body was very imposing. This person looked to be about 40 years old and had an extraordinary bearing. One could see that he was a person of high status. The person looked at Zhao Hai and the others, then he immediately cupped his fist and said, Golden Wolf Tribe's Wolf King Jacob has seen everyone. Thank you for your help. I presume this person is Mr. Hu Hai. Mister, please come in. Mr. Hu, please come in. Originally, with his status as the Wolf King, there was no need to call Zhao Hai Mr. However, Yakub was very clear that there weren't a lot of sky dance experts that could help them. Now that Zhao Hai came, he naturally had to receive him as a distinguished guest. Zhao Hai and the others quickly returned the greeting. Then they followed Yakub into the tent. The tent was very big, it could accommodate dozens of people without feeling crowded. After the Wolf King invited Zhao Hai and the others to sit down, he immediately had someone bring some horse milk wine. Then he raised his cup and said to Zhao Hai and the others, thank you for coming. At this time, you came to help our wolf spirit country. This shows that you are our true friends. Please drink this cup to show our gratitude. Zhao Hai and the others naturally wouldn't be polite, they raised their cups and drank the wine in one gulp. After putting down the cup, Gong Ben Lei said, Your Majesty Wolf King, this time, our Gong Hun country wanted to send more people to help. But unfortunately, something happened in the country. Because of this, we couldn't send more people. Therefore, His Majesty sent our small team. This time, you didn't bring too many good things, only some variant seeds. Some of these seeds can be used in battle while some can be used in logistics. Since the Hu clan is here, these seeds can be used. I hope that Your Majesty Wolf King doesn't mind. When the Wolf King heard Gong Ben Lei, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately raised his cup and said, Thank you, everyone. The things you brought are what we need the most right now. I'm really sorry that there are traitors in the prairie. This is really shameful. Our military strength is currently lacking, so we can only be in a stalemate with the destroyers. We have no way to repel them. It's really a pity that everyone came and brought variant seeds. This is a good thing for us, it will increase our military strength. This king is really grateful to everyone. When Gong Ben Lei and the others heard the Wolf King, they immediately said that they wouldn't dare. Then he turned to Yakub and said, Your Majesty Wolf King, I wonder how strong the destroyers are. To be honest, we entered the ice field because of the matter of the power of destruction. We encountered the destroyers there and even fought with them. At that time, we felt that the destroyers weren't weak. I wonder how strong the destroyers here are. Yakub sighed and said, They're very strong. The destroyers formed an army that has been through hundreds of battles. Their fighting strength is very strong. With the addition of the traitors, although we have an army of 10 million, we can only be in a stalemate with them. We have no way to defeat them. Gong Ben Lei nodded and said, I also guessed it. Last time when we were in the ice field, we encountered a group of snow bear knights. These people are very strange. If you kill a snow bear knight, then the snow bear knight would fuse with the snow bear's body. The snow bear would then be equipped with armor, increasing its battle prowess, making it very difficult to deal with. Actually, Mr. Hu Hai knows the most about this matter. When Yakbo heard Gong Ben Lei, he quickly turned his gaze to Zhao Hai, then he cupped his fist and said, Mr. Hu Hai, please elaborate. This matter is very important. When we fought with the destroyers, we suffered the most losses because of the snow bear cavalry. They also have Mingma elephant cavalry and eagle cavalry. Some people even said that they saw snow fox cavalry. Recently, I heard that they also had bull cavalry and ordinary cavalry. We suffered a lot under the hands of these people. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, Your Majesty Wolf King doesn't need to be polite. When we first entered the ice field, I and Mr. Lei Zhenbo led Gong Ben Lei and the others into the ice field to investigate the source of the destructive force. However, not long after we entered the ice field, we were attacked by the Snow Bear cavalry. A lot of people were injured, so we had no choice but to withdraw from the ice field. When they left, we wanted to see why the Snow Bear cavalry were so strange. If you kill the Snow Bear cavalry, then the Snow Bear cavalry would be covered in armor, increasing its fighting strength. But if you want to kill the Snow Bear cavalry, then it would be very difficult. Because of this, the Snow Bear cavalry would protect the Snow Bear cavalry. Moreover, the Snow Bear cavalry would be harder to kill compared to before. Therefore, if you want to kill the Snow Bear cavalry, then it would be best to kill both the Snow Bear cavalry and the Snow Bear cavalry. After speaking up to here, Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he said, At that time, Mr. Lei Zhenbo and I used a special method to melt the Snow Bear cavalry. Then we examined them and discovered that the Snow Bear cavalry didn't ride the Snow Bear cavalry, but grew on the Snow Bear cavalry's back. When Zhao Hai's words came out, everyone was in an uproar. They all looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at Yakub and said, On the Snow Bear's back, there's a human's upper body. That person and the Snow Bear cavalry are one body. Their armor's function is defense, while another function is camouflage, making it so that you can't see what's inside the armor. At that time, Mr. Lei and I were shocked when we saw this. But then we investigated the strange object's body and found that the cavalry's eyes were just decorations. When you press down on the cavalry's eyes, the cavalry's face would turn up. In the cavalry's head, there's a small cabin, and in that cabin, there's a palm-sized person that looks like a normal person. That cabin is also very refined. The cavalry's head is a cabin, and there's a lot of things inside that we don't recognize. It can be said that the Snow Bear cavalry is just a puppet controlled by that person, a tool. Everyone stared blankly at Zhao Hai's words. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Hai was a Sky Dance Realm expert, they would have thought that Zhao Hai was a madman. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, Everyone, don't doubt my words. Later on, when I fought with the Eagle cavalry, I discovered that the Eagle cavalry was the same as the Snow Bear cavalry. There's also a cabin inside their heads. Moreover, I discovered that when fighting with these cavalry, it's best to use techniques like hitting a cow through a mountain, or to use vibration energy to directly destroy the inside of their bodies. This way, you can kill them in one fell swoop. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill them. Yakba looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, are you telling the truth? Zhao Hai replied, I'm telling the truth. In fact, I've seen a destroyer before. However, the one I saw was just a corpse. When I went to the desolate desert for training, I saw a destroyer's corpse. At that time, as long as you close your eyes, you can see the cabin. Naturally, the destroyer inside the cabin wasn't dead, it had even turned into a mummy. However, the humanoid body that they were commanding was like a living person. Its skin was elastic, it was very strange. Later on, when I met the destroyer in the ice field, I tested it to see if it was the same as the one I saw before. Only after seeing it did I confirm that it was a destroyer. Yakba replied, Thank you, Mr. The information that Mr. brought is very important. It's crucial for us to deal with the destroyer. This king would like to thank Mr. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Your Majesty Wolf King is too polite. Our enemy this time is the destroyer. The destroyer is the enemy of the entire soul realm. It's my duty to deal with the destroyer. Yakba nodded, then he said, Let's not talk about anything else today. Everyone has just arrived in the prairie. Come, bring us some wine. Following his words, a group of maids filed in from outside. These maids each held a plate in their hands. On the plate, there were pieces of fresh mutton. Then, some maids brought in some other food, most of which were meat. After the maids arranged these things, they retreated. Then some servants placed a wine pot on each of Zhao Hai's table. These wine pots were all made of silver and were very beautiful. After putting the wine pots on the table, the servants didn't retreat. Instead, they stood behind Zhao Hai's group. Everyone took out a small scimitar and placed it on the table. Even Yakba did the same as Zhao Hai's group. Yakub picked up his scimitar and cut a piece of meat from the big plate in front of him. Then he used the scimitar to stab the meat, dipped it in some salt, and ate it in one bite. The servant behind him immediately picked up the wine jug and poured a cup of wine into his cup. Yakub picked up the cup and drank the wine in one gulp. Then Yakba turned his head to Zhao Hai's group and said, "Everyone, please taste the fresh mutton of our prairie. Please, don't be polite." This was actually a custom of the prairie. When the host invited a guest, the host would eat the first bite of meat and drink the first sip of wine. This was to tell the guest that the meat and wine were clean, and also to show respect to the host. Therefore, Yakba did this. After the host ate the first bite of meat and drank the first sip of wine, the guest could do as they pleased. Zhao Hai's group naturally didn't be polite. They all took the scimitars on the table and began to cut the meat and drink. In just a moment, the atmosphere in the tent became a lot better. Among the group, besides Zhao Hai, the others hadn't eaten like this before. Now, they had a taste of what it meant to eat big mouthfuls of meat and drink big bowls of wine. After eating, Yakbu arranged for the servants to send Zhao Hai's group to their tent. After Zhao Hai's group left, Yakbu immediately called some of the important people of the tribe to the tent. After everyone arrived, Yakub looked at them and said, "Everyone should have heard what Hu Hai said before. Does anyone have any thoughts?" A 30-year-old man said, "Your Majesty, the Hu family has a great enmity with our Wolf Soul country. Does your Majesty really believe that they are here to help? What if they have other goals?" Yakba shook his head and said, "They won't. Even if the Hu family has the courage, they wouldn't dare to do this. Our current enemy is the Destroyer. If the Hu family really wants to deal with us, then they would face the attack of the entire continent. The Hu family would be finished. Strictly speaking, we don't have any enmity with the Hu family, we have enmity with the Saber Soul country. The Hu family is a member of the Saber Soul country, so naturally they would help them. This time, the Hu family came to help us out of good intentions. You can't be rude to the Hu family. You should know that the Hu family is a powerful family of botanists. Moreover, I heard that the Hu family has developed a plant that can absorb the power of destruction. After our battle with the Destroyer, there will certainly be a lot of grasslands that will be destroyed by the Destroyer's power. When the time comes, we will have to rely on the Hu family. Therefore, instead of remembering the enmity, it would be better to take advantage of this opportunity to resolve this enmity. Otherwise, the Hu family would be finished. Moreover, Hu Hai wasn't the only one who saw this. Mr. Lei Zhenbua is a famous expert of the Bao Soul country. He has already reached the Void Realm. This matter simply cannot be concealed. The Hu family wouldn't lie about this matter. Therefore, I think that Hu Hai's words are very credible. Yakba nodded and said, "I also feel the same way. If what Hu Hai said is true, then the Destroyer wouldn't be easy to deal with. Everyone should be mentally prepared." Everyone nodded. Then Yakba said, "It's not only our Wolf Soul country that has traitors, traitors have also appeared in other countries. Therefore, all the other countries are currently suppressing the rebellion. Even if they want to support us, I'm afraid that they won't be able to do so in a short period of time. Therefore, we have to rely on ourselves to solve the problem of the prairie. I think that now is the right time. We can use this opportunity to unify the prairie." These people were all Yakba's confidants, there were no other tribes present. Because of this, Yakba was able to talk to them like this. The people in the tent nodded. The old man who spoke before said, "Last time, we wanted to unify, but it was destroyed by the traitors." Although this made the unification more difficult, it also showed that the Destroyers didn't want us to unify. Otherwise, the traitors would be more effective at the end. Therefore, when Your Majesty proposed the unification, we fully support it. However, there's one thing that we don't know what the other tribes are thinking. They have been outside for many years, so if they don't agree, it would be very troublesome. When he heard the teacher, Yakba nodded and said, "I know, but this is an opportunity. This time, we have to face the Destroyer. The other countries don't have time to help us, so we have to deal with it ourselves. The other countries also don't want us to be destroyed. That wouldn't benefit them at all. Therefore, we can use this opportunity to use the other countries' names to pressure the tribes and make them agree to unify. What do you think? Yakba nodded and said, yes. When the group heard Yaqub, they stared for a moment before nodding. If what Yaqub said was true, then unifying the prairies wouldn't be a problem. Yaqub looked at the group and said, all right, it's good that everyone knows about this matter. Now is not the time to make a move. We need to wait for the representatives of the other countries to arrive and discuss with them before making a final decision. Without their support, we won't be able to unify the prairies. Everyone nodded. The old man looked at Yaqub and said, Your Majesty, how should we deal with the Hu family? Although the prairie has become like this mainly because of the Saber Spirit country, the Hu family still directly participated in this matter. Moreover, they also contributed a lot. Are we just going to let the Hu family go? Yaqub replied, it's true that the Hu family has enmity with us, but we can't just focus on the Hu family. The Hu family is part of the Saber Spirit country, they have their own masters. They have no other choice. Now that we're in trouble, the Hu family is the first to come to our aid. We should remember the Hu family's kindness. Moreover, offending a botanist clan isn't good for us. Therefore, let's put aside our enmity with the Hu family for now. Yaqub waved his hand and had them leave. After the group saluted Yaqub, they left Yaqub's tent. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others returned to their tents to rest. Although the tribes of the prairie were in chaos and not many people listened to the Golden Wolf tribe, they were still in a critical period. After all, the Golden Wolf tribe was once the ruler of the prairie. Moreover, they were one of the strongest tribes in the prairie. Therefore, the tribes of the prairie gathered here to deal with the destroyer. Since the tribes had gathered here, then naturally, the Golden Wolf tribe was in charge. People like Zhao Hai and the others who came to support the prairie would naturally be received by the Golden Wolf tribe. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. After returning to the tent that the Golden Wolf tribe had arranged for him, he immediately rested. These past few days had been very tiring for him. After all, his identity wasn't his original body. After several days of hurrying and fighting, Zhao Hai felt tired. After a good day's rest, Zhao Hai woke up early the next morning. A servant brought him breakfast. After eating, Zhao Hai left his tent, followed by a servant. Zhao Hai rode his horse and left the Golden Wolf tribe's camp. He didn't go to the other tribes' camps. Instead, he directly left the camp and entered the prairie. Compared to the camps, Zhao Hai preferred to explore the wilderness. The servant followed Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't object. The servant was sent by the Golden Wolf tribe to serve him, so he didn't chase him away. After strolling around the grasslands, he had lunch outside and only returned to the Golden Wolf tribe when the sky was almost dark. The moment he returned to the Golden Wolf tribe, he heard someone report that Hu Yulong had sent someone to look for him and asked him to go over when he returned. Zhao Hai immediately went to Hu Yulong's tent. Actually, their tents weren't far from each other. The Hu clan's people lived in this area, so their tents were very close. Zhao Hai arrived outside Hu Yulong's tent. While he was talking, he heard Hu Yulong say, Little Zhao Hai, come in. Zhao Hai complied and went inside the tent. Hu Yulong's tent was similar to Zhao Hai's. It also had some sheepskin and some blankets. In the middle of the tent was a fire pit. At this time, the fire pit was lit. There was also a kettle on top of it, boiling hot water. Hu Yulong was sitting next to the fire pit and drinking tea. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, Hu Yulong pointed to his side and said, Come, sit down. Let's taste the prairie's tea. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he sat down. Then he picked up the kettle and poured himself a cup of water. Hu Yulong didn't care about Zhao Hai as he took a sip of tea and said, Today, people from other tribes came to visit us. They want to invite us to a banquet. What do you think? Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, Let's not. This time, the destroyer's matter is an opportunity. The unification of the prairie is inevitable. If we have too much contact with other tribes at this time, the Golden Wolf tribe would be dissatisfied with us. This wouldn't be good for us. Eighth uncle, aside from the people in the desert, you shouldn't contact anyone else. Even if it's the people in the desert, you can't let them know. Hu Yulong nodded and said, I also think the same. The prairie has been in chaos for so many years. This time, there were so many people who betrayed us. Even if they unify the prairie, they would only be able to recuperate. Moreover, the other countries will certainly support the unification of the prairie. If we try to destroy it, we would only become a target. This wouldn't be good for us. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, that's what I mean. This time, the unification of the prairie shouldn't be bad for us. Although we had some conflicts with the wolf spirit country before, we didn't want to. This time, we're the first to support them. If the wolf spirit country still holds a grudge over this matter, then they shouldn't. Therefore, we came this time to mend our relationship. At this time, we can't offend them again. Hu Yulong sighed and said, although Dao Mingyuan looks like a wise ruler, he's actually a coward. Just because the sword spirit country threatened him, he actually gave up on the Hu clan. That's really despicable. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, forget it, we don't need to care about him. We just need to be ourselves. This time, we came here in the name of righteousness. Whether it's the Dao clan or the Duga clan, they won't be able to deal with us. This is very good for us. With this righteousness, we can attack and retreat. With the Demon Island and the Desert of Destruction, we don't need to be afraid of anyone who wants to deal with the Hu clan. Hu Yulong nodded and said, I've already passed down the order. The Hu clan's disciples shouldn't move around if there's nothing important. They should all stay in their tents. This way, we can avoid unnecessary trouble as much as possible. Zhao nodded. That's good. This time, we're just here to help. We don't want to get into any trouble. It's best to stay in our tents and cultivate. Zhao nodded. That's good. We're just here to help. We don't want to get into any trouble. Hu Yulong let out a long breath and said, yes, there's nothing wrong with staying in our tents. If we can keep a low profile, then we should keep a low profile. When the Sword Spirit Country and the Tiger Spirit Country arrive, I'm afraid that we'll be in even more trouble. Especially the Sword Spirit Country, I'm afraid that they won't let us off. Some provocations are inevitable. Zhao Hai smiled coldly and said, we're not afraid of provocations. As long as they're the ones who started it, then we can deal with them openly. 8th Uncle, pass down the order. Tell everyone to endure as much as possible. If they dare to make a move, then beat them back. But remember, they have to make the first move. Hu Yulong nodded and said, rest assured, I've already passed down the order. Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, the timing of the destroyer's appearance is very interesting. I just don't know if the other continents also have destroyers. If they do, then it would be troublesome. Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath. Hu Yulong looked at Zhao Hai, then he smiled bitterly and said, you still know. Who told you? Lei Zhenbua? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right. Lei Zhenbua, why didn't the family tell me about this? If it weren't for Lei Zhenbua, then I wouldn't have known that there's an alliance of Breaking River level experts above us. Moreover, Sky Dance level experts have the authority to monitor Breaking River level experts. Hu Yulong sighed and said, it's not that the family didn't want to tell you, it's just that they didn't want to tell you now. There's no benefit in letting you know too early, it would only be a burden. Moreover, do you think that Sky Dance level experts can monitor Breaking River level experts? Those Breaking River tier experts were so powerful, so why would they allow Sky Dance tier experts to monitor them? How is that possible? Although the Breaking River level alliance still exists, it's already changed. Although they didn't intervene in the Soul Realm and are still monitoring the Destroyer, they are no longer being monitored by Sky Dance level experts. If a Sky Dance level expert really dares to monitor them, then they would directly attack and kill that person. Now, a lot of Sky Dance level experts were directly killed by those old Breaking River level fellows because of their opinions. Now, what those old Breaking River level fellows really care about are the 10 great empires. If the 10 great empires really want to deal with them, then even Breaking River level experts wouldn't have a foothold. Therefore, a lot of Sky Dance level experts are now relying on the empires. They're afraid that those old Breaking River level experts would deal with them. When Zhao Hai heard Hu Yulong, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, so you're saying that those old Breaking River level fellows are slowly losing control? What if one day they surrender to the Destroyer? Then what? then wouldn't nobody be able to control them? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Hu Yulong couldn't help but stare. Then he shook his head and said, that day won't come. Moreover, I heard that the breaking river level experts aren't monolithic. There are also factions inside. It's precisely because of this that those old breaking river level experts don't dare to stir up trouble in the Soul Realm. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so it's like this. That's good. Hee hee, but those old breaking river level fellows better not provoke me. Otherwise, I'll let them know that even if you're a breaking river level expert, it doesn't mean that you're invincible. When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he quickly said, Zhao Hai, don't mess around. Breaking river level experts aren't simple. If they really want to kill you, then nobody would be able to save you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, rest assured, 8th uncle, I won't take the initiative to provoke them. As long as they don't deal with me and the Hu family, then I won't bother with them. When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he relaxed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, it's good that you know. In fact, no one in the continent would want to provoke a breaking river level old man. Sometimes, when those old men make a move, they wouldn't only deal with you, they would also implicate your family. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai stared, then his expression sank as he said, are they really that excessive? Bullying the weak is already wrong, but now they want to implicate my family? Isn't that too excessive? Hu Yulong smiled bitterly and said, so what if they're excessive? Who can do anything to them? If you can beat them, then you can reason with them. But if you can't beat them, then it's useless to say anything. If your fist is big enough, then people will listen to you. If your fist isn't strong enough, then who cares if you die? Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he nodded and said, that's true. Forget it, I don't want to provoke them right now. As long as they don't provoke us, then I won't do anything to them. 8th uncle, let's go back first. Hu Yulong nodded, then he said, go back and rest. I heard that you went out today? Where did you go? Zhao Hai replied, I didn't go there, I just went outside for a stroll. There aren't many plants in the camp, so it's very boring to stay here. Therefore, I went out for a walk. Hu Yulong said, all right, how about this? Tomorrow, we'll go out and find a place to study the grass in the prairie. It's better than staying in the camp all day long. As long as we don't get found by those fellows, then we'll be fine. Zhao Hai said, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Those fellows are watching us every day. If we go out, then I'm afraid that they will follow us. This is troublesome. Hu Yulong nodded, then he sighed and said, then we can only let them stay in the camp. Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and gave Hu Yulong a salute before he turned around and left. Hu Yulong looked at Zhao Hai's back and sighed. He knew that after Zhao Hai learned about the river-breaking experts, then he might have a conflict with them in the future. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. If he didn't tell Zhao Hai about it, then it would be troublesome if he had a conflict with river-breaking experts in the future. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. After returning to his tent from Hu Yulong's place, Zhao Hai sat on the ground and began to recall the magic formations and the void condensing technique that he used. The void condensing technique was actually very useful. No matter what level one was at, it could be used. This was because the might of magic formations had always been very strong. Even powerful cultivators would be afraid of powerful magic formations. However, the void condensing technique also had a lot of shortcomings. One of them was the time it took to condense the formation. This was especially true for high-level magic formations. They needed a certain amount of time to condense. This was a fatal flaw in a real battle. Zhao Hai wanted to see if there was any way to improve the void condensing technique. He wanted to see if there was any way to make the void condensing technique more powerful. However, this wasn't an easy matter. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had the biological brain to help him cultivate his spiritual force. This allowed his spiritual force to increase a lot faster than before. Besides improving the void condensing technique, Zhao Hai also wanted to do something else. This was to reverse engineer the destroyer's formation. Zhao Hai hadn't seen the destroyer's formation before. It could be said that this was a new formation. However, this formation's might wasn't small. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to quickly understand what was going on with this formation. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had studied various magic formations before. He even studied curse formations. Curse formations were different from ordinary magic formations. Therefore, it wasn't too difficult to reverse engineer the destroyer's formation. Fortunately, Zhao Hai now had the biological brain. This allowed his thoughts to be incomparably powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do these things. Whether it was improving the void condensing technique or reversing the destroyer's formation, neither of these things were easy. Zhao Hai could still feel the biological brain. However, he felt that the biological brain was much bigger than before. This made Zhao Hai worried. He didn't know how big the biological brain would grow. Fortunately, this wasn't a bad thing for him, so he didn't care about it. However, the biological brain's computing power surprised Zhao Hai. He was sure that the biological brain's computing power was much stronger than any computer in the space. The place where Zhao Hai and the others were staying was specially arranged by Yakbu. It was in the middle of the camp, but it was also quite far from the other tents. Because of this, Zhao Hai and the others were very quiet. Nobody would disturb them. In the following days, the camp was very calm. The Hu clan's people rarely walked around the camp. At most, they would visit each other. Very few people would leave the camp. Zhao Hai was the same. However, in the past few days, Gong Ben Lei and the others visited Zhao Hai's camp. Just like Zhao Hai, Gong Ben Lei and the others were very low-key. However, Gong Ben Lei still inquired about a lot of information and told it to Zhao Hai and the others. From Gong Ben Lei's mouth, Zhao Hai knew that several reinforcements had arrived. They were from the Dark Soldier Country, the Halberd Soul Country, the Tiger Soul Country, and the Sword Soul Country. Although these countries had sent reinforcements, they were the same as the Gong Hun Country. The number of reinforcements was not many, at most 1,000 people. However, all of them were elites. However, there was almost no one like the Hu clan, who came to help in the name of their family. Zhao Hai had never heard of anyone from the Hu clan coming to help. Zhao Hai also knew what those guys were thinking. Against the power of the destroyer, there would definitely be casualties. Any disciple of a family was very important to that family. If they really died here, it would be a huge loss to that family. Therefore, they would send people to join the reinforcements of their country. However, to ask them to send a team to support the Wolf Soul Country alone, they really couldn't do it. There weren't many people like the Hu clan who had such great power. Furthermore, up until now, besides Zhao Hai who was a void dance stage master, there wasn't a single void dance stage master among the people from the other countries. At most, there was only one consolidated equipment stage master, and Zhao Hai was the only void dance stage master. Zhao Hai understood the approach of those countries. A void dance stage master was already considered the ultimate strength of a country. Furthermore, those void dance stage masters were mostly from some large families. It was very rare for an ordinary person to cultivate step by step to become a void dance stage master. Those large families were not even willing to send their own disciples to support, so how could they be willing to send a void dance stage master? Fighting against the destroyer was not so easy. There was a possibility of a void dance stage master falling. If a void dance stage master really fell, it would be a huge loss for them. If Zhao Hai could think of this, the others could naturally think of it as well. Wolf King Yakub naturally also thought of it. Although the various countries had sent their elites this time, Yakub was still not very happy. Although he was very polite and cordial to the reinforcements sent by the various countries, he was especially cordial to the Hu clan. Just think about it, a country only sent 1,000 people to support them, while a family sent 100 people. Furthermore, all of them were the elites of the family. Naturally, the difference between the two sides was obvious. Now, the last bit of hatred that the people of the Wolf Soul Country had for the Hu clan disappeared. People were afraid of comparison. With this comparison, they could naturally distinguish between the good and the bad. After a few days, the reinforcements of all the countries arrived. However, the number of reinforcements was a bit pitiful. The reinforcements of the other 9 countries added up to a total of 10,000 people. In a battle of millions of troops, this amount of reinforcements wasn't enough to play a big role. When the reinforcements arrived, some small conflicts broke out in the camp. This was especially true for the Hu clan. The people of the Hu clan lived together, and the area where they lived wasn't very close. However, the people of the Sword Soul country and the Tiger Soul country would still come and provoke them from time to time. However, the Hu clan didn't retaliate. This was because the other party's provocations were just empty words, they weren't too excessive. Even if the Hu clan didn't make any moves, the actions of the Sword Soul country and the Tiger Soul country were still noticed by Yaqub. When Yaqub heard about this matter, his expression turned ugly. He didn't want to directly reprimand the people of the Sword Soul country and the Tiger Soul country. After all, they were here to support the Hu clan. If you reprimand them because of this matter, then you would have offended them. Without any other choice, Yaqub had to meet the people of the Sword Soul country and the Tiger Soul country. He asked them to restrain themselves as much as possible. Naturally, he couldn't directly say it, he could only tactfully point it out. At the same time, Yaqub asked Hu Yulong to come over and have a chat with him. Naturally, he wanted to apologize to Hu Yulong. Hu Yulong also told Yaqub that they came this time to support the Wolf Soul country. They didn't care about the provocations of the Sword Soul country and the Tiger Soul country. As long as they didn't go too far, then they wouldn't retaliate. This made Yaqub feel relieved. At the same time, he also felt that the Hu clan was more important. Unlike the low-key Hu clan, the people of the Sword Soul country were very high-profile after arriving at the camp. From time to time, they would drink and eat with the other tribes. Naturally, this caused Yaqub to be dissatisfied. Yaqub wanted to unify the prairie, so he wanted the Sword Soul country's representative to support him and pressure the other tribes. However, in the end, the Sword Soul country's representative didn't have any clear indication. Every time Yaqub talked to him about this matter, he would find a reason to change the topic. Then he would go and eat with the other tribes. This made Yaqub very dissatisfied. However, even if Yaqub was dissatisfied, he couldn't say it out loud. This was because he knew that if he wanted to unify the prairie, then he would need the support of the Sword Soul country. After all, the Sword Soul country was the strongest country in the continent. If they don't support him, then this matter would encounter a lot of twists and turns. A month after Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the Golden Wolf tribe, Yaqub prepared to hold a banquet. He invited all the people who came to support him. First, he wanted to express his gratitude. Second, he wanted to see what kind of attitude these people had towards his idea of unifying the prairie. Yaqub notified everyone 3 days in advance. 3 days later, the banquet would be held as scheduled. The location of the banquet was Yaqub's golden tent. The Hu clan naturally sent Zhao Hai and Hu Yulong to participate. The Gonghan nation sent Gong Ben Lei and another person. As for the other nations, each of them sent 2 representatives. Zhao Hai and Hu Yulong slowly walked towards the golden tent. Behind them were 2 servants. These servants were naturally people from the Wolf Soul country. The group quickly arrived at the golden tent and directly entered it. Upon entering the tent, the 2 saw that the people from the other countries had arrived. Only the 2 of them were left. Upon seeing the 2, Yaqub immediately stood up and cupped his fist to the 2 and said, "Welcome to the arrival of the 2 sirs. Sirs, please take a seat." Then he pointed to a small table on his left. This small table was the second seat. In front of them were Gong Ben Lei and the others. Behind them were the Dark Soldier country, the Tiger Soul country, the Halberd Soul country, and the Spear Soul country. On the surface, this arrangement seemed unreasonable. After all, Zhao Hai and the others were only representatives of the Hu clan. Now that they were in front of the other countries, it was somewhat unreasonable. However, Yaqub had already said that this arrangement was based on the time of arrival and not strength. So naturally, the others couldn't say anything. After Hu Yulong and Zhao Hai expressed their thanks to Yaqub, they walked towards their seats. At this time, a strange voice was heard, "Who do you think you are? You're actually the last to arrive. Making us wait, those who don't know would think that you're some big shot." Zhao Hai looked at the person who spoke. This person had a sword soul above his head. He looked to be around 40 years old and was slightly fat. At this time, he was looking at Zhao Hai and Hu Yulong with a look of disdain. Zhao Hai looked at the person and didn't say anything. He just walked towards his seat and sat down. Hu Yulong also looked at the person and didn't say anything. Then he sat down with Zhao Hai and didn't pay attention to the person. On the other hand, the person's face flashed with a trace of pride. It was as if he had done something amazing. He indeed had a reason to be proud. Zhao Hai was a sky dance realm expert. He was someone who could sit on the same level as the king of the sword spirit country. But he actually made Zhao Hai lose face. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. This was equivalent to making Zhao Hai lose face. Since Zhao Hai didn't retaliate, he naturally felt proud. However, he didn't see the disgust that flashed through Yakub and Gong Benlei's faces. They knew that the Hu clan and the sword spirit country had enmity. However, Zhao Hai's status was still there. Even if there was enmity, they still needed to show respect. Someone like this was simply a scoundrel in the marketplace. To be able to sit in this large tent, who among them didn't have an extraordinary status? Even if there was enmity between them, they wouldn't act like this. Because of this, when the fatty slapped Zhao Hai's face, not only did he not make these people think highly of him, they actually despised him. Yakub coughed lightly, then he turned to the fatty and said, "Mr. Dugu, please speak less. You just arrived, you haven't been waiting for long." When the fatty heard Yakub, his expression couldn't help but sink. Then he coldly snorted and said, "What? Does the Wolf King think that I'm talking too much? I'm here to support the Wolf Soul country, can't I just say a few words?" He was clearly acting shamelessly and being unreasonable. The expressions of the people in the tent changed. Yakub's expression also became very ugly. He looked at the fatty and coldly said, "I'm very grateful that everyone has come to support my Wolf Soul country. But if you want to rely on your status to bully the master, then the scimitar in this Yakub's hand isn't just for decoration." Yakub's words were very impolite. In fact, he had already endured the fatty for several days. But today, the fatty actually contradicted him in front of so many people. How could he endure this? When the fatty heard Yakub, his expression changed. He angrily snorted and stood up. At this time, the person beside him pulled him back and made him sit down. Then he said to Yakub, "Your Majesty the Wolf King, please calm down. My lord didn't have any ill intentions, he just misspoke. I ask your Majesty the Wolf King to forgive him." Yakub nodded and didn't say anything else. Then he turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, this king has set up this banquet today to thank everyone for coming to support my Wolf Soul country. This king would like to thank everyone here. Come, let's have a toast." When everyone heard this, they all nodded. Then they picked up their cups and downed the wine in one gulp. After downing a cup of wine, Yakba took a knife and cut a piece of meat for himself to eat. Then he raised his cup again. Everyone drank another cup of wine before eating the meat. Seeing that everyone had started, Yakba smiled faintly and turned to everyone. "Everyone has been in the prairie for some time. During this time, the destroyer hasn't attacked. However, we can't wait for them. Therefore, in a few days, we'll be preparing to attack the destroyer. What do you think?" Yakba smiled faintly. When everyone heard this, they were stunned. Then, Gong Benlei spoke first, "I don't have any objections. It's right to take the initiative to attack the destroyer. If we don't take the initiative to attack, we'll never be able to destroy them." "I agree." The others nodded. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Yakub continued, "It's best that everyone agrees. But to attack the destroyer, we need a unified command. But everyone knows the current situation in the Wolf Soul Kingdom, so I would like to ask for everyone's help. I will convene a meeting with the leaders of each tribe tomorrow, and everyone will be present. When the time comes, I would like to ask for everyone's permission to be under my command. What do you think? What do you think?" When everyone heard Yakba say this, they immediately understood what he meant. He didn't want a unified command for the destroyer. He clearly wanted to reunite the prairie. For a moment, the tent was silent. No one thought that Yakba would actually speak about this matter so directly. The tent was silent for a while. Yakba seemed to already know that when he said this, everyone would have such a reaction. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. He just raised his cup and drank another mouthful of wine. At this time, a voice was heard, "That's how it should be. If an army doesn't have a unified command, then how can they fight? His Majesty will decide." Unified command should be given. Everyone was stunned. They followed the voice and saw that the one who spoke was Zhao Hai. To be honest, no one thought that the first person to support Yakbu would be Zhao Hai. One must know that Zhao Hai was the Hu family's representative. The Hu family was just a family. In this matter, the Hu family had the least right to speak. Yakbu's words were just to ask the representatives of the other countries. It wasn't important whether the Hu family expressed their opinion or not. However, Zhao Hai was a void dance expert. Any void dance expert would be fought over by every country. Now that Zhao Hai said these words, everyone was shocked. Just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, Gong Benlei's voice was heard. Right, Mr. Hu Hai's words are reasonable. If an army doesn't have a unified command, then how can they fight? I also agree with His Majesty the Wolf King's words. When Gong Benlei's words came out, everyone stared. Then their complexion changed, they began to attach more importance to this matter. Before, Zhao Hai's words were only on behalf of the Hu family and himself. Although he was a void dance expert, everyone still attached great importance to his words. However, whether it was him or the Hu family, compared to the other countries, they were still far behind. Because of this, everyone didn't care too much. But now that Gong Zhuilei said these words, everyone couldn't help but take it seriously. This was because he wasn't representing himself, but the Gong Han nation. This was the Gong Han nation's attitude. Yakbu's face showed a smile. These days, he had been in contact with these people who came to support. He also paid attention to their actions. Among these people, Zhao Hai and Gong Benlei were the closest. Moreover, since they entered the camp, they didn't have any contact with the other tribes. Even if the other tribes invited them to a banquet, they would find excuses to decline. In fact, this already showed their attitude. Among the other countries, the Tiger Han nation, the Blade Han nation, and the Sword Han nation's attitude was the most uncertain. The representatives of these three countries had the most banquets with the other tribes. The Dark Soldier nation and the Lion Han nation's attitude was also somewhat unclear. They kept their distance from the other countries, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. The Hammer Han nation, the Halberd Han nation, and the Spear Han nation's attitude was somewhat similar to the Gong Han nation. They also didn't go to the other tribes to have a banquet. It seems like they also supported the unification of the Wolf Han nation. It was precisely because of this that Yakbu directly said these words. Sure enough, the Hu family and the Gong Han nation supported him. This made him feel as if a big stone had been lifted from his heart. Yakbu didn't think of getting all the countries to support him in unifying the prairie, but if there wasn't a single person who supported him, then he would have to consider it carefully. Now that the Gong Han nation supported him, he dared to carry out the next step of his plan. At worst, he wouldn't need the support of the other countries. Yakbu believed that as long as the Wolf Han nation was unified, they would definitely be able to deal with the destroyer. As soon as Gong Benlei's voice fell, another voice rang out, yes, I also agree with His Majesty the Wolf King's words. If the army doesn't have a unified command, then it's no different from sending them to their deaths. Yakbu turned his head and saw that it was the representative of the Hammer Han nation. He was even more delighted. Following that, the representatives of the Halberd Han nation and the Spear Han nation also expressed their agreement. Yakbu's hanging heart finally relaxed. Just as Yakbu was feeling happy, another voice suddenly rang out, Your Majesty the Wolf King, you are too anxious. You know the situation of the Wolf Han nation, and I also know it. If you want to unify the command, will those people agree? I think we should consider this matter at length. When Yakbu heard this, his face couldn't help but sink. He turned his head and saw the representative of the Sword Han nation, the fatty. The fatty was currently looking at Yakbu with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yakbu didn't say anything, he just raised his wine cup and took a sip. At this time, another voice was heard, Mr. Dugu's words are reasonable. Your Majesty the Wolf King, I can understand your desire to unify the command. But if the other tribes oppose, then it will cause a huge ruckus. This will only delay the dispatch of troops. I think it's better to dispatch troops separately. The representative of the Blade Han nation, Yakbu, looked at him and didn't say anything. At this time, the representative of the Tiger Han nation also wanted to say something. But when he looked at the representative of the Blade Hun nation, then at Gong Ben Lei and the others, he suddenly said, "I think that your majesty the Wolf King's suggestion of unifying the command is feasible. Our enemy is the destroyer. If we don't unify the command, then how can we deal with the destroyer?" Yakbo looked at the representative of the Tiger Hun nation with a surprised expression. He didn't think that the representative of the Tiger Hun nation would support him. This made him feel very surprised. The representative of the Tiger Hun nation actually supported Yakbo. Not only was Yakbo surprised, the representatives of the Blade Hun nation and the Sword Hun nation were also surprised. Although they didn't contact each other to oppose this matter, the representative of the Tiger Hun nation had been doing the same thing as them. This in itself wasn't a statement. But now, the representative of the Tiger Hun nation actually supported Yakbo. Yakbo stared, then he nodded to the representative of the Tiger Hun nation. Then he turned his head to look at the representatives of the Dark Soldier nation and the Lion Hun nation. In the hall, only the representatives of these two nations didn't express their opinions. Yakbo understood why the two nations didn't care about this matter. This was because the two nations were very far away from the Wolf Hun nation. Moreover, their territories didn't have any intersection. Even if something happened to the Wolf Hun nation, it wouldn't affect them. However, since everyone present had expressed their opinions, it wouldn't be right if the two nations didn't express their opinions. Therefore, Yakbo looked at the two of them, wanting to see how they would respond. The representatives of the Lion Soul Nation and Dark Soldier Nation understood that they had no choice but to express their stance today. The representatives of the two nations looked at each other, then turned to Jacob and cupped their fists. "We support your Majesty Wolf King's command." These words were their stance. When the representatives of the Sword Hun nation and the Blade Hun nation heard this, their expressions couldn't help but change. They didn't think that among the 9 nations, only the 2 of them would oppose this matter. This made Yakbo hate them. Ha 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 ha. Yakbo laughed loudly. "Good, very good. Thank you for your support. You are my Wolf Hun nation's true friends. Let this king offer you a toast." As Yakbo spoke, he raised his cup and gave a toast to Zhao Hai and Gong Ben Lei. However, he didn't even look at the representatives of the Sword Hun nation and the Blade Hun nation. Everyone gave their thanks in unison. Then they raised their cups and drank the wine. Only the representatives of the Sword Hun nation and the Blade Hun nation held their cups. They didn't know whether to drink or not. It was very awkward. The representatives of the Sword Spirit Nation and the Blade Spirit Nation were very clear that Yakbo's toast wasn't for them, but for someone else. Because of this, they didn't know whether to drink or not. For a moment, they were stunned, not knowing what to do. After Yakbo drained the wine in his cup, he turned to the representatives of the Sword Spirit Nation and the Blade Spirit Nation and said, "I don't know if the 2 of you still have any opinions about my decision to unify the nation." The fat representative of the Sword Spirit country was called Dugu Xiong. He was a member of the imperial family of the Sword Spirit country. However, he wasn't a direct descendant of the imperial family, he was just a side relative. This person's ability was mediocre. The one thing he was good at was flattery, deceiving his superiors and bullying his subordinates. In front of those who weren't as good as him, he was the emperor. But in front of those who were stronger than him, he was just a grandson. Such a person relied on his ability to become a high official of the Sword Spirit country and even became the commander of the Sword Spirit country's operation in the prairie. Naturally, Dugu Xiong's performance in front of Dugu Tian was very good. His actions were also very much in line with Dugu Tian's wishes. However, Dugu Tian didn't know that people like Dugu Xiong were very good at observing people's expressions. Naturally, his actions were very much in line with Dugu Tian's wishes. However, once he left Dugu Tian's sight, it would be completely different. Moreover, in Dugu Xiong's view, the Wolf Spirit Nation was already in a desperate situation. Naturally, no matter what he said, the people of the Wolf Spirit Nation wouldn't oppose it. Because of this, Dugu Xiong was very arrogant in the Wolf Spirit Nation. Moreover, he thought that the people of the Wolf Spirit Nation wouldn't act recklessly after hearing that he was against the unification. And with the people of the Sword Spirit Nation and the Tiger Spirit Nation on his side, his mission this time would be very easy. Dugu Xiong wasn't a brainless person. His previous banquet with the other tribes was actually a show for Yakubu. He wanted to tell Yakubu that he was against the unification of the prairie. He thought that once he did this, Yakubu wouldn't dare to talk about unification. He didn't expect Yakubu to directly bring it up. This made Xiong surprised. Naturally, he immediately objected, but then the Tiger Soul Nation's representative also agreed. This made him feel even more surprised. In his opinion, this was a betrayal. Although the Tiger Soul Nation's representative didn't form an alliance with him, the Tiger Soul Nation's representative had been drinking with the other tribes. So naturally, he placed the Tiger Soul Nation on his side. Now that the Tiger Soul Nation's representative agreed to unify the prairie, in addition to the attitude of the other representatives, the only ally he had was the Blade Soul Nation. Xiong could understand why the Blade Soul Nation opposed the unification. After all, they were the most threatened by the Wolf Spirit Nation. A few years ago, a war happened. So naturally, Xiong could understand why the Blade Soul Nation opposed the unification. However, the other countries also agreed to the unification of the prairie. This was beyond his expectations. Now that he saw that they were in the minority, Xiong knew that things were going to get worse. But before he came, Xiong had already given a strict order to not unify the prairie. Therefore, even though he knew that they were in the minority, and that Yakubu didn't have good intentions, he couldn't just go along with Yakubu's words. The Blade Soul Nation's representative had a pale expression. Just as Xiong thought, the unification of the prairie was the biggest threat to the Blade Soul Nation. Therefore, the Blade Soul Nation must oppose it. However, he didn't think that the first to agree would be the Hu family. Not to mention the weight of the Hu family's words in this matter, just the Hu family's attitude was already unforgivable. Now that Yakubu said this, they knew that if they didn't give a good answer, they would be in trouble. However, it was impossible for them to agree at this time. Xiong looked at Yakubu with a pale expression and said in a low voice, "Yakubu, what do you mean by this? Actually, the tribe doesn't want to be unified. Are you going to use force?" Yakubu turned to look at the Blade Soul Nation's representative and said in a low voice, "Does Mr. Dao have the same thoughts?" The Blade Soul Nation's representative was naturally from the Dao clan. Now that he heard Yakubu's words, his expression darkened as he said, "That's right." "Why? Does the Wolf King really want to go against the heavens?" "Ha ha ha ha. Go against the heavens? What a joke. Since when can your Blade Soul Nation and Sword Soul Nation represent the heavens?" Yakubu looked up to the sky and laughed. "Now, my Wolf Soul Nation is being attacked by the destroyers. All the other nations came to help, and I, Yakubu, am extremely grateful. However, the other nations are also being harassed by some rebels and can't help my Wolf Soul Nation too much. My Wolf Soul Nation naturally has to save itself. Unification is driven by the general trend and the will of the people. This is the heavenly Tao. Go against the heavens? The one going against the heavens is not us, but you, right?" Xiong looked at Yakubu and said, "Yakubu, what do you want? Let me tell you the truth. Our Sword Soul Nation is firmly against the unification of the Wolf Soul Nation. If you dare to let the Wolf Soul Nation unify, be careful that our Sword Soul Nation's army will flatten your Wolf Soul Nation in a matter of days." "Ha ha ha ha. Flatten my Wolf Soul Nation? How can I not know what your Sword Soul Nation is thinking? You just don't want to see our Wolf Soul Nation unified and want to control it. Now, our Wolf Soul Nation is being attacked by the destroyers. Let's talk again after we survive this attack." Yakubu looked at Xiong and said. Xiong said, "Yakubu, do you really want to be enemies with my Sword Soul Nation? As long as your Wolf Soul Nation doesn't unify, our Sword Soul Nation will fully support your Wolf Soul Nation and help you deal with the destroyers. If you don't agree, then our Sword Soul Nation won't have any support at all." "Shameless!" A loud shout came from outside the tent, which surprised everyone in the tent. Everyone turned their heads to look at the entrance of the tent, only to find a group of people standing in front of the tent. These people were all wearing gorgeous clothes, but looking at their attire, one could tell that they were also from the Wolf Spirit Kingdom, and should be from other tribes. Upon seeing these people, Xiong and the Blade Soul Nation's representatives' expressions couldn't help but change. The reason they dared to challenge Yakubu here was because they had interacted with the other tribes. Those tribes didn't want the grasslands to be unified, so they dared to say so. Yakubu looked at Dugu Xiong and the Blade Soul Nation's representative and sneered. How dare you threaten our Wolf Soul Nation? Don't you know that our Wolf Soul Nation's people are all born in the year of the wolf? There's only one consequence for threatening a wolf, to be bitten to death by a wolf. Now, the two of you, immediately take your people and scram. Scram out of the Wolf Soul Nation. If you still dare to move around on the Wolf Soul Nation's land, I'll definitely kill you. When Dugu Xiong and the Blade Soul Nation's representative heard Yakubu's words, their expressions couldn't help but change. Dugu Xiong looked at Yakubu and said in a threatening manner, How dare you, Yakubu? You don't want to live anymore. How dare you speak to me like that? Bah! Who do you think you are? You're just a dog under Prince Dugu. So what if our Wolf King speaks to you like that? What's the status of the Wolf King? He's on equal footing with Prince Dugu. Who do you think you are to speak to His Majesty the Wolf King like that? If you dare say another word, believe it or not, I'll chop you up right now. A voice sounded. Dugu Xiong and the Blade Soul Nation's representative turned their heads to look. The one who spoke was a tribe leader. A few days ago, they were drinking and chatting happily with them. They didn't expect that now they would actually say that they would chop them up. Dugu Xiong and the Blade Soul Nation's faces changed. They understood that the Wolf Soul Nation's people had already raised the thought of an enemy. If they said anything more, then the other party might really kill them. They were now in the other party's territory. If they wanted to kill them, it would be too easy. Moreover, now was a special time. The destroyer, the public enemy of the Soul World, was attacking the Wolf Soul Nation. If the Sword Soul Nation and the Blade Soul Nation dared to attack the Wolf Soul Nation at this time, then they would definitely be attacked by the other nations. Then they would really be finished. Dugu Xiong glanced at those people and coldly snorted, Good, good. You wait. After that, he turned and walked out of the tent. Looking at Dugu Xiong and the others leaving, Yakub turned his head to the other tribe leaders and said, Everyone is here. Come in and have a seat. Then he waved his hand and let everyone sit down. After those people sat down, Yakub looked at Zhao Hai and the others. Then he looked at the other tribe leaders and said in a deep voice, Everyone, now is a special time. I won't talk about those useless things. Today, I propose that the Wolf Soul Nation must be unified. Does anyone have any opinions? The other tribes of the Wolf Soul Nation looked at each other. Finally, they looked at each other. Nobody objected. They weren't fools. In the past, they wanted more power. But now that the Wolf Soul Nation was at the point of life and death, they naturally wouldn't think about that. Moreover, they also saw what happened today. If the Wolf Soul Nation was still unified, then Dugu Xiong and the Blade Soul Nation's representative wouldn't dare to talk to Yakub like that. This made them realize that if they didn't have a powerful empire as their backing, then they would never be able to raise their heads in front of Dugu Xiong and the others. Today's matter made them realize that the Wolf Soul Nation must be unified. Otherwise, they would always be inferior to other nations. Seeing that no one objected, Yakub relaxed and said, All right, it's good that no one objected. From today onwards, my Wolf Soul Kingdom will be unified. Everyone, go back and prepare. 3 days later, we will set off for the Eastern Prairie. Everyone stood up and responded in unison. Yakub nodded and said, Now is the time for the banquet. Let us thank the misters who came to support our Wolf Soul Nation. Come, let us drink. Everyone raised their cups and drank the wine. Then the other tribes came up to give a toast to Zhao Hai and the others. In an instant, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its climax. However, while everyone was drinking happily, Hu Yulong was worried. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Yulong and smiled faintly. He knew what Hu Yulong was thinking. Hu Yulong was worried about the Blade Soul Nation's representative. Today, they supported the unification of the prairie, but the Blade Soul Nation was against it. In the end, the Blade Soul Nation's representative was driven away by Yakub. If this matter were to spread to the Blade Soul Nation, then the Blade Soul Nation wouldn't trust the Hu family. They might even deal with the Hu family. If this were to happen, then the Hu family would be in big trouble. After the banquet, Hu Yulong and Zhao Hai returned to the Hu clan's residence. The two entered Hu Yulong's tent. Upon entering the tent, Hu Yulong sighed as he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do we do now? If the people from the Saber Spirit country go back, then our Hu clan will be in danger. Although we have prepared a way out, our foundation that has been established for thousands of years will still be destroyed. I feel very uncomfortable." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Eighth uncle, you don't need to worry. They will talk about it when they go back, but they need to be able to. You don't need to worry about this matter." Then he turned around and left Hu Yulong's tent, returning to his own. When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he didn't say anything and just sighed. Then he sat in his own tent and didn't speak for a long time. The sky slowly darkened. The representatives of the Saber Spirit country and the Sword Spirit country were resting on the prairie. They were currently in a sorry state. Besides their horses and their belongings, they didn't have anything else. Everything else had been taken away by the people from the Wolf Spirit country. Du Guxiong's expression was ugly as he sat there. He didn't think that Yakub would dare to treat him like this. But even if he was angry, he wasn't muddle-headed. He was still thinking about how to explain this to Du Gutian. After all, he didn't complete the task that Du Gutian gave him. The representative of the Saber Spirit country was named Dao Mingyu. He was also frowning as he sat there. However, he was very angry. He was different from Du Guxiong. While Du Guxiong was thinking about how to explain this matter, Dao Mingyu had already thought about how to explain it. This explanation was very simple. It was to push the blame onto the Hu clan. The Hu clan was the first to express their stance. If Dao Mingyu didn't know how to take advantage of this, then he would have lived in vain. Dao Mingyu was very angry right now. He didn't think that the first one to jump out and support Yakbu would be the Hu family. He didn't expect this at all. In the past, when they were fighting against the Wolf Spirit country, the Hu clan's contribution wasn't small. It was Zhao Hai who discovered the movements of the Wolf Spirit country and led his people into the desert. In the end, he united the desert bandits and attacked the rear of the Wolf Spirit country. He even rushed into Yellow Sand City alone and provided the army with provisions, allowing the army to repel the Wolf Spirit country. Because of the attack from the rear, the Wolf Spirit country was torn apart. It can be said that the Hu clan was responsible for the current situation of the Wolf Spirit country. At this time, the Hu clan actually supported Yakub. Dao Mingyu couldn't understand why the Hu family was doing this. At the same time, he also hated the Hu family. Of course, he knew that it was a good time to unify the Wolf Soul country. However, at this time, the Hu family wanted to destroy the unification of the Wolf Soul country. This was in line with the interests of the Blade Soul country. However, the Hu family didn't help him. Not only did they not help him, but they also went against him. This was what made Dao Mingyu angry the most. He had already thought about it. When he went back, he must report this matter and let Dao Mingyuan deal with the Hu family. Now that they were together with the people from the Sword Spirit country, there was nothing they could do about it. They were still in the territory of the Wolf Spirit country. If they don't go together, then the people from the Wolf Spirit country would come and kill them, then they would be dead. Dao Mingyu looked at Du Guxiong. Although he didn't think highly of Du Guxiong, he had to admit that Du Guxiong was his best ally. Thinking of this, Dao Mingyu turned to Du Guxiong and said, "Mr. Dugu, I hope that you can explain this matter to the Emperor of the Saber Spirit Kingdom. Our two countries must unite and put pressure on the Wolf Spirit Kingdom. Otherwise, if the Wolf Spirit Kingdom repels the destroyer, then they will certainly retaliate against us." Du Guxiong nodded and said, "Mr. can rest assured about this, I'll definitely tell them. But Mr. Saber, when you go back, you should talk to the Emperor of the Saber Spirit country, especially about the Hu family. The Hu family has contributed a lot to the unification of the prairie. Your Saber Spirit country needs to deal with the Hu family." Dao Mingyu replied, "Don't worry. When we go back, I'll certainly report this to the Emperor and make the Hu family suffer." "Hehe, you have to go back first." Just as Dao Mingyu's voice fell, a voice was suddenly heard. This voice wasn't loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Moreover, this voice came from above them. Everyone couldn't help but look up and see a figure standing on top of them, looking down at them. Everyone immediately jumped up and took out their weapons as they looked at the figure in the sky. The figure slowly descended from the sky. With the help of the fire, they could see that this person was Zhao Hai. When Dao Mingyu saw Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He said, "Hu Hai, it's you. What do you want?" Zhao Hai looked at Dao Mingyu, then he smiled faintly and said, "Hu Hai. Hee, to be honest, I don't like this name. You can call me by another name, Crane Field." After he said that, a white light flashed on Zhao Hai's body. Then his 30 years old ordinary appearance completely disappeared. He turned into Crane Field. His height of more than 2 meters gave people an invisible pressure. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, Dao Mingyu and Du Guxiong's expressions changed. Before Dao Mingyu could speak, Du Guxiong loudly said, "Crane Field, it's you. How did you escape from the desert of destruction?" Dao Mingyu also looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect it to be you. I was wondering why the Hu clan suddenly had an expert. It turns out that it's you. You came to kill us." Zhao Hai looked at Dao Mingyu, then he nodded and said, "Yes, I came to kill you. To be honest, my enmity with the Sword Spirit Nation has nothing to do with the Sword Spirit Nation. The Sword Spirit Nation captured me and I took away their sword. This is a matter of course. I'm very loyal to the Sword Spirit Nation and I've made contributions to the Sword Spirit Nation. But I didn't expect that the Sword Spirit Nation would threaten you and you would give up on the Hu clan. The Hu clan has done a lot for the Sword Spirit Nation over the years. To be honest, I'm very disappointed, especially this time. It's inevitable that there will be conflicts between nations. It's normal to fight for benefits. But what kind of enemy are we facing now? We're facing the destroyer who wants to destroy the entire Soul Realm. At this time, you're still thinking about your own benefits. If the prairie isn't united, how can they fight against the destroyer? If they can't defeat the destroyer, then who will be the next unlucky one? I really don't understand what you're thinking. Humph. What's so great about destroyers? They're not a bunch of destroyers without warships. They only have about 1 million soldiers. What can such a small number of people do? The Wolf Spirit Nation just wants to take the opportunity to unify the grasslands. What good does that do to the Blade Spirit Nation? You said you were loyal to the Blade Spirit Nation. If you're loyal to the Blade Spirit Nation, then you shouldn't let the grasslands be unified, Dao Mingyu said coldly. Zhao Hai looked at Dao Mingyu and sighed, "Stupid, I didn't expect you to be this stupid. 1 million troops? The destroyer's current military strength is only about 1 million, but they're different from the destroyer you know before. They can use wild beasts to create more destroyers. Many prairie people have surrendered to them, and people from other countries have surrendered to them. They already know all kinds of professions and cultivation methods. Now, among those destroyers, there are many who are close to the Void Realm. Now that they have obtained so many people and horses from the prairie, their numbers will increase in a short time. At this time, if they can't be eliminated, the more they fight, the more they will increase. In the end, the destroyer, who is nothing in your eyes, will overturn the sky." When Dao Mingyu heard Zhao Hai's words, his face couldn't help but change. Then he sneered, "These are just your side of the story. Who can prove it?" Zhao Hai looked at Dao Mingyu's expression and sneered, "Prove? Prove what? Do you know why the destroyer disappeared from the Bao Spirit country? It wasn't that river-class powerhouse who did it, it was me. I ran to the ice field and destroyed the source of their destructive power. How could you possibly know more about the destroyers than I do? Forget it, what's the point of saying so much to you dead people? It seems like I really have too many secrets that I can't tell others, so I have no choice but to tell you dead people. Anyway, you're going to die soon, and no one will tell my secrets." "That's good." When Dao Mingyu and Du Guxiong heard Zhao Hai, their expressions changed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would say that he was the one who destroyed the source of the destroyer. Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, it seems like he wasn't lying. This made them very confused. Could it be that what Zhao Hai said was true? Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Du Guxiong. Then he smiled faintly and said, "The Sword Spirit country has been chasing me for the Great Sword. Hee, it seems like you really care about the Great Sword. Alright, I'll let you see it today." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a huge shadow appeared in the sky. When everyone looked up, they couldn't help but stare. This was because they discovered that the shadow in the sky was actually a huge sword. Everyone stared blankly at the 100-meter-long sword. What made them even more shocked was that the sword was just floating in the air. Behind the sword, there were several chains that were even longer than the sword. They were dancing in the air. The entire sword was like a living, gigantic octopus that was swimming between heaven and earth. Huh. Zhao Hai sighed and said, "The people of the sword spirit country thought that I pulled the sword out and dragged it away. Nobody thought that I made the sword fly by itself. Hee hee. I didn't think that the sword's first massacre would be to deal with you and not the destroyer. Boring, too boring." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "The sword spirit country's people thought that I pulled the sword out and dragged it away." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. The sword immediately stopped moving. The chains and the sword went straight towards the people. As long as someone was touched by the chains, they wouldn't be able to survive. Those who were cut by the sword also wouldn't be able to survive. Although Dao Mingyu and Du Guxiong wanted to resist, they simply couldn't. In the end, all of them were killed. Even the horses couldn't escape. All of them were killed by Zhao Hai. The horses couldn't be left behind. Old horses knew the way. If the horses ran away, then the people of the Sword Spirit Country and the Blade Spirit Country would know where they died. Originally, Zhao Hai could have received the horses into the space. But now, Zhao Hai didn't want to do that. Therefore, he didn't care about the horses and directly killed them. Looking at the people he killed, Zhao Hai's heart didn't fluctuate at all. He didn't care about the life and death of these people. Before entering the Soul Realm, there were too many people who died in his hands. He didn't have any thoughts about the people who died in the Soul Realm. After killing everyone, Zhao Hai waved his hand and buried the bodies of the people and horses. Then the grass on the ground began to grow again. It was as if nothing had happened. Nobody even knew that there was a battle here. Then Zhao Hai looked around and saw that there were no living people or other living things. Then he flew back to the sword and flew towards the Golden Wolf tribe. If Zhao Hai wanted to chase after these people, they simply couldn't escape. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very careful when doing things. He was sure that everyone was dead and buried deep in the ground. There was no chance for them to survive. Moreover, the scene was cleaned up, leaving no clues behind. Even if these people went missing in the prairie, nobody would know where they went, and nobody would be able to find them. Zhao Hai returned to the Golden Wolf tribe that very night. Naturally, nobody saw him. After resting in his tent for a night, he got up early the next morning. After eating breakfast, he began to move around the area. Before long, Hu Yulong also got up. After Hu Yulong got up, he saw Zhao Hai walking around outside. He quickly went over and looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Zhao Hai, how are you going to deal with the representative of the Saber Spirit Country? When will you deal with it?" "In 2 days, we'll have to deal with the destroyer. We need to deal with it as soon as possible." Zhao Hai looked at Hu Yulong, then he smiled faintly and said, "Eighth uncle, don't worry. The matter has been dealt with. You don't need to worry about it." When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "It's been dealt with? Last night? How was it dealt with?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Yes, it was resolved last night." "As for how it was resolved, you don't have to ask. Although this matter has been resolved, we can't hide it for too long. There are too many people who know that we were the first to agree to the unification of the prairie. The people of the Blade Spirit Country will know about it sooner or later. You should inform the family and prepare. If the Blade Spirit Country really dares to deal with us, then have the family immediately evacuate. As for the fort, I would rather burn it than leave it to the people of the Blade Spirit Country." Hu Yulong stared, then his face turned serious as he said, "All right, I'll send a letter to the family and have them make preparations." Then he turned around and walked towards his tent. As for how Zhao Hai would deal with Dao Mingyu and the others, he didn't need to ask. The Wolf Soul Country had been reunited. Moreover, Yakbu had also bestowed the titles of kings to the leaders of the large tribes. Although the large tribes were still under his command, they were still very independent. The Wolf Soul Country was now a bit like an ally, not an empire. However, Zhao Hai believed that with Yakbu's ability, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to slowly unify the Wolf Soul country. Yakbu had the means to do so. At the same time, Zhao Hai knew that Yakub had also sent people to kill Du Guxiong and the others, but they were one step behind Zhao Hai. Du Guxiong and the others had already been killed by Zhao Hai. Naturally, the people sent by Yakub were unable to find them. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai was optimistic about Yakbu. In fact, Yakbu didn't need to kill Du Guxiong and the others. At this time, whether it was the Sword Soul country or the Saber Soul country, it was impossible for them to make a move against the Wolf Soul country. This was because their enemy was the enemy of everyone in the Soul realm. If the Sword Soul country and the Saber Soul country made a move against the Wolf Soul country, then they would become the enemy of the entire Soul realm. Therefore, Yakbu could just let them go and not kill them. But he still did so. And the only reason he did so was for the Hu family. Yakbu was also very clear that if he didn't kill Dao Mingyu and the others, then the Hu family would be in trouble. Even when the Destroyer and the Wolf Soul country were fighting, the Saber Soul country might make a move against the Hu family. Because if Yakbu and the others dealt with the Destroyer, then it would be difficult for the Saber Soul country to make a move against the Hu family. If the Saber Spirit Nation wants to deal with the Hu clan, then they must do it before the war ends. If the Hu clan's righteousness is not established, then the Saber Spirit Nation will be in big trouble. Everyone's spittle can drown them to death. The Saber Spirit Nation will have to deal with the Hu clan before the war ends. If the Hu clan's righteousness is established, then the Saber Spirit Nation will be in big trouble. Yakbu thought of this, so he sent people to kill Dao Mingyu and the others. However, he was a step too late. Zhao Hai had already dealt with the matter. Even so, Zhao Hai still thought highly of Yakub. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye. In these 3 days, the matter of the Wolf Soul Kingdom's unification was known to the entire Wolf Soul Kingdom. Originally, Yakbu and the others thought that the Wolf Soul Kingdom citizens would oppose this. However, they didn't expect that they would be welcomed with cheers. Seeing these people cheering, Yakbu and the others finally understood that the Wolf Soul Kingdom's people had long wanted to reunite. This was the will of the people, this was the will of the heavens that cannot be violated. 3 days later, the prepared army finally set off. They went directly to the eastern grasslands of the Wolf Soul country, which had already been occupied by the Destroyer. They were going this time to deal with the Destroyer. And in these 3 days, the second batch of reinforcements arrived. Even the Sword Soul country and the Blade Soul country sent reinforcements. This time, they also sent some experts, some of which were at the Void Realm. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. However, he also understood that the other countries had already dealt with their internal matters. Therefore, they sent people over. However, the people of the Sword Soul country and the Blade Soul country didn't know that Dao Mingyu and the others had already been killed. With the arrival of experts from the various countries, the Wolf Spirit country's experts also made an appearance. This time, the Wolf Spirit country had a total of 20 Sky Dance Realm experts. These people were very strong. Moreover, these 20 Sky Dance Realm experts were more than the reinforcements from the other countries. They were able to suppress the situation. This time, the Wolf Soul country went all out to deal with the Destroyer. In total, they gathered nearly 10 million troops. The Destroyer and the people of the prairie who had surrendered were added together. The total number of troops was about 3 million. This wasn't a small number. It can be said that this was going to be a big battle. After Zhao Hai knew the number of troops sent by both sides, he was finally certain that if the Destroyer couldn't produce a large number of soldiers in a short time, then they would be defeated. Zhao Hai and the Hu clan moved together. This time, the Hu clan didn't need to charge. What they needed to do was to provide some provisions for the army. At the same time, they also needed to do some medical work. Although the men of the Hu clan focused on combat, they had also learned some medical skills. Moreover, they had been trained since they were young. Their medical skills were much better than ordinary plant masters. It was precisely because of this that the Hu clan's military doctors were much better than ordinary military doctors. In this way, the Hu clan's disciples didn't need to fight the enemy directly. They just needed to hide in the back and provide some food for the army. They also needed to treat people's injuries. Fortunately, Zhao Hai also thought of this. Therefore, the Hu clan brought a lot of medicine for injuries. These medicines were prepared for this battle. The food that the Hu clan provided was enough to feed nearly 10,000 people. Although these 10,000 people couldn't compare to an army of 10 million, the amount of food consumed by 10,000 people was still a lot. The current situation of the Wolf Soul country wasn't very good. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the Hu clan were already helping the Wolf Soul country a lot by providing food for 10,000 people. In addition to these, there was also the matter of setting up camp. In the past, it was very troublesome for an army of 10 million people to set up camp. But now, with the help of the Hu clan's seeds, setting up camp was much simpler. Outside the camp, some seeds were planted. Not only can they be used as walls, they can also be used as guards. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had been staying with the Hu clan. He didn't have any gatherings with the sky dance level experts. These days, the sky dance level experts had gathered together, but Zhao Hai didn't participate. This was because the sky dance realm experts from the Sword Soul country, the Blade Soul country, and the Tiger Soul country weren't very friendly to Zhao Hai. Especially the people from the Sword Soul country and the Blade Soul country. They knew that their people had been driven away by Yakub a few days ago. Naturally, they were even more unfriendly to Zhao Hai. However, these Sky Dance Realm experts didn't leave. Even the Sky Dance Realm experts from the Sword Soul country and the Blade Soul country didn't leave. They were very clear that if they left at this time, then they wouldn't be able to stay in the Soul Realm anymore. They could only stay in their own country. If they went to other countries, they wouldn't be welcomed. It can be said that Yakub's timing was very good. He used the appearance of the destroyer as an opportunity to reunite the entire prairie. At the same time, he also used this opportunity to make the other countries in the continent not dare to touch them. Not only did they not dare to touch them now, they also wouldn't dare to touch them for a long time in the future. And they could use this time to recuperate. The army marched for about 5 days before they entered the eastern grasslands. The eastern grasslands were actually called. Of course, the grasslands were in the eastern part of the Wolf Soul Kingdom. However, it could not be considered the east. It should be the northeast. That was why it was connected to the ice field and was attacked by the destroyer. Now, the entire eastern prairie was almost completely controlled by the destroyer. So when Yakub and the others entered the eastern prairie, they were immediately attacked. And the ones who attacked them were the cavalry of the Wolf Soul country who later surrendered to the destroyer. They didn't know how the destroyer did it. These cavalry of the Wolf Soul country were much stronger than before. Moreover, they were all fearless of death. Their bodies seemed to have lost all feeling. Even if you cut off one of their arms, they would still raise their swords to greet you. These were some crazy enemies, so crazy that it made people feel scared. Fortunately, their number wasn't very large. This time, the cavalry that attacked the Wolf Soul country was only about 500,000. Soon, they were overwhelmed by the army of the Wolf Soul country. Of course, the army of the Wolf Soul country also suffered some losses. The people of the Hu family were also busy for a while to treat those people. The army continued to move forward. Along the way, they were constantly attacked. And the ones who attacked them were all former soldiers of the Wolf Soul country. The situation of these people was very similar to the first batch of people who attacked them. They seemed to have lost their sense of reason and also their sense of pain. They only knew how to attack, attack, attack. It seems like they had no other thoughts. Although the number of people attacking them wasn't large, it still slowed down the speed of the army. There were even times when these people attacked the army at night. However, the walls made of mutant plants of the Hu family were very useful. Before these people could rush into the camp, they were blocked by the mutant plants. By the time they got past the mutant plants, the people in the camp were already prepared to deal with them. After this matter, Yakub and the others attached more importance to the Hu family. Naturally, they also protected them better. They kept the Hu family close to their tent for protection. This was a good thing for the Hu family. On the 5th day of entering the eastern prairie, they finally saw the destroyer's army. The destroyer's army was very strange. They didn't set up any camps, and there were no tents in the army. Everyone just stood there in formation, quietly waiting for them. Yakub stood on top of the carriage. The carriage was very big. Below it was a room where Yakub worked, gave orders, and met with the generals. Above the room was a platform where one could look into the distance. Looking at the destroyer's formation, Yakub couldn't help but knit his brows. He said, "There are more people than I thought. After so many days of consumption, they still have about 5 million soldiers. Strange, how can they still have so many soldiers?" A person standing beside Yakub said, "Your Majesty, Mr. Huhai is the most knowledgeable about the destroyer. Why don't we ask Mr. Huhai to come and ask?" Yakub thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "All right, send someone to invite Mr. Huhai. Remember, be polite." The person nodded and then went to make the arrangements. Zhao Hai was currently in the Hu family's army. In the past few days, he had been saving people. Among the Hu family, his medical skills were the best. This made the Hu family admire him even more. This also made the people of the prairie feel grateful towards him. Upon hearing that Yakub wanted to invite him, Zhao Hai naturally didn't have any reason to refuse. He directly followed the person who invited him to Yakub's carriage. Under the guidance of the person, Zhao Hai went up to the roof of the carriage and looked at the destroyer's formation from afar. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Jacob immediately turned to him and said, "Mr. Huhai, you're here. Quickly come over here." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I have seen your Majesty the Wolf King. May I know why your Majesty called me here?" Yakba smiled and said, "Mr. doesn't need to be polite. I called Mr. here today because Mr. is very familiar with the destroyers. So I have something that I want to ask Mr. about." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Majesty, please don't hesitate to ask." Yakub pointed at the destroyer's formation and said, "Mr., please take a look. According to the information we received, the destroyers and the traitors only have a total of 3 million soldiers. But now, look at the other side. There are at least 5 million soldiers. This really puzzles me." Zhao Hai was naturally able to see the number of destroyers. Now that he heard Yakbu, his heart couldn't help but move. Then his expression changed as he said, "So it's true. I didn't think that the destroyers could do this." When Yakbu heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What does Mr. mean? Can you explain?" Zhao Hai took a deep breath and said, "When I entered the ice field with Mr. Lei Zhenbua of the Bao Soul Nation, I discovered that the person on the back of the snow bear wasn't a real person. Instead, it was a parasite that grew on the back of the snow bear. The person and the bear were one. Later on, I saw the Mingma elephant riders and the eagle riders. The size of the Mingma elephant riders was already beyond the scope of humans. The eagle riders were also unreasonable. This was all because the riders were one with the animal. The riders were part of the animal's body, so the animal didn't feel burdened." After saying this, Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he continued, "It's precisely because of this discovery that I thought of something. These snow bear knights aren't naturally formed, but were actually created by the destroyers. The destroyers used the bodies of these animals to create these snow bear knights. However, this idea hasn't been confirmed yet." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I'm not sure if this is the case." When Yakbu heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He really didn't think of this point. Zhao Hai looked at him and said, "Later on, the destroyer's source of destruction was destroyed. When everyone thought that the destroyers would attack the Bao Soul country, they actually turned around and attacked the Wolf Soul country. At that time I had a vague idea. Now that your Majesty said it, I can finally confirm my thoughts. The destroyers definitely didn't attack the Wolf Soul country for no reason. They attacked the Wolf Soul country for 2 reasons. First, they knew that the Wolf Soul country was in chaos. Attacking the Wolf Soul country would be easier than attacking the Bao Soul country. Second, they attacked the Wolf Soul country in order to obtain more troops. This number of troops doesn't refer to the traitors, but to the animals of the Wolf Soul country." Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai took a deep breath and continued, "The Wolf Spirit country's main focus is on herding cows, horses, and sheep. These animals can be made into destroyers. It can be said that in the Wolf Spirit country, the number of these animals definitely exceeds the number of people. And the sudden increase in the enemy's military strength is very likely to have turned the animals of the prairie into destroyers. You should know that even a sheep, once it becomes a destroyer, its fighting strength cannot be underestimated. Therefore, it is very likely that the destroyers want to annex the Wolf Spirit country first and then use the Wolf Spirit country as their base to gradually invade the south. Yakbu's face was ashen. He never thought that he would get such an answer from Zhao Hai. To be honest, this answer was completely beyond his imagination. Yakbu looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How much information does Mr. have to confirm this matter?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "At first, I only had 30%, but now I have 70%, even 80%. Besides this, I really can't explain why the destroyer's forces suddenly increased by so much. If my thoughts are correct, then the destroyers will be more difficult to deal with than we thought. This is because their forces are increasing very quickly. It has only been 2 months since the destroyers attacked the Wolf Soul country. But in these 2 months, their forces have increased by 2 million. This is too astonishing." Yakub replied, "It's better to believe it than not. If the destroyers can really do this, then this matter isn't something that our Wolf Soul country can handle. Mister, I'll go gather the representatives of the various countries and tell them about this matter. If they're willing to deal with the destroyers together, then that's naturally the best. But if they're unwilling, then I'm afraid that our Wolf Soul country will really lose everything this time." Yakub nodded, then he said, "The Wolf Soul country has a lot to offer." Zhao Hai said, "We should tell them about this matter. Whether they believe it or not, we should let them know. But they might not believe what I say." Yakba replied, "Just like Mr. said, whether they believe it or not, we have to tell them. Whether they believe it or not, it's up to them, right?" Zhao Hai nodded, "That's true. But your Majesty also needs to be prepared. Even if the other countries send reinforcements, I'm afraid that they would have to wait for some time. During this time, we still have to rely on ourselves." Yakba nodded, then he sighed and said, "Mister, come with me. Let's meet those people and tell them about what you said before." Zhao Hai didn't object, he just nodded and went down to the carriage with Yakbu. Inside the carriage was a small meeting room. Yakbu immediately sent people to invite the representatives of the other countries. Even the leaders of the large tribes of the Wolf Soul country were invited. After waiting for everyone to arrive, Yakub looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Today, I've invited everyone here because I have something to tell everyone. This matter is related to our war this time, as well as the entire Soul world." When everyone heard Yakbu, they stared, then they showed a disapproving expression. These days, they had heard too many of these words. When they first heard it, they still had a feeling of fear. But now, they no longer felt guilty. Yakba looked at everyone and said, "We received news that the Destroyer's army, as well as our Wolf Soul Kingdom's rebel army, has a total of 3 million soldiers. This number is very accurate. Because we fought with the Destroyer before, they had around 1 million soldiers. Later on, the Wolf Soul Kingdom sent out 2 million rebels. Therefore, their total strength is around 3 million. I think many people know this." Yakba looked at everyone and said, "That's right." Everyone nodded. They didn't know why Yakub was talking about this. Yakub looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "But today, I took a look at the Destroyer's forces. The Destroyer's forces have already reached 5 million. That's 2 million more than what we had before." When Yakub said this, everyone fell into chaos. They started whispering to each other, not knowing why such a situation would occur. 2 million soldiers wasn't a small number. Even if there was a mistake in the scouting, it shouldn't be that far off. Yakba looked at everyone and said, "Everyone should know that when it comes to understanding the Destroyer, nobody here can compare to Mr. Hu Hai. Mr. Hu Hai was the first person to come in contact with the Destroyer. Therefore, he has a very good understanding of the Destroyer." Yakba looked at everyone and said, "Yes." Everyone nodded. No matter if they had any conflicts with Zhao Hai or not, they had to admit this point. Yakba said, "According to Mr. Hu Hai's experience with the Destroyer, he came to the conclusion that the Destroyer's increase in strength is likely to be the cattle and horses that the rebels brought over." Everyone looked at Yakbu in confusion, they didn't know what Yakba meant. Yakba looked at everyone and then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please tell them in detail." Zhao Hai nodded and then repeated what he said to Yakbu. Everyone listened in a daze, no one interrupted Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai finished, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Then they looked at each other. They didn't know if they should believe Zhao Hai's words. Yakba looked at everyone and said, I know that you might not believe Mr.'s words, but have you thought about where the destroyer's 2 million troops came from? If the destroyer had 3 million troops at the beginning, would they only send 1 million troops to deal with us? If they had sent 3 million troops to attack us, then the Wolf Soul Kingdom would have already been destroyed. When everyone heard Yakba's words, their hearts trembled. When the destroyer had 1 million troops, they had already swallowed half of the Wolf Soul Kingdom's land. If they had 3 million troops, then it was possible to destroy the Wolf Soul Kingdom. However, the destroyer had only sent 1 million troops. This was clearly illogical. Perhaps, just like Zhao Hai said, the destroyer's increase in strength came from the cattle and horses of the prairie. Of course, there was another reason why they believed Zhao Hai's words. That was because of the Snow Bear Knights and the Mingma Colossus Knights. The Wolf Soul Kingdom had fought with the destroyer and killed some Snow Bear Knights. Naturally, they had obtained some corpses of the Snow Bear Knights. Although most of the corpses of the Snow Bear Knights had become snow bears and the knights had fused with the snow bears, there were still many corpses of the Snow Bear Knights that were completely preserved. They naturally discovered that the Snow Bear Knights grew on the backs of the snow bears and were not riding alone. Because of this discovery and Zhao Hai's words today, everyone naturally believed what Zhao Hai said. Everyone's expressions were a little ugly. They never thought that things would turn out like this. If it was really like what Zhao Hai said, then the destroyer attacked the Wolf Soul Kingdom to obtain more troops so that it would be easier to attack other countries in the future. Then this matter was definitely not a small matter, but a big matter that concerned all the countries in the Soul World. I don't necessarily need their support, I just want them to know that if our Wolf Soul Kingdom is defeated, then they would be prepared. Everyone, please go back. Now that we're here, the other side's formation is already set. We can't not fight even if we want to. The arrow is already knocked on the bowstring, we have no choice but to shoot. Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, everyone, please go back. We're already here, the other side's formation is already set. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They were now aware of the seriousness of the matter. If the Wolf Soul country is defeated, and if what Zhao Hai said was true, then the destroyer would attack the Wolf Soul country in order to increase their military strength. Once the Wolf Soul country is defeated, then the destroyer's military strength would increase. At that time, the Wolf Soul country wouldn't be the only unlucky one. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he turned to Yakub and said, Your Majesty, I have a request. I hope that Your Majesty can grant it. Yakub looked at Zhao Hai and said, What request does Mr. have? Please don't hesitate to ask. Zhao Hai said, I want to participate in the attack. When Your Majesty starts the attack, please let me be at the front. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone stared. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. At the same time, they were also shocked. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would say such a thing. Yakub was even more shocked. He looked at Zhao Hai for a long time before he said, Mister, please give me a reason. Zhao Hai turned to Gong Benlei and said, Mr. Benlei should know that me being at the front would disturb the enemy. This would be more advantageous for the attack. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Gong Benlei. Gong Benlei looked at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. Then he stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Mister's righteousness makes me feel ashamed. Everyone, Mr. Hu Hai didn't lie to you. Mister has comprehended this fist technique. When he uses it, a strong wind will form around his body. This wind is very strong, causing sand and stones to fly. If Mister rushes to the front, then it would be equal to the wind blowing the enemy's formation. The enemy would certainly be affected. Gong Benlei nodded and said, Mr. Hu Hai didn't lie to you. As soon as Gong Benlei's voice fell, Zhao Hai immediately said, I want to correct you. The wind that I create is only effective on ordinary people. It doesn't have much effect on the destroyers. The destroyers don't seem to be using their eyes to see their surroundings. Because of this, they would be affected very well. Therefore, everyone should be mentally prepared. Yakub looked at Zhao Hai and said, How strong is Mister's wind? Zhao Hai replied, It depends on the preparation time. If the preparation time is long enough, then it would be very strong. If the preparation time is short, then it would only affect 10,000 people. Jakub nodded, then he said, will Mr. be in danger? Zhao Hai chuckled and said, of course there will be danger. But don't forget who our opponents are. If we want to deal with the destroyers, then someone would have to make a sacrifice. Everyone's expression changed. They all looked at Zhao Hai in shock. They didn't expect that Zhao Hai was already prepared to make a sacrifice. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he turned to Jakub and said, Your Majesty Wolf King, it's best for us to attack before the destroyers do. If the destroyers do attack and we don't have any animals, then we would be in a very passive position. Jakub took a deep breath and stood up. He gave a deep bow to Zhao Hai and said, Mr. is very righteous. My wolf soul kingdom has been memorized 5 times. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, Your Majesty doesn't need to be polite. What we are facing now is our common enemy. If the wolf soul kingdom is defeated, then the soul realm will have to face tens of millions of destroyers. At that time, it's hard to say how many people will die. Your Majesty should prepare as soon as possible. Jakub took a deep breath and said, All right. Mister, please go back and rest. We will attack tomorrow at the latest. Mister can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he cupped his fist to Jakub. Then he stood up and turned to leave. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, Jakub looked at the others and said in a deep voice, Everyone, please go back as well. Please inform the other kingdoms of this news. This king is begging you. Everyone quickly stood up and cupped their fists to Jakub. Chi Dao didn't dare and left the carriage. Seeing that everyone had left, Jakub turned to the leaders of the Wolf Soul Kingdom. He smiled bitterly and said, Everyone, we have been fighting for so many years, but in the end, we ended up like this. To be honest, this king is really unwilling. Unfortunately, once we die, my Wolf Soul Kingdom will be extinct. The leaders looked at Jakub but didn't say anything. Jakub looked at them and said, Go back and prepare. Tomorrow's attack will certainly happen. I just don't know if the destroyer will let us wait until tomorrow. The leaders stood up and gave Jakub a salute before turning around to leave. At this time, they forgot about their enmity with Jakub. They only remembered that they were members of the Wolf Soul Kingdom. The destroyer didn't attack, they just stood there in formation. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Jakub and the others didn't know why the destroyer did this and why he didn't attack. But on the second day, they found out why the destroyers didn't attack. This was because they were waiting for more troops. The next morning, when Yakba looked at the City of Destruction's formation, he finally found out that there were 500,000 more troops in the formation. Seeing this, Jakub bitterly smiled. The last trace of hope in his heart disappeared. He knew that Zhao Hai's guess was right. The destroyer had turned the animals of the Wolf Soul Kingdom into cavalry. Jakub told the others about this news and then began to prepare for the attack. Zhao Hai directly went to the front of the army. He stood there with 1 horse and 1 man. In his hand was an iron pineapple. Today, he deliberately changed into red clothes. On the iron pineapple hung a red flag. He stood in front of everyone, 1 man and 1 horse, just like a statue. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Because he was so eye-catching, he couldn't help but attract everyone's attention. Whether it was the soldiers of the Wolf Soul Kingdom or the destroyer, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Jakub also saw Zhao Hai. His eyes were moist. Then he sent out orders. Signal flags were sent out and messengers rushed out. All of this indicated that the war was about to begin. A whirlwind slowly appeared beside Zhao Hai. This whirlwind grew bigger and bigger. It went from a small whirlwind to a tornado. Both sides couldn't see Zhao Hai's figure. The sky and earth changed color. Suddenly, the whirlwind moved. The whirlwind was like a giant dragon soaring into the sky. However, the giant dragon suddenly realized that something in front of it was absorbing it, so it moved forward horizontally. The speed of the whirlwind was very fast. Moreover, as it moved, it grew bigger. The soldiers of the Wolf Soul Kingdom saw that the destroyer couldn't open their eyes because of the wind. Even their horses were blown back. On the other hand, there was no wind at all. It was as if the whirlwind was a boundary that separated them from the storm. Everyone's eyes were filled with infatuation. Then they took out their scimitars and howled like wolves. At the same time, they used their scimitars to cut their faces. This was a special ceremony of the Wolf Soul Kingdom. This ceremony was usually held for those who died in battle. In the eyes of the Wolf Soul Kingdom, those who died in battle were heroes. They should enjoy the ceremony. And now, they were using the ceremony on Zhao Hai, a person who didn't die. This showed that they recognized Zhao Hai as a hero in their hearts forever. The whirlwind grew bigger, and this huge airflow finally caused the surrounding airflow to change. An even bigger storm was coming. This time, even the Wolf Soul country's formation was affected. They could also feel the gusts of wind coming from it. Yakub kept looking at the biggest and thickest whirlwind. Although his heart was on fire, he forced himself to calm down. This was because he was waiting for an opportunity. When the time came, he would direct the army to attack. He didn't want to miss this good opportunity. The huge whirlwind came into contact with the destroyer's army, but because the wind was too strong, no one could see what was going on. The whirlwind didn't stop, it was still moving forward. Yakub knew that it was time. He waved his hand and loudly said, "Everyone, charge. The decisive battle is now." Following his command, the entire army slowly moved forward like a moving city. The sense of oppression was even greater than the storm that was getting bigger and bigger. Yakub was still standing on the carriage. The carriage was also slowly moving forward. He was holding a scimitar in his hand. He was very clear that this was going to be a war that would shock the entire world. There were only two results of this war. First, they would win and the destroyer would be defeated. In that case, even if there were some destroyer survivors, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Second, they would lose and the destroyer would win. The Wolf Soul Kingdom would be annihilated, and the disaster of the entire Soul Realm would begin. At this time, there was no time for him to think about what would happen if he failed. There was only one path in front of them, and that was to move forward and charge. There was no other way. The army began to charge. Waves of muffled sounds of hooves could be heard. Coupled with the gales, it was as if a storm was coming. However, everyone knew that this was an illusion. The storm didn't come, but a rain of blood was coming soon. The army kept moving forward. Not long after, they had pressed in front of the enemy's front line. What surprised them was that the enemy's line of defense seemed to have completely disappeared. Especially the rebel army, almost all of them had disappeared. Only the destroyer was left. As for how to deal with the destroyer, they didn't need to teach them. When everyone did, they used tremor. They knew that only in this way could they better kill the destroyer. As for some ordinary soldiers, of course, it was impossible for them to use tremor. Most of them weren't professionals, so they relied on the momentum of their charge. All the destroyer in front of them would be cut down by them and finally trampled into meat paste by countless horse hooves. If one person couldn't cut down, another person would take his place. If 10 people couldn't cut down, the 11th person would take his place. One after another, until the person was cut down and trampled into meat paste. This was the most powerful attack of the grassland cavalry. It was a one-way attack. When their own people fell, they would be trampled into meat paste by the companions behind them. When the enemy fell, they would also be trampled into meat paste. And the place where they fought would grow thicker and more luxuriant in the future. This was a battle without any frills, it was a battle of life and death. This was a battle of saber against saber, spear against spear, and bayonet against bayonet. A total of 15 million people were involved in this battle. The two sides were like two torrents clashing against each other. There was no leeway, no fancy clashing. This battle had returned to the true nature of war. It could be said that no one had ever done it before, and no one would do it again in the future. Yakub was still standing on the carriage as it moved forward. There were a few times when the destroyer's Mingma elephant riders were about to reach his carriage before they were cut down. But Yakub still stood there without moving. His eyes were still looking at the whirlwind that represented hope, passion, and all of them. Suddenly, Yakub felt something cold hit his face. He couldn't help but wipe it with his hand. He found that his hand was covered in blood. The pungent smell of blood passed through his nose and into his mind. Blood. Yakub stared blankly at the blood on his hand. Then he looked up at the sky and saw that it was raining blood. That's right, this was a real blood rain. Drops of blood fell from the sky and hit everyone. Slowly, all the banners turned blood red. Everyone's clothes turned blood red. All the horses turned blood red. Everyone's faces turned blood red. Even their eyes turned blood red. It was as if they were no longer on the prairie but in hell, a hell that was raining blood. Yakba raised his scimitar and roared towards the sky. A few drops of blood fell into his mouth, but he didn't feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, his blood was ignited like gasoline. He felt his entire body burning. He felt that if he didn't roar, he would suffocate. If he didn't roar, he wouldn't be able to breathe. His howl alarmed the people around him. Like Yakub, the people around him raised the sabers in their hands and howled at the same time. This howl was like a tsunami that instantly spread across the battlefield. Then, the howl became louder and louder until the entire battlefield was filled with this howl. Accompanying this howl was the howling of the wind and the rumbling of thunder. At some point in time, dark clouds had gathered in the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. The wind stopped. The rain stopped. The sky turned blue again, and rivers of blood formed on the ground. Yakbu was still standing on his chariot. Countless prairie wolf riders stood around his chariot, but no one said anything. They were even looking around in a daze. The rain finally ended, and the battle was over. They were still alive, but countless people had died. Their enemies, their companions, countless people had died. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were attracted by a red figure in front of him. He was wearing red clothes and holding an iron pineapple in his hand. There was a red flag tied to the iron pineapple, and he was riding a red horse. The man and the horse were standing there, just like the red sunset in the sky, so eye-catching and attractive. Suddenly, the red figure shook and fell to the ground. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Yakub immediately shouted, "Quickly, go and see how Mr. Huhai is doing." Before he could finish speaking, a person came out of the formation. This person quickly arrived at Zhao Hai's side. Yakub looked and saw that this person was Hu Yulong. Hu Yulong was holding Zhao Hai. He discovered that Zhao Hai's eyes were closed, and his breathing was very weak. Hu Yulong didn't care too much as he carried Zhao Hai and rushed towards the formation. In a blink of an eye, they returned to the Hu clan's side. Someone immediately came over with a stretcher and placed Zhao Hai on it. Then they fed Zhao Hai medicine. At this time, Yakub arrived at Hu Yulong's side. He looked at Zhao Hai and then turned to Hu Yulong and said, "Mr. Yakub, how is Mr. Huhai?" Hu Yulong looked at Yakbu, then he gave him a salute and said, "It's very serious. He doesn't have any natural energy left in his body. Moreover, he's also lost a lot of blood qi. I'm going to bring him back to the Hu clan's fort for treatment. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that I won't be able to participate in the following matters. However, the Hu clan's people will stay behind. I only need to bring a few people back. There are countless wounded people who need treatment in this battle, so they cannot leave." Yakub looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Yakub, you must treat Mr. Huhai. There's no need for you to ask for anything. Even if my wolf soul country has to search for the entire world, we will give it to you. This king only has one request, to treat Mr. Huhai." Hu Yulong replied, "Your Majesty can rest assured. Mr. Hai belongs to our Hu clan. Naturally, we will do our best." Yakub nodded, then he turned his head to look at the army around him. All the prairie people were looking at them. Then Yakub said, "Mr. Yakub, this king has some matters to deal with right now. If it's good for Mr. Zhao Hai, then you can just do it. Otherwise, I think it's better if you bring Mr. Huhai to this king's carriage." Hu Yulong shook his head and said, "There's no need for that, Your Majesty. There's a carriage here. Your Majesty can go ahead and do what you need to do. After the war, there are too many things to deal with." Yakub nodded, then he said, "From now on, Mr. Huhai is an honored guest of our wolf soul country. If anyone dares to be rude to Mr. Huhai, then they will be beheaded. If Mr. Huhai needs help, then the wolf soul country will do its best to help him. If this oath is violated, then may the heavens and earth destroy us." When Hu Yulong heard Yakub, his body couldn't help but shake. Then he stood up and gave Yakub a salute. He knew what Yakub's oath meant. This oath meant that the Wolf Soul country would become the Hu clan's staunchest ally. For the Hu clan, this was a very important matter. After Yakub returned the salute, he turned around and left. In this battle, the destroyers and the traitors were completely defeated. Everyone was trampled into meat paste. Even the hawk riders and the destroyers that could fly in the sky were swept up by the wind and trampled into meat paste. More than 5 million destroyers and traitors were killed. Of the 10 million Wolf Soul country's cavalry, less than 5 million were left. Moreover, among these people, there were hundreds of thousands of people who were crippled and would no longer be able to participate in battles. As for the remaining people, most of them were injured. It can be said that the victory was very tragic. However, Yakub was very clear that if it weren't for Zhao Hai's whirlwind, they would have lost today. Because of the whirlwind, a flaw appeared in the City of Destruction's formation, causing their defensive line to loosen. Because of the whirlwind, the destroyers lost most of their traitors before the battle began. Moreover, it also affected the destroyers' movements. This allowed the Hu clan to defeat the destroyers and the traitors, allowing them to achieve victory in this battle. Yakub felt incomparable heartache. This time, they lost more than 5 million youths. For the prairie, this loss was too big. It would take them several decades to recover to their current level. If the traitors were included, then the prairie's losses would be even greater. But at the same time, Yakub also knew that they won. Not only did they win the war, they also won some time for themselves. In the next few decades, it would be impossible for the prairie to have another war. Similarly, other countries wouldn't be able to deal with the prairie. The prairie could finally rest and recuperate. Moreover, Yakub also knew that even if other countries came to deal with them, they wouldn't be afraid. Although the prairie's military strength was less than half of what it used to be, the remaining people were all veterans who had experienced the war. The combat strength of these veterans wasn't something that the recruits could compare to. Their military strength was reduced, but their combat strength had increased. Especially after the war, these people's aura and methods were completely different. Because of this, Yakub believed that even if other countries came to deal with them, they wouldn't be afraid. They were confident that they could defeat any enemy. Besides that, there was another benefit. After this war, many of the large tribes had been crippled, and some of the leaders had even died. From today onwards, the prairie was truly united. The prairie wolves finally had a wolf king, and the only wolf king was him, Yakub. From today onwards, wherever his scimitar pointed, he would be the target of the wolf pack. Yakub started to arrange for everyone to clean up the battlefield and treat the injured. At the same time, he also had to look around to see if there were any other enemies. This rain had come at the perfect time. If not for this rain, no one could say for sure what would have happened to the battlefield. Now, the rain had diluted the blood, allowing it to seep into the ground. In the future, the grass would grow even better. In this war, it wasn't just the ordinary soldiers who had suffered heavy casualties. Even the Consolidated Equipment Stage and Void Dance Stage powerhouses had lost many. Of the Void Dance Stage powerhouses, nearly 10 had fallen. Of the 10, 5 were from the prairie, while the other 5 were from other countries. Besides the 10 fallen Void Dance Stage powerhouses, only Zhao Hai's life or death was unknown. Hu Yulong had already reported this to Yakub, and he had also led the 5 Hu family disciples away from the battlefield, heading back to the Saber Spirit country to see Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai lay quietly on the stretcher. His condition wasn't as serious as Hu Yulong had thought. This time, although he had used up a lot of natural energy, his space was still constantly absorbing natural energy. Other than being a little weak at the end of the battle, he was now completely recovered. However, Zhao Hai didn't get up. He still looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. He had no choice but to do so. He knew very well what he had done this time. He tore apart the destroyer's defensive line alone and broke the destroyer's formation. Under such circumstances, it would be abnormal if he was still alive and kicking after the battle. In the previous battle, his mount had indeed died of exhaustion, so he followed his mount and fell directly to the ground, pretending to be dying. Although this would make Hu Yulong very sad, it was still very beneficial for them. This time, although more than 3 million destroyers and 2 million rebels had disappeared from the Wolf Spirit country, Zhao Hai was sure that there would still be destroyers in the ice field, and their forces wouldn't be too small. However, he didn't know if the destroyers would attack the wolf spirit country next time. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried about this. These 3 million destroyers were the main force of the destroyers. Once these destroyers disappeared, the destroyers wouldn't be able to make any waves. After suffering these 2 losses, everyone in the soul world would learn to be obedient. They would definitely guard their own door and at the same time, send experts to go deep into the ice field to eliminate the destroyers in the ice field. Although the ice field seemed to be very serious, with the support of the various countries in the continent, the ice field wasn't completely a forbidden area. When the time comes, those experts would rush into the ice field. Even if the destroyers didn't want to die, it would be hard. Moreover, Zhao Hai also believed that the various countries in the continent must have a way to contact the river-breaking level experts. When necessary, they could ask the river-breaking level experts to take action. Zhao Hai believed that as long as the old river-breaking level experts were willing to take action, those destroyers would only die. There was absolutely no other way. As for what would happen to the prairie in the future, it wasn't something that Zhao Hai cared about. After the war, Zhao Hai also noticed that there were still millions of troops in the prairie. Moreover, he also noticed that the eyes of the prairie people were different. At the same time, because of this war, Yaqub had established his supreme prestige. His position as the Wolf King was now stable. The prairie was unified, a group of elite veterans, and the unique terrain of the prairie. If the other countries wanted to use this opportunity to attack the prairie, they would certainly break their teeth. This time, the Hu family's mission to help the prairie could be said to have been completed successfully. The Hu family didn't lose any members, but they gained a good reputation. They gained the reputation of righteousness, the friendship of the Wolf Spirit country, and the friendship of the Gong Spirit country. It can be said that this operation was really perfect. Now was the time to retreat. Although the Hu family's disciples hadn't completely retreated, as long as he retreated, the Hu family would also retreat. Therefore, Zhao Hai was now very relieved to leave the prairie. Hu Yulong frowned as he sat on his horse. From time to time, he would look at the carriage. The carriage had a compartment, and inside the compartment, a person was lying down. And this person was Zhao Hai. When he thought of Zhao Hai, Hu Yulong's heart couldn't help but ache. Zhao Hai was definitely the most amazing plant master he had ever seen in his life. At such a young age, he already had such a strong strength. And because of him, the Hu clan finally had the courage to challenge the entire world. If something really happened to Zhao Hai, then not to mention the other members of the Hu clan, even Hu Yulong himself wouldn't let him off. Looking up at the sunset on the horizon, although the sunset was very beautiful, Hu Yulong didn't have the heart to appreciate it. He looked around and saw that they were still in the prairie. There was no one around. Besides him and the 5 Hu clan disciples, there was only a carriage and Zhao Hai lying inside. Hu Yulong sighed, then he turned his head and said, "Let's find a place to rest. We'll stay here for the night. Zhao Hai can't travel for too long." The several Hu clan disciples complied and immediately began to prepare. At the same time, they were worried about Zhao Hai's carriage. Before long, a simple tent was prepared. This tent actually didn't have anything, only a tent. This tent could only accommodate 2 people. This tent was prepared for Zhao Hai. Every night, one person would accompany Zhao Hai inside the tent while the others would take animal skins and sleep outside. It has been 5 days since they left the Wolf Spirit country's army. But before that, they were too deep into the prairie. And because of the carriage, their speed wasn't very fast. Therefore, they still haven't left the prairie. In these 5 days, every night, one person would accompany Zhao Hai inside the tent while the others would rest outside. But even in such a small camp, the atmosphere was very depressing. When the sky turned dark, a fire was lit in the camp. Several people sat around the fire. One of the Hu clan disciples couldn't help but ask Hu Yulong, "Eighth uncle, will Brother Hai be okay? It's been so many days, why hasn't he woken up yet?" Hu Yulong said solemnly, "He'll be fine. He's just exhausted." However, whether it was Hu Yulong or the other members of the Hu clan, none of them believed these words. They knew how dangerous that battle was. Although they didn't really come into contact with the enemy, they still saw the battle with their own eyes. The wind, the rain of blood, the dark clouds, the rainstorm, and the whistling sound. Everything seemed like a dream. Countless people rushed to kill, killing, and winning. Everything made them feel strange and scared. But at this time, no one dared to refute Hu Yulong's words. They were also using these words to comfort themselves. They didn't want anything to happen to Zhao Hai. Right at this time, a voice transmitted over, "Hu, 8th uncle, what's wrong with you all? Why are you all so gloomy?" When everyone heard this voice, they stared. Then they looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that it was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was now standing in front of the tent, looking at them with a smile. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's appearance, everyone couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately reacted. Hu Yulong suddenly stood up and walked towards Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you're awake? Are you all right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine. I've been lying in the carriage for the past few days. But I couldn't do anything about it. I was too close to the army so I could only lie down. But now I'm fine." When Hu Yulong and the other members of the Hu clan heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then Hu Yulong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, are you telling the truth? Are you really all right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm fine, I'm really fine. In fact, although I'm very tired after the battle, I wasn't so tired that I couldn't get up. However, the horse that I was riding couldn't stand up. When I saw the horse fall down, I also fell down. It wouldn't be good for me to be too active." When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he hammered Zhao Hai's chest and said, "Good kid, you're really treacherous. You're right, this time you put in a lot of effort. It can be said that most of the credit for the destruction of the destroyers goes to you. If you're too active, then it wouldn't be right. Good, very good." In fact, the Hu clan's disciples also surrounded Zhao Hai and greeted him. After a while, everyone sat down around the fire. Zhao Hai looked at the Hu clan and said, "The reason why I faked my injury this time is because I've been in the limelight recently. I've attracted a lot of attention, so I faked my injury to get away. Moreover, by leaving like this, I can earn more benefits for the clan. When the people of the Wolf Spirit country see me leave, they would be more grateful to the Hu clan. At the same time, people from other countries would also look at my Hu clan in a higher light. This way, my Hu clan's righteous name can be considered true." Hu Yulong nodded and said, "That's right. You're right. If we leave like this, the Hu clan's righteousness will be confirmed. In the future, anyone who wants to deal with the Hu clan will have to think twice. Although there aren't many people left in the Sword Spirit Nation, it represents our Hu clan's foundation. At the same time, it can attract the attention of the entire continent. Everyone will pay attention to that place and not Demon Island. We can develop without worry. Therefore, now is not the time to fall out with the Dao clan. Therefore, we might as well leave as soon as the battle is over. Although there are still people in the Sword Spirit Nation, those who can really speak have already left. Others won't make things difficult for them. Plus, Jacob will also give us face and take care of him. They will be the safest." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said in a deep voice, "Although the Dao clan's people did their best, now that the war is over, I'm afraid that the conflicts between the countries will immediately be exposed. If we don't leave, we will also be involved. This time, we have already embarrassed the Sword Spirit Nation and the Saber Spirit Nation. The Sword Spirit Nation is still far away from us. Even if they wanted to deal with our Hu clan, they would be too far away. However, the Saber Spirit Nation is different. Our Hu clan's Ji Fort is still in the Saber Spirit Nation." Hu Yulong said in a deep voice, "You're thinking too far ahead. It's time for us to leave now. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. The people of the Saber Spirit Nation and the Sword Spirit Nation are waiting to make trouble for us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They're still far from it. They need to deal with the Wolf Soul country first. Although the Wolf Soul country has lost a lot of troops, their fighting strength isn't weak. On the contrary, after this battle, the Wolf Soul country would be united. Moreover, the strength of the veterans would increase. Moreover, Yakub wouldn't forget how the Blade Soul country and the Sword Soul country treated them. Therefore, I'm afraid that there will be a good show to watch after this battle." The others are representatives of their respective countries. They have the qualifications to watch a show, they even have the qualifications to act. But we're different, we're only representatives of the Hu family, we don't have the qualifications to deal with those guys. Hu Yulong nodded and said, you're right. After we go back, we should also make some preparations. The Hu family's business has already begun to turn from light to dark. The business that we're doing now is attracting attention, it's not very profitable. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's good. I had some contact with the Lion Spirit Nation's Northern Alliance's Grand Duke Ganya. Our business with the Northern Alliance should have already started. It's best if we don't do business with the Saber Spirit Nation and the Sword Spirit Nation. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we would be in danger. Hu Yulong replied, there's no need to worry about this. The family will take care of it. Our Hu family is a great clan that has been around for 10,000 years. How could we not have a backup plan? The Saber Spirit Nation's actions this time are truly despicable. I believe that their days won't be easy. Zhao Hai sighed and said, Dao Beiying and I are good friends. To be honest, Dao Beiying is a good person. It's a pity that he's only the first successor of the Saber Spirit Nation. He's not the king of the Saber Spirit Nation, so he can't make the decision. If he could, then the Saber Spirit Nation wouldn't have made such a decision. Hu Yulong nodded, right now, Dao Beiying's life isn't that good either. Dao Mingyuan thinks that he has been in contact with our Hu clan too much, and that his relationship with our Hu clan is too good. Therefore, Dao Beiying's life isn't that good either. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, in any emperor's heart, there's no such thing as familial love. What he cares about is his throne. Once he finds out that someone is a threat to his throne, he would immediately suppress that person. Perhaps Dao Beiying was implicated by me. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, that's right. Hu Yulong said, our Hu family no longer has any contact with Dao Beiying. That would only make his days more difficult. This time, we openly supported the unification of the Wolf Spirit Nation, causing the Dao clan to lose face. I think that Dao Mingyuan wouldn't let us off. As for how he wants to deal with us, that would depend on his methods. Zhao Hai nodded and said, forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's just let them be. No matter what they think, we'll just stick to the status quo. Today, I'm going to the ice field to take a look and see how many destroyers are there. The fights between our families are just a matter of the human race. Once the destroyers get involved, it would only be more troublesome. Therefore, we have to deal with the destroyers as soon as possible. Everyone, get ready. We'll leave in a while. After we deal with the destroyers, we'll return to Demon Island. When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he was stunned. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, what's wrong? Just the few of us going to the ice field? Will that work? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, there won't be any problems. I've already taken away the source of the destruction force in the ice field. Now, we're going to deal with the destroyers. There shouldn't be any problems. I want to see what other methods the destroyers have. When Hu Yulong and the others heard Zhao Hai, they didn't object. Zhao Hai looked at the sky and said, all right, let's go. Then he moved his hand and released the Jasper Gold Light Sword. This was the first time that Hu Yulong and the others rode the Golden Jade Light Sword. However, they had ridden the Great Demon Blade before, so they thought that the Golden Jade Light Sword was similar to the Great Demon Blade. However, when they entered the Golden Jade Light Sword, they discovered that this wasn't the case at all. The Golden Jade Light Sword was much better than the Great Demon Blade. If the Great Demon Blade was a truck, then the Golden Jade Light Sword was an RV. The group sat in the living room of the Golden Jade Light Sword. After sitting down, Zhao Hai poured a cup of tea for everyone. Then a 3D map appeared on the table. Zhao Hai pointed at the map and the Golden Jade Light Sword immediately flew towards the place that Zhao Hai pointed at. The Golden Jade Light Sword had an automatic map recording function. It recorded the terrain of the place that it flew past, forming a 3D map. The place that Zhao Hai pointed at was the ice field. Although the Golden Jade Light Sword couldn't be like Zhao Hai's space, it could still fly there automatically. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about anything. Hu Yulong and the others stared at the 3D map. They didn't say anything for a while. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly. Eighth uncle, come and have some tea. Hu Yulong nodded, then he took a sip of tea. However, his eyes still didn't leave the map. After some time, he sighed and said, "Good kid, you're really good. I've seen the golden jade light sword before, but I didn't go inside. I didn't expect it to be like this. It's much better than the great demon blade." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The space inside the great demon blade is something that I made myself. In fact, its main function is to help the family transport things. This golden light jasper sword is the sword of the sword spirit nation. Originally, there were countless rooms inside the sword. Later on, I made it into a place like this. This golden light jasper sword is mainly used to store people, so naturally, I wanted to make it more comfortable." Hu Yulong smiled bitterly and said, "We've been together for so many years. We've always sat in trucks, and we've always been happy." When he said that, everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Of course, they wouldn't mind. To be honest, the environment inside the giant demonic saber wasn't bad. However, it was still far from being comparable to the golden jasper sword. Everyone drank tea and chatted. Not long after, the golden jade lightsaber entered the ice field. At the same time, some destroyers slowly appeared on the three-dimensional map. Most of these destroyers were knights. Of course, these knights weren't prairie knights, but beastman knights. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite. He lowered the height of the golden jade light sword and then swung it horizontally. All the knights in front of the great sword were cut in half. Hu Yulong and the others saw this scene through the three-dimensional map. To be honest, they were shocked. They had witnessed the battle between the wolf spirit country and the destroyers. They knew how difficult it was to deal with the destroyers. If it weren't for Zhao Hai's gale, the wolf spirit country might have been defeated. Even in that unfavorable situation, the destroyers still caused half of the wolf spirit country's losses. One could imagine how difficult it was to deal with them. But now, looking at the destroyers in front of the golden jade light sword, they couldn't resist at all. The golden jade light sword flew over and the destroyers were slaughtered. How could they not be shocked? Zhao Hai didn't care so much. He was still drinking tea and looking at the map with a calm expression. Soon, the destroyers that appeared on the ice field were all destroyed by Zhao Hai's people. Zhao Hai counted that he had destroyed hundreds of thousands of destroyers. If these destroyers were placed in the wolf spirit country, they might cause some chaos. But now, they were all dead. For Zhao Hai, the death of hundreds of thousands of people was child's play. When he was in the outside world, he didn't know how many people he killed and how many realms he destroyed. Now, only hundreds of thousands of people died. For Zhao Hai, it didn't affect him at all. Before long, the golden jade light sword arrived at the ice city in the ice field. In the past, the ice city had 5 traction crystals. The destructive power was very abundant, so the ice city didn't seem cold. But now, it was different. Now that the traction crystals were taken away by Zhao Hai, the ice city had lost its power source. It had turned into a real ice city. However, there were still a lot of people here, and a lot of destroyers were walking around. Hu Yulong and the others looked at the ice city in shock. They had heard from Zhao Hai that the destroyer had a base in the ice field. However, they didn't think that this base would turn out to be an ice city. This was too surprising. Hu Yulong and the others looked at the ice city in shock. Zhao Hai looked at the ice city and thought for a moment. Then he lowered his golden jasper sword and directly flattened the city. The entire ice city was shaved off. All of the destroyers that were busy were killed, not a single one was left. After doing this, Zhao Hai turned to Hu Yulong and said, "Eighth uncle, you guys sit here for a while. I'll go out and take a look." Hu Yulong nodded. They also knew that they wouldn't be able to help in this situation. Moreover, there weren't any living things in the ice city. Zhao Hai shouldn't be in any danger. Zhao Hai flew out of the golden jade light sword and then circled the ice city. He didn't see any living destroyers. Then he carefully looked around the ice city. He wanted to see which room in the ice city was used by the destroyers to create new destroyers. After carefully looking around the ice city, Zhao Hai finally found a place. In a large room, there was an underground entrance that was blocked. The entrance was very big, which was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai landed in the room and carefully looked at the floor. the floor was also made of ice. It didn't seem special, but Zhao Hai's divine sense told him that there was a large entrance under the ice. What surprised Zhao Hai even more was that the entrance seemed to be controlled from the ground. It seems like it would be difficult to open this entrance. If he couldn't open it, then he could only use another method. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai clenched his fist and then punched the ground. Cracks slowly appeared on the ground where he punched. Then the cracks became bigger and bigger. The cracks kept spreading to the surroundings. Finally, with a loud bang, a large hole appeared on the ground. It was dark, making it impossible to see what was inside. However, Zhao Hai could feel the power of destruction gushing out from the hole. The power of destruction was very strong. It was definitely released by the traction crystal. Zhao Hai stared, then his body moved and went straight into the hole. The hole didn't seem deep, but Zhao Hai quickly found out that it was just a passage. A winding passage, like a spiral staircase, went straight underground. Zhao Hai went down the passage and went about a meter deep before he arrived at a huge space. This space was very big. Although it wasn't as big as the ice city above, it was still at least half the size. Most importantly, the upper half of the space was empty while the lower half was filled with water. In the water, there were octopus-like creatures swimming around. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the octopus-like creatures and discovered that they were carrying human bodies on their backs. They were actually beast-man destroyers. Zhao Hai stared, then he waved his hand and sucked the octopus-like creatures into the space. As soon as the octopus-like creatures entered the space, they immediately died. Zhao Hai couldn't bear it anymore. Inside the hole, there were no more living creatures. However, the hole was still full of water. This was because there were many water inlets on both sides of the hole. These water inlets weren't very big, so it didn't take long for the hole to be filled. Zhao Hai's figure moved and directly entered the hole. Upon entering, Zhao Hai discovered that there were many things inside the hole. In the middle of the hole was a huge metal formation. Zhao Hai looked at it and saw that this formation was modified by a destroyer battleship. Aside from the metal skeleton, the rest of the battleship had been destroyed. The metal skeleton was now standing there. It looked like the bones of a strange fish. There were also egg-like things hanging on the metal skeleton. In the middle of this metal skeleton was a small metal platform. On this metal platform was a blood-red traction crystal. This red traction crystal was the source of all the destructive power. But on this metal platform, there were metal tubes that led to those egg-like things. Zhao Hai sensed that some of the egg-like things had signs of life. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he waved his hand and broke one of the eggs. Then a beastman knight fell out. Zhao Hai took a deep breath. Although he had already guessed that this would happen, he still couldn't help but feel uncomfortable when he saw the result. The beastman knight that fell out of the egg wasn't fully formed. The half of its body on the horse was still smooth. Only a few places had some armor-like things growing out. There was no mistake, armor-like things were growing out. It looked disgusting and terrifying. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. This was simply a blasphemy to living beings. Zhao Hai waved his hand and took the crystal into the space. Then he waved his hand again as a magic formation appeared. Then a fire dragon appeared from the magic formation and burned all the eggs to ashes. Just as the eggs were burned to ashes, Zhao Hai suddenly heard a sharp whistle. He couldn't help but stare. Then he felt a huge figure rushing out of the water. Zhao Hai stared, he looked at the figure and discovered that it was an incomparably huge octopus. On the octopus body was half a human body. It was a beastman octopus. The eyes of the half-body on the octopus back were glowing red as it looked at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but fly out of the water. He wasn't afraid of the octopus, it was just that the octopus wasn't easy to deal with. Moreover, the water was the octopus' home ground. If Zhao Hai were to deal with the octopus, then he would be using his weakness to attack its strength. Because of this, Zhao Hai flew out of the water. The octopus quickly exposed half of the human body. Zhao Hai floated in the air and looked at the octopus beastman, but he didn't say anything. He was waiting for the octopus to attack. You actually dared to kill my child. How dare you? How dare you? What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the beastman on the octopus suddenly spoke. This made Zhao Hai stare. Ever since he came into contact with the land of destruction, he hadn't heard the destroyer speak. This was too shocking. Zhao Hai was only stunned for a moment before he recovered. He looked at the octopus and said, "I didn't expect you to be able to speak. I thought that the destroyers were mutes." "Hee, it looks like you're a high-class destroyer. Human, you deserve to die. Don't think that I don't know what you've done. I know everything you've done. The crystal city that I painstakingly built was destroyed by you. Our holy stone was taken away by you. You deserve to die," the octopus said. His voice was low and hoarse, sounding very awkward. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about that. He looked at the octopus and said, "If I don't kill your child, are you going to let your child kill our human race? Our two races have long reached a state of immortality. Don't you find it ridiculous to say this at such a time? Prepare to die." After saying that, Zhao Hai didn't waste any more words. With a move of his hand, the thousand-layered void condensation technique suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, a red light flew out of the array and hit the octopus. The octopus revealed its round head. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of water. The red light and the water disappeared at the same time. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. He didn't think that he would be able to kill such a big guy with just one move. Because of this, he didn't think that he would be able to kill it immediately. Instead, his figure moved as a row of magic formations appeared in front of him. Various attacks flew out from the formations and went straight towards the octopus. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that the octopus was very tough. It was able to block a lot of his attacks, especially its tentacles. The attacks that Zhao Hai released from the formation were actually very hard to injure it. In the end, Zhao Hai had no other choice. With a thought, the golden jasper sword shrunk and flew into the ice cave. Zhao Hai commanded the golden jasper sword to fight against the octopus. Although the octopus was very strong, it wasn't a match for the golden jasper sword that was powered by 6 traction crystals. In the end, it was killed by Zhao Hai on the spot. After killing the octopus, Zhao Hai didn't immediately return to the golden jasper sword. He felt that there should be something down there. He wanted to go down and take a look. Zhao Hai had the golden jade light sword stay in the ice cave. Then his figure flashed as he entered the water. Then he dived for more than a kilometer and reached the bottom. However, he didn't find anything. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He swam to both sides of the water. In the end, he still didn't find anything. Zhao Hai gave up. It seems like this was just a resting place for the giant octopus. Although he was disappointed, Zhao still went upstream. But as he went upstream, he suddenly found that there were 2 more ice caves next to the one he had found before. These 2 ice caves seemed to have something inside them. Zhao looked at the 2 ice caves, one on the left and one on the right, and he could tell that there was something inside. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he swam towards the ice cave at the back. This ice cave was very special. There was no water inside, but there were a lot of animal corpses. These animals seemed to have been frozen by someone. They were still in the same posture as when they were alive. Moreover, they were preserved very well. It seems like the person who preserved them was very careful. Zhao Hai looked at the animal corpses and then took them back to the space. After melting them, he discovered that the animals were already dead. Zhao Hai sighed as he buried the animal corpses. Then he went to the ice cave on the right. Upon entering the ice cave on the right, Zhao Hai stared. This was because he discovered that the ice cave on the right was very interesting. There was a warm current inside the ice cave. The temperature of the ice cave wasn't as low as the other ice caves. This made Zhao Hai somewhat puzzled. However, after using his spiritual force, Zhao Hai was able to see that there was a piece of jade inside the ice cave. This piece of jade was very large, about 100 meters in diameter. Moreover, its surface was very flat, it looked like a huge table. Its thickness was also about 10 meters, it was very beautiful. The most strange thing about it was that this piece of jade was actually floating on the surface of the water, it was very strange. On this piece of warm jade, there were a lot of egg-like things. These egg-like things were all exuding a red light. They looked like red gems, very beautiful. However, Zhao Hai didn't treat these egg-like things as gems. He could clearly feel that there were fluctuations of life coming from these eggs. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Zhao Hai suddenly thought about the eggs on the skeleton. Those eggs were much bigger than these egg-like things. However, Zhao Hai thought that they should be the same thing. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai could roughly guess what was going on. He had always thought that the destroyers made a humanoid body and then built a cabin inside before living inside. Now it seems like this wasn't the case. The destroyers might exist in another form. In fact, the destroyers were eggs the size of chicken eggs. The destroyers put the eggs into the bodies of the animals and let the bodies slowly thaw. Then the eggs would release a trace of vitality to stimulate the frozen animals, allowing them to recover their lives. Then the eggs would absorb the flesh and blood of the animals, allowing them to slowly grow half of a human body. Then they would enter the human head and officially become a small person. After the small person was born, they would still need to absorb the flesh and blood of the animals to survive. However, they could also use another method, which was to put some metal into the head of the half of the body. Then they would slowly create a cabin in the head. Finally, when the cabin was completed, a destroyer would be born. Of course, this was only Zhao Hai's conjecture. However, Zhao Hai believed that it might be true. If the destroyers weren't in such an environment, they might have been able to skip the step of freezing. But now, they had to take this step. If they didn't take this step, the animals wouldn't have been able to come here at all. Moreover, Zhao Hai believed that the reason why the destroyers called the traction crystal Holy Stone wasn't just because it could help them fight and provide them with destructive power. It was also because they needed to absorb the energy inside the crystal during reproduction. This can be seen from the traction crystal that was placed on the skeleton of the battleship. The traction crystal wasn't placed there for the sake of looking good. Destructive force was also a type of energy, but the destroyers had a mysterious ability. They could transform this destructive force into a type of life force. By absorbing this destructive force, they would be able to strengthen their own vitality. This was a very strange race. Zhao Hai looked at the eggs for a long time before his mind moved. He took the eggs back to the space as well as the warm jade. After that, he looked around and used his spiritual force to explore the area. After confirming that there were no other living things, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he came out of the ice cave and returned to the golden jade sword. Just as he returned to the golden jade sword, Hu Yulong and the others immediately greeted him. They all looked at Zhao Hai. Hu Yulong said, "Zhao Hai, what happened? Where did such a big octopus come from?" Zhao Hai replied, "This might be the place where the destroyer made the Beastman destroyers. When I went outside, I inadvertently discovered it. I killed the destroyers, which led to the appearance of the octopus. Actually, this isn't the most incredible thing. The most incredible thing is that the destroyer can actually speak." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Hu Yulong was ashamed, then his expression changed as he said, "It can speak? Are you saying that the giant octopus-like destroyer can speak? It spoke to you?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, I spoke. Because I spoke, he knew that he was the one who created the destroyers. He called them his children. After that, we began to fight." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Hu Yulong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So there are no living destroyers here?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's indeed the case. There are no living destroyers here. However, there's one thing that I don't understand. Why are there so many destroyers in the continent? They also jumped out to cause trouble when the destroyers and the Wolf Soul Kingdom were fighting. Most importantly, why did the Wolf Soul Kingdom's 2 million troops suddenly rebel and surrender to the destroyers? Isn't this too strange?" When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Zhao Hai replied, "Among the destroyers, only the octopus can speak. In fact, the destroyers didn't say a word from beginning to end. Isn't this even stranger? Do they not want to speak or can't speak? If they can't speak, then why did the 2 million people in the prairie surrender to them? Those 2 million people are clearly not destroyers. They can speak. Moreover, their combat strength is only at the level of ordinary prairie people. They are far from the destroyer's level. Isn't this too strange?" Hu Yulong was silent. Everyone in the Hu clan was silent. However, the golden jade sword didn't fly away. It was still floating in the ice cave. After a while, Hu Yulong said, "Then what do you think is going on? Why did those people surrender to the destroyers?" Zhao Hai replied, "It's very simple. They used the power of faith. Someone made the prairie people believe in the destroyers and treat them as gods. Therefore, when the destroyers summoned them, the prairie people rebelled. But this way, the problem is, how did they preach? If they can't speak, how can they preach? How can they make so many people believe in them? Isn't this too strange?" Hu Yulong nodded, then he said, "It's indeed very strange. I think that we should wait for an opportunity to tell Yakubu about this matter and have him investigate it himself. It's best if we don't get involved in the prairie's matters." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like that's the only thing we can do. However, I feel that things aren't that simple. But as for what will happen in the future, I'll have to investigate it first." Hu Yulong nodded, then he said, "Let's go home. I've already sent the news of your injury back. I'm afraid that third uncle has already received the news. He must be very worried. If you don't go back, I'm afraid that third uncle will kill his way to the prairie." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's go back. I haven't seen grandfather for a long time, I really miss him." Hu Yulong also smiled and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai commanded the golden jade sword to fly towards Demon Island. The matters in the prairie had come to an end. Although Zhao Hai still had a lot of things he didn't understand, he also knew that if he stayed in the prairie for too long, it wouldn't be good for him or the Hu clan. Because of this, he had to leave. As for the things that he didn't understand before, he could slowly investigate them. However, he couldn't do it now. The golden jade sword's speed became faster. Zhao Hai and the others were now in the ice field. If they wanted to fly to Demon Island, they would need to cross the entire continent. If the golden jade sword wanted to cross the continent in the past, it would take at least a day and a night. But now, it didn't take that long. When dawn arrived, the golden jade sword had already entered the sea. In the sea, the golden jade sword's speed couldn't be too fast. If the golden jade sword's speed was too fast, it would form undercurrents in the sea. Then the undercurrents would eventually turn into waves, and the waves would become tsunamis. Zhao Hai was in the living room. On the small table in the living room, there were a few small dishes. Hu Yulong and the others were sitting around the table with Zhao Hai. Everyone was holding a wine glass in their hands, and they were taking small sips of wine. Since they were going home, everyone relaxed. Moreover, they saw Zhao Hai's power yesterday. He destroyed a city of the destroyer. This made them very excited. Therefore, after entering the sea, they started to ask for wine. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't want to dampen their spirits. Therefore, he prepared a table of dishes and took out some wine. Everyone ate and drank. Hu Yulong took a sip of wine and exhaled. Then, he said, "I didn't think that those destroyers would be so strong. If it wasn't for Little Hai, I think only those old fellows at the Broken River realm would be able to destroy them." As he spoke, Hu Yulong looked at the three-dimensional map in front of him with an infatuated expression. In this three-dimensional map, there was the scenery of the seabed. To be honest, the scenery was very beautiful. It made people feel as if they were there. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, eighth uncle. Don't flatter me. This is nothing." Hu Yulong let out a long breath and said, "I only hope that you can enter the Broken River realm. As long as you can enter the Broken River realm, then you can protect the Hu clan for 10,000 years." When Zhao Hai heard Hu Yulong, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he looked at Hu Yulong and said, "Eighth uncle, what do you mean? Did our Hu clan have a Broken River realm expert before?" Hu Yulong smiled faintly and said, "You're right. Our Hu clan has indeed produced a Broken River grade expert before. However, that was a long time ago. Although Broken River grade experts have long lifespans, the Hu clan's Broken River grade experts can't possibly live that long. Don't be fooled by what they say about Broken River grade experts not interfering with worldly affairs. However, in the current 10 empires, which one of them doesn't have a Broken River grade expert behind them? Although the Wolf Spirit Nation was in a state of chaos and there wasn't a single Broken River grade expert involved, don't forget that the Wolf Spirit Nation's situation is rather special. Internal strife is very common in the Wolf Spirit Nation. Therefore, it is normal for the Wolf Spirit Nation's Broken River grade experts to not make a move. However, this isn't the case for the other empires. The Broken River grade experts of the other empires would definitely make a move when their empires are in chaos. However, there seems to be a Broken River grade expert behind the Dao clan. When he heard Hu Yulong's words, Zhao Hai immediately understood what he meant. All the major factions on the continent had a Broken River realm expert behind them. Although Broken River realm experts wouldn't appear directly on the continent, their influence was everywhere. No wonder Hu Yulong said that as long as he became a Broken River realm expert, he could protect the Hu clan for 10,000 years. Zhao Hai said in a low voice, I see. Now that we have fallen out with the Dao clan, will they take revenge on us? Even if we retreat to Demon Island, they won't let us go, right? Hu Yulong shook his head and said, they won't. Do you think Broken River realm experts can make a move as they wish? Unless the Saber Spirit Nation is on the brink of extinction, Broken River realm experts won't make a move as they wish. Furthermore, our Hu clan has Broken River realm experts as well. As long as we have a Broken River realm expert, the other Broken River realm experts won't make a move against us easily. This is an unwritten rule among the Broken River realm experts. They are afraid that if they fall one day, the other Broken River realm experts will make a move on their family members. Hence, Broken River realm experts usually abide by this rule. Only by doing so can there be order. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. As long as Broken River realm experts don't make a move as they wish, it's fine. Anyway, we don't want to destroy the Dao clan. As long as the Dao clan doesn't go overboard, we won't make a move on them. Hu Yulong nodded and said in a low voice, that's right. Although our clan has the magic array and the giant devil saber now, to be honest, I still don't have the courage to face Broken River realm experts. Of course, I don't have the qualifications either. Hence, we have to be careful when dealing with them. Zhao Hai nodded. He wasn't afraid of those Broken River realm experts now. To him, even if he couldn't win against them, he could still escape. He wasn't afraid of them. Hu Yulong took a sip of wine and said in a low voice, just as you said before, the situation on the continent is getting stranger and stranger. The appearance of the destroyer and the appearance of the human race trader have made the atmosphere on the continent even more tense. Usually, at times like this, the empires would hold on to their authority even tighter. We offended the Sword Spirit Nation previously, and the Saber Spirit Nation started to distance themselves from us. This time, we embarrassed the Saber Spirit Nation as well. Even if the Dao clan doesn't do anything to us, they would start to suppress us. Luckily, we were prepared, but we still have to be careful. It was really wise of you to leave so quickly this time. It's very wise of you to escape this time. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and didn't say anything. He had seen too many things and understood human nature too well. Hence, he naturally knew what to do. As for the other members of the Hu clan, they were very shocked when they heard the two's words. They really didn't know that the Hu clan had to face so many things. Previously, some members of the Hu clan were very puzzled about moving to Demon Island. They also didn't agree with it. In their opinion, Demon Island was far away from the continent. It was definitely an island where they couldn't shit. They didn't want to stay in the Ji fort and insisted on moving to Demon Island. They were really crazy. However, now that they heard Zhao Hai and Hu Yulong's words, they finally understood that the Hu clan's current situation wasn't very good. It was very likely that they would be suppressed by the Dao clan soon. It was precisely because of this that the Hu clan wanted to leave the Saber Spirit Nation. The few of them couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. They realized that they had thought too little in the past. It turned out that their clan had encountered so many things, but they were completely unaware. Zhao Hai and Hu Yulong didn't talk about those things. The two of them chatted casually and drank wine. It would take a few hours to enter Demon Island from the sea. Everyone wasn't in a hurry and drank slowly. It wasn't until the afternoon when the sky was almost dark that everyone arrived at the periphery of Demon Island. At this time, naturally, no one would notice them. Zhao Hai's heart stirred. The Jasper Golden Light Sword rushed out of the water and flew directly to the island. Hu Yuan had been worried about Zhao Hai these few days. He saw Hu Yulong's letter and knew that Zhao Hai was unconscious in the battle with the destroyer. This made him very anxious. If Zhao Hai was facing an ordinary human enemy this time, Hu Yuan wouldn't be so worried. After all, Zhao Hai's strength was there for all to see. He didn't believe that Zhao Hai would be in trouble so easily. However, they were facing the destroyer this time. The destroyer wasn't so easy to deal with. Therefore, when he heard that something had happened to Zhao Hai, Hu Yuan was so worried. Hu Yulong hadn't sent him a letter these 2 days. This made Hu Yuan even more worried. Zhao Hai was now the Hu clan's hope. Naturally, he was very worried about Zhao Hai. Seeing that the sky was about to turn dark again, but the Liaoing still hadn't come today, Hu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He turned around and prepared to return to his room to rest. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Hu Yuan was stunned. He turned his head and saw that it was the golden jasper sword and not the giant demon saber that he imagined. Hu Yuan was stunned at first, but then his face lit up. Hu Yuan was very clear that the golden jasper sword had always been on Zhao Hai. Moreover, only Zhao Hai could use it. Now that the golden jasper sword appeared here, it meant that Zhao Hai was also here. This also meant that Zhao Hai was fine. Thinking of this, Hu Yuan immediately left the sky supporting tree. At this time, the golden jasper sword descended. Zhao Hai and the others came down from the sword. Zhao Hai also put away the golden jasper sword. Hu Yuan and the others immediately came over. Zhao Hai quickly stepped forward and saluted Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan carefully sized up Zhao Hai before saying, "I heard from Yulong that you were unconscious. Are you all right?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've made Grandpa worry. I'm fine. Actually, I wasn't unconscious at all. I just wanted to escape. However, I didn't tell 8th uncle. I was afraid that 8th uncle wouldn't be able to act properly." When Hu Yuan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "So that's how it is. Then I'm relieved. It's good that you're back. Let's go in and rest." Zhao Hai nodded, then he greeted the others. Then he followed Hu Yuan into the sky supporting tree and returned to his room. When the two arrived at Hu Yuan's room, Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How was it? Now that you're back, are you in a hurry to go out?" When Zhao Hai heard Hu Yuan, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Grandpa can rest assured, I won't be in a hurry to go out this time. However, I have to go to the desert for some time. I've been gone for too long, so I don't know how things are going. I want to go there and take a look." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Of course. I think you should also take some people with you. Let them go there and train. Now that Demon Island has been settled down, it's good to let them go out and take a look." Zhao nodded. Naturally, he didn't have any reason to disagree. But he still smiled at Hu Yuan and said, "Grandpa, why don't you come with me to the desert and see the desert paradise that I built?" Hu Yuan laughed and said, "All right, it's good to go there and take a look. When do you plan to go to the desert?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "Let's wait for a while before going back. I want to see the progress of everyone's magic formations." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "It's good to see. Although everyone in the family is studying magic formations, the one who's the best at it is little Xiang. Little Xiang has already been assigned to several disciples of the family. These disciples are quite talented, so I transferred them to little Xiang. Their progress isn't slow, they've already begun to study defensive formations." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's good. Right, Grandpa, what about the destruction grass that I brought back to the family last time? What about it? Also, have you planted the beans?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Hu Yuan's eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "They've been planted, they've been planted. You don't know, but the family has already harvested several batches of bean soldiers. These beans are quite good, they've improved the fighting strength of the little guys in the family by a lot." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's good, then I can rest assured. Grandfather, I actually woke up yesterday. But I went to the ice field to deal with the destroyer. Now that the destroyer base has been completely destroyed, the matter of the destroyer has come to an end." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "That's good. Grandfather, I'm relieved." When Hu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "What's going on? Tell me more about it." Zhao Hai told Hu Yuan about his trip to the ice plains in detail. At the same time, he shared his conjecture. After that, he said to Hu Yuan, "Grandfather, what I'm worried about now is the sudden appearance of those traitors on the continent. Why did they betray us? If they really believe in the destroyer, then who taught them this belief? It was impossible for them to believe in the destroyer for no reason. After all, the entire soul world was hostile to the destroyer. Among them, the grassland people's faith was the most devout, but where did their faith come from? This is too strange." Hu Yuan frowned and said, "It seems like this is the case. This matter is indeed strange. It's a pity that we don't have any clues now. What's more, the relationship between our Hu clan and the Dao clan is still very tense. Even if we want to investigate this matter, I'm afraid there will be many obstacles." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What I mean is that we can ask Yakbu and Gong Hun to secretly investigate. We can also ask Grand Duke Ganya to help us. If we can find some clues, then that would be the best. But if we can't find anything, then we can also ask them to be on guard." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then we can also ask Grand Duke Ganya to help us investigate. If we can find some clues, then that would be the best." Hu Yuan thought for a moment before he nodded and said, "That's fine. Alright, let's do as you say. I'll have the family send out this information. As for what they can find out, it's up to them." Zhao Hai nodded and then said in a low voice, "When we were in the Gong Hun nation, Lei Zhenbo told me that there are 2 other continents and some mystic places besides ours. So I'm preparing to wait for a period of time. After settling things here on the continent, I'll go to other places to take a look." "Grandfather, what do you think?" Hu Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then, he frowned and said, "He still told you? Alright, since you already know, I won't stop you. It's good to go out and take a look. Remember, when you go to other continents, don't cause trouble. Understand?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Grandpa, you can rest assured that I won't take the initiative to cause trouble. You don't have to worry about me." Hu Yuan nodded. Looking at the sky outside, he said, "Go and rest. Have a good rest. Starting tomorrow, go and study magic formations with little Xiang and the others. The study of magic formations is broad and profound. If our Hu family can study it well, then we might become the continent's #1 family in the future." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's right, grandfather. But grandfather, I've discovered another way to use magic formations." After saying that, Zhao Hai's heart moved, and a magic array suddenly appeared in front of him. This was naturally the void array condensation technique. When Hu Yuan saw the magic array in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. This magic array was actually condensed from pure energy. Moreover, it was an offensive magic array. Hu Yuan looked at the magic formation in shock. After a while, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "What's going on? What's going on with this magic formation?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This magic formation is condensed from my spiritual force. I call it the void array condensation technique. As long as you have enough spiritual force, you can condense magic formations to attack your enemies or defend yourself." Hu Yuan looked at the magic formation and sighed, "Spiritual force. We're currently lacking a method to cultivate spiritual force. Alas, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for anyone in the family to learn it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's not necessarily the case. Actually, there are other methods. For example, you can release natural energy and condense it into a magic formation. But in that case, the attack power wouldn't be great, and the natural energy would be wasted. I'm currently thinking of ways to improve it. At the same time, I want to see if there are other methods to train spiritual force. If it succeeds, then the benefits for us would be great." Hu Yuan said, "I don't see how great the benefits would be. It took a lot of energy to condense the magic formation. However, the attack power of the magic formation isn't very strong. I think we should just forget about it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandfather, you don't know about this. Naturally, a magic formation wouldn't be very powerful. But what if you use multiple magic formations to form a formation?" Hu Yuan stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What do you mean? What formation?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Formation. It's actually very simple. It's just a combination of magic formations to form a powerful magic formation. After he said that, 5 magic formations suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Hai. These 5 magic formations combined together to form a magic formation. Hu Yuan looked at the magic formation, his expression changed. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How's its power?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Compared to a single magic formation, its attack power is 10 times stronger." "How about it, grandfather? Isn't it very strong?" Hu Yuan's eyes lit up, then he said, "All right, but don't tell anyone about this right now. The Hu family's current understanding of magic formations is still very shallow. It's impossible for them to use this formation. Don't talk about using the void condensing technique. Even if they use a real magic formation, they still wouldn't be able to make it. Therefore, you don't need to talk about this matter. I don't know how you came up with so many new magic formations, but if you have time, you can draw some of these formations and teach them to the family. But don't teach too much. Right now, the family has just learned about magic formations, and the things you teach them are too profound. I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to accept it." When Zhao Hai heard Hu Yuan, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Hu Yuan would think this far. He nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Grandfather, you can rest assured. I've already drawn a lot of magic formations. I'll give them to you for safekeeping." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a book from his chest and handed it over to Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan received the book and looked at it. There were at least 100 magic formations inside. Moreover, these formations were very exquisite. He placed the book to the side and sighed, "These are all good things. But they can't be revealed right now. You can keep them with me for now. You can go and rest. Don't tell anyone about this matter." Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and gave Hu Yuan a salute before he turned around and left. Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai as he left. Then he sighed and received the book. In fact, he already knew that his grandson wasn't ordinary. Moreover, he had a lot of secrets. However, Hu Yuan didn't ask. He knew that everyone had their own secrets. Zhao Hai was his grandson and had always been very respectful to him. He was also very good to the Hu clan. This was enough for him, there was no need to know too much. Zhao Hai returned to his room and directly entered the space. He didn't know how many generations of experiments he had done with the grasses inside the space. However, Zhao Hai still wasn't able to achieve the results that he wanted. Although the grasses were already very good, the seeds that they produced were no longer the crystallization of the destructive force. However, they still couldn't be directly planted. Therefore, it would take a long time to experiment. However, Zhao Hai didn't come here for the grasses. He only came here for one purpose, to see how the destroyer eggs were doing. After receiving the destroyer's eggs, Zhao Hai had Jade Doll absorb the destructive power inside the eggs. At the same time, she also replenished the eggs with natural energy. Zhao Hai wanted to see if the eggs would grow more destroyers. If they do, then it would be a good thing for him. Zhao Hai didn't expect that the destroyer would grow inside the eggs. Instead, he had Jade Doll absorb the destructive power inside the eggs. Now that Zhao Hai was inside the space, he could see that the destroyer eggs no longer had any destructive force. All of the destructive force had been absorbed by Jade Doll. At this time, the eggs were full of natural energy. Moreover, the vitality of the eggs didn't decrease, they were still full of vitality. For Zhao Hai, this was good news. Zhao Hai waved his hand and placed the warm jade to the side. Then he placed the eggs on top of the warm jade. The warm jade was very warm, it was just enough for the eggs to hatch. The next step would be up to fate. Although Zhao Hai knew that the destroyer was a parasite, he didn't want to use this method to hatch a destroyer. This was because this was disrespectful to the other life form. Therefore, he could only do this for now. After dealing with the matters inside the space, Zhao Hai left the space and returned to his room. He laid down on his bed and slept. He decided to take a good rest and relax. This was because he hadn't been able to relax in the past few days. All kinds of things had kept him busy. Now, he could finally take a good rest. As for the Hu family's matter, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. The Hu family was a great clan that had existed for several thousand years. Naturally, they would have ways to deal with crises. The next morning, Zhao Hai woke up early. After washing his face, he went outside to stretch his hands and feet. Then he went to Hu Yuan's room and accompanied him to eat breakfast. After eating breakfast, Zhao Hai followed Hu Yuan to Hu Xiang's laboratory. Because Hu Xiang's laboratory was constantly exploding, it was moved out of Vegetable City and into a cave in the Demon Mountain. Originally, Hu Xiang was the only one there. But now, there were more than 10 people there. With Hu Xiang as the leader, the others were the younger generation of the Hu family. All of them were talented in magic formations. When Zhao Hai and Hu Yuan arrived at the cave, they discovered that the people inside were already busy. Some of them were drawing blueprints, some of them were making models, and some of them were taking notes. Their clothes weren't warrior clothes, they were light clothes. However, they looked a bit dirty. When the two arrived, the people inside didn't notice. They were all paying attention to what they were doing. Zhao Hai and Hu Yuan didn't disturb them and directly entered the cave. In the cave, there was a small cave. This small cave was arranged like a room, but it was a very messy room. Aside from the innermost bed, the rest of the room was piled with blueprints and a large number of formation symbols. Some of these formation symbols were made of metal, some of them were made of stone, some of them were made of earth, and some of them were made of wood. They were piled up in a very messy manner. There was only one person in this room. He was looking at the blueprints in his hand and frowning. When he saw this person, Zhao Hai was stunned. He really couldn't connect this person with the Hu Xiang he knew. Zhao Hai and Hu Xiang had a very good relationship. Hu Xiang was a somewhat cynical person. He was rarely serious and always had a lazy aura around him. The person in the room was wearing gray clothes. His hair was very long and messy. It was obvious that he hadn't shaved his beard for several days. However, his eyes were shining brightly. His expression was very focused. Even when the two of them came in, he didn't notice them. Zhao Hai really couldn't connect this person with Hu Xiang. Zhao Hai and Hu Yuan went to Hu Xiang's side. Hu Xiang still didn't pay attention to the two. All of his attention was on the blueprints in front of him. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the blueprints in Hu Xiang's hand and discovered that there was a magic formation drawn on it. This magic formation was marked with a lot of data. It was obvious that this was a magic formation that Hu Xiang had just researched. However, it seems like the research wasn't completed yet. Although the data was complete, Zhao Hai found a few mistakes when he looked at it. It was clear that Hu Xiang also found the mistakes in the data. However, he didn't have the computing ability of Zhao Hai. Therefore, he could only calculate the data one by one. Looking at Hu Xiang's appearance, it seemed like he was doing his best to calculate. Therefore, he didn't notice them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he picked up a pen from the table and drew a few lines on the blueprints, marking some data. When Hu Xiang saw Zhao Hai and Hu Yuan, he froze for a moment, then he put down the blueprint and happily said, "Third uncle, Crane Grass, why didn't you call me when you came?" Hu Xiang nodded and said, "Third uncle, Crane Grass, why didn't you call me?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, 21st uncle, aren't you being too serious? You didn't even notice that we were here. Alright, let's not talk about this. The data that I marked were wrong. You should calculate it again. Hearing Zhao Hai, Hu Xiang's attention immediately returned to the blueprint. He looked at the data drawn by Zhao Hai and carefully calculated it. His eyes lit up, and he immediately began to modify it. After a while, he put the blueprint aside and turned to Zhao Hai and Hu Yuan. Well, it's finally done. This formation took me a lot of time. Today, I finally finished calculating the preliminary data. The next step is to test it out. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, it's finally done. This formation took me a lot of time. Today, I finally finished calculating the preliminary data. Hu Yuan looked at Hu Xiang's appearance and said with some heartache, Little Xiang, you should also pay attention to your rest. Look at you, you're a lot thinner than before. Magic formations are broad and profound. Even if you spend your entire life studying it, I'm afraid that you won't be able to study it. Don't tire yourself out so early. Hu Xiang smiled and said, Third uncle, don't worry. I'll be fine. You don't know, but the magic formation showed me a whole new world. It's really amazing. Hu Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really didn't know how to explain it to Hu Xiang. Hu Xiang was obviously fascinated by the magic formation. Anything he said would be useless. Hu Xiang looked at his room and found that there was no place for him to stay. He scratched his head and turned to Hu Yuan, "Third uncle, let's go back to the city. There's no place for us to stay here." Hu Yuan smiled bitterly, then he said, "Let those little fellows rest as well. Don't tire them out. No matter what they're researching, they still need to rest." Hu Xiang nodded, then he went out of his room with Hu Yuan and Zhao Hai. When they arrived outside, they announced that they were going to rest for the day. Then the group returned to Botanical Fort. At this time, there were a lot of people in Botanical Fort, including Crane Field's parents. Zhao Hai went back to see them. They were living very well. Their friends were also there. They could still grow crops and help out. Their lives were very fulfilling. Although they felt sad that Zhao Hai couldn't accompany them, they didn't say anything. They knew how to be grateful. The reason why their family could be where they are today was all because of the Hu clan. In their view, Zhao Hai was cultivated by the Hu clan. Their life today was also given to them by the Hu clan. The Hu clan was a great benefactor to them. If Zhao Hai could do something for the Hu clan, then he would be repaying their kindness. Therefore, although they wanted Zhao Hai to accompany them, they didn't say anything. In addition to this reason, another reason was that they didn't want Zhao Hai to stay by their side all the time. If so, it would only mean that Zhao Hai wasn't promising. The busier Zhao Hai was, the more promising he was. Therefore, they were like a lot of parents, thinking about their children all the time. However, they didn't want to disturb their children's work. Zhao Hai was also aware of their thoughts. However, he really had too many things to do. Therefore, every time he came back, he would go back to accompany them. However, he would still help them. This was because compared to the soul realm, he wanted to return to his body more. For Zhao Hai, the soul realm was just like a dream. He was just a passerby here. He would definitely return to his body. At that time, he would still be Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai also knew that before he left, he must settle down the Hu clan and his parents. This was because his relationship with the Hu clan and his mother was too deep. He already had a trace of resentment with them. If he couldn't deal with this resentment, then even if he returned to his body in the future, he would still have a trace of worry. Don't underestimate this thing called worry. Sometimes, it can become the biggest obstacle on a cultivator's path. Cultivators don't like to have grudges with other people. This was because whether it was gratitude or resentment, they would still have a trace of worry. And this kind of worry would eventually develop into a heart demon. Zhao Hai also didn't like to have too many worries. Therefore, every time he ascends, he would try his best to resolve all the grievances he had in the previous realm. After that, he would leave. After he left, he wouldn't return to the previous realm. Even if he had a great influence in the previous realm, but now that that influence was about to be destroyed, he wouldn't go back. This was because he would only be entangled with the grievances. There were many ways to resolve grievances. Zhao Hai's grievances in the soul realm were very deep. His parents and grandparents raised him, and the Hu clan taught him. How could he easily resolve these grievances? Because of this, he was still waiting, thinking about how to resolve these grievances. Zhao Hai's group returned to Ji Fort and then separated. Hu Xiang and the others went to rest while Zhao Hai returned home to accompany his family. This was one of the few opportunities he had to accompany his family. Naturally, his family was very happy when he returned home. After accompanying his grandfather and father for a drink, Zhao Hai returned to his room to rest. When he woke up in the afternoon, Zhao Hai went to the room where he taught Hu Xiang and the others. He was ready to teach them about magic formations. In the entire Hu clan, Hu Xiang's magic formation was the best besides Zhao Hai. However, Hu Xiang also knew that his research on magic formations was far behind Zhao Hai's. He had just learned how to arrange magic formations and design new single-purpose magic formations. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had already started to use multi-purpose magic formations. Magic formations were divided into many types. Single-purpose magic formations were the simplest. Of course, this simplicity was only relative. Elementary single-purpose magic formations were very simple while high-level single-purpose magic formations were very complicated. Relatively speaking, multi-purpose magic formations were much more complicated than single-purpose magic formations. The reason why Hu Xiang knew that Zhao was a multifunctional magic array was because he saw the mutant seed that Zhao designed for the Hu clan. This magic array was actually a multifunctional magic array. It was very complex, much more complex than the magic arrays that Hu Xiang designed. Hu Xiang knew that Zhao was a multifunctional magic array. Sometimes, Hu Xiang really wanted to know how Zhao Hai's brain worked. How could he design such a magic formation? How could he learn things so quickly? However, Hu Xiang never doubted Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai had a photographic memory since he was a child. His intelligence was well known by the entire Hu clan. Naturally, Hu Xiang wouldn't doubt Zhao Hai. Today, Zhao Hai saw Hu Xiang's magic formation design. Naturally, he knew Hu Xiang's current level. Because of this, the content of his lecture today was just a bit higher than Hu Xiang's. This allowed Hu Xiang to easily understand and help him a lot. As for the Hu clan's disciples, they might not be able to understand Zhao Hai's lecture. However, they still took notes very seriously. When they reach Hu Xiang's level, they would naturally understand how important Zhao Hai's lectures were to them. On the first day of class, Zhao started in the afternoon and didn't stop until the evening. After dinner, he started again, and didn't stop until the middle of the night. However, on the second day, Zhao Hai didn't continue with his lecture. Instead, he followed Hu Xiang and the others to their laboratory and began to make magic formations with them. Moreover, he also told them about the taboos of making magic formations. Making a magic array seems very simple. Even if you use wood to carve magic symbols and then put them together to form a magic array, it can still be used. However, the number of times this magic array can be used and its lifespan was very low. It can be said that a magic array made this way can only be used for experiments, it can only be used for large amounts of consumables. On the other hand, magic arrays made of stone would be more effective. Finally, there were magic arrays made of metal. These kinds of magic arrays were generally used to arrange magic arrays and had a very long lifespan. Naturally, these were the most common materials. Therefore, the power of magic formations made from these materials was very limited. If a magic formation's power was 10%, then a magic formation made from wood would only be able to display 10% of its power. A magic formation made from stone would be able to display 20% of its power. A magic formation made from burnt earth would be able to display 40% of its power. Finally, a magic formation made from metal would be able to display 70% or 80% of its power. This was because of the limitation of materials. It was impossible for a magic formation to display 100% of its power. If you want a magic formation to display 100% of its power, you need to do two things. First, you need to use materials that have the same attribute as the magic formation. Second, the magic formation should have a certain amount of energy. For example, if you want to make a fire magic array, then you can use earth that has been burned to make the talisman. If you use wood to make a fire magic array, then the effect would be better. If you want to make a fire magic array, then the effect would be better. If you want to make a fire magic array using a talisman carved by a soldier, then you should wash up and go to sleep. This was the importance of attributes. If you use earth to make a fire magic array, then the effect would be better. If you use wood to make a fire magic array, then the effect would be better. If you use wood to make a fire magic array, then you should take a bath and go to sleep. This was the importance of attributes. If you use earth to make a fire magic array, then the effect would be better. If you use wood to make a fire magic array, then you should take a bath and go to sleep. This was the importance of attributes. If you use earth to make a fire magic array, then the effect would be better. If you use wood to make a fire magic array, then the effect would be better. As for the magic formation that contains energy, it wasn't an ordinary material. Instead, it was a material with a very prominent attribute. For example, crystals, metals with special attributes, or other treasures of the world. They themselves have an attribute, and this attribute was a manifestation of energy. Therefore, magic formations made from these materials would be more powerful. Often, materials with the same attribute and energy can make a magic formation display 100%, or even 120% of its power. This was the importance of attribute materials. In the past, Xiang and the others didn't think about this. When they made magic formations for experiments, they would first use wooden magic formations. Then they would use stone magic formations. They would rarely use fire magic formations, and even fewer would use metal magic formations. Therefore, after listening to Zhao Hai's theory, they were very surprised. They didn't think that there would be so much knowledge in making magic formations. It wasn't as simple as making a magic formation. Then Zhao Hai explained to them how to make magic formations safer. The magic formations that they could make now weren't very powerful, they were still considered elementary magic formations. Therefore, these magic formations were very safe. Even if they exploded, they wouldn't be too powerful. However, if they wanted to make high-level magic formations in the future, then they would certainly die. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed to impart these experiences to them so that they wouldn't take the wrong path. While Zhao Hai was working as a teacher on Demon Island, Hu Chao received news about Zhao Hai's situation. Knowing that Zhao Hai was fine, Hu Chao felt relieved. At the same time, Hu Chao began to contact Yakbu. Zhao Hai and the others had only been gone for a few days. Yakbu and the others hadn't completely left the battlefield. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but that they had no way to do so. After a battle of more than 10 million people, it would take a long time to clean up the battlefield. The people who came to support the other countries had also left. Only the Hu clan's people hadn't left yet. They were still helping the Wolf Soul country treat the wounded. Yakbu also contacted Hu Chao in the past few days and told him about Zhao Hai's situation. Naturally, he didn't know that Zhao Hai had already returned to the Hu clan. He thought that Zhao Hai was on the road. There was no other way. Their army was currently on the battlefield, so they couldn't pay attention to Zhao Hai's whereabouts. Naturally, they didn't know where Zhao Hai and the others were. Hu Chao contacted Yagli at this time. Of course, he wouldn't tell Yagli that Zhao Hai had arrived home. It was impossible to return from the prairie to Hu family's castle in such a short time. Therefore, he only contacted Yagli to tell him about the destroyer. Hu Chao also didn't tell him about Zhao Hai's speculations. He only told him to be careful of the destroyer. They might be using faith to make the Wolf Soul country betray them. Hu Chao only reminded Yakbu. This way, they could get closer to the Wolf Soul country. In the future, they wouldn't be able to break this line. At the same time, Hu Chao also sent a letter to the Hu clan. The letter told them that Zhao Hai was fine and that he had returned to Demon Island. This made them feel at ease. The reason why Hu Chao did this was because he knew that Zhao Hai's prestige among the young disciples of the Hu clan was still very high. If those people weren't sure if Zhao Hai was still alive, then they wouldn't be able to feel at ease. In addition to the Wolf Hun country, the Hu clan also told the news to Grand Duke Ganya and Gong Hun country, asking them to keep an eye out and see if they also had a destroyer. Naturally, this matter couldn't be investigated with great fanfare, it had to be investigated quietly. Otherwise, it might cause panic. But at the same time, Yuguri and the others also attached great importance to this matter. Although the scale of the rebellion wasn't as big as the Wolf Soul country, it still wasn't small. Otherwise, the other countries wouldn't have been unable to support the Wolf Soul country. In fact, during the last rebellion, there were some high-ranking officials in each country who participated. Some families even directly participated in the rebellion. This was a warning to the other countries and made them be careful. Yuguri attached great importance to this matter. He immediately sent people to secretly investigate the Wolf Soul Kingdom to see if anyone still believed in the destroyer. This time, he sent the Wolf Fang army. Grand Duke Ganya also sent people to investigate, and so did the Gong Hun country. The three countries started investigating secretly, and the other countries didn't know about it. Hu Chao originally wanted to tell Dao Mingyuan about this matter and let the Saber Soul country investigate this matter. However, the Saber Soul country didn't want to see Hu Chao at all. It seemed like he was deliberately telling others that he was going to ignore the Hu clan and stay away from the Hu clan. Seeing this situation, Hu Chao naturally couldn't tell Dao Mingyuan about this matter. However, Hu Chao was more careful. He started to investigate the Hu clan. This time, he didn't just investigate the Hu clan's disciples or the Hu clan's vassal clans. He even investigated the Hu clan's core disciples to ensure the Hu clan's safety. Hu Chao didn't know if he didn't investigate, but after investigating, he really found a problem. Of course, this didn't mean that there were people in the Hu clan who believed in the destroyer. Instead, there were some people in the Hu clan's vassal clans who weren't on the same side as the Hu clan. They were spies planted by the Dao clan. After discovering this situation, Hu Chao naturally couldn't deal with them immediately. Instead, he kept them under surveillance. At the same time, he couldn't tell them about the Hu clan's secret. The Hu clan kept the secret of the Demon Island very strictly. Almost everyone who knew about this secret was on the Demon Island. Those who didn't go to the Demon Island were the core members of the clan. They definitely couldn't reveal this secret. Hence, although the Dao clan had planted spies in the Hu clan, they didn't know about this yet. It was good that the Dao clan didn't know about this yet. If they didn't know about this, it meant that others didn't know about it either. Now, they were stricter in keeping this secret. This secret could be maintained for a longer time. To be honest, Hu Chao was still very interested in Zhao Hai's gains from the grassland this time. Of course, other than Dou Bing, Hu Chao was most interested in the Hu clan's reputation. Reputation was something that couldn't be seen or touched. However, to a clan, it was very important. If a clan's reputation was good, there would naturally be more people coming to seek shelter from them. When they made friends with others, others would also accept them more easily. This was very important to the development of a clan. This time, the Hu family had gone to support the Bao Soul Nation and the Wolf Soul Nation. It could be said that they had spared no effort in resisting the destroyer. They had always been on the front lines. This made the entire continent think highly of the Hu family. In the Langhun Nation, the various countries sent reinforcements to the Langhun Nation were only 1,000 or a few thousand people. However, the Hu clan sent 100 people. If a country sent 1,000 people, a clan sent 100 people. What's more, there was a Wukong realm expert among them. This made the Hu clan completely famous on the continent. The Hu clan's current situation was unknown to people outside the Saber Spirit Nation. Hence, the Hu clan was now very popular on the continent. All the clans on the continent liked to interact with the Hu clan. Naturally, Hu Chao wouldn't waste this opportunity. The Hu clan's business on the surface expanded a lot during this time. Naturally, the Hu clan's main focus was on supplies. Regarding the Hu clan's actions, everyone was puzzled. However, nobody could control the Hu clan's actions. Naturally, the Hu clan didn't exchange too many supplies on the surface. Those supplies were all exchanged in secret. Zhao Hai was still teaching at Demon Island. Recently, Hu Xiang and the others had a deeper understanding of magic formations. However, the things that Zhao Hai taught were, strictly speaking, the basics. This was because Zhao Hai knew that the most important thing at this time was to lay a good foundation. Zhao Hai had been teaching at Demon Island for a month. After a month, the Hu clan's people in the prairie finally returned. The prairie was now peaceful, the Langhun Nation was unified. Yakba took advantage of this war to confirm his identity as the Wolf King. He made all the tribes in the prairie respect him as their leader. The grass wolves were finally restored to their previous state, they were even more united than before. However, no country in the continent dared to look down on the Langhun Nation. Although the Langhun Nation only had a third of its military strength, this third was still made up of veterans. Yagli had also contacted Hu Chao and told him that they had indeed found some people who believed in the destroyer in the Wolf Soul Kingdom. However, when they tried to capture them, they immediately committed suicide. They couldn't find any clues. The most frightening thing was that when they tried to find clues from the people who were familiar with these people, they found that they didn't have any problems. When they asked them if there was anything wrong with these people, they all said that there was nothing wrong. This made Yakba very surprised. Then news came back from the Gonghun Nation and Grand Duke Ganya. Grand Duke Ganya found a family that believed in the destroyer. When he wanted to investigate, the family suddenly rebelled. After Grand Duke Ganya dealt with the rebellion, he found that all the clues were cut off. The people who believed in the destroyer were all dead. If they didn't die in battle, then they committed suicide. There was no clue. The result of the Gonghun nation was the same. There was no effect. The destroyers that they found were all dead. If they didn't rebel immediately, then they wouldn't have had any chance. As for the people who believed in the destroyer, although they didn't leave any clues, it still made Yakbu and the others more vigilant. The behavior of the people who believed in the destroyer meant that there were people who believed in the destroyer beside Yakbu and the others. It's just that they hadn't discovered them yet. Finally, under Hu Chao's suggestion, several families secretly formed an alliance. This alliance was mainly to deal with the destroyer and the people who believed in the destroyer. To be honest, when he heard this news, Zhao Hai was also surprised. He didn't think that these families would form an alliance, especially the Hu family. This alliance was very important. The Hu family was the weakest in this alliance. The Wolfhun nation and the Gonghun nation were two of the 10 great empires of the continent. As for the Grand Duke Ganya, although he wasn't a king, he was similar to one. He occupied the north of the Lion Soul nation. It can be said that he wasn't the king of the Lion Soul nation. Only the Hu family was a family, they couldn't be compared to the Hu family. However, this alliance was formed because of the Hu family's suggestion. Although he was surprised, Zhao Hai quickly felt relieved. Otherwise, why would they form an alliance? In any case, this matter wouldn't be bad for the Hu family. After staying in Demon Island for more than a month, Zhao Hai finally decided to return to the Desert of Destruction. He hadn't returned to the Desert of Destruction for a long time. Although he was still in contact with the ghost spirits from time to time and knew that the desert was fine, Zhao Hai was still worried. Therefore, he decided to go back and take a look. When Hu Yuan heard that Zhao Hai was going back to the desert, he also decided to go and take a look. He was very interested in the desert paradise that Zhao Hai made. He also wanted to see what was going on with the desert paradise. Hu Yuan was very happy that Zhao Hai was going to return. Naturally, Zhao Hai was very happy that Hu Yuan was going to visit Zhao Hai. He told Hu Chao about this matter and then took Hu Yuan to the Desert of Destruction. While they were in the desert, Hu Chao also told Yagli that Zhao Hai was fine. He had already woken up, but he still needed to rest. After a month, Zhao Hai should be able to return to the Hu clan. Because of this, Hu Chao decided to tell Yagli about this matter. Although they were now allies, Hu Chao still couldn't tell Yagli about the Hu clan's secrets. Therefore, when he said these words, he calculated the time and didn't let anyone see any flaws. Riding the golden jade sword, Zhao Hai and Hu Yuan arrived at the desert paradise. From afar, one couldn't see the desert paradise at all, only yellow sand could be seen. Only 100 meters above the desert paradise would one be able to see it. When Hu Yuan saw the desert paradise on the golden jade sword, he was stunned. He didn't think that Zhao Hai's desert paradise would be this beautiful. Just as Hu Yuan was in a daze, he discovered that an incomparably huge lizard had suddenly appeared beside the golden jasper sword. This caused Hu Yuan to be stunned. Then he discovered that the lizard didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them, which made him feel relieved. Hu Yuan turned his head to look at Zhao Hai and saw that Zhao Hai was looking at the lizard with a smile on his face. He immediately understood that the lizard was related to Zhao Hai. Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? Did you raise this big fellow?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not that I raised it, but it's almost the same. This lizard was originally a demonic beast from the Destruction Desert. I accidentally discovered it and subdued it. Then I had it help me look after the desert paradise. I'm afraid that the Sword Spirit country would send people here." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Right, this desert paradise is very beautiful. I didn't think that you would be able to create such a beautiful place in the desert." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's also because of my good luck that I found an underground lake. If there wasn't a water source, then there wouldn't be a desert paradise." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Right, a water source. To be honest, the water source here is much better than the Devil Island. The Devil Island's water source still relies on the bottle tree. But here, there's no need for that at all." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he commanded the golden jade sword to descend. Ghost Spirit and the others were there to greet them. Naturally, the Lion Soul country's slaves were present as well. The Lion Soul country's slaves looked a lot stronger than before. Some of them had their own homes, some of the female slaves were even pregnant. Moreover, their eyes had a trace of intelligence, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Zhao Hai and Hu Yuan came out of the golden jade sword. Gui Ling immediately greeted them and gave Zhao Hai a salute. I've seen the young master. Zhao Hai nodded and said, there's no need to be so polite. This is my grandfather. From now on, you can call him great-grandfather. Hu Yuan stared at Zhao Hai and said, grandfather, call him master. Zhao Hai impatiently said, all right, I'll listen to grandfather and call him master. Gui Ling and the others quickly gave Hu Yuan a salute and said, we've seen master. Hu Yuan waved his hand and said, all right, you can all get up. Gui Ling and the others stood up. Zhao Hai led Hu Yuan to the living room of the fort. After sitting down, he looked at Gui Ling and said, Gui Ling, is your family used to living here? Is there anything they're not used to? Gui Ling quickly replied, many thanks to the young master. They're living very well here. Many thanks to the young master. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, there's no need to thank me. You're now my subordinates. It's only right for me to care about you. Alright, let's talk about the situation here. I can see that there are a lot of cows and sheep outside. Did you increase the amount of livestock? Gui Ling quickly replied, no, the young master can rest assured. The amount of livestock here hasn't increased. Recently, a lot of cows and sheep have been reproduced. As for the adult cows and sheep, we haven't had time to deal with them. This subordinate is preparing to deal with them soon. Zhao Hai nodded and said, deal with them as soon as possible. However, the number of cows and sheep must be controlled to a certain extent. Although we're growing improved pasture, we can't destroy the pasture. Our main goal now is to improve the quality of the soil. Right, how's the improvement going? Gui Ling immediately replied, replying to the young master, the quality of the soil has been improved very well. Although it hasn't reached the standard of superior farmland, it's still comparable to ordinary farmland. We can start planting now. Zhao Hai nodded and said, this is very good. You can open up a piece of land here and plant some grains and vegetables. However, you can't plant too much. You should focus on grazing. After the original land has been transformed into superior farmland, you can plant a large area. The number of cows and sheep can be reduced, but it can't be too little. You can plant less grains. Gui Ling bowed and said, yes, young master. I know him. Young master, I want to organize the slaves and teach them some martial arts. I want them to become cavalry. Is that possible? Zhao Hai frowned and said, those slaves aren't professionals. Moreover, they're already old. Teaching them martial arts wouldn't have much of a development. Why do you want to teach them? Gui Ling replied, young master, when this little one was doing a mission, he inadvertently obtained a body tempering cultivation method. Although this body tempering cultivation method isn't complete, it can still increase the strength of an ordinary person. This little one wants to use them as an experiment. Zhao Hai stared, then his eyes flashed with a cold light. He looked at Gui Ling and said, will they be in any danger? Will they die or be disabled? Gui Ling felt that Zhao Hai's tone wasn't good, so he quickly said, young master can rest assured. This body tempering cultivation method is just a tempering of the body. It won't cause too much harm to them. However, I'll need young master's permission to set up a place to plant some herbs. This body tempering cultivation method, without herbs, will cause some damage to their bodies. However, it won't be too serious. It's just that when they're old, their bodies won't be very good. Zhao Hai nodded and said, then you can experiment. You can choose the place for the herb field. If you need any equipment, make a list and bring it to me. Go. Gui Ling nodded, then turned around and left. After Gui Ling left, Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, these people are the ones you subdued from the Sword Spirit country. Not bad, there are quite a few Void Realm experts. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, grandfather. I subdued them from the Sword Spirit country. They were originally part of the Sword Spirit country's Heavenly Prince's army. They only listened to him and are very strong. If it weren't for a coincidence, I wouldn't have been able to subdue them. Hu Yuan nodded and said, take me around. To be honest, this fort is much more beautiful than Devil Island. Kid, you're really good. Zhao Hai smiled and said, if grandfather likes it, then you can live here for a long time. In any case, I have the flying hawk and the giant demon sword. It's very convenient to contact the family here. Devil Island also has a defensive formation, so you don't need to worry about anything. Hu Yuan smiled and said, let's talk about it later. Alright, let's go and take a look around. Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Hu Yuan out. Then they looked around. The fort itself was built on the lake. It was very beautiful. Moreover, there were grasslands all around, making it even more beautiful. Hu Yuan really liked this place. After looking around for a while, Hu Yuan and Zhao Hai returned to the fort. After entering the room, the two sat down and a maid immediately served them tea. Zhao Hai waved his hand and had the maid withdraw. Then he turned to Hu Yuan and said, Grandfather, I actually want the family to come here. I don't know if you noticed, but all the waterways around the lake have formed a magic formation. This magic formation protects this place. And with the desert's special environment, this place is very safe. When Hu Yuan heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, no wonder the waterways outside looked strange and familiar. It's because the waterways form a defensive formation. You really dared to think about it. Good. But the matter of having your family settle down here can wait. Demon Island itself is very big, our family wouldn't be able to live here, so there's no need to worry about it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, Grandpa can see when the time is right. Have the family come over. After some time, I'll be preparing to go to the other continents. I'll leave this place to Grandpa. Hu Yuan nodded and said, rest assured, the family will certainly send people to guard this place. These are all your hard work. But you must be careful when you go to the other continents. The other continents aren't easy to reach. The Wenji continent is a long sea voyage. Along the way, you might encounter storms and attacks from demonic beasts. The demonic beasts in the sea are very powerful. The deeper you go, the stronger the demonic beasts. You must be careful. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Grandfather, rest assured, I'll be careful. Hu Yuan nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, to be honest, I really don't want you to go. With your strength and talent, as long as you stay at home and cultivate, you'll become a breaking river expert sooner or later. But I also know that you're not the kind of person who can stay at home. Therefore, I'll allow you to go. But remember, you must ensure your own safety. No matter what, you must come back alive. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Grandpa, don't worry. I haven't lived long enough. With my current strength, even if a broken river expert comes, they still wouldn't be able to kill me. This time, I'm going to the other continents to gain experience. I'm not going to fight, so there won't be any problems. Hu Yuan nodded and said, you've always done things with a sense of propriety, so I'm relieved. When are you going to leave? Before you leave, you need to make some preparations. Also, you need to inform the family in advance so that the family can provide you with cover. Zhao Hai nodded, Grandfather, rest assured, I'll tell you before I leave. I plan to leave after a year or so. During this time, I have something to study. Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, you want to study something? What is it? Zhao Hai replied, when I went to the ice field for the first time, I saw the Destroyer's ice city. In the city, I discovered a magic formation that I haven't seen before. This magic formation is very powerful. Although it's only a defensive formation, it's something that I've never seen before. Moreover, it's fundamentally different from the magic formations that we know. I've memorized the formation so that I can use this time to study it. At the same time, I'm also going to study the seeds of the grass. I plan to turn the grass into a fungus so that it can absorb destructive power. Then when the seeds are planted, they can absorb destructive power as well. When Hu Yuan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, the destroyers also use magic formations? Aren't they using machinery? The destroyers we encountered before were all using machinery. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no, they don't just use machines. Whether it's the Great Demon Blade or the destroyer's battleship, I've seen it before. However, I didn't pay much attention to it at that time. Later on, when I saw the defensive formation in the ice field, I noticed that the power of this formation wasn't small. Therefore, I wanted to study it. Hu Yuan nodded and said, "All right, you can study it if you like." "Right, what's the matter with the seeds of the grass you mentioned?" "The essence grass is already perfect. If you can really develop an essence grass that can reproduce by itself, it will definitely be good news for the people of the continent." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I also think the same. I want to make this grass and then have the family take it out. In any case, our family isn't counting on this to make money. Taking the seeds out would also increase the family's reputation." "Why not?" "Actually, I'm already experimenting. It's just that I haven't succeeded yet." Zhao Hai wasn't lying. He was indeed experimenting and was about to succeed. In his space, there was a plot of land where he was constantly improving the seeds of the grass. At this time, the improvement was already very good and was about to succeed. When Hu Yuan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but ask, "You're already experimenting? Where are you experimenting? How come I didn't know about it? Did you have Ghost Spirit and the others do it for you?" "I saw that there was a plant master among them." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, grandfather. I'm experimenting in my space. I don't know why, but my space can store some mutated seeds. Moreover, if you put ordinary seeds in my space, then after some time, they would become mutated seeds. Therefore, I put some seeds of the grass in my space and let them mutate. Then I plant them, grow them, harvest them, mutate them, plant them, and grow them. Because of this, I've already made some progress with the seeds of the grass." When he heard Zhao Hai, Hu Yuan couldn't help but nod and said, "So that's how it is. That's good. Your space is different from my space. You'll have to study it yourself. Right, if you have time, write down the process of your research so that the others in the family can study it. Once our Hu clan takes out the seeds of the grass, I'll see what other people would say. Our Hu clan's righteous name would be even more untouchable. At the same time, when our Hu clan uses bean soldiers, no one would suspect us. This is a good thing. If you need any help, just ask." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, grandfather. You can rest assured. If I really need help, I'll definitely ask." After that, Zhao Hai stayed in the desert of destruction. Every day, he studied the destroyer's formation as well as the improvement of the grass. Hu Yuan really liked this place. Every day, he would walk around the fort and look around. From time to time, he would go outside to look at the slaves grazing. He lived a leisurely life. Naturally, Hu Yuan didn't just walk around casually. In fact, he had been observing the plants here. He was a powerful plant master. From the first day he came here and saw the fort for the first time, he already knew that it wasn't simple. Although the entire fort looked like it was made of a lot of mutated vines, these mutated vines could be used as weapons when necessary. It can be said that this fort was a weapon. Hu Yuan didn't know what Zhao Hai's current level of plant master was. But now, he knew that Zhao Hai's plant master level was very strong. It was beyond his imagination. In terms of scale, the castle built by the Hu family on Demon Island was much larger than this botanical castle. However, in terms of exquisiteness, ingenuity, and use in battle, it was completely different. Hu Yuan wanted to carefully study Zhao Hai's fort and then conduct some experiments on Demon Island. He wanted to see if he could make the island more powerful. And these heavenly ghost spirits have also begun to enter his plan. In fact, before this plan was carried out, he had already made some preparations. He had collected some medicinal seeds through Fat Cat. The medicinal seeds that he needed weren't rare, so Fat Cat was able to collect them very easily. It's just that he didn't get Zhao Hai's permission before, so he didn't dare to experiment. He discovered that although these people were slaves, Zhao Hai didn't treat them as real slaves. If something happened to the slaves because of his experiments, then Zhao Hai wouldn't let him go. So although he had seeds before, he didn't dare to experiment. Now that he had Zhao's approval, he could naturally carry out the experiment. First, he had the slaves open up a piece of land to plant herbs. In any case, among his subordinates, there were plant masters. Planting herbs wasn't a difficult matter. He could even use natural energy to accelerate the ripening of the herbs without affecting their potency. The reason why medicinal herbs were useful was because they contained more natural energy. And what was different from ordinary plants was that after medicinal herbs absorbed natural energy, they would change the nature of their energy. Because of this, medicinal herbs could cure various diseases while ordinary plants couldn't. Therefore, as long as the herbs absorbed enough natural energy, they would naturally grow and achieve their medicinal efficacy. Regarding this point, all professions in the continent knew about it. However, it was much more difficult to accelerate the ripening of herbs compared to ordinary plants. Ordinary plant masters wouldn't be able to do it. After preparing the medicinal herbs, Ghost Spirit made a list and then gave it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the list and found that it was really something for body tempering. From armor to weapons, there were all kinds of equipment for body tempering. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just went to Demon Island and prepared everything that Ghost Spirit needed. After preparing these things, Zhao Hai no longer cared about Ghost Spirit. At the same time, Ghost Spirit began to train the slaves. Although the living environment of the slaves was much better than before, they were still very obedient to Zhao Hai and Ghost Spirit. They were even more obedient than before. Therefore, they didn't dare to neglect Ghost Spirit's training. Ghost Spirit didn't train all of the 500 male slaves. Instead, he selected 400 of them. The remaining 100 would be herding animals. Moreover, the remaining 100 were all married, and their wives were even pregnant. Ghost Spirit's training didn't have any new tricks. It was just some equipment training. In addition to wearing armor, holding weapons, moving in the desert, and other training. In short, it was to train the human body, allowing the human body to display its greatest potential. Of course, such training would definitely leave hidden injuries in the body. Therefore, Ghost Spirit needed those medicinal herbs to remove the hidden injuries in the bodies of these slaves. Otherwise, when these slaves were old, they would be plagued with injuries and illnesses. At that time, it would take several times more time and energy to treat them. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about Ghost Spirit's cultivation. He had learned the body tempering technique in the soul world, so he was very clear that if this body tempering technique was really cultivated, its power would be very great. But obviously, the body tempering technique that Ghost Spirit got was not comparable to the body tempering technique that he learned. While Zhao Hai was spending his energy on magic formations and herbs, the continent wasn't idle. The Gong Hun Nation and the Wolf Hun Nation issued a warning to other countries, telling them that there might still be believers of the Destroyer in their countries. They asked them to check carefully. If this was said by the Hu family, those countries might not care. But now that it was said by the Gong Hun Nation and the Wolf Hun Nation, they had no choice but to care. The countries immediately launched an investigation. Some lurking believers of the Destroyer were quickly discovered, but these believers didn't let the countries get any clues. As long as they were discovered, they would either rebel or commit suicide. Anyway, there was no clue at all. This shocked the entire continent. No country's king was an idiot. They were very clear that once these Destroyer believers died, it would be more difficult for them to find other Destroyer believers in the future. Once those Destroyer believers stayed, they would become a ticking time bomb. Who knows when they would explode, making people feel very insecure. The impact of this matter was huge. The countries immediately carried out investigations on their own countries several times. Although they managed to catch some Destroyer believers, it also made people panic. Of course, the most important thing was that later on, this kind of investigation changed. It became a method for some forces to eliminate their opponents. For example, some large forces would directly label small forces that didn't obey them as followers of the Destroyer and then eliminate them. This kind of thing was very easy for large forces to do. The various countries soon discovered that the situation was beyond their expectations. If they didn't control it, then the country would be in chaos. Therefore, the various countries immediately stopped the investigation. However, the influence of the investigation was revealed. The forces of the various countries underwent a small reshuffle. Some small forces directly disappeared. In this investigation, some big clans in the continent were affected. Some were good, for example, the clan grew stronger. Some were bad, for example, the clan suffered a certain loss. There weren't many clans that weren't affected, and the Hu clan was one of them. The Hu clan was now famous for being the most active clan in the fight against the destroyer. Moreover, in order to fight against the destroyer, the clan's flying void expert was still recuperating. It would be very difficult for him to recover in this lifetime. Nobody dared to investigate such a clan, and nobody would investigate it because it was completely unnecessary. Naturally, this information was released by the Hu family. The Hu family said that Zhao Hai was seriously injured in the Wolf Soul Country's operation and could only close up to recuperate. Naturally, nobody doubted this, especially those who saw Zhao Hai's battle. After all, Zhao Hai was the only one who attacked the destroyer's formation. In these people's opinion, Zhao Hai being able to keep his life in that situation was already very good. Even if he was injured, it would still be considered light. After the investigation was over, the people of the continent finally remembered something they hadn't done yet. That was to send people to the ice field to see how many troops the destroyer had left and how many destroyers had not been destroyed. Soon, the Sword Spirit Country, the Blade Spirit Country, the Tiger Spirit Country, the Wolf Spirit Country, the Bow Spirit Country, the Halberd Spirit Country, the Spear Spirit Country, the Hammer Spirit Country, the Dark Force Country, and the Lion Spirit Country. Each country sent 5 flying void experts, a total of 50 flying void experts, to the ice field. Their main mission was to find the destroyer's lair and see the strength of the destroyer. If the destroyer's strength was not large, they would eliminate them on the spot. If the destroyer's strength was large, they would return to lead the army and eliminate those destroyers. This time, the country had put in a lot of effort. All of the people they sent were Sky Dance Realm experts. If these Sky Dance Realm experts really died in the ice field, then the countries would feel the pain for a while. The various empires had no choice but to do so. After all, not just anyone could enter the ice plains. Even consolidating equipment stage experts would freeze to death if they entered, let alone weaker cultivators. If they entered, they would most likely die without a doubt. The last time the Bao Spirit Country sent people into the ice field, in the end, only Zhao Hai and Lei Zhenbo returned unscathed. This was because they did not dare to go too deep into the ice field. Of course, at that time, the destruction energy in the ice field was still very strong. The source of the destruction energy had not been cut off. Even flying void experts did not dare to fly in the sky. Now, although the destruction energy still existed in the ice field, it had turned into a pool of stagnant water. It was no longer a threat to the flying void experts. They could fly there, and that would be faster. Furthermore, they had a large number of people, and they could look after each other. This way, the danger would be reduced to the lowest. If the destroyers did not have many soldiers left, just the flying void experts alone would be enough to wipe them out, saving them the trouble of sending others. Besides the strength of the flying void experts and their ability to fly, there was another reason why the various countries had decided to send their flying void experts. That was because they had obtained some snow bear pelts. The temperature in the ice field was their greatest weapon. No one dared to underestimate the temperature in the ice field. Even flying void experts had records of entering the ice field and not coming out alive. Furthermore, Lei Zhenbo, who had entered the ice field once, had personally said that the temperature in the ice field was too low. If one did not have suitable heating facilities, it was best not to enter. Now that the various countries had obtained some snow bear pelts, it gave them confidence. That was why they had formed such an unprecedented team. The team wearing the snow bear pelts smoothly entered the ice field. Naturally, the snow bear pelts were taken from the Beastman snow bear riders. However, the insulation of the pelts was very good. The Skydance experts relied on the snow bear pelts to enter the ice field. When they entered the ice field, they were immediately shocked. They saw corpses all over the ground. These corpses were the corpses of the Beastman knights. They were all cut in half at the waist. It was as if a great sword had swept across, cutting down all the people and animals in front of it. The Skydance experts were shocked. They went down to take a closer look and discovered that the knights were indeed destroyers. Then as they went deeper, more and more destroyers were sent out. This made the Skydance experts even more surprised. When they saw the ice city in the ice field, they were shocked. They didn't think that they would be able to see such a big ice city. Most importantly, this ice city had been wiped out by someone. Other than the word sweep, they really didn't know what else to use to describe it. This was because all the buildings, people, and creatures in this ice city were all cut in half at the waist. There were no exceptions. They also saw the huge ice cave. Inside the cave, they also found the corpse of the octopus. Naturally, because the warm jade was taken away by Xiaohai, the cave was completely sealed by ice. When those sky dance level experts came out from the ice field and reported this matter, all the countries on the continent unanimously believed that this matter must have been done by that breaking river level expert. Otherwise, no one would have that kind of strength. The Hu clan didn't participate in this operation. Although the Saber Spirit Nation sent 5 sky dance experts, they didn't send anyone from the Hu clan. The Saber Spirit Nation wanted to weaken the Hu clan's influence in the continent. How could they let the Hu clan participate in this operation? The Hu clan also knew about this matter, but they didn't send anyone to participate. This was because there was no need for them to participate. This matter was done by Xiaohai, so they knew that going would be a waste of time. Naturally, the sensation caused by this matter wasn't small. Nobody thought that the destroyer would be able to build a city in the ice field. Moreover, it was a very large city. This was too shocking. Later on, Xiaohai also heard about this matter, but he didn't take it to heart. As for whether or not the other countries would take this matter to the breaking river level experts to verify, no one knew. Xiaohai was still researching his own matters. It took him another 4 months to reverse engineer the formation used by the destroyer. The formation used by the destroyer was very good. Its defensive ability was very strong. At that time, if Xiaohai didn't use Jade Doll to guide the surrounding destructive force, then it would be impossible to break through the defensive formation. Now that the formation was reversed, it was definitely a good thing for Xiaohai. This was because he had another formation. Moreover, this formation was a different system from the magic formation. It can be said that Xiaohai learned a new formation system. This was very important for him. Even if he returns to his body later on, these formations would still be very important to him. After reversing the destroyer's formation, Xiaohai put all of his energy into researching the seeds. At this time, the seeds were about to be successfully developed. To be honest, Xiaohai didn't know how many times he had experimented with the seeds. The main thing was that there were too many experiments. Just like what he said before, improvement, growth, and so on. Currently, the seeds of the grass didn't have any destructive power left. However, there was still no way to grow these seeds. They couldn't grow grass. Although the seeds couldn't grow anymore, Xiaohai knew that they weren't far from success. As long as they were improved a few more times, the seeds would be able to reproduce themselves. After another 2 months, the improvement of the seed was finally completed. And at this time, those Wu Sky level experts came back from the ice field. The aftermath of this matter was still very big. First of all, it was about a river-breaking almighty taking action. A river-breaking almighty taking action was not a small matter. The continent had not heard of such news for a long time. After that, there was the matter of the destroyer building a city. The destroyer was able to build a city in an environment like the ice field. Moreover, it was able to develop and expand. In the end, it was able to produce so many troops. This was a very extraordinary matter. The ice field's environment was very bad, it wasn't suitable for humans to live in. However, there were a lot of places like the ice field in the continent. Were there also other places that weren't suitable for humans to live in? This attracted everyone's attention. Because of this idea, various countries began to explore some of the former forbidden areas. The Demon Island and the Desolate Desert were 2 such places. Because the Demon Island was close to the Lion Soul Nation, the Lion Soul Nation also sent people to explore the Demon Island. As for the Desolate Desert, it was jointly explored by the Sword Spirit Nation, the Hammer Soul Nation, and several other nations. However, this exploration wasn't very successful. Whether it was the Demon Island or the Desolate Desert, there was nothing in these 2 places. On the contrary, the people who were sent to investigate were attacked by magic beasts. It was precisely because of the constant attacks from the demonic beasts that they couldn't investigate in detail this time. Most of them were sky dance level experts. After a simple investigation from the sky, they had no choice but to retreat. This kind of investigation naturally didn't reveal anything. Whether it was the desert palm or the demon island, there were illusion formations. What they saw were only some illusions. They didn't find the Hu family's base. It could be said that this exploration was a test. It tested whether the Hu family's illusion formations were effective. Facts proved that the effects of those illusion formations were still good. When the Lion Soul Nation investigated the Demon Island, the Hu family's people were very nervous. They were already prepared for battle, but they didn't make a move. They wanted to see how the other party would react. If the other party didn't find Xi City, they would only expose themselves. Fortunately, the other party didn't find anything. This time, the Lion Soul Nation sent a total of 5 skydance experts. However, the magic beasts on the Demon Island weren't to be trifled with. There were a lot of flying magic beasts on the Demon Island. These magic beasts attacked the skydance experts with all their might. The skydance experts had no choice but to hastily leave the Demon Island. Many people who came to the desolate desert to investigate didn't manage to reach the desert paradise. Those who came to the desert paradise were also scared away by the lizard. Even skydance experts didn't dare to face the lizard. This was because the lizard's aura was too strong. Skydance experts simply couldn't be its opponent. The crisis of the desolate desert and the Demon Island was resolved. This made the Hu family feel relieved. Then Zhao Hai's seed research was successful. The Hu family immediately released the seed for the Gonghan nation to test. The appearance of the seed made the Hu family's reputation in the continent rise once again. At the same time, it also made the Hu family's reputation in the world of botany. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai wasn't able to relax. This was because he still had a lot of things to write about. Magic formations, essence grasses, all of these things needed to be sorted out and stored in the Hu family for future generations to refer to. However, during the research, Zhao Hai had already written down these things. Now, the only thing left to do was to organize them. This made things much easier. Hu Yuan didn't leave the desert palm. He liked this place very much. There were very few people in the desert paradise. Moreover, the environment was very good. Hu Yuan could also study the vines and drink tea with Zhao Hai. His days were very relaxing. Because of this, he didn't hurry to leave and just stayed. Time passed by little by little. In the next few months, the continent slowly returned to its calm state. The news of the destroyer in the icefield came out. The country's investigation was stopped, and the continent's forbidden areas were also stopped. On the surface, the countries of the continent were calm. Only the Gonghan nation was restoring the land north of Shooting Sun City. The Wolf Hun nation also began to recuperate. Because of the previous matter, the Sword Hun nation shifted most of their attention to the destroyer. Naturally, they didn't have the heart to track down Zhao Hai. Their surveillance of the desolate desert also relaxed. Although the Sword Hun nation investigated the desolate desert, they didn't find anything. Naturally, it was impossible for them to find Zhao Hai. The Sword Hun nation also knew that after a long time, Zhao Hai might have already passed through the desolate desert and returned to the Hu clan. Because of this, the Sword Hun nation also resumed their surveillance of the desolate desert. They didn't send any void experts to monitor the desolate desert. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. In the next few months, Zhao Hai and Hu Yuan returned to Demon Island. This was because compared to the desert paradise, the Hu clan didn't have any experts in Demon Island. Demon Island had Gui Ling and the other 4 void experts. On the other hand, the Hu clan only had 1 void expert in Demon Island. This was an elder who was transferred from the Sword Hun nation's botanical fort after Hu Yuan left. Otherwise, Demon Island wouldn't have a single void expert. Zhao Hai returned to Demon Island in order to accompany his family. At the same time, he also wanted to make some final preparations. He wanted to look at some information about the Wenji continent and the alien continent. He also wanted to look at the route to these 2 continents before preparing to depart. After all, the Soldier Spirit continent hadn't been in contact with these 2 continents for a long time. Besides great clans like the Hu clan, there weren't a lot of people in the Soldier Spirit continent who knew about this route. Above the vast sea, an incomparably huge longsword was flying. This was a very gorgeous longsword. The blade was about 100 meters long. The black blade had golden patterns on it. The patterns looked like a bunch of vines with small flowers growing on them. It looked very elegant and beautiful. Behind the hilt of the sword, there were 8 iron chains floating in the air. These iron lotuses looked very beautiful, but the barbs on them clearly indicated that these iron chains were lethal weapons. This sword was naturally the golden jade light sword. And Zhao Hai was sitting inside the sword. He was currently reading a book. This book looked very old, the pages were already yellow. However, it was very well preserved. One could even smell a faint medicinal fragrance coming from the book. This medicinal fragrance was mainly used to prevent the book from becoming moist. It was precisely because of this medicinal fragrance that the book could be preserved for so long without being damaged. This book was taken out by Zhao Hai from the Hu clan's library. This book recorded the matters of the Wenji continent. An ancestor of the Hu clan had also been to the Wenji continent before returning. This book was a travel book that he wrote after returning to the Hu clan. It mainly introduced the situation of the Wenji continent. In the Wenji continent, there were also professions: soul soldiers, soul beasts, craftsmen, and plant masters. But in addition to these 4 professions, there was also another profession in the Wenji continent: scholar. For example, if your soul was a pen, then you can be regarded as a scholar. If your soul was a zither, then you can also be regarded as a scholar. If your soul was a chess piece, then you can also be regarded as a scholar. If your soul was a zither, then you can also be regarded as a scholar. If your soul was a chess piece, then you can also be regarded as a scholar. The zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as long as it was related to literature, then you can become a scholar. Scholars cultivated a type of energy called literary force. This was a very strange energy. The better one practiced, the stronger one's literary force would be. Moreover, this type of energy was very broad. Once cultivated, one's offensive power would be very strong. Even a single word could be integrated into literary force to attack the enemy. A scholar's weapon was also very strange. Their weapons were the most common of items. For example, a pen spirit would have a pen as their weapon. This pen wasn't a high-grade item, and the materials used to make it weren't necessarily good either. However, the pen must be chosen by the scholar, and it must be connected to the scholar's mind. As for how a person could connect with a pen, that would depend on the scholar himself. He would choose one out of thousands of pens. As for why he would choose that one, no one could say for sure. They only knew that once he had literary power, he would naturally be guided by it and would naturally choose that pen. After a scholar chooses a pen, he wouldn't change his weapon for the rest of his life. Their cultivation methods were also very strange. For example, when a weapon spirit wasn't fighting, their weapons would be nourished in their spiritual space. This way, they would be more powerful. However, scholars were different. But a scholar was different. After a scholar chooses his weapon, he must use it. If you are a pen spirit, then you must use it. If you keep using it, then the pen will become stronger and stronger. If you choose a book, then you must read it. Only by reading it will your book become stronger and stronger. If you cultivate to a high level, then every word in the book can represent an attack. In the Wenji continent, the status of a scholar was the highest. In the Wenji continent, there were no countries, only academies. There were 8 academies in total. These 8 academies were the 8 great powers of the Wenji continent. In the Wenji continent, the academies were the most respected. The academies were the empires of the Wenji continent. In the Wenji continent, the status of a weapon spirit and a beast spirit wasn't high. On the contrary, it was very low. Scholars would deliberately suppress these 2 types of soul. On the other hand, the status of a craftsman was higher than that of a weapon spirit and a beast spirit. The status of a botanist was similar to that of a craftsman, but it was also higher than that of a weapon spirit and a beast spirit. In the Wenji continent, ordinary soul-bearers lived a very good life. Moreover, ordinary soul-bearers could also read books. In every village, there would be a scholar. Not only would the scholar rule the village, he would also educate the people in the village. Zhao Hai found this very strange. He couldn't understand why the scholars in the literary records continent could cultivate while the scholars in the spirit soldier continent couldn't. Although the status of scholars in the spirit soldier continent was higher than ordinary soul bearers, they still couldn't cultivate. On the other hand, the scholars in the literary records continent were able to cultivate. Moreover, they were very tyrannical. This was too strange. The Hu clan's ancestor was also very curious about this problem. He even entered the Wenji continent's academy to study. However, he still couldn't find an answer. The Hu clan's ancestor also experimented. He brought the cultivation methods of the scholars in the Wenji continent back to the weapon spirit continent and had the Hu clan scholars practice it. However, the result was that the scholars in the weapon spirit continent had no way to cultivate. 100 scholars practiced according to the methods of the Wenji continent, but in the end, not a single one of them managed to cultivate. This strange situation wasn't only known by the Hu clan, other people also knew about it. In the weapon spirit continent, it wasn't only the Hu clan that went to the Wenji continent. People from other forces also went to the Wenji continent. After returning to the weapon spirit continent, they also conducted similar experiments. However, the results were the same as the Hu clan's. In addition to these, the Hu clan's ancestor also recorded the customs of the Wenji continent. It can be seen that the Hu clan's ancestor had been in the Wenji continent for a long time. This was because he had almost explored the entire continent. This book didn't only have information about the Wenji continent, it also had information about the route to the continent. At the same time, it also had some things to pay attention to after arriving at the continent. When an outsider arrives at the Wenji continent, the first thing you need to do is to go to any city in the continent and find an academy there. Then you need to register and obtain an identity card. Without an identity card, it would be very difficult to move around the continent. Therefore, the first thing you need to do after arriving at the Wenji continent was to get an identity card. After slowly closing the book, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He had already read this book more than once. He had already memorized the contents of the book, but he still read it again. This was because he still felt that the Wenji continent was very mysterious. However, what Zhao Hai paid attention to was the things that he would encounter on the way to the Wenji continent. If he were to fly to the Wenji continent, it would take about a year. Naturally, this was based on the Hu clan's ancestor's speed. His flying speed was much slower compared to the Golden Jade Lightsword. In this year's time, there were more than 300 places where one could resupply. Most of these places were uninhabited islands where one could rest and replenish their water and food. Nobody can reach the Wenji continent by boat, this was because it was impossible. It would take a year to fly, and it would take at least a few years to reach the Wenji continent by boat. During this process, one would be attacked by countless demonic beasts in the sea. In the end, one would die under these attacks. Even if one had a sky dance expert on board, it would still be impossible for the ship to reach the Wenji continent. This was because even a sky dance expert wouldn't be able to deal with these demonic beasts. When the time comes, the sky dance expert could only escape by flying in the air while the ship would become food for the demonic beasts in the sea. Because of this, the only way to reach the Wenji continent was to fly in the sky. However, one shouldn't think that flying in the sky would guarantee one's safety. There were countless demonic beasts in the sea, and some of these beasts were very powerful. They could also fly out of the sea and attack you. There were also some demonic beasts that transformed into demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were also very powerful. If a sky dance expert were to encounter these demonic beasts in the vast sea, it would be very dangerous. However, flying in the sky was much safer compared to sailing on the sea. The demonic beasts in the sea wouldn't attack every profession that flew in the sky. These demonic beasts believed that their territory was the sea, including the sea surface. However, the sky wasn't under their control. Because of this, most of the demonic beasts in the sea wouldn't attack professions that flew in the sky. Only a few warlike demonic beasts in the sea would attack. However, when going from the soldier spirit continent to the Wenji continent, the demonic beasts in the sea were only one of the dangers. The most dangerous ones were the storms in the sea and a strange energy in the sea. This energy was called the forbidden energy by the Hu family's ancestor. The forbidden energy was a forbidden energy. No matter what profession you were, as long as you encountered the forbidden energy, then your body's energy would be instantly sealed. If you were flying in the sky, then you would immediately fall into the sea. Once your energy was sealed, then you would become an ordinary person. The only result of falling into the sea was death. Nobody knew what this forbidden energy was, nobody knew how it was produced, and nobody knew where it was produced. The only thing that was known was that if you were hit by the forbidden energy, then you wouldn't be able to use your energy for a month. After a month, you would be able to freely use your energy without any problems. The reason why the ancestor of the Hu clan knew about this was because he was hit by the earthly taboo. However, he was lucky. When he was hit by the earthly taboo, he happened to be on a small island to resupply. It was also because of this that he escaped the disaster and safely arrived at the Wenji continent. Nobody knew where the forbidden force would appear, nor when it would appear. However, many people who wanted to go to the Wenji continent ended up dying under the forbidden force. Although the forbidden force couldn't directly kill people, it was still the best weapon for killing people. The forbidden energy disappeared without a trace. Nobody knew when it would appear, and nobody knew how it would appear. Only when you were hit by the forbidden energy would you know that it had appeared. For an assassin who came and went without a trace, it was impossible to guard against it. Zhao Hai was very curious about this forbidden energy. He really wanted to know what it was. It actually made people unable to use any energy for a month. This forbidden energy was definitely worth studying. Zhao Hai has been away from Devil Island for 5 days. In these 5 days, besides the first day when he used the golden jade light sword to sail in the sea, he was flying in the sky. However, he didn't encounter any forbidden energy, nor did he encounter any attacks from demonic sea creatures. His journey was very smooth. Along the way, Zhao Hai also saw several supply points recorded by the Hu clan's ancestors. These so-called supply points were uninhabited islands. These islands had fresh water as well as some food. Because of this, the Hu clan's ancestors decided to use them as supply points. However, Zhao Hai didn't go to these uninhabited islands because there was no need to. After returning to Devil Island from the prairie, Zhao Hai took some time to deal with everything. After that, he accompanied his family for a while before leaving Devil Island and heading towards the Wenji continent. This was his plan, so naturally, he wouldn't change it. He wanted to go to the Wenji continent to take a look and collect some plants and animals on the way. This time, Hu Yuan wanted the Hu clan to follow Zhao Hai so that they could take care of him. However, Zhao Hai didn't agree. He had too many secrets that he couldn't let others know. If the Hu clan followed him, then not only would it be inconvenient for him to move, he would also have to take care of them when he arrived at the Wenji continent. Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood for that right now, so he didn't agree. Hu Yuan was afraid that Zhao Hai would be lonely if he went to the Wenji continent alone. Therefore, he wanted someone to accompany him. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't agree, Hu Yuan didn't say anything and just let Zhao Hai go alone. Zhao Hai had long been accustomed to living alone, not to mention that he was inside the golden jade light sword. When he had nothing to do, he could read some books, eat some food, cultivate, and even drink some wine. This time, Zhao Hai didn't plan to return to the soldier spirit continent too early. After traveling to the Wenji continent, he would go to the expert continent to take a look. After that, he would look for secret realms. After that, he would return to the soldier spirit continent. When he thought about the expert continent, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. Perhaps for the people of the soul realm, the people of the expert continent were different. This was because they didn't have a soul. But for the people of the soul realm, how could a person not have a soul? It was as inconceivable as a person not having a soul. Therefore, they called it the expert continent. However, in Zhao Hai's eyes, the people of the stranger continent were normal people. On the contrary, the people of the soul realm were different. He had never heard of people from the stranger continent having a soul on their head. Moreover, according to this soul, their status, rank, and even cultivation were different. They were the strange people. However, Zhao Hai couldn't say this out loud. After all, he also had a soul on his head. If one were to say that he was different, then he was also one of them. Zhao Hai just wanted to go to the expert continent to take a look. He wanted to see the difference between the so-called experts and the people of the soul realm. Flying on the sea was very boring. Although the golden jade light sword was very fast, it still wouldn't take 1 or 2 days to reach the Wenji continent. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Sometimes, he would go to the islands to take a look. Sometimes, he would go to the sea to take a look. On the 10th day of the voyage, Zhao woke up early in the morning. He checked the route and found that the golden jasper sword hadn't deviated from its course. He went to the kitchen and made himself something to eat. Then he brought it to the living room. While he was eating breakfast, he took out a book and kept reading. This was Zhao Hai's daily routine. He had already gotten used to this lifestyle, it was related to his experience back on Earth. On Earth, Zhao Hai was an otaku. There were many types of otakus. Some otakus stayed at home because of their work. However, they weren't opposed to going out. Moreover, they knew how to live. They would find something that interested them. For example, listening to music, making themselves something delicious, reading a book, all of these were very comfortable. There were also otakus who stayed at home for various reasons. They were very lazy, so naturally, they wouldn't cook for themselves. If they have time, they would rather play games. Zhao belonged to the former. When he was on Earth, although he was a homebody and lived alone, the place he lived was not like the place where most men lived, dirty and messy. On the contrary, his life was very orderly. Moreover, the place he lived was very clean, and the food he ate was not sloppy. If an outsider saw the state of his life, he feared that they would be very surprised, because it was completely different from the homebody they had in mind. His lifestyle had changed since he transmigrated. This was because he had a lot of things to do after transmigrating. After that, he met Laura and the others. Because of this, he didn't live like he did on Earth for a long time. But this time, his trip to the Wenji continent was different. He had to live alone inside the golden jade sword for at least a month. Because of this, he returned to his previous lifestyle. While Zhao Hai was eating his breakfast, the surface of the sea suddenly fluctuated. Then a huge figure came out of the sea and hit the golden jade sword. The golden jade sword's body shook and deviated from its course. On the other hand, the space inside the golden jade sword wasn't affected too much. Only a slight vibration could be felt. Naturally, this attracted Zhao Hai's attention. Zhao Hai looked at the 3D projection and saw a huge shark flying in the air. At the same time, it was heading towards the golden jade sword. This was a very large shark. Its body was green and its skin was shiny. Its eyes were green and white, but there was a trace of ferocious light in them. The teeth in its mouth were shining with a cold light. One could see that it was very sharp. Zhao Hai looked at the shark and smiled faintly. I didn't want to provoke you. But I didn't think that you would come and provoke me. Alright, let me see how strong these deep-sea creatures are. Zhao Hai didn't leave the golden jade sword space. Instead, he sat inside the space and commanded the golden jade sword. When the shark was about to hit the golden jade sword, Zhao Hai's hand moved. The golden jade sword sank down and then stood upright. If the shark continued to rush forward, then its abdomen would hit the sword's tip. When that happens, it wouldn't be able to avoid the fate of having its stomach cut open. Obviously, the shark wasn't stupid. In fact, it was very smart. Therefore, when it saw the golden jasper sword, the shark immediately stopped. It displayed an agility that didn't match its huge body. It actually swayed its body and stopped in an instant. Then, it looked at the golden jasper sword with cold eyes, but it didn't attack immediately. Zhao Hai looked at the shark's performance. His eyes couldn't help but light up as he muttered, "It's very smart. It seems like I need to have a chat with it." Just as he was about to make a move, the shark suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a ray of green light towards the golden jasper sword. The speed of the green light was very fast. Before Zhao Hai could react, the green light had already hit the golden jade sword. The golden jade sword fiercely shook. The 100-meter-long sword was actually pushed back by more than 10 meters. This made Zhao Hai stare. He swept the green light with his spiritual force and immediately discovered that it was a tooth. A huge, sharp tooth. It was different from what Zhao Hai imagined. This tooth was as sharp as a sword and had a metallic green color. It looked like a strange sword. Although the golden jade sword had stopped, Zhao Hai didn't have any intention of underestimating the shark. One must know that the golden jade sword was pushed back by more than 10 meters. This was definitely not an easy thing to do. The golden jade sword was powered by 6 traction crystals. Under such circumstances, it was still pushed back by more than 10 meters by a tooth. How much power did the tooth contain? Zhao looked at the shark and found that it was also staring at the golden jade sword in a daze. Obviously, it didn't think that its teeth could only push the opponent back more than 10 meters. It didn't have any other effect. Zhao Hai was about to command the golden jade sword to attack the shark. Suddenly, the shark's figure flashed and disappeared into the sea, leaving behind a long green tooth. When Zhao Hai saw the shark's actions, he couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had heard that sharks were very timid, and now it seems like it was true. Zhao Hai didn't want to chase after the shark. Instead, he waved his hand and had the chain on the golden jade sword bring the shark's tooth into the room. He wanted to take a good look at it and see what was so special about it. Why did it contain so much power? The shark's tooth was more than 2 meters long, which was much bigger than Zhao Hai had imagined. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the big tooth. It was very heavy and had a metallic luster on it. Moreover, it was very sharp, just like a sword. But apart from these, there was nothing special about it. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to carefully feel the big tooth. In the end, he came to the conclusion that there was nothing special about this big tooth except for its dual attributes of water and metal. Looking at the big tooth, Zhao Hai fell into deep thought. It must be said that this big tooth was a very good refining material. If it was used well, it could be made into a good weapon. Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he picked up the big tooth and went outside the room. Then he transformed the room into a blacksmith shop. At the same time, he used a magic formation to make a fire. Then he placed the big tooth on the fire. Zhao Hai wanted to refine artifacts. However, his refining process was different from the craftsmen of the Soul Realm. Zhao Hai had seen how the craftsmen of the Soul Realm did it before. They couldn't be called refining, but rather forging. The craftsmen of the Soul Realm were very unique when it came to forging. This time, Zhao Hai intended to combine the refining methods of the Soul Realm with his own refining methods to make a weapon. This was because, strictly speaking, he didn't have a lot of weapons that he could use right now. If he were to use Hu Hai's body, then the only weapon he could use would be the iron pineapple. This was because a plant master couldn't use too many weapons. If he were to use the identity of crane grass, then the weapons he could use would be limited. Aside from the bullhead drill, iron thread grass, stone hammer tree, and a big flower, there weren't many other things that he could use. However, these weapons had some shortcomings, and that was the attack range. Although the iron thread grass could fly out and attack the enemy, Zhao Hai's enemies would be very powerful. Because of this, Zhao Hai needed another weapon. It was precisely because of this idea that Zhao Hai wanted to make a new weapon. He had already thought about it, his new weapon would be a flying sword. Speaking of which, he wasn't qualified to be a cultivator, he still didn't have a flying sword. Before, he had been using liquid silver. Liquid silver was ever-changing, so naturally, it could turn into a flying sword. However, it still couldn't be considered a flying sword. If one were to really count, then the golden jasper sword could be considered a flying sword. However, Zhao Hai had been using it as a house. Moreover, the golden jasper sword couldn't see the light of day. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to make another weapon. In the Soul Realm, cultivators couldn't use formations, they could only use magic formations. To use magic formations to make a flying sword wasn't an easy thing to do. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that it would be too difficult. As the fire grew bigger, the tooth slowly turned red. After more than an hour of fire, the tooth had completely turned red. At the same time, impurities began to appear. When Zhao Hai saw this, his hand immediately moved as a hammer appeared in his hand. Naturally, this hammer was made in the space. Then Zhao Hai smashed the hammer towards the tooth. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. Countless impurities were smashed out by the hammer. Naturally, the sparks also splashed onto Zhao Hai's body. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. He didn't use a magic formation to transform himself, so he was still a 2-meter-tall giant. Moreover, he had a powerful body cultivation method. How could his body care about these small sparks? Zhao Hai's hand didn't stop as he continued to smash the tooth. The tooth slowly deformed and shrunk. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop as he continued to hammer the tooth. At this point, Zhao Hai was sure that the devil shark's attribute was metal. This was because the tooth was like a piece of metal. Otherwise, the consequences of hammering it wouldn't be like this. A shark's life was worth more than 10,000 teeth. This wasn't according to Earth standards. No one knew how many teeth the devil shark had in its life. However, one thing was certain, the devil shark didn't only have one tooth that could attack. It certainly had a lot of teeth like this. Therefore, strictly speaking, the shark's attack power wasn't weak at all. It was just that Zhao Hai was stronger. The shark also discovered this point, so it didn't attack. Instead, it turned around and ran away. Its choice was very smart, but it also gave Zhao Hai a good refining material. The sound of hammering could be heard. Zhao Hai was topless as he hammered the flying sword in front of him. That's right, it was now a flying sword. The sword was 3 feet, 3 inches, and 3 centimeters long. This sword was still in the shape of a shark's tooth. The body of the sword was slightly twisted, making it look even more terrifying. This sword didn't have a hilt, and Zhao Hai didn't want to install one. This was a flying sword, a pure flying sword. It wouldn't be used for close combat. At this time, the sword had shrunk to its limit. The body of the sword had turned into a translucent light gold color. It looked very beautiful, but there were small teeth on both sides of the blade. This made the sword even stronger. The reason why Zhao Hai was still hammering the sword wasn't to remove the impurities, but to inject a magic formation into the sword. Because the sword had been forged to its limit, if Zhao Hai wanted to inject a magic formation into the sword, he would need the help of the hammer. This process didn't sound very complicated, but in fact, it was complicated. When the hammer hit the sword would vibrate. And this vibration could be used by Zhao Hai. He took advantage of this vibration to inject a magic formation into the sword. Then all the places that he injects a magic formation into the sword would be strengthened. However, this didn't mean that these magic formations were independent. In fact, they weren't. These magic formations were connected to each other. It can be said that they were magic formations within magic formations. On this 3 feet long sword, Zhao Hai inlaid a total of 12,960 magic formations. One could imagine how powerful this sword would be after it was completed. Because this sword had a dual attribute of metal and water, Zhao Hai's magic formations were also of the metal and iron attribute. This way, the sword's power would be even greater. Zhao Hai inlaid magic formations into the sword. He started from the tip of the sword and went all the way to the hilt. Because the sword didn't have a hilt, the hilt could be considered as the tail of the sword. Zhao Hai silently counted the magic formations. After a few dozen, he would be done. Zhao Hai's spiritual force became more focused. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt the natural energy in his body stop. Then his natural energy stopped. One must know that the natural energy in Zhao Hai's body was always in motion. It wasn't like other people who would only circulate when they needed it. But now, it stopped. Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. He immediately knew that it was the restriction force. Only the restriction force could stop the natural energy in his body. However, Zhao Hai quickly relaxed. He discovered that his spiritual force could still be used. This discovery made Zhao Hai's heart relax. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he thought of a wonderful idea. Zhao Hai's mind moved as a thumb-sized traction crystal appeared in his hand. Then Zhao Hai fiercely raised the hammer as his hand moved faster. At the same time, he poured the traction crystal into the sword. Then his hammer quickly fell, followed by a burst of hammering. When Zhao Hai finally put away the hammer, the sword could be considered finished. However, there was a crystal embedded at the end of the sword. This crystal looked transparent, but Zhao Hai knew that this crystal contained energy. Moreover, it was a rarely seen energy in the continent, the restriction force. The reason why Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the restriction force was because besides being a plant master, he was also a body cultivator. The energy in his body, besides natural energy, also contained his physical strength. Although the restriction force restricted the natural energy in his body, it couldn't restrict his physical strength. Additionally, he could also use his spiritual force. Because of this, the restriction force didn't have a big effect on him. After Zhao Hai's hammer fell, the entire sword emitted bursts of golden light. Then the golden light slowly disappeared as a translucent golden sword appeared in front of Zhao Hai. This sword looked very beautiful. There was a crystal embedded at the edge of the sword. Although the crystal was transparent, it looked as if there were countless twinkling stars inside. It gave off a mysterious feeling. Zhao Hai looked at the sword and nodded with satisfaction. He was going to call this sword the Golden Shark Sword. However, he still needed some time to recover his natural energy before he could fully use it. After putting away the Golden Shark Sword, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Then he inserted the restriction force into the crystal on the Golden Jade Sword formation disc. After that, Zhao Hai looked at the 3D map and discovered that he was already halfway there. In about half a month, he would be able to reach the Wenji continent. However, he didn't have any energy in his body right now. If he went to the Wenji continent now, it wouldn't be a good thing. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai decided to go to the nearest deserted island and directed the Golden Jade Sword to land on it. After arriving on the island, Zhao Hai came down from the Golden Jade Sword and put it away. Then he looked around the island. This was a small deserted island. There was only a small spring on the island and some plants. There weren't many animals here. However, Zhao Hai didn't need to eat or drink here. After discovering that there was nothing here that could threaten him, he felt relieved. For the next few days, Zhao Hai stayed on the island. While resting, he also tested the sword. Although his natural energy was sealed and he couldn't display the Golden Shark Sword's full power, Zhao Hai only wanted to test the sword. He didn't say that he needed to display the sword's full power. The Golden Shark Sword was very easy to use, especially in a place with a lot of water vapor. The Golden Shark Sword was even more useful in this place. Moreover, the sword was silent, as if it was completely invisible. Moreover, one shouldn't underestimate the sword's power. The sword's might was extraordinary. Because of the metal attribute of the sword's attack power was very strong. After using the sword for more than 10 days, Zhao Hai got on the Golden Jade Sword. Then he commanded the sword to fly towards the Wenji continent. Along the way, he encountered several demonic sea creatures. However, all of them were repelled by Zhao Hai. Although he couldn't use his body's strength, he could still command the Golden Jade Sword. Zhao Hai was also curious. He really wanted to know what was going on with this forbidden force. Why was it that the natural energy in his body couldn't be used, but the energy in the Golden Jade Sword could still be used, as if it wasn't affected at all? When Zhao Hai received the Golden Shark Sword into the space, the forbidden force was naturally absorbed by the space. What surprised Zhao Hai was that the forbidden force could absorb both natural energy and destruction energy. In other words, the forbidden force belonged to both natural energy and destruction energy. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. What made Zhao Hai even more surprised was that although the space absorbed the forbidden force, the natural energy inside his body still couldn't be used. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. In the following time, Zhao Hai studied the forbidden force inside the Golden Jade Sword. On the 20th day, the natural energy inside his body was finally able to move. This made Zhao Hai very happy. Before, the Hu clan's ancestor said that it would take a month to recover from the forbidden force. However, it only took 20 days for him to recover. This was definitely good news for him. However, Zhao Hai didn't know why the forbidden force was able to shorten the time it took for him to recover. Was it because of his body, or was it because the space absorbed the forbidden force? However, after his energy recovered, Zhao Hai conducted an experiment on the energy inside his body. In the end, the results surprised him. He didn't think that he would be able to use the forbidden force. However, he wasn't very proficient with it. At this point, every attack of his contained the forbidden force. Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen. Zhao Hai wanted to be able to use the forbidden force whenever he wanted. Zhao Hai continued to practice using the forbidden force. He wanted to be proficient in using it in the shortest time possible. After another 5 days, he was finally able to use the forbidden force whenever he wanted. In the past few days, Zhao Hai also discovered that he had entered the Wenji continent's territory. This was because he saw the ships of the Wenji continent on the sea. Zhao Hai directly commanded the Golden Jade Light Sword to enter the sea. Since this place was already near the sea, there shouldn't be any strong underwater creatures. The golden jade light sword should be safer in the sea compared to in the sky. However, the speed of the golden jade light sword also slowed down. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. He conducted another experiment with the golden jade light sword as well as the golden shark. Time passed by little by little. Zhao Hai had been in the sea for a total of 10 days. In these 10 days, he used all of his time to test the sword and practice the forbidden force. At this point, his control of the forbidden force had become even more proficient. At the same time, he also learned how to use the forbidden force of the golden jade light sword and the golden shark sword. On this day, Zhao Hai looked at the 3D map and saw that he had arrived at the seaside not far away. There was a city on the seaside, and it wasn't a small city. Upon seeing the city, Zhao Hai knew that he had arrived at his destination. This should be the Wenji continent. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to enter the city. Instead, he stopped the golden jade light sword and slept inside the sword. When the sky turned dark, Zhao Hai found a deserted place and went ashore. Then he walked towards the city. The city's gates were half closed at night. Zhao Hai didn't enter the city. Instead, he went to the pier outside the city. He wanted to listen to the people of the Wenji continent. He wanted to know if the people of the Wenji continent were different from the people of the Soldier Spirit continent. The pier was very lively at night. It wasn't just a pier, it had developed into a small town. There weren't only places to eat, there were also hotels to rest in. In addition to these, there were also brothels. Zhao Hai casually found a restaurant and went inside. This was a restaurant called Five Flavors Shop. The shop wasn't very big, it was only a 3-story building. However, it was very lively inside. A lot of people wearing short clothes were sitting in the shop, drinking and eating. The waiters were running around the shop, constantly bringing food and drinks to the tables. The voices of the people who were eating in the restaurant were very loud. From time to time, there would be laughter or cursing. It was very lively. When Zhao Hai entered the shop suddenly turned silent. Everyone looked at him blankly. For a moment, the first floor of Five Flavors Shop was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Zhao Hai looked at the people who were startled. He didn't feel anything strange about their reaction. This was because his body was 2.5 meters tall. If it was placed on anyone, they would be very surprised. And with Zhao Hai's majestic muscles, they would be even more surprised. Zhao Hai stood there and looked at the people. He didn't care about them and went to the counter. There was a shopkeeper standing behind the counter. The shopkeeper wasn't very tall. He wore a scholar's robe and had an abacus on his head. Zhao Hai knew that this abacus could be considered a scholar. However, he could only be considered a scholar. His talent wasn't very good. He could cultivate his strength, but he was afraid that it would be very difficult for him to have high achievements. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards the shopkeeper and said, "Shopkeeper, is there still an empty seat?" The shopkeeper quickly recovered. He looked at the soul on Zhao Hai's head. The soul on Zhao Hai's head had already recovered. It was still a small grass. However, the shopkeeper didn't look down on Zhao Hai just because he was a plant master. Instead, he quickly said, "Yes. Mister, please come with me." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he followed the shopkeeper to a corner of the first floor. There was a small table there. This table wasn't big and could only seat 4 people at most. However, it was currently empty. The shopkeeper pointed at the small table and said, "Mister, I'm really sorry. Because we're busy right now, there's only 1 table left. If Mister doesn't mind, then please sit here." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I didn't mind." Then he sat down and said to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, bring 4 of your best dishes, half a gin of wine, and 4 steamed buns." The shopkeeper nodded. Then he immediately waved his hand to call a waiter and gave the order. After the waiter left, the shopkeeper didn't leave. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "This is Mister's first time in Tideview City. I haven't seen Mister before." Zhao Hai looked at the shopkeeper and smiled faintly. Shopkeeper's eyes are really sharp. "This is indeed my first time here. To be exact, this is my first time in the Wenji continent. I'm from the Soldier Spirit continent. I just arrived here today. It's already dark, so I can't enter the city. I'm also feeling hungry, so I came here to look for food. When the shopkeeper heard Xiao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, Mr. actually came from the Soldier Spirit continent? I really didn't expect this. I remember that our Wenji continent hasn't had people from the Soldier Spirit continent for a long time. Xiao Hai smiled and said, I've let Mr. see a joke. I'm indeed from the Soldier Spirit continent. I heard from my family's elders that the Wenji continent and the Soldier Spirit continent are different. So I came here to see. The shopkeeper nodded and said, so that's how it is. Since Mr. is from the Soldier Spirit continent, then this meal is on me. But before Mr. came to the Wenji continent, did your family's elders tell Mr. about the rules of the Wenji continent? Xiao Hai stared, then he looked at the shopkeeper with a puzzled expression and said, I don't know what the shopkeeper is talking about. Is it about the identity token? The shopkeeper immediately replied, it's about the identity token. I wonder if Mr. has gotten one yet. Xiao Hai shook his head and said, I haven't. I just arrived at the seaside. Because of the bright lights, I came here. Now that it's dark, I can't enter the city. Therefore, I can only wait until tomorrow to get one. When the shopkeeper heard Xiao Hai, he immediately said, does that mean Mr. doesn't have a place to stay? There are a few rooms in the back of the store. If Mr. doesn't mind, then please take a seat here. This little one is a student of the city's literary academy. Tomorrow, this little one will go to the literary academy to get an identity token. How about it? Xiao Hai looked at the shopkeeper, then he smiled faintly and said, oh? Wouldn't that be too troublesome for the shopkeeper? Could it be that with my identity card, there's something else I can do there? Since Mr. is from the Martial Spirit continent, your identity card will be different from the ones we use. No one will make things difficult for Mr. because of this. Although I am a student of the Academy of Literature, my talent has always been poor. Therefore, I wasn't valued by the Academy. Since Mr. is from the Martial Spirit continent, it has been a long time since someone from the Martial Spirit continent came here. Therefore, this matter will certainly attract the attention of the Academy. If I introduce Mr. to the Academy, it will be more or less my contribution. Maybe the Academy will reward me. Because of this, I am very attentive. If Mr. doesn't agree, then I won't force Mr. to stay. Xiao Hai stared, he didn't think that the shopkeeper would say something like this. Originally, he thought that the shopkeeper was plotting something. But after hearing what the shopkeeper said, Xiao Hai didn't feel anything. In any case, it didn't matter which academy he went to register his identity. After thinking about this, Xiao Hai immediately turned to the shopkeeper and said, so that's how it is. How could I refuse the shopkeeper's good intentions? Alright, I'll be staying here today. I'll have to trouble the shopkeeper tomorrow. When the shopkeeper heard Xiao Hai, his face was filled with ecstasy. He immediately said, thank you Mr. Thank you Mr. All of Mr.'s expenses will be free of charge. Please enjoy your meal. After you finish, I'll take Mr. to your room to rest. I guarantee that Mr. will be satisfied. Then the shopkeeper cupped his fist towards Xiao Hai before he turned around and left. Before long, the waiter gave Xiao Hai 4 side dishes, a jug of wine, and 4 steamed buns. Xiao Hai also ate and drank freely. Before long, after the meal was finished, the shopkeeper came over and led Xiao Hai to the backyard of the 5 Flavors restaurant. While Xiao Hai was eating, the people in the restaurant were all paying attention to Xiao Hai. Many people had heard the conversation between Xiao Hai and the shopkeeper. They knew that Xiao Hai came from the Soldier Spirit continent. They were very curious, so they paid attention to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai didn't care about it. He followed the shopkeeper to the backyard of the 5 Flavors restaurant. The backyard of the 5 Flavors restaurant wasn't small. There were a lot of rooms, but some of them were lit up. Obviously, people were already living inside. The shopkeeper led Xiao Hai to a small courtyard. Then he gently pushed open the door and walked in. The courtyard wasn't very big, there was only a row of rooms. There were no lights in the rooms. The shopkeeper took out a match and lit an oil lamp in the room. Then he covered the lamp with a shade. Then he said to Xiao Hai, Mister, please take a seat and rest. In a while, I'll have someone bring Mister a bath and tea. Does Mister have any other orders? Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Nothing. Thank you, shopkeeper. This is already very good." The shopkeeper cupped his fist to Zhao Hai and said, "Then I won't disturb Mr.'s rest. I think Mr. must be very tired on the way here. Mr., please." After that, he slowly left the room. Zhao Hai looked at the small courtyard. This small courtyard was obviously the best room in the Five Flavors restaurant. This small courtyard could accommodate a total of about 20 people. Obviously, it was prepared for a family. There weren't many people like him who occupied a small courtyard. His current position was the living room of this small courtyard. This living room wasn't very big. It could accommodate more than a dozen people. There was a sofa, a small tea table, and a few tables of green plants in the four corners of the room. It made the whole place look very warm. On the left side of the living room was the bedroom. There was a table, a desk against the wall, and a chair on the side of the desk. On the right side of the living room was a study. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that there were a lot of books in this study. There was a big desk in the study. On this desk, there was a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, which could be used at any time. Zhao Hai looked at this arrangement and nodded slightly. This shop was really thoughtful. There was even a study, and there were books in it. It was really good. Zhao Hai didn't know that in the Wenji mainland, a bigger hotel would be arranged like this. In the hotel room, there would be a large or small study. If there wasn't a study, people would think that your shop wasn't good enough. Zhao Hai entered the study and looked at the books on the bookshelves. The books on the bookshelves were very common. Zhao Hai had seen a lot of books before, but there were also some that Zhao Hai hadn't seen before. After looking at these books, Zhao Hai knew that the people of the Wenji continent were much more proficient in the study of scriptures compared to the people of the Spirit Soldier continent. Although the Spirit Soldier continent also had some books about scriptures, these books weren't very important. Most of them were only studied by scholars. And although the status of scholars in the Spirit Soldier continent was higher than ordinary soul bearers, they couldn't be compared to professionals. Because of this, there were very few books about scriptures, especially the annotations of scriptures. On the other hand, in the Wenji mainland, there seemed to be a lot of books about scriptures. There were even more annotations on scriptures. Some of the classics had many annotations on them. Different people and different times had annotations on them. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. Zhao Hai took out a book with annotations on it and carefully looked at it. In the Soldier Spirit continent, such annotations couldn't be found. Zhao Hai was very curious about how the people here explained the book of scriptures. When Zhao Hai saw the contents of the book, he was surprised. The annotations didn't just explain the author's understanding of the book of scriptures, it also contained the concept of pursuing the Tao. Pursuing the Tao through literature wasn't something that an ordinary person could write. The person who wrote this book must be an expert. This aroused Zhao Hai's interest. Zhao Hai took the book and carefully looked at it. Just as he read 2 pages, he heard a knock on the door. Then a voice was heard, "Mister, this little one is here to deliver you some water." Zhao Hai said, "Come in." The person outside the door nodded and then walked in. Zhao Hai discovered that it wasn't one person who came in, but 3. The first person was holding 2 wooden buckets filled with hot water. The second person was also holding 2 wooden buckets filled with cold water. The third person was holding a large kettle in his hand. This kettle wasn't any smaller than the wooden buckets. His other hand was holding a black object. Zhao Hai didn't know what it was for. The 3 people rushed towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we're here to deliver you some water." Zhao Hai nodded. The 2 people in front of him went to a nearby room and poured the 2 buckets of hot water into a large wooden tub. The 2 buckets were very big, so after pouring the 2 buckets of hot water, the large wooden tub was almost full. The other person took a bucket of cold water and poured it into the large wooden tub. Finally, he felt the temperature of the water with his hand before putting the bucket of cold water down. The other person who was holding the kettle entered the living room and put the copper kettle on the ground. Then he put the black object on the ground as well. Then he blew on the black object. The black object immediately caught fire. It turned out to be a charcoal stove. Then, the waiter filled the teapot with water and put the big copper kettle on the charcoal stove, leaving the fire on. Then, another waiter brought the wooden bucket into the living room. The wooden bucket had a lid and was filled with cold water. Zhao Hai knew what was going on when he saw the water. After the waiter prepared everything, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, the bath water has been prepared. The tea has also been brewed. May I ask if you have any other orders?" Zhao Hai nodded and said. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's nothing else. You can leave." The three men nodded. Then they gave a salute to Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai looked at the departing men and smiled faintly. Then he went to the bathhouse and took a bath in the wooden bucket. Then he returned to the living room and sat there, drinking tea while reading a book. To be honest, the content of the book really attracted Zhao Hai. This was because the writing was really good. It clearly described the person's understanding of the Tao. Since Zhao Hai came to the Soul Realm, this was the first time that he saw someone with such a clear understanding of the Tao. Although this understanding was still very immature in Zhao Hai's eyes, he could already see the shadow of the Tao. After reading the annotations, Zhao Hai looked for another book with annotations. These two annotations weren't written at the same time, and their annotations were also different. However, these annotations were still very wonderful. This was an eye-opener for Zhao Hai. He didn't think that in the Wenji continent, scholars had already reached such heights. This was really rare. Zhao Hai didn't think that in the Wenji continent, scholars had already reached such heights. Moreover, Zhao Hai knew that the books in the study room must be very common in the world. Profound books wouldn't be placed here. If such a book had reached such a level, then what level would the books in the academy be? Zhao Hai was really looking forward to it. After a night of silence, Zhao Hai woke up early the next morning. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he went to the courtyard and stretched his arms and legs. Then he opened the door and walked out. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Five Flavors shop, he discovered that the shop was already open for business. The shopkeeper was also standing behind the counter, calculating the accounts. When the shopkeeper heard the footsteps, he turned his head and saw Zhao Hai. He quickly put down the account book and walked over. Then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. woke up really early. My Five Flavors shop has just opened and Mr. is already up." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he looked inside the shop and saw that the shop had just opened. The workers were cleaning up, but there were already two soul bearers sitting there and eating. Zhao Hai knew that the soul bearers here relied on the docks to make a living. Generally, they were workers on the docks, helping the ships to load and unload cargo. Because of this, they needed to wake up early in order to find work early. Zhao Hai looked at the people in the shop before he turned his head to the shopkeeper and said, "Last night was the best sleep I've had in a year. When I woke up this morning, I felt a lot more energetic. So I woke up early. Shopkeeper, when are we going to enter the city?" When the shopkeeper heard Zhao Hai, he quickly smiled and said, "Mr. doesn't need to worry. Tideview City opens around 8 a.m. every day. It's only 6 a.m. right now, there are still 2 hours left. Mister, please have some food in the shop and then go back to your room to rest. When I'm done with the shop, it won't be too late to take Mister into the city." Zhao Hai didn't make things difficult for the shopkeeper. Instead, he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to trouble the shopkeeper. I'll be going back to my room to rest. You can have the waiter send some food to my room." The shopkeeper nodded. Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the shopkeeper before he turned around and went back to his room. The shopkeeper looked at Zhao Hai's back and smiled faintly. Then he muttered, "This mister is really a rare person." Then he went back to his counter and began to calculate the accounts. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, it didn't take long for a worker to bring him breakfast. Although the breakfast wasn't very sumptuous, it was very exquisite and tasty. After eating his breakfast, Zhao Hai stayed in his room and read a book. It wasn't until 9 a.m. that he heard a knock on his door. Zhao Hai put down his book and opened the door to see the shopkeeper standing outside. When the shopkeeper saw Zhao Hai open the door, he immediately smiled and said, "Mister, I've already prepared a carriage. How about we go into the city together?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, please." The shopkeeper led Zhao Hai and then followed Zhao Hai out of the courtyard. Before long, the two arrived outside the courtyard. There was a carriage parked outside. The shopkeeper led Zhao Hai onto the carriage. This carriage was originally used to transport people, so the interior wasn't small. However, Zhao Hai's body was very large, so when he sat inside, the carriage felt a bit crowded. The shopkeeper didn't mind. After getting on the carriage, the driver drove the carriage towards the city. The pier wasn't very far from Tideview City. In less than an hour, they had already entered the city. What surprised Zhao Hai was that although the city had walls, there weren't any people guarding the gates. This was very strange. After the carriage entered the city, it continued to move forward. Before long, the carriage stopped in front of a huge decorated archway. The shopkeeper asked Zhao Hai to get off the carriage. Zhao Hai looked up at the decorated archway and saw the words "Book and Literature Courtyard" written on it. The words were written with silver hooks and iron strokes, looking very beautiful. The shopkeeper had the carriage stop at the side. Then he led Zhao Hai into the decorated archway. Upon entering the archway, they saw a straight street. Zhao Hai looked at both sides of the street and discovered that there were courtyards on both sides. Some of the courtyards had words like Listening Forest Courtyard, Stargazing Courtyard, and so on. Although he didn't know what these courtyards were for, Zhao Hai could still hear the sounds of chanting coming from the courtyards. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. The literature records continent was really different. In the Spirit Soldier continent, there weren't any academies like this. Academies were generally opened by the great clans. They were just for the children of the clans. On the other hand, academies in the Spirit Soldier continent didn't teach literature, they mainly taught various professions. Unlike the academies in the Literature Records continent, they taught literature. Before long, Zhao Hai and the shopkeeper arrived at a courtyard called Book and Literature Hall. In front of the courtyard stood two people. Unexpectedly, both of them were spirit soldiers. Moreover, they were spirit swords. The two wore light armor and stood straight. They didn't look sideways, they looked very spirited. Zhao Hai could even see a trace of pride on their faces. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare for a moment. In the soldier spirit nation, soul swords were highly valued. Although there were some clans that used soul swords to guard their doors, this was something that only the ancient clans could do. Other clans simply couldn't do it. But here, the academy actually had two spirit soldiers guarding their doors. Moreover, the two spirit soldiers didn't feel any shame. On the contrary, they felt very proud. This was hard to imagine. The shopkeeper stepped forward and took out a token to show the two spirit soldiers. Then he led Zhao Hai into the courtyard. The courtyard was very big. There was a small building in the courtyard. The shopkeeper led Zhao Hai directly into the small building. The inside of the building had a floor and a small table with cushions beside it. Inside the small building, there were more than a dozen of these small tables. Behind each small table was a scholar with pen and paper. The shopkeeper led Zhao Hai to a small table. Then he gave a salute to the scholar behind the small table and said, "Classmate Li has seen Mr." The scholar looked at Classmate Li and nodded, "Oh, it's you, Classmate Li. I heard that you took over your family's business. It has been some time since you came to the academy. How is your family's business?" Classmate Li quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. My family's business is fine. However, my father is getting old and doesn't have the strength to take care of the family business. Therefore, this student had no choice but to return home and take over the business." The scholar nodded and said, "That's good. As long as you wholeheartedly study, it doesn't matter where you study. If you have any questions in the future, you can come back to the academy and ask Mr. for help. Of all virtues, filial piety is the most important. Go home and take good care of your father." Classmate Li quickly replied, "Thank you for your advice, Mr. Mister, I came here today for another matter." This Mister came from the Spirit Soldier continent. He just arrived at Tideview City last night and is staying in my family's store. Today, I invited him to the academy to apply for an identity token. When Classmate Li spoke, the entire first floor went silent. The scholars who were whispering all turned their attention to Zhao Hai. The first thing they noticed was the soul object on Zhao Hai's head. When they saw that it was a grass-rooted soul, their interest deepened. When the scholar who was talking to classmate Li heard this, he stared blankly. Then he immediately turned his attention to Zhao Hai. Then he stood up and cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, are you from the Spirit Soldier continent?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he returned the greeting and said, "I am. I am a core disciple of the Hu clan from the Spirit Soldier continent's Blade Spirit Nation. My name is Zhao Hai. Nice to meet you, mister." When the scholar heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, "Mister is too polite. I didn't expect mister to come from the Spirit Soldier continent. It must have been a hard journey." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Fortunately, my ancestor came to the Wenji continent before, so he left a map for my family. I followed the map all the way here. Although it took a long time, it was still quite smooth." The scholar nodded and said, "Mister, please take a seat. I'll give you an identity token." After Zhao Hai thanked the scholar, he sat down. The scholar also sat down. Then he picked up a pen and paper and began to write. After he finished reading, he went to a nearby cabinet and took out a jade token. This jade token was only the size of a palm. It was white and very beautiful. The scholar placed the jade token on the table. Then he placed the paper he wrote on top of the jade token. Then his hand suddenly moved as a white light appeared on his hand. When the white light disappeared, Zhao Hai discovered that the contents of the paper had been printed on the jade token. On the white jade token, there were rows of small black characters. It was very beautiful. After this was done, the scholar handed the jade token to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this is your identity token in the Wenji continent. You can move freely in the Wenji continent. Nobody would make things difficult for mister. I ask mister to keep it." After Zhao Hai expressed his thanks, he received the jade token. Then he carefully looked at it. He discovered that the words on the jade token seemed to have penetrated into it. It was impossible to erase it with one's hand. This was very rare. Zhao Hai looked at the jade token with a startled expression. It took him some time to recover. Then he turned to the scholar and said, "Mister's methods are really good. I've seen it today. May I ask if mister can study in the academy?" The scholar smiled faintly and said, "It's just an insignificant skill, not worth mentioning. Naturally, mister can study in the academy. Not only the Academy of Literature in Tideview City, mister can also study in any academy in the Literary Records continent. Our Literary Records continent is very welcoming to guests from other continents. If mister wants to give a lecture to the students of the academy, it's fine." Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled faintly and said, "So that's how it is." "Thank you, mister." The scholar smiled faintly and said, "Mister is too polite. I wonder if mister has a place to stay. If not, mister can live in the academy. During your stay, mister's food and lodging will be free. Moreover, you can listen to lectures in the academy. Even the academy's library will be open to mister for free. Mister can rest assured." Zhao Hai took the identity token and stood up. Then he cupped his fist towards the scholar and said, "Mister, thank you for your guidance. This one wants to study in the academy for some time. I'll have to trouble the academy." The scholar stood up and returned the salute. "Mister, please take mister to the Pillow Literature Pavilion and introduce him to the academy." The student nodded and then led Zhao Hai outside. Zhao Hai followed classmate Li out of the study hall. While walking, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, the academy has a lot of courtyards. Among them, the study hall is the place where all the miscellaneous matters of the academy are handled. If mister has any matters to deal with in the future, you can come here directly. However, mister shouldn't have any problems because mister's identity card shows that you are from the Spirit Soldier continent. Our Wenji continent has always been very polite to our guests. As long as mister doesn't cause trouble, fight, or kill people, then the academy wouldn't care about mister. You can do whatever you want." Zhao Hai nodded. He already heard this from the scholar's mouth. However, he didn't think that his identity as a person from the Spirit Soldier continent would be so useful. Classmate Li looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "The Pillow Study Hall is the best residential area in the academy. The students who live there are both rich and noble. Mister can live there in the future." Zhao Hai looked at classmate Li and said, "Mister used to live there?" Classmate Li smiled bitterly and said, "Mister must be joking. Those who can afford to live in the Pillow Study Hall are either very rich or very noble. For a small person like me, how could I afford to live there? In the entire academy, only the Pillow Study Hall has its own dining hall and library. Students who live in other places have to eat together in the academy's dining hall. However, the Pillow Study Hall has its own dining hall, so students who live in the Pillow Study Hall can eat there. But I heard that the food there is very expensive. Mr. doesn't need to worry, everything in the academy is free. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I didn't think that the academy would treat me so well. I am very grateful. Classmate Li smiled and said, Our Wenji continent has always been like this for guests from other continents. Because of the endless sea, it's very difficult for people from other continents to come here. Sometimes, only one person would come every few decades or even 100 years. This is also an opportunity for exchange. Just like you, mister, how much do you spend in the academy? If I had a big academy, would I care about mister's expenses? Mister, take the identity card with you. In the future, when you go to any academy in any city, they will treat you well. Mister, you don't need to spend a single copper coin. Zhao Hai laughed heartily and said, This will save me a lot of money. Right, Mr. Tong, this is for you. Keep it as a souvenir. After saying that, Zhao Hai took out a handful of gold, silver, and copper coins from his bosom. Classmate Li was stunned. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression and said, Sir, what do you mean by this? I already told Mr. that all expenses in my shop will be free. Does Mr. look down on me? Zhao Hai laughed and said, Mr. Tong misunderstood. I didn't look down on you. These aren't for your shop. I think that the gold coins used in the Wenji continent are different from those used in the Soldier Spirit continent. These gold coins include the gold coins of the 10 great empires of the Soldier Spirit continent. These are just for Mr. to keep as a souvenir. If Mr. mentions me to your juniors in the future, they would have some proof. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, classmate Li stared. Then he couldn't help but laugh and said, That makes sense. Mister's words make sense. Ha ha ha. Alright, then I won't be polite. I'll keep these as a souvenir. Then classmate Li didn't hold back as he received the coins that Zhao Hai handed over. Then the two chatted and laughed as they walked forward. Zhao Hai could feel that classmate Li was much more enthusiastic towards him. Before long, the two arrived in front of a courtyard. This courtyard didn't look any different from the other courtyards. However, the two guards standing in front of the courtyard were different. These two guards wore iron armor and had cold expressions. They stood there like stone carvings. This courtyard was naturally the Pillow Literature Hall. Classmate Li and Zhao Hai arrived in front of the courtyard. Classmate Li looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, take out your identity card and show it to them. Otherwise, they won't let you in. The people who live in this courtyard are both rich and noble. If something happens, they won't be able to bear the responsibility. Therefore, they are very strict when it comes to entering and exiting. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took out his identity card and showed it to the two guards. When the two guards saw the words on Zhao Hai's identity card, their expressions couldn't help but change. Then they returned the card to Zhao Hai. Then the two guards gave Zhao Hai a salute before they stood there motionless. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He cupped his fist towards the two guards and then led classmate Li into the Pillow Literature Hall. He wanted to see what the interior of the Pillow Literature Hall was like. As soon as he entered the Pillow Literature Hall, Zhao Hai stared blankly. His mind immediately thought of a phrase, a completely different world. The Pillow Literature Hall was indeed worthy of the phrase a completely different world. The Pillow Literature Hall was just an ordinary place to stay. Now, it was simply a garden. There were small bridges, flowing water, rockeries, strange rocks, winding stone paths, and winding paths. It was truly a beautiful garden. Zhao stood there quietly, admiring the scenery. At this moment, several students came out of the courtyard. They were all wearing white scholar robes, and they were holding books, folding fans, jade flutes, or zither. Each one of them looked very elegant, but also very noble. Zhao looked at Zhao, who was standing in front of the courtyard, and said, Oh, I see. Oh, I see. When Zhao Hai saw these students, they also saw Zhao Hai. Naturally, they didn't know who Zhao Hai was. However, one of the students quickly noticed classmate Li. The student looked at classmate Li and said, "Classmate Li, I don't know why you came to the Pillow Literature Hall today. Who is this gentleman?" Although he was addressing his classmate as Senior Li, his tone was clearly questioning. Classmate Li didn't feel any dissatisfaction because of the other party's disrespect. On the contrary, he smiled at the student and said, "I have seen junior brother Dong. I brought this mister here today. This mister is a guest from the Soldier Spirit continent. He just arrived last night and is staying in my family's store. Today, I brought him to the academy to apply for an identity card. The academy arranged for him to stay in the Pillow Literature Hall, so I brought him here." When the students heard classmate Li, they couldn't help but stare. Then, junior brother Dong's expression changed. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "So it's a guest from the Soldier Spirit continent. This Dong Chuan has been rude." Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, "Mr. is too polite. This one is preparing to study in the Book Institute for some time. In the future, we will all be classmates. I hope that you can take care of me." Although they had good backgrounds and were usually proud and arrogant, they didn't dare neglect Zhao Hai's identity as a guest from the Soldier Spirit continent. This was because they knew that to travel from the Soldier Spirit continent to the Wenji continent, one would need to be at least at the Void Realm. Void Realm experts, no matter which continent they were in, were at the top of the pyramid. Although Zhao Hai was polite to them, if Zhao Hai wanted to deal with them, it would only take a few minutes for him to do so. Although the academy was their home ground, if something were to happen to them, then whether it was the academy or their families, they would take revenge for them and deal with Zhao Hai. However, if they were to die, then it wouldn't be good for them. In addition to being a guest from another continent, the Wenji continent also had a lot of privileges. The scholars of the Wenji continent couldn't leave the continent. If they did, then they would lose all their strength and become ordinary scholars. Because of this, they were eager to communicate with people from other continents. It was precisely because of this that people from other continents would receive a lot of benefits. It was also because of these reasons that Dong Chuan and the others were very polite to Zhao Hai. This was a rare occurrence. Dong Chuan and the others weren't simple people. In the academy, aside from the teachers, they didn't put anyone else in their eyes. If it weren't for the strict rules of the academy, then they wouldn't have addressed Zhao Hai as senior brother. This was because Zhao Hai's family background was far worse than theirs. Zhao Hai looked at Dong Chuan and the others. He could roughly guess what they were thinking. Since they were being polite to him, then he would naturally be polite to them as well. Because of this, Zhao Hai was also very polite to Dong Chuan and the others. When Dong Chuan and the others saw Zhao Hai's appearance, they couldn't help but loosen their hearts. Before, Dong Chuan was a bit rude to Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai really hated them, then it would be troublesome. But now, looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, they were afraid that he wouldn't hate them. This was a good thing. Because of this, they were even more polite to Zhao Hai. They directly led Zhao Hai into the Pillow Literature Hall. Then they found an empty room and let Zhao Hai live in it. The rooms in the Pillow Literature Hall were very special. All of the rooms had their own doors and courtyards. Moreover, there was some distance between each other. 2 courtyards were rarely next to each other. From this point, one could see how big the library was. Not to mention the other places, just the Pillow Literature Hall's area was very large. If other places were added, then the area it occupied would be even larger. After Zhao Hai settled down in the small courtyard, classmate Li bid farewell and left. He knew that although Dong Chuan and the others were very polite to him, they simply didn't care about him. If he continued to stay here, Dong Chuan and the others wouldn't have any good impression of him. On the contrary, he was afraid that they would have evil thoughts. When Zhao Hai left, then he would be in trouble. Although classmate Li's talent in literature wasn't very good, he was still born in a merchant family. His ability to observe people's expressions was first class. Therefore, after he helped Zhao Hai settle down, he immediately left without any hesitation. After classmate Li left, Zhao Hai was dragged by Dong Chuan and the others to the Pillow Literature Hall's restaurant. They said that they wanted to welcome Zhao Hai and have a good drink. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry at their reason. These people just met each other, and they weren't good friends. However, he couldn't refuse their good intentions, so he followed them to the Pillow Literature Hall's restaurant. End of chapter 3494. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.